Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the 1-1. Swing and a drive. Well hit ball deep out into left field. Jankowski going back, and it is gone. into the first row of the second deck. Jose Abreu with a grand slam, and the Astros now lead 7-1.
I'm not accusing the Houston Astros of cheating. I'm not.
Sounds like you are.
I'm not. I'm just saying
I am.
They hit like they were. Good morning, Metroplex. Thursday edition of Sean and RJ after the bludgeoning. Boys versus men. Someone just texted me. Another phone call. Complete separation. Varsity versus JV. That was the definition of a beatdown throughout.
It's like you're punching a little person.
It was. Exactly, A-Rod. The most home runs ever hit in a 3-game series in the history of the Armpit. They hit 16 home runs against Ranger pitching, 3 versus Scherzer last night. They win 12-3 and outscore the Rangers in this series 39-10.
The Labor Day Massacre, or whatever the hell they're going to wind up calling this thing. That was awful. Awful. There is not a single thing. Now, you could take some. There's some good things you take from this. You know, Scherzer walked 2 guys in that 3rd inning. At least he didn't walk Abreu. Okay, at least he didn't. You know,
I think it would have been better to walk Abreu. That's actually a negative.
It 100% would have been better to walk him. But he missed his spot by an entire plate.
Every single, I'd be interested. This is a perfect Bobby Belt statistical homework assignment. I'd be interested in the line drive rate for this series, like the average ball hit. What's the actual stat called? How hard?
It could be an exit velocity.
Exit velocity.
Line drive rate.
The exit velocity rate in this series. I was literally holding my breath with every Scherzer pitch and swing because even the outs were hard hit, screaming outs to the outfield. Again, they were hitting so well, it's like they knew what was coming. I'm not accusing them of cheating. That's how impressive their lineup was. And every single out felt like it was going to be a warning track put out. If indeed there was going to be one, they were on it last night. They were on it throughout the entire series. It never stopped. That was a display. That's like okay, our offense is good, but when they're rolling, when a great team is rolling, there's levels to this.
Woo! There's definitely levels to this. It was a completely different caliber of ball club. And you could point to anything you want. I mean, you could point to the injuries. You could point to the fact that they're hot and the Rangers are not. But the Astros are hot. They just got swept at home. Before they came here, they had just gotten swept at home. They weren't hot coming in. It's not like they were this, gangbuster baseball team that couldn't lose coming into this series. That's one of the most kind of stunning things about this is that they were coming off 3 games, 3-game losing streak. So there is nothing that you could take for this series that remotely gives you any kind of positive outlook moving forward.
Well, the West is done. That's over and done with because Max Scherzer is not right. And he's going to be forced to go out there laboring. We know there was an issue against the Twins. There were some people saying before first pitch last night, sit him out. Give him that extra Eovaldi rest that Nathan should have had with his rehab starts. And Max last night after the game said, look, I couldn't explode. I couldn't get through all of my pitches. And that's probably not going to get any better here down the stretch.
No.
So your new ace is compromised. What is Nathan Eovaldi going to be? We know the bullpen is an absolute S show. So winning the American League West is done. This now race with Toronto, who you are percentage points away from for the playoffs.
Toronto is. I mean, there's a chance. There's a chance that you beat Toronto because you got a 4-gamer with them. But there's a chance you beat them. But my God, because they're nothing special either. But yeah, you just look at Scherzer. That slider he threw to Abreu that had nothing on it. It had no movement. I think just basically stayed there. It was like an 84 mile an hour, just regular BP fastball. It had nothing to it. And Max has got his own problems beyond that one pitch, beyond that singular pitch. He was wild. He lost command. And when he did hit the strike zone, he didn't hit it anywhere remotely close to where he needed to.
I mean, if Bochy came out today and said, "Hey guys, actually we're tanking this season, the rest of the season," I would have been like, perfect. That makes perfect sense for what this stretch has been like. If you're tanking, it was almost like the Mavericks last year. It's a downfall and it's crappy. And my guy, you can't lose today. You don't play, and then you get Oakland. But then after Oakland, it's
you don't play.
It's the real deal.
They lost 15 of 19, and Seattle won on top of it.
Yeah.
They lost 15 of 19. They're 3 games back in the American League West. It's almost feeling like a must sweep against the Athletics.
No. It's not almost. It is. It's we are there. Like you can't be dropping games at this point because you've got teams. Yeah, you got games with Toronto. Boston's very erratic, but they can get hot. New York's only 6.5 back. They can get hot. They are hot. You've got enough teams behind you chasing you and then are in front of you that you're chasing where you have to beat the bad teams at this point. You have to beat them.
50 hits in the series.
Is that a lot in 3 games?
50! They become, from Bob Nightingale, the first team in baseball history to score at least 12 runs and hit at least 5 home runs in 3 straight games. By the way, Max Scherzer, his lowest spin rate on his slider since 2021. That night.
Well, your spin rate doesn't matter. Yeah, it does. Look at last night. Trust me, spin rate matters. That Altuve game the other day, I can't believe that this stat just still blows my mind. That he had 3 home runs before the Rangers 7, 8, and 9 hitters even came to the plate. He had already had 3 home runs in the game.
What?
So Altuve, when he had his 3 home run game, he hit all 3 home runs before the Rangers 7, 8, and 9 guys even came up the first time. That's the most stunning stat. That's probably the most stunning stat of the year for me.
Wow. Bruce Bochy on getting swept.
Yeah, well, it's part of the game, and you have to let it go. As I've said so many times, you have no choice. Obviously, it was not a good series. I mean, wasn't a lot we did well. And to be honest, they played well. They got hot on us, and they didn't miss any mistakes. The long ball killed us in this series. We just didn't execute pitches, left a lot up throughout the series, and we paid for it. They pitched well. They swung the bats, and they put it to us. And there's no getting around that.
Same thing post game. Each time, each game, same exact thing from Bochy. And this is what I say back to the Tolos. Like, what's he supposed to do? Was Chris Young not aggressive this year? Was Chris Young not aggressive at the deadline?
I mean,
he was.
17 pitchers. You got Scherzer, you got Stratton, you got Montgomery, and you got Chapman.
Yes.
I mean, that's pretty good. Now, could they have used a bat? Okay, I guess you could say now with the injuries they've had, they could have used a bat, but at the time, I mean, I don't think anybody was looking at the offense.
1 year of moves. I mean, you can't revamp the entire thing. You can't blow up everything for 1 year. They're just starting their run. So the Chris Young criticism and the Bruce Bochy criticism, I'm not here for it. I don't know what else you're supposed to do. I really don't. You throw out every different combination. You throw out every different option, and it blows up in your face. It's an implosion. Tell me the thing. Yeah, tell me the chess move that Bochy was supposed to make and he has not made yet.
There's not one. I mean, I can't kill Bochy. I mean, then again, I mean, if you're going to give him credit for turning this thing around, then which I think a lot of people are, right? Oh man, it's the Bochy magic. You got to give him. He's got to wear this one, and he definitely screwed up the other night. By not having somebody ready when Spores was up. And he's done that this year. But, I mean, I don't think there's some magic elixir that he can just throw out there unless the players have quit on him.
Bobby sending ESPN has Toronto at a 61% chance at the playoffs compared to the Rangers at 51.
Toronto has the Royals for 3 games, by the way, this weekend. So
we got the A's.
Yeah, you got the A's.
So we'll be down by 1.5 games.
So it's a wash.
877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line as the Tolos are saying, enough. Football starting tonight. Enough with the Rangers. They're still in it. We got a playoff stretch. It'd be nice to focus on multiple teams for once. Not just cowboy and out until they have their first round second-round playoff exit. It'd be nice to follow someone else besides the Dallas Stars just really having a lot of playoff success. But tonight is the opener. Who is in, who is out, as people are celebrating a holiday with the start of the NFL season, and you may want to check your Ring camera if you want to make sure the divorce isn't coming. We'll explain Thursday edition of Sean and RJ, just getting started on The Fan. All over the social media. That's nice to see. Zach doesn't post unless he's trying to get that contract extension or whether he's on 105.3 The Fan. Today kicks off the weekly show at 3:30 as we get you closer to the Cowboys and the Giants. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy with you on DFW Sports Station. And, of course, tonight is the opener. The Kansas City Chiefs, compromised Kansas City Chiefs against the Detroit Lions. Chris Jones is still not around, their star defensive lineman. He said, I'm just asking for a raise. He spoke with the media yesterday, says he does not want to be a distraction. He has 1 year left on the 4-year deal that he signed in 2020. And he was to be paid $80 million over the 4 years. That average would make him the 9th highest paid defensive tackle this season. So he's clearly underpaid at his position. I don't know what he's been asking for. I don't know what he has been offered, but $20 million a year for Chris Jones has him missing tonight's game against the Lions. And RJ Travis Kelce is officially questionable with the knee. His brother Jason was on in Philly yesterday saying he needs that swelling to go down. So they could be missing Kelsey and Chris Jones tonight against your Lions.
Yeah. And that's it's a big loss, obviously, especially for me because he's on my fantasy team.
Yeah.
So is Kittle. Really screwed this.
Kelsey and Kittle?
Yeah, it's the keeper league, so like I kind of fell into both of them. I was like, I don't really want 2 tight ends, but we don't have a kicker, so we're having 2 flex spots. So it's like, you know, why not, right? Let's just go. It's a big loss, and now the line's down to 4.5, so it keeps creeping down, which is surprising considering they still have this guy. I've heard of him. I think his name's Pat. But it's a big loss.
By the way, Jahmyr Gibbs, fantasy alert, the Lions rookie back that went really, really high. And we're like, whoa, the Lions are drafting a running back going old school. He thinks he can get 1,000 yards rushing and 500 yards receiving as a rookie. He said most definitely, especially with this system. He wants to win Rookie of the Year. So that is Jahmyr Gibbs.
Let's go. Got him too.
Got him?
Same team.
The Choppy Bowl tonight.
Yeah, that's right. I got Mahomes too.
Okay.
Big time day. Big night tonight.
Big night.
Big night. Let's go, baby.
Choppy's going to be up 55-0 after today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's nothing worse than having 4 of your guys go, and it's like you're up 37-0. That's
I
it.
know. It's such a defeating weekend ahead. But, Gibbs is supposed to be this electric player. And the Lions got killed for their draft.
Yes.
They took him, and they took the linebacker. And then people seem to like their second pick with Laporta, or their second round pick with Laporta. But this is obviously it's a huge night. Like this is the start of the season, the opening weekend, opening Sunday of the football season, of the NFL season at least, is easily a top 3 sporting week of the year, along with March Madness and pick your other holiday, your sports holiday, but. Let's go.
Got a terrifying message last night that the Texas power grid was in emergency conditions. First time after several close calls this year, ERCOT put out the message, we are in an emergency energy alert 2 phase due to low power reserves. There are no controlled outages at this time, but please reduce electric use and have a plan in case outages become necessary. Does anyone know Bobby stayed in the hotel for night number 2?
I do not know.
I know he went back to a barbecue place. I don't know if it was my spot, Crossbuck, where you will not be able to drink 3 of those margaritas, but Bobby and the wife have been on brisket overload. I don't know whether they went back to the Belt residence or hotel number 2 after the air conditioner blew.
Well, I know Bobby bailed on the Love of the Star recording last night. So I don't know if that was because bad hotel Wi-Fi or dinner went a little longer than planned. But yeah, Brian Broaddus, not a happy camper.
He wasn't?
I don't think so.
I got the phone call from Broaddus at 5:25 this morning. He's already giving me updates.
Oh, really?
It wasn't on that.
Okay.
But I trust that. Brian wants to do it. He wants to knock it out.
Yeah.
He sees those numbers. He's gotten hooked with the ratings. G-Bag, KNC, 1, 2, 1, 2. The battle back and forth. And I think Broaddus, he got that ratings itch.
He's hooked.
Yeah. Michael Lombardi, Broaddus' boy, will join us today at 8 o'clock. Babe Laufenberg makes his season debut every Thursday at 8:40. Craig Way, the voice of the Longhorns, joins us at 9 to preview Bama. And Patrick Walker from DallasCowboys.com. The show of Wales is delivering. Check that DFW security or Ring camera, according to a celebrity.
Yeah. Joe Jonas. You're familiar with him?
I'm familiar with the last name, yes.
Okay. He's one of the Jonas brothers. His wife, soon-to-be ex-wife, is Sophie Turner. Do you know who that is?
I do not.
All right. So she was Sansa Stark in Game of Thrones.
Never saw it.
Yeah. So they've been married for, 4 or 5 years now. According to TMZ, he saw/heard something on the Ring camera.
Oh, no.
That was the last straw in his decision to file for divorce. Multiple sources with direct contact with Joe say he has access to a Ring cam that he captured Sophie saying and or doing something that made him realize the marriage was over. Now they do not say what, but apparently they lead completely different lifestyles. He is a homebody. Like
Apparently, she's a homebody too.
No, she is like this. Yeah, she is this part. She's been in London, like just living it up for like 3 months, partying like crazy. She's a party animal, and he is like, "Hey, I just want to be home with the kids." He's got his kids. He has their kids together. They have on tour with him. He's taking care of the kids on tour, and she's like, partying up. And so they don't know if it could have been her with somebody else, her saying something on the phone, or her just stumbling home completely hammered, and him being like, "I want out. This is not the life I want." So the marriage is they filed for divorce, but it's a Ring camera. We got to find out what's on that camera.
Yeah.
We need Ring to release it.
Now, Better Call Chop. What if it is a dude? I show you the video. You're the girl, Sophie, and it's like walking in chummy. You're not kissing on the front porch. You're not holding hands, but you're kind of walking in, leaning up against each other. What's your excuse? Get out of it.
I don't know. Even I come up with one for that one.
You're usually good at this.
Yeah, like being hammered, having
a handhold. I gotta go at least to a handhold. They're holding hands, walking up.
Oh,
you're done.
You're done. There's nothing you can say.
Yeah.
You're cooked.
She was tired.
She was tired.
I was helping up the steps.
The only thing you can do is if the guy left like 5 minutes later, if that, not even 5 minutes.
Wow.
It's got to be get you in the house, put you on the couch, take your shoes off, and leave. Like it's got to be. You got to. You know what I mean? You got to
so hammered had to be held. I like that page.
Yeah, that's the only thing it could be. Because I also assume that like someone like Joe, that wealthy, would have multiple cameras inside the house.
Nice endorsement for Ring there.
Right?
Joe Jonas checking his Ring camera.
Yeah, nice endorsement. I don't know if it's a good endorsement for Ring or not. I'd be like, hey, why would you get one of those?
We see everything.
Yeah, you see too much.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. The payload will strike again at 6:40 this morning. A Rangers ticket giveaway as well at 7 o'clock. Yes, insert your joke here after the absolute beatdown suffered at the hands of the Armpit. But is Tyler Smith going to play against the New York Giants? And RJ Choppy is going to make the case that the Cowboys should not pay Micah Parsons after the contract that got handed out yesterday in the NFL. Inside the Star on the home of the boys, next.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, y'all. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire program. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider back in his house from the AC catastrophe, Bobby Bell, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Where do things stand, Bobby? The playing status for Tyler Smith and Sam Williams.
Yeah, it was yesterday. Nick Eatman, when we talked to him at 9:20, had talked about yesterday was going to be a big practice, and none of the three were out there. Donovan Wilson, Sam Williams, and Tyler Smith. We did see while we were out there, Sam Williams and Donovan Wilson do the cords. I don't believe we had Tyler Smith even out there doing resistance work while we were looking. So that's concerning. The fact that you've hit Wednesday, typically Wednesday, Thursday, back in the day it was Thursdays with Garrett. Now it's more typically Wednesdays with McCarthy. If a guy's not out there practicing on that day, it can be tough for them to get ready to play. I think they're going to do everything they can to get those guys ready. And if they need it on short rest, they will. But you got to remember, Tyler Smith this would be not only without practice, this would be Tyler Smith without a preseason either. He wasn't getting in a bunch of reps in the preseason or anything else either. And so now you're at
1, 2, 3 likelihood to play.
I know Nick said Tyler, Sam, Donovan. I don't think Donovan Wilson's going to play, but I think Tyler, Donovan, Sam. I think Sam's in trouble with that turf toe. I think that's going to be tough for him to play this weekend.
But do you think Tyler Smith will play?
Today's going to be big to understand. I don't know. I don't think they have a good sense yet. I think that today will be a big day, a big check mark. Everything got moved up. They were initially supposed to practice at 11:30 today. They're practicing at 9 now. So we'll know in the middle of our show if Tyler, probably by our own crosstalk, when media is let out and allowed to tweet, we'll know if Tyler Smith is practicing or not.
Are we getting a Mike McCarthy presser during the show today?
We are, 8:30. We'll get a whole, and I mean, he's usually maybe 2 or 3 minutes after that, so we'll get a whole minute and a half, I would guess.
For Laufenberg.
Yeah.
We have a contract barometer for Micah Parsons, RJ Choppy, as Nick Bosa finally got paid by the San Francisco 49ers. It is a 5-year, $170 million contract, 122 guaranteed. The $34 million annual payout surpasses the 31.7 from Aaron Donald, and the guaranteed money beats his brother by $20 million that Joey got in LA. So that's the money for Nick Bosa, and that'll be the money for Micah Parsons when he's eligible next year for his contract extension. Take it away.
That is an insane amount of money, and there is the barometer for Micah, and Micah will, I'm sure, come to it or beyond it, and he was super happy yesterday about this. As all defensive ends and defensive linemen and defensive players should be. This is the dumbest contract I've ever seen in my life. Woo! I don't know how anybody could say that it's not. $34 million a year. There is zero chance he can ever live up to that contract. History shows us he can never live up to that contract. That is quarterback money. Damn near quarterback money.
Do you think Aaron Donald has lived up to his?
No. Aaron Donald's made the playoffs less than 50% of the time he's been in the league.
I always think that you're unfair towards individual defensive players with that playoff stat.
Okay, I'll tell you. I'm glad you said that. Aaron Donald is the best at what he does. He's one of the 3 or 4 best defensive players that ever lived. Okay, that shows you how little they move the needle in the grand scheme of things. When Dak Prescott, who is not close to the best at what he does, makes the playoffs at a higher rate than Aaron Donald does.
Do they make the Super Bowl 2 years without Aaron Donald?
2 years?
The 2 years they made the Super Boll, because I think a lot of people would say they don't.
Well, maybe not. Maybe not.
Or win it, as he was given credit for closing it out.
I mean, he may get credit for closing down that final play. Prove to me that another really good player couldn't have made the same play. Like that, when you get there, there's going to be individual. You're not paying $35 million for an individual play. You're paying $35 million for 17 weeks of consistent, sustainable play that's predictable every single week. Ask any coach. You can take any defensive player out of the game you want to. Just avoid them. You double team them and you avoid them. That's when Dak Prescott makes the playoffs at a higher rate than Lawrence Taylor, the best defensive player ever, when Ray Lewis only makes the playoffs 55% of the time, and there are only 2 defensive players in the entire league right now who move the betting line more than a single point, Myles Garrett and TJ Watt. Myles never makes the playoffs, 1 out of 6, and TJ only 50% of the time. Like that dollar figure, $35 million, should carry a 70 to 80% playoff success rate. Otherwise, it's a waste of money. Now, is he a great player? Yes. Is he as best at what he does? Sure, right? Or among the 3 in the league. But they don't move the individual needle enough to get you to the playoffs to warrant that contract. Howie Roseman would never have given this money away.
Woo!
So I don't know. I mean, he gave $50 million to Jalen Hurts. So
what you're saying in essence is that what you're saying in similarities, what you're kind of saying is that the Cowboys should not give Micah this deal.
I wouldn't give Micah $35 million. No, I wouldn't give any defensive player that kind of money.
Gonna have to give him more.
You're gonna have to give him more. Yeah, I know. You just are. And I get it. That's the thing. He blew the market by, did he not?
You talking about Bosa? He blew it by in terms of 34 versus 31.7. Yeah, he didn't get 32 or 33 compared to Donald. He got 34. Yeah, so he jumped it by $3 million.
I mean, Mike is going to get it, and I'm going to live with it. But
what do you think of his arguments? Interesting. Point spreads, lines moving, playoff appearances.
Yeah, I guess I'm confused. So, because you threw out a lot of names there, like Lawrence Taylor and how much he made the playoffs and things like that. So, what are you? You got to remember, like these dollar figures talking about. This is also a percentage
money,
it's percentage of the cap as well.
Yeah, it is.
So, like, I mean, the cap continues to explode. The cap continues to go up.
I get it.
I think that if this team misses Micah Parsons, if Micah Parsons is gone and it's Dorrance Armstrong taking all of the pass rush reps for Micah Parsons, you don't think that's worth any victories at all?
Okay. Yes, I understand. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Because you're trying to buy wins.
Yes, right. It's still like, I mean, again, this is me. I would only pay the quarterback. Like, if the quarterback plays to their normal level, their capability, it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter if Micah Parsons is playing. Now, it may matter with San Francisco because they got a crap quarterback or an unknown at least.
Yeah.
But it is not going to matter a single bit if Chris Jones plays to Patrick Mahomes' ability and chances to win the game.
Woo!
These are the
hot takes. I like it.
This did reset the market pretty heavily from the edge perspective, not from defensive line, not from pass rusher.
What was the previous edge guy?
The top one was TJ Watt at 28 annually, so he went to 34, which is a pretty big jump. And when you look at how other guys are getting paid, they look like deals now. Myles Garrett's making $25 million a year. He's making $9 million less than Nick Bosa. Max Crosby's making 23. And Max Crosby's been one of the most disruptive edge defenders in the NFL over the last few years. So it definitely reset it. And look, David Mulugeta, Micah Parsons' rep is going to say he is right there with Bosa. This is where the market is.
Yep. Yeah.
He needs to be above it. So a lot of times agents, what they go in there, I think fans will often see a number and they go, okay, it's just got to be topped by $1 million or whatever. And that's the way it works. Agents usually go in there and teams go in expecting a lot of times that the argument for a lot of these representatives is going to be new money as a percentage of the salary cap. So the salary cap right now is $224 million. So for Nick Bosa making 34, that's 15.2% of the cap. If you project another $16 million added to the cap next year, like grew this year, then that means Micah's getting 36.5 next year.
How happy was Micah Parsons yesterday? He was asked about getting paid after the Bosa deal.
I don't even think about that, man. Like I told you, bro, I really just enjoy the game. I love what I do. You know, everyone else can talk about it. You know, my dad always said that, you know, everyone can talk about how good you are. Everyone can talk about, you know, what your future looks like and things like that. But at the end, you always just got to act like you've been there before and act like it's normal because, you know, if you're good, everyone else will talk about it.
That's the fan replay brought to you by Ciroc Vodka. Micah was also talking about Las Vegas, as he says he thinks about every single minute of every single day.
Man, I've been sleeping on it. I've been dreaming about it. It's late at night, man. I just think Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl. But, you know, I don't get too caught up on it at the same time because I know I got to take care of each week of its own. Every day have its worries of its own. And every day you have to focus on just getting better that inch and inch. And eventually you'll build enough inches to where you are in the Super Bowl and you knew it would be there. But your preparation, your work, your mindset, all which led there. Everything that you do every day leads to the Super Bowl. Not just say, hey, I want to go to the Super Bowl. You know, it just don't work like that.
Meanwhile, the Cowboys have their new mantra. They have their 2023 slogan.
Never ever quit.
Not never ever quit. Not no one's dying.
Not no one's dying.
How
either.
awesome would it be if the Mavs came out and no one's dying?
No,
t-shirt?
that's our slogan for the year. Hashtag no one's dying.
Bobby, what is the phrase?
Full hearts, clear eyes, can't lose. Or no, that's Friday Night Lights. No, it's Carpe Omnia, which is seize everything, not just the day as they were instructed in Dead Poets Society.
Yeah, Omnia, Bobby. Choppy.
Omnia?
Carpe Omnia.
It's a good hotel chain.
You know
Ask
what?
Michael Irvin.
Isn't that an Omni right next door? Isn't that an Omni on the Star? Maybe this is some genius marketing here.
Carpe
Jay.
Omnia.
That's what it says. Maybe it's Omnia. I don't know.
McCarthy said it illustrates everything, and they have in the main hallway outside the locker room. Have you seen this? The collage of photos?
No, I was not. I had to come back to the station yesterday after practice, so I didn't get to walk in and see this for open locker. But man, it's quite a mural there. My goodness.
They have a collage of photos with the Cowboys' 5 Super Bowl teams and an empty picture frame in the middle to signify this year. And Brandon Cooks and Micah Parsons were kind of like blown away when they're walking past it and they see photos of themselves with their families. Brandon Cooks said, yes, every coach does this type of stuff. I've been involved with a lot of different themes. This one gave me chills, seeing my wife, my 2 little ones, to understand the people beside you. So last year was resilience for Mike McCarthy's theme, which they needed after Dak Prescott got hurt and Cooper Rush took over. And McCarthy said, I think themes are important. They come at you at different points in the off season. So we'll talk to Mike McCarthy about this tomorrow live at 6:30 to kick off the Mike McCarthy show for the 6 a.m. club.
All right. I know you are going to accuse me right out of the gate of just taking a McCarthy dig. And I want to be clear, that's not what I'm doing. I'm taking a dig at all coaches in general. You
and Choppy will probably be holding hands during this.
I hope so. The team motto and here's everybody's shirts and we painted it on the wall. I'm like, this can't really work with 30-year-old millionaires, right? What? I just think it's corny. Not this specifically, no disrespect. If they all get chills from it, fine.
Your idol that wears a football helmet is the corniest one of all of them, talking about all these mantras and repeating all these lines. He's the definition of it, and you praise him and you worship him, and now you want to make fun of any other coach and any other team who institute the same thing. Iron sharpens iron. I can give you 5 of Dak's lines.
Iron sharpens iron is a Bible verse that he's just quoting there. He's a religious man, Sean.
Is this a Bible verse that nobody recited until about 3 years ago?
No, I mean, people have recited it for a long time.
I mean, what do you want them to do? It's team sport.
Yeah,
I know. I'm just saying there's a difference between
lessen my interception numbers.
There's a difference between the team shirts and then the painting of the mural.
Did you watch the Jets' final Hard Knocks?
No.
Did you watch it? No, I know no one else did.
Oh.
The whole hallway wall, I don't know what they pay their graphics guy, but if you roll your eyes at this, just fast forward to the first 2 minutes and then the last 2 minutes of this whole hallway painted preseason game 1, step 1, preseason game 3, step 3, and they're going to do it throughout the entire season. And I'm like, it looks good, but yeah, are they really looking at that and saying, yes, I need to practice that?
But is that who you want to emulate? The Jets?
I roll my eyes at I roll my eyes at all gas, no brakes with Sark. I roll my eyes at 17 from Garrett. I just think all of it, it's like nobody really is motivated by this.
But I do think there is an element to.
If you put that on a shirt, I'd wear it.
I do think, and I see what you're saying, like the 30-year-old millionaires doesn't resonate, but I do think like football players, athletes in general, they do buy into this crap far more than the general public.
Yeah.
Like, because they have to. Like, because any athlete will tell you, and we will roll our eyes at the process, but any athlete will tell you that the process is without question the most important part about it.
Sure.
All right.
It has to be.
We have to talk about this part of the process of the Rangers implosion. Absolute embarrassment suffered at the hands of the armpit. Where do they go from here? And do the Tolos even want us to talk about it anymore? That's next on the home of the Rangers and Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you over to the greatness of
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
A look at second in the 1-1 pitch, and Alvarez slams one high in the air to deep center field. Tavares going back. He turns. He looks. It's out of here. Just to the left of dead center, over the 4-10 sign, Yordan Alvarez with a screaming home run off a Scherzer fastball. That's his 25th of the year, and it's 2-0 Houston in the first.
5 more home runs last night, 16 in this series. Most ever that the Astros have hit over a 3-game span. Scherzer was done after 3 innings and 60 pitches. They get embarrassed again, 12-3. They get swept. They get outscored 39-10. They've lost 15 of 19, and they're now 3 back in the American League West. Good morning, Metroplex, and shout out to the 6 a.m.
That's
club.
the way baseball goes.
No. This is the way collapses go.
Could use some of that positivity right now.
Man, they could use something. Pitching, mainly, is what they could use. And I just looked it up during the break because I was curious. We were trying to find how many times somebody's allowed, 12 runs, 3 games in a row, at least 12 runs. And it happened last year. First time in Rangers history it's happened, but it happened last year with Boston. But then when you throw in the extra of, okay, how many times has a team in 3 straight games allowed 12 runs and 5 homers in Major League history? Well, you set a record. You're the only team. You're the only team in Major League history to do that.
See? Positive thoughts. We're setting records over here. It's big.
Records are made to be broken,
Yes,
Sean.
they are. Now, listen, if they give up another 12 to Oakland in any of these, again, tomorrow, well, he has problems.
Well, and you also don't have any confidence in having a stopper.
Right.
Not Evaldi and not Scherzer.
Nope.
Because he sounds like he's laboring. And it's probably not going to get any better when you're if you force Scherzer to go out there, you force Evaldi to go out there without a rehab start, you're probably not getting any time to recover. So last night you get Max Scherzer to be the stopper with that type of losing streak, go up against Verlander, at least match him. And Max said he couldn't explode. The forearm strain, whatever the issue is holding him back a little bit. They're screwed.
Yeah,
And we didn't even mention Adolis.
No,
Adolis getting hurt, having to leave the game with the robbery attempt in right field.
Yeah, so ideally, you skip a start for Scherzer.
He'll get an extra day of rest in this series.
Right, because of an off day. Ideally, you skip a start. You're not in a position to skip a start. It's almost one of those things. It's ideally you would want to all right, short-term loss, long-term gain. We don't really have long-term. There's 3 weeks left of the season. If he skips a start, he basically misses one of those 3 weeks. You don't really have long-term here. So you've got to figure out a way to manage this. I don't know how you manage it. Forearm strains, flexor, like Sandy Alcantara got this flexor tendon. I mean, he may miss the rest of the year now.
This is just, we talked last week. We said minimum 6-3 on the homestand is what you needed. And realistically, you needed 7-2. And they've already ensured they're going to have a losing record on the homestand. They're already 1-5. And you've lost 3 games to Oakland this year, even when you were playing good baseball. And so that's concerning right there. Look, next Friday morning, when we're at Louisville Firehouse number 3, when we're hanging out there, we're going to have a lot of answers, I think, about how the Rangers want to play the rest of the season. Because you've got Oakland. If things go poorly against Oakland, and then you have a 4-game set on the road against Toronto, that's your competition now. If you lose 3 of those, or you get swept, God forbid, in Toronto, at what point do you start talking about, let's maybe protect the asset of Max Scherzer? We've invested in him. We want him to be here next year.
Yeah.
Let's not play with a guy his age and forearms.
And what is that for Adolis' right knee? They are going to obviously check it out today. He was slamming the glove on the ground. He's leading the majors, American League, in runs batted in, even though Jared Sandler was talking about his slumping ways yesterday. That did not look like a good sign, Adolis' reaction at all.
No, it did not. It did not look like a good sign. It looked like he was not only in pain, but also in the, damn it, I know it. It's like, one of those things, that's also, I think, with the slam. A lot of these guys could take the pain. They could, when you slam the glove, especially professional, the first thing I think of is not necessarily the pain, it's the, damn it, like they know. And that sucks. That sucks because when he is not hitting, it's a huge part of the lineup that has got a hole in it. You add in some injuries and stuff that they had and some slumps, and all of a sudden now the lineup gets a lot thinner.
One person is showing Ranger belief, and that would be Derek Holland, who put out the poll question yesterday. What's going to happen to this team moving forward? The options are win the division, wild card, miss the playoffs, and I don't know why he put in there as option number 4.
Just an unknown. That's the one I voted for.
It's what Wolchuk voted for yesterday, apparently.
Yeah, I don't know what to say.
They don't know about this team.
Well, 50% have voted that they're missing the playoffs. 25% voted 20% wild card. 4% said win the division. And Holland says, I think they get in and they catch fire, they get hot, and they make some noise. All your Mike McCarthy team speeches and all your inspiration was in Derek Holland's Twitter account yesterday.
Yeah.
One out at a time, one day at a time. Just got to believe and hope that things turn around. So that was the poll question from Tolos from Dutch.
Baseball players have to live in that world. They have to.
Compartmentalize?
It is such, because especially closers, they have to have no memory, right? They blow a save. They're out there the next day. Because you don't have a couple of days to get over it. You don't have Victory Monday. You don't have a day off to sulk for a loss. You're literally back at the ballpark by 2 o'clock at the latest. So it is the ultimate, and you've seen this. The hitters will be you gotta get a little bloop, a little bit of luck, and then all of a sudden it just snowballs. So I get it from his standpoint of what he's saying. There is, you would be hard pressed to find a silver lining in any of these last few games.
Disaster.
You know what slogan they needed?
Yep.
They needed Banny. Never ever quit. Because that honestly is what it looks like right now. Is it feels a lot like there's some quit.
What?
That's what it looks like. It's unsustainably bad. 4-15 for a team that had played that well. This is the Evan Grant had the note yesterday. You're talking about 19 straight games. It is a franchise record. 19 straight games without one of the Rangers starting pitchers getting a victory. That's unsustainable.
I hate that accusation, especially in baseball. It's a low hanging fruit LCD take of they just quit. They don't care. Prove to me how you're looking at a starting pitcher or a relief pitcher going out there and quitting or not trying.
Does the body?
It's not possible.
Does the body language look the same as the team you saw a month ago? And don't just.
I don't have their pictures.
Okay, all right.
Well, then,
but if you want to talk about it, we'll talk about it. But I'm just saying that
I don't want to talk about it. I think it's stupid.
Okay, all right then.
I think it's
okay. Well, then what we can reasonably say is that a team that had the best run differential in the American League for the rest of the season just all of a sudden sucks and is bad. I think they absolutely went through a tough stretch. And they got defeated, honestly, by a lot of the injuries piling up, and it became taxing.
Yeah, your body language isn't going to be as good losing 15 of 19 than when you were having the starting infield in the All-Star game. Yes, that's common sense. But they're not. I just hate that on social media of Chris Young and Bruce Bochy. They're imploding. Everyone is playing awful at the wrong time. Bruce Bochy has tried every combination. Chris Young was the most aggressive general manager. I'm not saying this towards you, Bobby. He was aggressive in the offseason. He was aggressive during the course of the year. You can't blow up the entire team and get 7 new bullpen arms in one trade deadline. And Nathan Eovaldi got hurt. Max Scherzer is hurt. And Adolis Garcia slumped. And he's now hurt. Josh Young also got hurt.
Jonah Heim got hurt.
Got hurt.
A lot of guys get hurt.
Good Lord.
They quit. Look, you could tell when a baseball player quits because they stop taking their at bats change. You could tell in the offense their at bats change a lot. They stop taking offensive team at bats. They're just out there just hacking at the first pitch. They're swinging from their heels. They're just trying to pad their numbers. They're just trying to get hits. They're not doing any situational hitting. You could tell when a hitter quits.
Do you think they look disciplined right now?
No, I think they are pressing like hell. I think everybody is out there trying to absolutely change a game with every swing.
This isn't a young baseball team either. This
no,
is a veteran
but it's
baseball
a young
team.
It's a team that doesn't know how to win. It's got one guy that knows how to win.
And
he only knows how to win and he was hurt during half of the Dodgers runs in Seager.
And I know what you're talking about, and it's the same thing I hate a lot of times, which is just the oh, well, this game came down to the want to. That's not what I'm talking about either, though, is well, who wants it more? And well, they just don't want it enough. It's not like that. It's I think they are so psychologically exhausted right now from the bullpen issues that have happened, the injury issues, and I think it's just become easy they've been bouncing on their toes for a while with that water getting up to their nose, and they just have gotten to a point, I think, where they're just ugh, and they're just ready to exhale and go down. That's what it feels like the last 3 weeks.
They're unable to, they don't know how to withstand this. There are certain teams that don't know how to play from ahead. You know what I mean? They can't play well from a position of success. And there are others that can't deal with the failure. And it seems right now that they're not able to deal with it. They were really able to deal with success early in the year, during the entire year. And it doesn't seem like they're able to deal with the struggles right now.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line here. Thankfully, they're off tonight, so we can watch football without being bothered by this disaster. So you get the opener and then maybe a must sweep against the Athletics starting tomorrow night right here on this station. We have a Rangers ticket giveaway coming up at 7 o'clock. Michael Lombardi at 8. Babe Laufenberg, 8:40. Craig Way previews the Longhorns and Bama. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. But next is the third edition of The Payload.
Yeah, guys, a dating hack that I might have to steal, plus stop being corny, Tank Dell of the Houston Texans. That's next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep. It is...
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Labor Day savings are back in a big way. Shop their biggest holiday savings of the year on over 700 new Chevys. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. The best Chevys with the biggest holiday savings do sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. Thank you so much. It's 6:40 on Thursday. That means it's time for a little payload action. Sean, did you catch last week's episode on the Odyssey app? You were out last week.
I did not. I asked the guys how it went, though.
Okay. And the guys said?
Gave out the number too much.
I just asked them how it went. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, text in 877-881-1053. I'll say the number 18 more times, Bobby, just for you. Spittle didn't mind it, though. I asked him about the show.
Did he give you all the topics again?
Just 4 of the 5 topics today from Spittle.
Nice.
So,
I love how we say, Peyton, you're getting a segment, and Gavin's like, here's what you're talking about.
Spits and suds load.
Yeah.
All right, we'll start off here. I got a bone to pick with Houston Texans' third-round pick, wide receiver Tank Dell. Bobby, do we have a grade on him? Was he any high upside for this guy?
He was okay. He was an early day 3 guy to me.
So this guy, he comes out and he says, once again, this corny crap that any player that gets drafted, not number 1 overall, they say, I'm going to write the names of players that were drafted before me, and I'm going to remember those names. That's what he said. He said, quote, I still remember those names. There were 8 wide receivers.
You don't have a list
picked.
of board ops written down back there?
Yeah, I got Jeff's name crossed out. I got Alex's name with a smiley face
got
next
rid of
to it.
0, pushed him off the cliff.
Yeah, Troy's gone. Let's go.
Truly a 0.
Got Joey the hockey job.
That's right. Joey's gone too. Stick to hockey, Joey. He's probably not even up right now. But yeah, so I'm tired of it. It was cool the first 1,800 times that someone did it when they were a first-round pick, but it's like, dude, you stunk so bad in college that you were a third-round pick. I get it. It could work out in a way where he could be a really good wide receiver. You play for the Texans, wait for the next contract. Don't write the names down. Because, I mean, again, you got 8 names. If it was 1 or 2, cool, that's fine. But don't be that guy, man. It bugs the crap out of me when every year you have a guy do this. And it's getting worse. It's now the 3rd-round pick. What if Deuce Vaughn did that out of the 6th round? What if he had Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs written down on his helmet? I'm going to remember those names. It bugs the crap out of me.
So you don't like cheesy feel-good sports movies? Like Remember the Titans, Rudy?
Well, Remember the Titans is a fraud now. It's a fake story.
What?
No.
Are you talking about
how so?
Oh, with the whole Michael Orr thing, the whole getting adopted by
Blindside.
Oh.
You should have let him keep going.
It's the payload on 105.3 The Fan.
That's right. It's my segment, Sean. No,
definitely not Siskel and Ebert.
Like the feel good stories are nice, but it's the same concept of writing the names down. That's what just bothers me the most.
So does it bother you that Tom Brady's production company is 199 Productions?
Because of his draft pick?
No, not because of his draft pick. Of course, it's because of his draft pick.
Oh well. Bring me up on that one. I'll take that as a No, but the concept of writing the names down, that's what bothers me out of this. So I don't know. It's just, I mean, Tank Dell, look, I wish the best for you, man. I understand, but I don't know. Stop with the corniness, man. It bugs me. All right, now we have to get to dating life with Pepe, which I'm hoping for a Friday date. We're about 50-50 here on the. I was supposed to have it Sunday, but she was out sick, so maybe so.
A new one?
New one. This is new. We've been talking for about a week and a half now.
Nice. How did the lunch go with Jane Doe 1?
It went fine. It went great. You know, I mean, conversation was fine, back and forth.
Did you do what we said? Just act like you didn't care. Like, okay, I'll take this lunch.
Yeah, 25 minutes, and I was like, all right, are we done here? No. It went 2 hours, and Sean, we went to it was a nice sandwich spot. She picked it right around her work, so I was like, all right, we'll go in there, we'll eat, and then whatever happens. Walk back to her work because it was in the same area.
Oh, you walked her back.
I walked her back.
You didn't say that part. You left that out.
I walked her out, gave her a hug, and then I went our separate ways.
2-hour lunch break.
That's right.
Side hug?
No. This was a full hug.
Okay.
I went right arm over left shoulder hug.
And what was the communication like after?
Not much. No, it wasn't much. Again, I mean, sure, it was a quote-unquote date, but I mean, I'm just...
You feel like she's using you for the business?
Yeah, she just talked about commission and money. I was like, damn.
Climbing up the ladder.
Yeah, she wanted a hosting spot, but Anywho, this maybe not a lunch date here, but a dating hack that I might have to try out. This guy, I believe he's in New York City, which of course every single guy that's dating girls are in New York City, which maybe I need to move there. But he is trying not really. It's like a dating roster. So he has this set up where he's going on dates back to back to back days, 3 days in a row. It's a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but he runs the date the exact same way. So if he cooks, sometimes he'll have the girl over to cook. If he cooks for them, it's the exact same meal for each girl. And he wears the same outfit. He wants to run it like the exact same way every single time. And then he compares and contrasts the dates afterwards and kind of makes his decision based off that.
So he doesn't want trying to keep all the factors the same. So if he makes lobster for one versus fish sticks, he's not having to account for it.
He doesn't want to have any home field advantage. Okay. He wants everything run the same way, and then he's gonna think about, okay, this girl reacted this way to it, which is a little different. That usually it's the girl that reacts to it a certain way, but he's doing a different style. And I was thinking about it. I kind of like it now. I mean, I got to have 3 dates lined up in 3 days, but I mean, like,
you should just get your booth set at Olive Garden, and that's where you take Jade to 1, 2, and 3.
I'll see who likes it, and the other ones that don't, then I'll pass them along the way. Because Olive Garden, it was a strong decision. I mean, I regret it now, but at the time, it was a good time.
That guy's a serial killer.
Yeah, this is overthinking to me.
Ooh,
He's a serial killer. He's setting up. He's looking for marks, alibis. Oh no, the other 2 girls, they were fine. Nothing happened to them. This one happened to wind up dead. This guy's a serial killer. I guarantee you. In a year, we're gonna find out about this guy. That clown
wearing the same clothes.
Yeah,
he's a serial killer, man.
If he washes it, I'm fine with it. If he washes it, because they're never gonna know unless he's like posts on social media and these girls follow him and it's a little different. But I don't have a problem with it.
See,
Bobby.
I wonder because like New York City, my assumption is that most people don't have their own washer dryer in there. The apartments are tiny. Yeah. There's no room. They're going to a laundromat. No one's going to a laundromat 3 days in a row.
Imagine how
you don't have to wash it for the second.
Just imagine though if like Mike McCarthy went into every game with the same game plan. It was just like, well, we're going to attack the defense the same way. Didn't look for any advantages. Didn't look to tweak it based off the opponent. That's a bad strategy.
Didn't you say people are like advising to date bald men now?
Short and bald men. Yeah, that's look, it's a win, and any kind of win that you can get out there, you're going to do. But this is a dating expert that says that women should be dating shorter and balder men because
why?
They adore them.
They adore them?
They're more grateful.
Okay.
They're more grateful. And she also says that
it's like dating so for us it's like dating a 6 versus a 9.
Yeah, nice. I mean,
if you want to make how's that oldie song go? If you want to be happy for the rest of your life, never make a pretty woman your wife. That's the oldies line.
Never heard that.
That you know what? I have heard that.
If
I
you
have
want to
heard.
be
Yeah.
happy for the rest of your life, it kind of goes like that.
Yeah. Anyway, basically, the entire crux of this thing is that she also wants to reduce the carbon footprint that tall people are bad for the environment, which is just the dumbest thing I've ever heard of in my life. Because shorter people take up less waste or something like that.
Poor Boban.
But it's
It's the payload right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053, the truckwreck.com fan text. You can get it on the Conversation, Twitch, and YouTube. They're calling it just a low budget The Bachelor, basically. So I don't mind it there. It might be something I can try later on in the future, or if this one day gets serious this weekend, maybe I'm out of the game.
What is low budget Bachelor? You're talking about this guy doing the same thing?
Yeah. It's like just running the same way. Don't go on different dates. Yeah. Just keep it the same style. So a little different. I don't know if it's a Gen Z thing. I think this guy's a little older than Gen Z, but maybe I'll catch on to it. All right, another story here, and this one's interesting. I want to know from the Tolo parents out here if they're going to be down for this. This parent she wants to normalize co-ed teen sleepovers. Now it's not like sleeping in the same bed. We're not going to go down that route, but it's like being in the same household, staying up late at night. Girls go sleep in their rooms, guys sleep on the other side of the house, and then you're waking up, kind of eating breakfast together, hanging out on an early hour. And it's really, she says it's to kind of get past the awkward stages of, because this is like, she's talking about her kids, 14 and 15 year olds. This isn't like 12 or 13. And so I'm just curious on like if a parent would be down for this. If you knew like there's no alcohol involved, like nothing's going to happen, they're going to be under parent supervision.
Right.
If this is something that Tolo parents would be down for, again, it's to get them past the awkward stage of, meeting a guy meeting a girl and vice versa. And I don't know. I mean, RJ, you're right around there. Your kids are what, 13, approaching 14 now?
Yeah. That's a no. Like, he can have all the girls he wants over the house. There's a cutoff on that one. Like, get the hell out. Like, you don't need to be having a sleepover. I sleep with the sound machine. I don't hear a damn thing. They can be sneaking in. No. Big no. Big no. Again, you can't stop it. I can't stop it from happening, right?
Well, you can stop the girls from sleeping over.
See, yeah, kids are going to do what they're going to do.
You can stop it.
I can't stop it most of the time. I also don't have to, lead the horse to water.
Right.
Here's the thing. To say there's no alcohol, they're going to go sleep in different rooms. They are not going to stay in those different rooms if you put them under the same roof.
Yeah.
And just because you don't have alcohol there does not mean that somebody coming over does not have alcohol. Like, I want to know what existence this woman lived up through her teenage years. But this just sounds like a woman who cannot wait to get to being a grandparent. And she's just trying to expedite it or something. Because you put 15-year-olds under the same roof, something will happen.
Yeah, the Tolos on the text line, 877-881-1053, they all say heck no. The 682, that parent is an idiot, from the 817, F no. They're all not about it, which I get it. It was an interesting topic that a parent would bring this up for their teenage sons and daughters, but I guess it's a hard pass for everyone.
Yeah, right? I want to try to text line saying that I would be setting up motion sensors, tripwires. It'd be like Catherine Zeta-Jones in Entrapment, having to go through that little thing just to get the head mask that she was trying to steal.
This is like that therapist. Get her name, by the way. This hot therapist is sleeping with other husbands and getting the wife's permission in order to get their sex life going.
I want you to
Google it.
Go to Instagram or Google image search Olivia Bentley.
Yes.
Olivia Bentley
How much she make a year?
She makes $500,000 a year.
Yeah.
She is she's a Boise, Idaho native. She is a therapist. She was formerly in videos, if you know what I mean.
Oh.
Those kinds of videos that you
I'll take a little
on the
sip.
internets. Yes. Anyway, she says that she takes the men and demonstrates acts on the husbands right in front of the wives to, show them what to do.
I've seen this movie.
Yeah, all right. She's a 46-year-old intimacy educator. She earns about $500,000 a year. She sees 10 couples per week. I'm going to say that again. She sees 10 couples per week.
No, thank you.
She's also like a fitness model and she's attractive.
Yeah.
But yeah, she basically gets the wife's permission. And then she was working at the Moonlight Bunny Ranch in Nevada.
No, thank you for what?
Well, I mean, no, thank you. I don't think she's cute.
Oh.
I don't think she's cute, one. But the other thing is,
She's had a lot of work done.
10, Kristen listening?
10, if this is something that was going to happen, it'd be like, can I get a Monday at 6 a.m. appointment so I'm earlier in the week? I don't want to be number 10 of the week.
She's celibate over the weekend?
I'm just saying, well, whatever it is. Whatever it is. Sunday, the Lord's
So
Day.
she sleeps with the other 4 on Monday. It resets. It cleanses it.
Regardless, I'm not doing it. But I'm just saying, this is who would want to be number 10?
Another edition of The Payload. Every Thursday here on Sean and RJ, one of our final Texas Ranger ticket giveaways. Yes, we know what you're saying to yourself on the radio, but they're not out of it yet. We got a Rangers ticket giveaway and what you need to know about who is in and out for the start of the NFL season. Win these Rangers tickets as part of the 6 a.m. club next. But first, are you interested?
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
One of our final Ranger ticket giveaways is coming up here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. This is your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan, getting closer and closer to the Cowboys and the Giants. But we have the opener tonight as Chris Jones looks like he's not going to make it, even though he said, yeah, if they signed me this morning, I could go out there and play. He said, I just want a raise, as he has right now the 9th highest paid defensive tackle salary in the NFL. Travis Kelce is questionable with some swelling in the knee as the Chiefs and the Lions kick off the season.
Yeah, and the spread down to with the spread down to 4.5. That's a big move. I mean, we've had, from the sharp casinos, it's been 1.5. From your general ones, it's 2 points. That's a big jump in just a couple of days here. But look, this is again the home team in this game. I almost exclusively just say that's going to be a walk in the park. The energy, the emotion of the place, and it's just a fun game anyway because it's the standalone night and. This is the absolute one of the most fun days of the year. Weekends, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, it is funny, though. I haven't felt the same, juice leading up to it. I don't know. Maybe it's just because we've been, so focused on the Rangers during the summer and stuff like that. You haven't felt the need for, I need football. But, it hasn't had the same juice leading into it. I'm sure as soon as kickoff starts tonight, I'm going to be locked in and amped and then ready for Sunday to get here. But, it'll definitely have some of the wind taken out of the sails if you don't have Kelce or Chris Jones out there, who Travis Kelce, according to Tom Pelissero this morning. He's supposed to test the knee this morning, and they'll figure it out.
I want to see what the Lions are. I'm not anticipating Kelsey, or Chris Jones not going to be there. I'm not anticipating Kelsey. Let's see if the Lions can take advantage. I'm not going to judge their entire season off tonight, but let's see if they can stay even with Kansas City, get a lead, or even win this thing with all the Detroit hype heading into this season.
Because one of the big problems Detroit's had in the last 2 years is road scoring. But they have not offensively played very well on the road. And now maybe that changes, and it did change a little bit at the end of last season, but their offense at home is like running downhill. And on the road, it's much more pedestrian. It's much more league average. I guess, though, league average on the road and great at home, that's not bad.
Whole team of Amari Coopers. That's what they got there.
Absolutely.
By the way, Cooper Kupp is out for week 1 already.
Again?
So when is the Rams tank going to kick in?
This is scary because McVay talked about sending him out of state to see a specialist to figure out his hamstring.
He's in Minnesota seeing a doctor.
There were hints of like potential nerve issues or something like that from McVay yesterday. And so Kupp that one's starting to get, I would think, a little scary for the Rams, is that, you don't really have any clue right now what's going on with Cooper Kupp. And that's also following, you don't have any clue really what Matthew Stafford's arm is going to look like this season.
This is going to be a bad year for them. Bad team.
Meanwhile, it may be bad for Arizona because Caleb Williams' father came out and said, you know what? If we don't like the situation at number 1, where we're going to end up being drafted, we'll just go back to USC. So this kind of rocked the world of the Arizona Cardinals in college football yesterday, that Caleb Williams could return.
I had a Tolo text me this over the weekend, and I was like, I didn't even pay attention to it. I was like, no. Oh, Cliff Kingsbury told me this, or told my friend this. And I was like, no, didn't even buy it. Because Cliff is now I think he's with Caleb at USC, right? Mm-hmm. And I was like, no, that's I'm not buying that one. And here it is. And now listen, the NIL allows this to happen, right? The NIL allows this to happen. But if he does this is a game changer, man. Like the Mannings did this really with both boys. They did this. Obviously with Eli, forced his way out of San Diego. And there was this old story that Parcells would tell that Archie he called up Bill when Bill was the coach of the Jets and said, are you going to take Peyton number 1? We'll have him come out after his junior year. And Bill was like, the league is really cracking down on us for telling quarterbacks or players this. So I can't say that we will or not. And he also wanted guarantees that he was going to coach longer. So they went back to school. So he's done that. Elway, famous for doing this, right? Kind of forcing their way out.
Yeah.
But, it also does. He sounds stupid, though. It sounds delusional, like that it's backwards to reward bad teams with good players.
The interesting part of this is the quotes to GQ in the interview. Why is his father giving the interview to GQ? I don't know. I guess because we're talking about it. The funky thing about the NFL draft process is Caleb would almost be better off not being drafted than being drafted first. The system is completely backwards. The way it's constructed, you go to the worst possible situation, the worst team, the worst organization because of their desire for parity. And then they get the first pick. So it's the gift and the curse. To the NIL point, he is set to make around $3 million this year using his name, image, and likeness. And Carl Williams, the father, said, I talked to Archie. He said his career was shot because he went to a horrible organization. I talked to Lincoln Riley, Kyler, struggling because where they were taken. Baker, struggling mightily because of where he was drafted. The organizations matter. And then one more little thing I got to throw in here. According to ESPN's Football Power Index, simulations of this upcoming season have the worst teams in the league, therefore those with a Caleb Williams shot, being the Cardinals, the Raiders, the Saints, and the Dallas Cowboys.
What?
With shots, according to ESPN's FPI, to get the number 1 pick. So we'll never be referencing that again on this program. Bobby, what do you think?
Because FPI is used by almost every casino uses FPI to come up with their wagering. Like that is
ESPN's FPI?
Yeah, they're the only ones that have it. Yeah, it's because it's really, really well done. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense with the Saints because they're going to have a bad division.
Yeah.
They have the best quarterback in the division. And it doesn't make any sense with the Cowboys unless there's can it predict trades? I have no idea. Like seriously, like, I don't know. I don't understand how that's possible.
What do you think of the father's point about the setup of worst teams picking?
I mean, that's silly. Like, this is just the way every draft has gone in professional sports for forever. And look, when teams are motivated, when good teams are motivated to go up and get you, they will. Like, I mean, the Rams were picking middle of the draft when they traded up and got Jared Goff. We talked recently about Gil Brandt taking the capital, going up to pick number 2 to get Tony Dorsett if they want him. Like, you can go up and get the guy if you want him. But this absolutely has a chance to be a game changer because I think you are going to start seeing more seniors, okay? Because I mean, like, you've got your big man on campus status. It's a more cush life. If you can make millions in NIL, there's not necessarily the rush to get to the league. Now, the first pick in the draft, I think it would be like $32 million is what he could potentially make in terms of a signing bonus next year with the draft. So he's passing up 10 times as much money. But if you are already making millions, you're living a nice life on the USC campus. If you don't like Arizona, if you don't want to go to what a lot of people are calling the most toxic organization in the NFL now that Dan Snyder's out in Washington, why not say, you know what, I'll give it another crack. If it's Arizona again, I guess I'll just have to go, let the chips fall where they may, but let's come back another year. I think you're going to start seeing more players doing this.
Do that. I mean, the NIL allows for you to do that, and that's great. It's good. It's good because it does give the players a little bit more control if they don't love the situation. But then again, we've seen enough history. I mean, did Trevor Lawrence go to a good situation in Jacksonville? Was that a good franchise?
No.
Was Denver? They were like 2-7 the year before they got Elway. Did Manning go to a good franchise in Indianapolis? Like, if you're great, you make the situation. You make the franchise.
We are going to talk about the disaster in Arlington and then give you tickets to make up for it. Let's cover the bad first.
Burke's only thrown 9 pitches, but all 3 batters have hits. And here's a long drive to left center field by McCormick, and that one will leave the ballpark. It's into the bullpen. Back-to-back home runs again for the Astros. They've done it in each game of the series. They did it twice in Game 1, once last night, and now once here tonight. And Chas McCormick continues his season-long drubbing of Ranger pitchers.
Here's more salt in the wound. I got Tolos sending me Astros group photo shots at the Globe. The Astro Tolos that are taking over my timeline on X. And then you have Houston fans who are leaving 1-star reviews on local restaurants who are kind of getting involved in the trash talk back and forth rivalry. Going and doing the whole 1-star, we're going to ruin your business review. So not only did you get your ass kicked and humiliated and embarrassed throughout the 3 games, we got to hear it from the most annoying fan base that we deal with in and out on this radio station. Worse than the Eagle fans because they're not local.
Yeah, you have to go to school with them.
My gosh.
My neighbors, my neighborhood, on my group text, there's 7 of us. 4 of them are Astro fans. Like it's and you never hear the end of it. And the memes, the GIFs, whatever the hell you want to call them.
Now, would you compare Astros fans like Cowboy fans if we had that type of success?
Any team that has success has an annoying fan base. They just do. Because they're crotch first.
Except for the Cardinals, they've been there. Classy. St. Louis.
Oh, St. Louis? Yeah, they're the worst. They're the absolute worst. Without question. Because they think they invented the game, and they tell you they invented the game. But it's bad, the Astro fan. And I hate the 1-star review thing. Like, you're dealing with people's lives. Don't do that. That's not cool. That's low class right there, man.
It's so much worse than just the Eagles fans, though, like you just said. It's like a combination of dealing with the Eagles, the Spurs, the Patriots, and the 49ers, because you get the nasty Eagle energy, you get the Patriot cheating scandal, you get the in-state rival Spurs that you have to deal with, and then you get the 49ers of just, they keep beating you. Like, it's the worst possible combination. It's the old Pedro Martinez line. The Astros are our daddy and have been for 5 years, and it sucks.
Day off today, and then must-sweep series against the Oakland Athletics tomorrow on this radio station. Let's try to make it a little better.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see your Texas Rangers take on the Boston Red Sox on Monday, September 18th. And come on out early to Rogers Roundhouse in Fort Worth, Tolos, next Thursday, September 14th for a Texas Rangers watch party to see them battle the Toronto Blue Jays. Rangers alums Darren Oliver and Craig Gentry will also be on hand to sign autographs. And starting at 6 p.m. that same night, the first 150 fans wearing Rangers gear will also receive free tickets to the Rangers-Red Sox game on September 18th as well. Get more information at rangers.com/watch party. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Woo! Smooth read right there after the payload generated a bunch of reaction on the truckwreck.com text line. Show of Wales today. Michael Lombardi, former NFL GM, at 8 o'clock. He's going to tell you why Mike McCarthy calling the plays is going to be an upgrade. Babe Laufenberg at 8:40. Craig Way previews the Longhorns and Bama, and Patrick Walker 9:20 on what type of money Micah is going to get after the Nick Bosa deal. But this is by far the best stat in all of sports. It's my favorite exercise on the show any of the days. There will be 5 new NFL playoff teams this year, guaranteed. It's a locked-in stat. Who are the 5 in? Who are the 5 out? With the season starting tonight. 877-881-1053. Let's start predicting what's going to happen on Sean, RJ, and Roberto next. But commercial free every morning for the next 40 minutes. 7:20 till 8, former NFL GM Michael Lombardi, Brian Broaddus' best man, will join the show at 8 o'clock. Babe Laufenberg makes his season debut at 8:40. Craig Way, and then Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com, as the show of Wales tries to deliver. And Zach Martin makes his season debut with the G-Bag Nation at 3:30 today. The big man going to be joining G-Bag every week throughout the entire season. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt with my favorite segment and exercise of the year, 5 in and 5 out. Going back to 1990, when the postseason field expanded to 12 teams, at least 4 teams have qualified in every season after missing the playoffs the year before. Last year, this happened with 8 teams.
Yeah, and same for 2021 too. Ever since they expanded, right? It's been huge. So now it's almost...
And they went to 14 teams in 2020.
Yeah.
So in each of the last 2 years, 8 new playoff teams. That's magical. I love that stat so much. It gives everybody hope, and it's such a challenging exercise to do.
Very, very difficult. There are some that you think...
Because it's setting you up to look and sound really stupid, but you have to pick.
You have to. There's going to be...
Because it's a fact.
There is going to be a team... Because I was trying to do this exercise, and I was like, man, how do you find... Now, there are a couple that are gimmies, right? But then it's like, someone out there is going to be a great team that misses. There is. Because now the exercise has almost moved to 6 new teams.
Yeah.
Because of the way it's gone the last couple of years. So it's like, all right, who's going to have the guts to say Philadelphia, San Francisco, Buffalo, Cincinnati? I'll tell you, I thought of Cincinnati.
I did too.
They
burned me last year, though, made me look stupid. But you have to roll the dice.
Yeah.
It's going to happen, and that's why I think this is such a fun exercise. So 5 new teams in that missed the playoffs last year, and that means you have to remove 5, at least, at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. RJ Choppy, you start with your first in and your first out. We will go around the room.
I think the first in and the first out are pretty simple. The first out is Tampa.
Yes.
Is that
everyone has Tampa?
Yes.
And the first in is Detroit.
Yeah, I got Tampa out. I've got Detroit in.
And again, I don't feel like super great about Detroit. They're just like everybody. They're just like the most, like off the top of your head, they are the most reasonable team to come out of the dregs of society.
Sure.
To make the playoffs.
Yeah. And then you have to
Peyton, take notes of these, right? Really down. Put these on the
and then
website.
you have to stick to your narratives as well.
Yes.
So like, Detroit is making the most sense to me mentally, but I'm not buying Detroit, so I don't want to sound like a hypocrite. Like, I don't view them as a real, legit step-up contender, so I did not have them on my list of 5 teams making it in. I left Detroit out.
Ooh.
I'm putting in the Green Bay Packers.
Oh!
Hey! I'm putting in Jordan Love off a few preseason throws with the Green Bay Packers and this division. I told you I was going to buy some slight Jordan Love stock, and I'm doing it. I'm rolling the dice.
And you're out as Tampa.
Out is Tampa.
Okay.
So I've got on this first one, obviously I just said that the Lions were in, and so because I think the Lions are in, I think they're winning the division. I think the Vikings are out. The Vikings were so unsustainable last year just with their point differential. They had a lot of turnover this offseason. Vikings never should have gotten as far as they did. They had basically a record-setting run in terms of these close ball games that they were winning. So I think the Vikings finished below 500. I don't think they sniffed the playoffs.
Here's my counter to that. If Kirk Cousins is, and I don't want to start a fight, if Kirk is Dak, shouldn't you can't be eliminated in this division if you're the best quarterback, right? Cousins is better than Fields. Cousins is better than Love, and I think Cousins is better than Goff.
So that's improvement.
But we're eliminating Minnesota, and I'm not knocking your logic whatsoever. Minnesota was the luckiest team last year. They lost Dalvin Cook. It seemed like they want to sell, but by virtue of the quarterback law, are you eliminating Minnesota too?
I am eliminating Minnesota. They are on my list. Not necessarily because I don't think Kirk is. They have the 6th toughest schedule in the NFL this year. So they are my second out. My second in is New Orleans, who has the 2nd easiest schedule in the NFL. The NFL doesn't. You don't make the playoffs and miss it because you're good. It's your schedule. That's really what it is. Now we don't know the schedule, but we know the schedule.
There's a huge benefit for anybody that can rise in the South divisions. We've talked about how terrible the South divisions are, but they're playing each other this year. So anybody in either one of these, Trevor Lawrence is going to get to play his 8 games against the AFC South, or the 6 games against the AFC South, and then he gets his 4 games against that's 10 games where Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars could go 8-2 if they're good like they think they are. Yeah. And so it's a huge benefit if you're one of these teams in the South that can catch fire.
I am also putting in the Saints begrudgingly. I tried to figure out any way to do it because I can't stand the Hallmark car. I just care more than anyone. I feel one with the city of New Orleans. I just want to shed tears. I'll play for free. New Orleans in, Seattle out. I'm tired of the Seahawks story. I'm happy for Geno Smith, but I don't like Pete Carroll. I just don't like the Seattle Seahawks. Last year, props to them. They were one of these stunners. If you said they were going to have that season, they were a stunning team in the NFL. Not going to happen again. Seattle out.
Bucks are going to lose the division, obviously. They're just a bad football team. They were in a terrible division last year, and they lucked out, and then Dallas quickly disposed of them. So winning the division this year, I know the Saints are the trendy pick. You guys just both put the Saints in. I've got the Panthers.
Oh! That's a little hot take.
So they were not terrible last year. They obviously had to trade up to get that pick, and I know they let go of DJ Moore, and Brian Burns has his contract situation. He did practice yesterday, though, while he's still dealing with his contract. But to me, it's Bryce Young is so pro-ready, and there's the question of how high is his ceiling versus just how competent is he and how advanced is he. I think these first 2 years, he is going to be so far advanced of any of the other quarterbacks in the class that he'll be able to operate like a standard NFL quarterback, and he'll make the difference in that division.
I struggle with this to fit my own narrative as well, but I also am putting in the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah!
And my final NFC team out, it's an easy one, is the New York Football Giants.
Wow.
That's an easy one. So I went with the NFC first. I attacked the NFC. Carolina in, Green Bay in, New Orleans in, out. Tampa, Seattle, the Giants, and I'm just gonna go ahead. I'm gonna do this exercise for 6 teams. I'm an overachiever.
Whoa!
I will swap the Detroit Lions and Minnesota Vikings.
Okay, so you're also putting Detroit in.
Yep.
And Minnesota out.
Yes. 6 teams.
All right, my next one, another NFC team. Out is the New York Giants. In is the Chicago Bears.
Oh!
Buying the Justin Fields hype, are you?
6th easy. No, I'm buying the schedule. 6th easiest schedule in the NFL. And I don't think the Giants are very good. I know there are some New York radio hosts, if you want to call them that, who happen to think that Daniel Jones is better than Dak Prescott. I give you Dickie Barber.
I'll take Daniel Jones over Dak Prescott 100 out of 100 times. And I think most people would agree with it.
You think most people would agree with it?
Most people would agree
based
with
on last year, I'd agree with you, but over their careers, no. I wouldn't.
Based on the projection of where both of these players are going. I have and a lot of it is the system. I have serious questions about what the Dallas Cowboys are going to do system-wise. I don't know. It's Mike McCarthy calling the plays.
Right.
And I know there's an up and down resume with that.
I tried to tell you guys this was a thing in New York, my meatball friends.
Yeah, no, it's crazy.
I tried to tell you, they have an actual 100% belief that Daniel Jones is as good or better than Dak Prescott. And in my opinion, when you say that, if you say that, you lose your sports card. You lose your football card. You can be as much of a Dak Prescott hater as you want. If you're going to sit there and have the insulting take that one season of Daniel Jones, consistency does matter to a large degree.
Yeah.
One season of Daniel freaking Jones with that lucky crap the Giants produce is better than Dak Prescott's resume. You're a football idiot. You're a football moron. And that goes to my New York college friends that are listening right now because they know that I think they're
nuts.
idiots.
They're nuts. Now listen, Daniel Jones was a very highly touted prospect. He has a lot of good skills. I hadn't put it together, man. He has had one good year. Like, one good year does not make a coach, doesn't make a player, doesn't make a quarterback.
I don't know how many skills he has. I
just look at for you don't get drafted like, what is he, 6th? You probably don't get drafted 6 without having some skill set.
Well, I mean, we've watched him. Like, the two skills, in my opinion, so far are movement. And last year he did a really good job. He started protecting the football. He had some Danny Dimes throws that first year or two where it was, oh my gosh, Danny Dimes. But I don't care what skills he has. He did it for one season.
Year.
And I don't even know what he did. I'd like to go look at his QBR. Dak Prescott has done it for a while. He's put up some big numbers for a while. That's insulting.
Athleticism and toughness are the big hallmarks for me with Daniel Jones.
He is tough.
But
he really is to me
him.
like Eli. He's an Eli. He really is an Eli Manning carbon copy.
Yeah.
Oh, Eli's a Hall of Famer. Eli's better than Romo. I'm talking about poise. I'm talking about toughness. There's nothing in Eli's skill set that ever stood out to anybody.
And the one thing I'll guard against with it being 1 year for Daniel Jones is just the thing that they're probably all banking on over there is, it's 1 year with Jones, with Brian Daboll, and with this offense. And it's these are the guys that figured him out. And so this is just the beginning is how they're looking at it. I'm finishing up with my NFC teams. I have the Lions and Panthers in. I've got the Vikings and Bucks out. I'm subbing out the Seahawks, which means I do have the Giants going back. Mainly because I just couldn't find a fourth team that I felt good about in the NFC to raise up and take the spot. So Seahawks out, Green Bay Packers in.
Oh!
Yeah.
Because of Jordan Love?
I liked Jordan Love coming out a lot. And I've actually been really disappointed in him. But more it's just, they've got Green Bay's schedule here. I'm going to be like RJ Choppy referencing the schedule. Green Bay does have the run against the NFC South, so they've got a collection of games there. I don't know that the North is necessarily going to be a difficult one to maneuver, even with the Lions playing like we believe they will play. I mean, you still got Chicago and Minnesota, Chicago who's unproven, Minnesota who we think will regress, and so I just basically buy the weakness of their schedule and how they might be able to attack it.
This is 5 in, 5 out. NFL history says it is a fact that you will get at least 5 new playoff teams in this year. That means 5 have to come out. Give us yours on the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053.
All right, my fourth team in and my fourth team out. Man, I thought about I've thought about doing an extra one just for you, but the one team I have that I want out is their schedule's way too easy. Out though is Seattle. In is the team with the easiest schedule in the league and the most unique team in the NFL, the Atlanta Falcons.
Oh,
you and Tirico.
Atlanta this week is picking up some steam.
Yeah.
Peter King picked them to win the South. Yesterday, Mike Tirico on this show.
Peter King did? All right, I changed the pick. Okay, last year he picked the Saints to be the 1 seed. Or was it 2 years ago he had the Saints to be the 1 seed? By the way, did you see their depth chart?
No. No one cares about the Atlanta Falcons except for Bijan Sanders.
So, Cordero Patterson?
Yes.
On their depth chart, his position is listed as J. They call him, they're using him as the Joker. Like Joker's wild. So his position is listed as J on their official depth chart. That's cool. That's cool.
I love Cordero Patterson. I know he's a Vol, but he's an all-around badass.
That's become a popular, Joker has become a popular position in like college defenses.
Yeah.
Where they'll just say it for instance, Ron Curse. If Ron Curse were in a college defense, they'd probably call him the Joker because of just the different stuff that he does. But that's funny that they'd put it on the offensive side of the ball.
All right. Any other reasons? Just schedule. I mean, you have to also rely on Desmond Ridder.
I know, but they're so unique that they're like teams are not designed and built to stop a rushing attack anymore. They just defenses are smaller, they're faster.
Wait a second. So you are giving running teams credit now.
No, it's come to the point where Billy
zagging.
Bean, Billy Bean figured this out, right? The undervalued part of baseball in 2001 was guys who hit for low average but got on base a lot, or pitchers who had a high ERA but struck a lot of guys out. And they found inefficiencies in the market. And Atlanta's kind of found that they've kind of.
But are they going up? Are they going to be more run unique than Baltimore or Philly?
They'll be like Tennessee was with Derrick Henry, run unique.
Okay.
Which, I mean, is Arthur Smith comes from there and everything. I don't know. We'll see. They're one of these teams that really is leaning into the idea of just, they want to soften the numbers and run the ball a certain way into soft boxes, and they want to use the weapons like Pitts and guys like that, Drake London. They want to be able to throw to them, but they also want to be able to use them to just soften the box and attack it, kind of Kyle Shanahan-like.
In and out for my AFC teams. In the New York Jets.
Of course.
Got to fit the narrative.
Gosh.
They're talking about having the best deep. Man, they are talking things up.
I know.
They're talking about having the Legion of Boom defense there. Watching Hard Knocks. Robert Saleh is giddy over Aaron Rodgers. Rodgers is attending all the Broadway plays.
If you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping.
He's in heaven.
Yeah, he is.
Out is the Miami Dolphins. Someone's got to go in the AFC East. Now, I still don't know what the Miami offense is. To me, it's Mike D'Antoni with Mike McDaniel. I'm like, okay, plug in anyone, and with Tyreek and Waddle and the scheme and the run designs and all this dorky X's and O's crap, anyone will flourish and anyone will succeed. Will Tua stay healthy? Jalen Ramsey is missing. Someone had to go. It's going to be the Miami Dolphins out and my New York Jets in.
Wow, you're not buying also the addition of Vic Fangio, the defensive mastermind coming in and just making things.
He owns the Cowboys. I don't know if he owns the Bills.
He does. I'm sadly right there with you. I've got the Jets in and the Dolphins out, and I hate it. I don't want it.
Are you already conceding our Aaron Rodgers bet?
No. What I'm really leaning into here is the fact that their defense, I think, is really, really good.
It is very good.
The Jets defense will be good enough to be one of these teams to sub in. I felt like the NFC, I could have taken out 4, maybe all 5 from there. I just didn't feel like there were enough teams to elevate. The AFC was much harder to me to feel like, okay, I feel comfortable taking this team out or putting this team in. But this is one that felt the least icky, was going Jets in, Dolphins out. And it's mainly just because of that defense and because Miami was inconsistent last year. Obviously, Tua's health and just seeing them put it together.
I too have. I don't feel good about it.
Dude, it's tough. That's why it's such a great exercise. You have to pick someone.
I truthfully
because it's going to happen.
I truthfully want to put Green Bay in and San Francisco out because I don't buy. They're completely overrated and Brock Purdy stinks. But it's going to be the Jets in Miami.
Okay.
It's going to be the Jets in Miami.
So this final one for me was the toughest.
This is your 6th one.
This is my 6th one. This is choosing between Baltimore and Cincinnati out. I want to use Burrow's injury as an excuse. It's just really, really hard. And my Allen over Burrow take, I want to keep the Bengals out. I want Baltimore to be in to screw Bobby and his opinion. But I gotta keep the Ravens out and put in my boy Deshaun Watson and the Cleveland Browns. Cleveland in, Baltimore out. Cincinnati burned me last year. I can't go against them again.
I thought about it, but I'm sticking with just the 5. I thought about Baltimore at one point. Who's your 5th, Bobby?
So you're going to be really troubled by your picks now because we're in sync a lot. I've got Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens out, and I've got the Cleveland Browns in. We're pretty aligned here.
What a fraud! What a fraud he is.
Why?
You've been knocking on Deshaun.
I just put Aaron Rodgers in.
And yeah. So you're a fraud.
Oh, I thought you were going after me for taking Lamar out.
You have to stick to your narrative.
You're putting Rodgers in. You're putting Watson in.
I don't feel great about this one, but I mean Pittsburgh. I don't trust that. Pittsburgh was the one that would feel the most comfortable to sub in because of just their history and what Mike Tomlin's done. I just don't buy that Kenny Pickett's going to be good enough.
We have all bucked our own narratives in this segment. You put Goff in. You hate Goff. I took Miami out. I like Tua. You put Rodgers in. You hate Rodgers.
You just said running wins the Super Bowl.
And I just said running is good.
But you're forced into these things. It doesn't change what we think overall. Like, the NFC is so terrible. Like, someone from the South has to go. I'm not the biggest Bryce Young fan either. I'm like, he's way too small, so I'm putting Carolina in. Have we all gotten our picks out of the way before we go to Pepe?
Yes.
Okay. The other thing that was screwing with my mind, I thought Choppy was going to go with Garoppolo. Because it's easy to take the Chargers out because they're the Cowboys. And there might be more inconsistent. They might be worse than the Cowboys. It might be an insult to compare the Cowboys to the Chargers. So you never know. And I thought I thought there was a 9-8 Raider possibility in there that RJ was maybe going to go with, but Pepe has his teams as well as also with the Fantex.
Yes, 877-881-1053. The 903 says Bucks out, Falcons in the NFC South. Giants out, Saints in. So a wild card team out of the NFC South. Vikings out, Lions in. Chargers out, Jets in. They have Dolphins out and the Steelers in. The Mike Tomlin Steelers have them in.
I hate the Steelers because I know they're going to be right there on the fringe. I can't stand Kenny Pickett wearing that glove. They're just an ugly football team. I don't like them, but I respect it.
The one that we're going to have to really guard against, you know how it's one of these is going to be a team none of us talked about or whatever else. I kind of wonder if we should be on the lookout because we just talked about the South is going to be playing the South. If one of these South teams gets into the wild card, if somebody's just good enough outside of Jacksonville in the AFC South, for instance, does their division make it so that they can sneak into a wild card?
It would not stun me if Tennessee found a way in. It wouldn't stun me if Anthony Richardson is Patrick Mahomes and he find that the Colts find a way in.
Richardson's a wild card.
Richardson's the wild card. There are certain teams though, I don't see a way that Tampa can get in. Would it stun me if the Rams made it? No, not at all. Not at all.
Let's get Pepe's 5 in, 5 out, then life hacks.
Yeah, so no crazy hot takes for me on this one, I don't think. Lions in, Giants out. The Saints in, the Bucks out. I have the Packers in, Seahawks out. The Browns in, Dolphins out. And then the Jets in, Ravens out. So I have 3 NFC North teams.
All right, there it is. Let us know. 877-881-1053. It's Thursday. That means this.
Warning, the following life hacks are unethical and should not be performed. Sean and RJ do not condone these life hacks. Unethical life hacks may cause financial savings, make you cooler, more popular, increase sexual encounters, and provide an overall improvement in well-being at the expense of others. Please report any and all positive experiences testing unethical life hacks to 877-881-1053. Take it away, Bobby B.
Thank you, Chris Arnold. He just gave the number, but I'll give it to you again. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We're doing unethical life hacks. As I have asked you guys to do over the last several weeks, you've been great with it. We've read a couple of them on the air. Keep DMing me your life hacks that you have, or you can send them to me. You can email me, bobby.belt@odyssey.com. You can send me stuff there if you want to. But you guys have been coming through with some of these life hacks, and we've always got the ones from Reddit, so we're going to go through these really quickly. Reminder, these are not things we're advising you to do. These are just things we want to tell you about that exist in society and how you should avoid them. First one here. Do you want to reduce your food spending? Maybe things have gotten a little tight, whatever else. Plan dinners with family members at their homes. They will think you want to spend time with them and will probably end up feeding you at their expense.
I totally agree. If it wasn't such a... The problem with dinners at family members' houses is family members.
Yeah, there is a downside.
That's it. It's not the dinner. It's the family members. So you got to put up with 2 hours of family. That could be a problem for some people.
Not just that, you also, I feel like whoever's hosting, and especially if it turns into kind of potluck and everybody's bringing their stuff, everybody, I think, gets concerned with the idea of we're going to run out of food. So they tend to over-make food, and then you probably leave with some leftovers, too. You probably have food for another meal when you get home, just like when Amanda sent all of us off with all your barbecue and left you with nothing.
And didn't you host people last weekend?
Yeah, and I think we overmade stuff too.
How did you fit people in the in the shoebox?
It's not a shoebox. It's just it's more. It's not great. It's a shoebox when you consider living in there. But
I just thought of this.
Ask Peyton.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, give me the tour of the Belt residence.
Well, so first thing I saw was the Ollie / Laura seat that I found very comfortable.
Yeah, if you broke that chair, I'm going to kick your ass.
That's not broken.
I don't think so. Cody sat it before me. But yeah, I think we had what we had.
Cody couldn't bend a straw if he sat on it.
Cody
His
might weigh
hummus
less
diet.
than Ollie. I mean, there's no telling.
We
He's
had
vegan.
6 people total, I think, in the living room with Jake up there. Was that right, Bobby?
Yep.
We had 3 Tolos, or Cody and me, and then Jacob, Bobby. But yeah, no, it was fine. It was a lot smaller than I thought. You know, I wasn't aware of.
I told you.
Peyton's guest house is bigger.
I was driving in the streets and I said, "Hold on, I think I got the wrong address." No. It was fine. It was fine. No, but we had all the snacks there. Kristen made this incredible dip. I don't know, it was queso and ground beef.
Yeah, it was like it's like a Cajun cake. No, it's
what a unique dish.
Right. It's
There's Rotel in there.
It's like there was not Rotel in there. It's like Cajun queso. So there's like Cajun seasoning in it and a bunch of different seasonings. But yeah, it's
All right, keep going.
It's good.
It was great.
You guys didn't recap this?
No, we did. We talked about it.
All right. Well,
we didn't go this in depth in it. I like this. This is good.
He had not 1 but 2 TVs in the Belt household.
Whoa!
One in the kitchen. I believe they were both 50 inches by my measurement.
Oh my gosh!
But yeah, he had the whole setup there, college football on both TVs, and then the Rangers, which they lost, but that's all right.
We
You're
had
like Lamar Odom with a 50-inch.
We had
TV.
on the main TV in the living room, which was whatever the primary game was that we were watching, and then the one off by the side near the kitchen was the 4-box on YouTube TV. So that had 4 games on it, and then there was one on the main. But the thing we didn't talk about on the air, because I know we've talked about it here that we were going to do it, Cody did challenge me to a football throwing contest. He was talking trash, and I'm stunned.
If you lose to a guy with a nose ring.
I lost.
Badly.
No, it was not badly.
Like 15 yards.
You didn't film this?
Okay,
it already happened?
Okay, Peyton, I'm going to kill you if you misrepresent this like you just did. We said 15 yards.
Peyton, recap what happened.
So they both went outside. I was Bobby's receiver that he was going to.
Yeah, you were.
He was warming up. He was
Every
warming
day.
up. We were in the parking lot. He was warming up. He was throwing me passes. Then Cody came out.
What size
throw.
Football?
This was NFL.
It's an NFL ball.
Okay.
NFL. Cody had a little crow hop though. I will say there was a little bit of a asterisk next to it.
No, describe Cody for the Tolos.
Thin. He looks.
He's a drummer.
He looks like he smells like cashews.
I don't know the cashews have a smell. Do they?
No, like
I love cashews.
Yeah, so like he's just very, very thin, very, very vegan.
Yeah.
He
He looks like a drummer.
He look.
He is a drummer.
He looks like a musician.
Someone that if they said I'll throw this football farther than you, you would laugh.
Should I bring the football on next Friday at the Firehouse Tour? Because Cody will be there, and you guys can see who outthrows who.
So what happened?
Yeah, so Bobby gave his few throws in, and then Cody was just one-upping him every single time.
And this was for distance.
Yes, and it wasn't measured out perfectly, but yeah, Cody was throwing it over Bobby's head.
No, okay.
I was impressed by Cody. I will say I was impressed by Bobby. I told him, I said, you threw that further than I thought you could. Cody
How
just
far
went
do you
up
think you threw it?
I don't know. I'm not sure the distance. We were like in the parking lot. And we just kept every time you make a throw.
He said it was 20 yards.
No,
I
I
know
don't
you
think
can
so.
throw it over 20 yards.
No, it's further than that. No, we were each time you'd make a throw, we would just keep backing up. So we backed up for like a series of 5 throws or something like that. But I don't know. I guess it's his baseball background. He used to pitch or something. I think like he slung it harder than I thought he could.
I mean, if he was like baseball players, they can throw football. They can hurl footballs.
All right, move on from Bobby's embarrassment.
It wasn't that embarrassing. Thank you.
Lose to Cody.
Okay. If you work in retail, I guess you could do this not just in retail. You could do this in a couple different things. Make a fake email, write an email to your supervisor, your boss, whatever, praising yourself. This is a good idea because I feel like there's nothing that...
Who's it coming from, though?
You just create a fake email.
Yeah, but your boss isn't going to be like, who's this? Who's
just
this
you can write an email and like you can open a Gmail account, just a regular name, just say, hey, I stopped in the store last week. This person helped me. They did a great job. I just wanted to say blah, blah, blah. That's like, and that kind of stuff I feel like resonates whenever anybody reaches out and sends an email. So that one is a good one. I don't think that's that unethical. You're just trying to get some props.
Either. That's good.
You're trying to get some recognition.
I support that. I was trying to think how that would work in this building. I guess
you had some complimentary emails for one.
Tolos send a spittle.
Yeah,
we're their favorite show.
I was about to tell a story. I can't. I don't think though. I don't think the statute of
Spittle
limitations.
No.
It's at a previous radio job.
I'll punch you.
If you'd like to slap somebody in the back of the head, with no repercussions, like maybe I'll do to Peyton here after this segment. Glue a dead wasp to the palm of your hand. And you can say, hold still, and then smack them, and then show them, here's the crushed bug.
Brilliant. That's brilliant.
Say, hold still. You got a wasp. You smack them, and then you just go, look at that.
How many people are gonna glue a dead wasp on their hand?
What if I know somebody's coming over, right? Like if there are going to be people coming over to us, I can just step outside, find one, zap it with the little
tennis racket.
Yeah, zap them with that, and then just go. All right, I know this person's coming over today. I didn't want to invite him in the first place. I'm going to put this in my hand, and we step outside for a football throwing contest. I'll smack him in the back of the head.
Now they can still sting though. They still have their stinger when they're dead. So you're gonna smack someone and sting them right in the face. You
just can't take the stinger out, or you can't like blunt it somehow. If you've already got a glue on there, you could probably put glue on the tip of it and not get yourself.
Depends if you hate this person or not. If you hate him, then leave it on.
Put the stinger outward so that it hits them in the head. Okay, it's that simple. Jeez, Peyton. Okay, did the girlfriend or the wife or whoever catch you happening to stare at another woman who's walking by? You just say something like, "Oh, I like those shoes. You should get those." Or, "Oh, you should get that dress."
It's gonna be hard for them to buy.
It might be, but look, here's the thing: is that when you're already in that situation and you've already been caught, it is a nice Hail Mary attempt.
I'll do it with the ring. I'll be like, "Oh, look at her ring. Look at that rock." Or like, "Didn't you expect her to have a bigger diamond?"
And you're really looking at that donk.
What if you're critical? Like instead you just go, "Do you see that girl's hair?" Or something like that, or like, "Did you see her nails?" Like, she looks terrible. That's how you should do it. Just be like, "Who are you staring at?" Like, "Did you see her nails? Gross."
I think they see right through that.
I don't know.
No,
I've never tried it. I'll try it. I'll get caught on purpose. And then
try and record it.
Yeah, and then I'll do that.
Did you see the way she made her queso dip?
Okay, so we've got
like yours,
spicy.
We oftentimes we're backing up the guys with a lot of these life hacks. Like that's one that saves the guys. So to even it out a little bit, if you're mad at a guy or you have a crush on a guy but he has a girlfriend, take a strip of lipstick and write "liar" on his windshield. He may soon become single.
Oh my god! But you got to also write it like because guys have a very different handwriting than girls.
No, that's why I said if you're a girl, like that's what I'm saying. This is a tip for the lady Tolos. Like if that's what you want to do, if you're trying to stir things up, just write "liar" on the windshield.
So aggressive.
These are like a Tuesday in Choppy's past life. Like these are just like yawn for him.
There was no broken windshields,
broken phones, and televisions.
Broken phone? No, I'm saying in this story.
Yes.
There was broken TVs, broken phones, broken windshields, a broken candle, broken bursa sack. Let's see what else was there. There was a broken orbital bone. There was a broken lot of things. No, I'm just kidding.
Broken dog cage.
Broken dog cage.
Unethical life hacks every single Thursday at this time during the Expressway when we go commercial free. All right, a lot of worry, a lot of concern that Kellen Moore is gone. Not from this guy. Former NFL general manager Brian Broaddus' best friend with a brand new book out is going to tell you why the Cowboys offense will be better. Michael Lombardi, one of my favorites, joins us next.
After we get you
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is your home of America's team. The Mike McCarthy press conference is coming up at 8:30. The debut this season of Babe Laufenberg at 8:40. Craig Way to preview the Longhorns and Bama. But right now, former NFL general manager. He has the GM Shuffle podcast, and he has the brand new book out, Football Done Right, and best friends with Brian Broaddus. Unfortunately, Michael Lombardi back on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Michael.
Good morning, everyone. Hope all is well.
You have been a critic of Kellen Moore in the past. We're worried that Kellen, the joystick, was that the nickname?
That's right.
Yeah, sure.
The Cowboys' offense will be better or different with McCarthy calling the plays versus Kellen because of what, if you believe that?
Well, I think there's a real disconnect here, right? And I think that the analytical community loves Kellen because he calls passes. But football, and I wrote about this in my book, Football Done Right, football is a game about being able to orchestrate all three phases working together at the same time and understanding that independently a coordinator just can't operate as if he's just going to do whatever he wants and the defensive coordinator does whatever he wants. Look, McCarthy's won a Super Bowl as a head coach, right? Nobody wants to talk about that. They give Aaron Rodgers all the credit. But that's the reality. And Kellen has never been to a Super Bowl. But yet, for some reason, Kellen has always had this creative, it's that young syndrome. He's a young, bright offensive mind. And I think people love and gravitate towards that. Their offense will be different. It will be to control the pace of the game, but still be explosive. Still be able to get CeeDee Lamb the ball, to get Pollard in the right areas. And ultimately, it comes down to execution and game management, which is what Mike has to do. Look, Brian Schottenheimer has been an offensive coordinator for a long time in the league as well and has had success. Maybe not to the degree that the analytical community loves, but I think to me, they'll be better if they orchestrate this through three phases. They have a really good defense. And if they play 28 minutes of defense per game this year, they will win a lot of games. If they continue to go down the road that they were on last year, they won't. They'll stumble and struggle because the less defense you play allows you to play the best defense.
Mike, what do you think the passing concepts will do for Dak's game with McCarthy's West Coast system?
Well, look, the passing, I don't think, we're not talking about a radical transformation here, the plays are the plays. You're going to see what we call D-slant quite a bit. That's one of Mike's staple plays where the tight end goes to the flat, the receiver runs a slant. Those are things that work within the concepts. And how you attack the defense each week is also within the concepts. But I think as him calling the plays as the head coach will help Dan Quinn, will help Fossil, the special teams, and it will tie all those three things together and make it more effective. And look, Dak gets a lot of crap for turning the ball over, right? And some of those turnovers, unfortunately, really aren't on Dak, but they count against Dak. So they got to protect the football, and I think the head coach understands that.
Do you think the new design fits his skill set better?
I do. Look, I think this. I think Dak is a really good player. He got paid like an elite player, which is great. But I think like all quarterbacks, right? Like all quarterbacks, including Josh Allen, including all of them. Jalen Hurts, you have to build a team around what his strengths are and what he can do effectively. And I think that's one of the things you have to do. You just don't roll the ball out there and say, okay, let's just go play. You play quarterback and everything's going to be fine. No, that doesn't work. Jalen Hurts in a playoff game against Tampa Bay was horrible. The next year when they developed a six-back offense that fit his game perfectly, all of a sudden he's a top 5 player. Now, he improved his accuracy tremendously, but he also ran an offense that allowed him to improve his accuracy.
Talking with Michael Lombardi here, former NFL GM. When we look at the fact this changeover from Kellen to Mike, we had asked Jerry about this on Tuesday, is statistically speaking, over the last 4 years, they were a very successful offense under Kellen Moore. So what do you think it would have to look like to term the change a success? Is it a numerical thing, or is it more just a stylistic fit? What would the offense have to do this year to make that change be termed a successful one, do you think?
It's called winning. It's called winning. That's the object of the game is to win. And analytical people, like that question you just asked me, is about stats. Like I say this all the time. This is the great Asante Samuel claims that if it wasn't for Brady, Belichick would never have won a Super Bowl. Okay, he's entitled to his opinion. But let me give you some facts. In the first Super Bowl, the Patriots rushed for 133 yards, and they threw for 134 yards. They won the game. Now, that wouldn't make the numbers very good statistically. It's not great, but winning the game is the most important thing. And that's what matters. That's what will determine the success. Winning the divisional, getting to the playoffs. Do you realize the Cowboys have not been to the playoffs 3 consecutive years since 1994?
Mm-hmm.
They haven't been 3 consecutive years. So winning is the most important, and getting to the playoffs and winning when you get there, that's going to determine the success, not how much better we are compared to Kellen. I mean, I've never seen the coordinators get like this unbelievable attention when in reality the game comes down to winning.
You know, you just talked about a few minutes ago the idea of the analytics and how everybody says, just throw the ball like Kellen does. When you look at, just recently I was looking over some numbers that this past year at the Combine, there were like 5 running backs that ran a 40 time that was in the 4.4s or lower. And there were 7 linebackers. 20 years ago, no linebackers did it. 10 running backs did it. Do you think we're getting to a point where linebackers are being brought up to be more athletic and cover, and eventually we're going to cycle around to the other side where, all right, teams are just going to load up with big boys, run over these small linebackers and run the football again?
No, I think, look, football, as I write about in my book, is a complete evolution, right? So it changes constantly and it keeps going. But here's the reality. We have moved from a game that had 2 backs in the backfield back in the day when Jim Brown was the 4th running back picked in that draft, and he was listed as a fullback, okay, to where we are today, which is really what you want is positionalist players. We are no longer first, second, and third down. Every down is a passing down. And so for a linebacker, if he can't play against personnel groups, for example, if I'm a linebacker and I can't be on the field against 11 personnel, I'm not going to play very much. If I'm a linebacker and can't be on the field against 12 personnel, I'm not going to play. If I can't play against 10, I'm not going to play. And that's how you determine the linebacker. So what's been required is the big safety has now become a linebacker. The great big safeties of the day, that we've seen play with tremendous. Now, Ronnie Lott would still play safety. There's no question about that. He would still be a dominating player in that area. But when you look at like some of the older players, Night Train Lane, for example, he probably would have been a linebacker the way he hit people. The game just evolves, and because of the forward pass and because of the way teams are willing to throw the football, because of the rule changes, protection of the quarterback, the offensive lineman using their hands, it allows you to throw the football more effectively, and that's what you do. You throw the ball to score, you run the ball to keep the lead. My criticism of Moore isn't from a schematical standpoint, it's from a game management standpoint, understanding how to bring what he calls together to where it helps you win the game.
Michael, do you still have any Jalen Hurts doubt left, or any doubt that you can give us hope for that the Eagles aren't just going to own this division moving forward?
Look, I do. I think, look, the Eagles are a team that is built within a philosophy, and the philosophy starts with their owner, Jeffrey Lurie. And he cares about offensive and defensive linemen. I mean, that's what he cares about. And so the team's really good in those 2 areas. 60 of their 70 sacks came from their defensive front. Ooh. Now, I don't really care what they paid Slay and what they played Bradbury and all that, or Dante Matic. You can attack their secondary. The problem is it's as simple as this. When we played football in our backyard, and if we said the rules for the rusher were 3 Mississippi, nobody got open. If we said the rules were 5 Mississippi, everybody got open. If we said the rules were 7 Mississippi, it was an offensive explosion, right? So that's as simple as I can explain it. The Eagles, because of their front, make it very hard to attack their secondary. If you block them, you're going to move the ball on them. The Chiefs proved that. The Chiefs proved that in the Super Bowl. Teams have proven that. Now, you got to stop them, and you got to stop them from getting the lead on you. You got to force them to play from behind. Look, they're not an insurmountable team. I mean, they've got a lot of strengths and a lot of good players in their lines. And their quarterback has improved from his rookie season where he had 26% of his throws were bad to last year it went down to 14%.
Michael
so
Lombardi.
there's an area you can win.
Mike, what do you see as a key matchup with this Giants game Sunday night?
Well, they got to handle the pressure, right? I mean, I think Tyler Smith's injury, they've got to be able to have their line intact. You know, they're going to be prepared for a zero blitz from Don Martindale. You're going to get movement all over. He's going to make you repoint the mic. He's going to make you understand. He's going to attack your protections and then force you to change and have the quarterback really do a good job of being in the right protection. And you got to block them. And they've got to put pressure on. They got to speed Daniel Jones up. I think you'll see Daniel Jones try to run the ball. The Giants have to run a six-back offense. I mean, when you look at the numbers between the Cowboys in the two games with Daniel Jones struggled. I mean, he's thrown 59% completions. He averages 212 yards passing, a very pedestrian 5.9 yards per attempt. He's only thrown one interception, one touchdown. So they've got to make sure they keep the pressure on him. And by doing that, they got to stop him from running the ball.
Michael, is there a team that is just overhyped and you just don't get the love for him, or a player that maybe fit that mold?
I mean, I don't understand why everybody's just falling in love with the Chicago Bears. I mean, my Lord, like they were so bad on defense. And did anybody, and their quarterback, who the worldwide leaders promoting to become the MVP of the league, I mean, did anybody watch him throw the football last year? Like, he struggles to throw. He's been sacked 91 times in his career. He's turned the ball over at a repeated level. You don't go from that level. You don't go from that level to the MVP of the league. You got to get good before you get great. I think the Steelers were the perfect example of how the media doesn't pay attention. They were good at the end of the year, and so was Detroit, but Detroit got all the attention. Pittsburgh was better than Detroit at the end of the year.
The book is Football Done Right. Michael Lombardi, former NFL GM, setting the record straight on the coaches, players, and history of the NFL. What are some of the things that you're setting the record straight on?
Well, I think it's the Hall of Fame, right? I want, there's, for example, Brian Schottenheimer's father, Marty. He's won 200 NFL games in his career, 200. There's only 9 men that have called themselves head coaches over the history of the league that have achieved that. Dan Reeves and Marty Schottenheimer are both not in the Hall of Fame. That's an injustice. That's not fair. And I think there's some players like Sterling Sharp who belong in the Hall of Fame. Plus, I want to tell people how you became who you are, right? Mike McCarthy comes from the West Coast offense. He comes from the Bill Walsh tree. I break down all the coaching trees in the league and how it got started and how people were impacting the game. Clark Shaughnessy, who went from who developed the forward pass. He develops the forward pass. He's not in the Hall of Fame. I talk about Buddy Parker. Buddy Parker won 2 championships with Detroit. It wasn't until this summer that he was able to get into the Hall of Fame. It's an injustice. And then the standard to get into the Hall for head coaches, Mike Shanahan not being in. Some guys have gotten in that are below the standard and the criteria that I think should be set, which is what I write about in the book.
Football Done Right. It's available Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Bookshop, Target, Walmart, all the usual places with the Beast, Michael Lombardi. Merry Christmas. Enjoy tonight. We'll catch up with you throughout the season.
Thank you, guys.
Michael Lombardi on DFW Sports Station.
Never fails.
All right, here we go. The RJ Choppy response, and has Vegas and the real experts canceled the Texas Rangers? Plus, is Mike McCarthy going to tell us if Tyler Smith is missing this game? Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Minnesota, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels free at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Here's the 1-1. Swing and a drive. Well hit ball deep out into left field. Jankowski going back, and it is gone. Into the first row of the second deck, Jose Abreu with a grand slam, and the Astros now lead 7-1.
We will get to that humiliation in just a second on your home of the Rangers. We will eavesdrop on the Mike McCarthy press conference starting in about 7 minutes. The 2023 season debut of Babe Laufenberg's weekly show is coming up at 8:40, and Craig Way, voice of the Longhorns, previews Texas-Bama at 9. The show of Wales coming at you on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. But we got a Cowboys postgame on this station. We got a Rangers postgame, and we always have an RJ Choppy postgame whenever Michael Lombardi comes on, as the former NFL GM just did.
He just did. I mean, it never ceases to amaze just how wrong he is. He's a great guest, brings the energy, but he is a gatekeeper for all things young. And it's just tiring. It's just tiring sometimes. And I feel the need to do this. It's like almost like a press conference to have to do after these things. It's like we just heard the State of the Union, and I'm
Mitch McConnell?
No, I'm not going to freeze up here, okay? But I don't know what the hell I am over here having to just reset everybody. It's like you send the kids to grandma's, and you got to reprogram them when they come back home. All right?
All right, what was he wrong about?
Okay, what did he has this notion that Kellen Moore throws the ball too much.
And all the young coordinators do.
And all the young coordinators do. The Dallas Cowboys were 24th in pass rate last year in the NFL. They threw the ball.
Michael was also very, very late, like many others were on the Zeke expired train. He was way, way late on that. Just give it to Zeke. He's your best player.
Yeah, and I get it, right? You know, generally people grow up and they never want to leave the sport that they grew up with. There are people who love baseball that can't get out of they don't understand why batting average isn't important anymore. They don't understand why teams don't bunt and steal bases and put runners in motion and hit and run anymore. They don't understand why players can't beat the shift.
Oh,
they don't. They just don't understand it. Fine. I get it. I grew up with one of those people. I called him dad. All right. Kellen Moore did not throw the ball too much. Kellen Moore ran the ball too much. On all plays, Kellen Moore ran the ball 6% less than expected based on the game situation. On 1st and 10, he ran it. He threw the ball 6% less than expected in neutral on all plays. On 1st and 10, he threw it 6% fewer than expected. On 2nd and 1, he threw it 6% fewer than 7% more than expected. On 2nd and 3rd to 7, he threw it 9% less than expected. On 3rd and 1 or 2, 24% less than expected. He did not throw the ball too much. He ran the ball too much.
How much is this skewed by 5 games of Cooper Rush? Because Dak himself attempted 38 attempts per game, which was near the top of the league.
Perhaps it was. We can go back to 2021 when they were a little bit more balanced. It was you know what it was? 51% passing, 49% rushing.
It's more than running the ball, though, and he wants to run the ball.
Yeah, that's still a lot. Like, that's still very, very low on the general passing. Now, if you go back just over the last 4 years, the Cowboys did pass on 61% of all plays. Where did that rank in the league?
I don't know.
19th. They're still below average. They don't throw it too much. This notion that we throw the ball too much is wild to me.
To be fair, I think Kellen would have thrown it more had Mike's influence not been there. I think that was part of it. You obviously did have a few different times where Dak was hurt. 2020, he was throwing the ball for 400 yards every time. And I'll just say this, and just to play devil's advocate, you said there that Lombardi is the gatekeeper of all things newer to us. Couldn't it just be argued that he believes in his position, you believe in his,
Sure,
and so he's just
absolutely.
arguing his position. He's not necessarily gatekeeping, just saying this is what's right, just like you think what you're saying is what's right.
Well, I don't think it's right. I know it is.
Okay.
The Texas Rangers get embarrassed again. They lose and get swept by a total combined score of 39-10 last night on the Fan. They lose 12-3. Scherzer is not right, as he admitted. He couldn't explode and follow through on his pitches. He lasted 60 pitches, done after 3 innings. And I'm not saying the Astros cheated, but they hit like they were cheating. Every single damn ball, it felt like, was a screaming line drive, and I was just closing my eyes and praying that it found a Rangers glove. And unfortunately, early in the game, it did not find Adolis Garcia's glove as he got hurt. And how serious is that going to be? So, as Chris Navarre texted and tweeted, just when I don't think it could possibly get any worse. There's no way it can get worse. It does. Mike McCarthy, live press conference on the Fan.
Well done.
David Moore, Dallas Morning News. You talked to us through the years about how you expect to see 30 to 35% unscouted looks here in this first month of the season. Will what teams see from you even be a little bit higher based on some of the changes that you've made this offseason?
Well, I think just like anything, the number one change is personnel. 37% of our players, our 75 players in the building is different from last year. So, I mean, part of those things factor, the utilization of new personnel. Obviously, the Giants have new personnel, so that's part of the equation because they're obviously going to, do things that fit their players. No different than us. So, so that's. Haven't called a game yet, so I can't give you a number. But no, we're naturally going to be different than we were last year. That's the normal process of evolving as an offense or defensive system.
And you talk about that early in the year. Just from your standpoint, from calling plays, does that mean you need to be more adaptable going into a game than you thought if you get different looks, or is it a little different early in the season?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's why you work so hard in the off season. We have a term that we call training camp rules. But this is just like particularly our offense versus their defense. They're high in scheme, so their offense brings a lot of scheme to the table too. So, I mean, you go into it because you want your players to play fast and those types of things, but you have to be proactive with your adjustments. We have an adjustment plan for everything that we do. So, the sideline on Sunday night is going to be important.
Clarence Hill, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Dak Prescott has been scrutinized since the end of last season. How much do you think he's ready to start this season?
Definitely ready to start the season, no doubt. But I think as a human being, he is extremely focused on each and every day. I think his discipline and approach to life, let alone professional football, is top notch. So I know this. He has definitely taken advantage of the opportunity to learn. Obviously evaluate, and then the implementation of the things anew. I'm really, really impressed with his off-season work preparing for this opportunity. So, yeah, definitely, I would say he is ready to go.
Mike Tyler with ESPN. The moving of the practice simply because of the heat, and how many IVs did you have to go through?
I didn't get an IV report, but yeah, it was. Yesterday was hot. I mean, yesterday felt like a training camp heat wave type practice. That was one of the hotter practices that that I've been a part of. So yeah, definitely. I mean, just going this morning will be 20 to 25 degrees, cooler. Probably not the right term there. But yeah.
Not about training camp, he was.
Oh no! I'm just saying historically, Wichita Falls. Yeah, there you go. So wasn't there, but it felt like Wichita Falls. But yeah, so yeah, definitely that's why we're doing it.
Does it change any of what because of yesterday? You change what you do today? You take stuff out or anything like that?
No, I mean the reality of it, the ability to switch the schedule is just really a reflection of being ahead. Yeah, if we weren't ahead, I would have probably had to move the practice inside or look for other options. But yeah, this is clearly, we were ahead. We were able to flip some things.
Where are the injury questions, Bobby?
Don't know.
All right, we'll give it 2 more minutes for an injury update.
We're still getting the amount of work that we got to get in. So, But it's just we were able to flip it because we are ahead.
John.
John Michaud, The Athletic. When we were out there, Tyler wasn't out there. Tyler Smith.
No.
Was he able to do anything yesterday? And then what's the
Yeah, my communication with Tyler said he said he feels really good. And the other part of this too, this is his first time through this. So, but he'll work with Britt again today. But he's very optimistic, and we'll just see how it's a return to play process. So there's obviously something there that they're working through.
And then with Brandon Cooks and Dak, talking to Brandon yesterday, you talked about how important their time working on their own together has been and getting on the same page. How have you seen them two grow together?
Well, number one, it's a must, and I just go back to the earlier question about Dak. I don't know if he could have done much more, from internally and externally with the time that he spent in Georgia and the throwing sessions and all that. So, and Brandon has just been a tremendous teammate. I've been so impressed with him, just the way he's come in, not only connected with Dak, but just the locker room as a whole. So, but yes, that's been cool to watch.
Skyler Dixon with the AP. With the hot practice yesterday, I just wondered how much more the message was for these guys about hydrating for Sunday now, even though we're still, whatever it is, 3 days
we're good.
out.
Enough hydration.
Thank you, Matches.
Good job, John Machota. Good job.
Unbelievable.
That's troubling, though. If he's not going to practice, if he's just doing band work today, that's not a great sign if he doesn't practice at all this week.
Does he have a does he have a no practice, no play policy?
I mean, just a lot of teams do. It's really tough. If they can't get you ready to practice by Thursday, that's usually a bad sign.
Has Daniel Jones actually taken the next step? The season debut of the weekly appearance of Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys color analyst, is next.
Let's get you over to
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Labor Day savings are back in a big way. Shop their biggest holiday savings of the year on over 700 new Chevys. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. The best Chevys with the biggest holiday savings do sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
It is now time for the 2023 season debut of Cowboys color analyst. He'll be on with us every single Thursday at this time. Babe Laufenberg, brought to you by Johnson Fitness and Wellness, here with Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan. Good morning and welcome back.
Well, thank you, and very excited about a new year, and was thinking back, and I thought the last time I saw you and RJ in person, we were at Nick and Sam's for Samir's book signing.
I think that was it.
I mean, that was a nice night, wasn't it?
I mean, you gave us the great intro to Troy Aikman and then reintroduced us. I didn't like what you did with Garrett, though, as you were.
What did I do?
You were saying, these are the guys that killed you for 10 years. These are the guys. We're trying to enjoy a salmon sushi cone and some red wine, and I thought you were going to get Jason all mad at us right there.
Oh, that's funny. No.
No, but we missed you out in Oxnard, but great to have you back with us for another year. Babe, do you think that Daniel Jones has taken the step, or are you still in wait and see mode?
I think you're always in wait and see mode. We're still in wait and see mode on Dak, aren't we?
Are you on first take?
You're waiting for him to take the next step, though, right? Are we not?
I am. Bobby
Okay,
may come through the radio and try to choke you.
No, we were in wait and see mode on Matthew Stafford until he won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the nature of the beast. That's the nature of playing that position. Are we in wait and see mode on Lamar Jackson?
Yes.
A little bit. I mean, so all these guys get to a level where then everybody wants to see him jump to that next level, right? I mean, Mahomes is there. There's guys, Rodgers is there, has been there. But I think Daniel Jones is a good player. They have been so bad offensively. I mean, so bad around him. They had no receivers. They still, to me, are receiver deficient. Obviously, they picked up Darren Waller, on a trade, tight end, great player, blah, blah, blah. But, he played really 2 years without Saquon. And I think a big part of what they did last year was that Saquon Barkley was healthy. And, you weren't putting the game on Daniel Jones's back. You had some help. And quite honestly, I think it was similar to Dak's rookie season in the sense that, and you can debate all you want about taking Zeke at number 4, and that's fine. I understand all that. But if Dak doesn't have Zeke, Dak doesn't have that rookie year. So I think really Saquon being healthy finally for a full year really helped out Daniel Jones last year. And then just the fact, hey, it was in his 4th year. You get better each year. As you guys well know, his turnovers have gone down each year to the point where last year he threw the fewest interceptions by percentage of passes of any quarterback in the NFL. So he definitely has turned a corner in that regard.
How good do you think the Giants are overall?
It's a very good question. Everybody's kind of jumping on that train, and Daboll was obviously NFL Coach of the Year last year. But unlike Detroit, who we're going to see tonight, right, with Kansas City, and very excited about that, by the way. Detroit started out 1-6 last year, and they finished 8-2. They beat the Packers in a game that meant everything to the Packers at the end of the season because it was going to put them in the playoffs. They beat them, kept Green Bay out of the playoffs. So they came down the stretch 8-2 and were playing really good football. The Giants started out 7-2, but down the stretch they went 2-5-1. The tie coming to Washington. So, and they were actually outscored last year. Their point differential, they were in the minus. I think they were the only team in I don't know how long to have a minus point differential and end up in the playoffs. So I always look at point differential. I think that's a pretty telling sign for teams. So I'm not sold on the Giants yet. Are they improved? Absolutely. Are they going to be a contender? I don't see that happening. And again, I think their offense is just pretty average. So that's my take on the Giants.
So you clearly see it as there's two clear tiers in this division.
Yeah.
Cowboys and Eagles, and then the other two.
Yeah, no, I will say the floor has risen. Washington played great defense last year. I'm not sure people realize how good they were on defense. They were right at the top of things, but their offense obviously was terrible. Now, I am a Sam Howell fan, but you're looking at a first-year starter, second-year player. He's going to have his bumps and his learning curve to get that team going. And that's another team, to me, they're kind of offensively challenged. To me, Terry McLaurin is a good receiver, but he's a number 2 receiver on a good team. He is their number 1 receiver. But in my mind, he's really a 2.
We're talking with Babe Laufenberg here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. Babe, how much does your outlook for this game change if Tyler Smith can't go, or if Tyler Smith is severely limited, especially knowing how stout the Giants are on the interior with Leonard Williams and Dexter Lawrence?
Yeah, they are stout on the interior, aren't they? And that seems to run throughout the NFC East. Washington is no picnic with their tackles, and Philadelphia's got some beasts inside. But, yeah, if he can't go, I'm assuming it'll be Adoga that will go at left guard. And, you want all your starters, obviously. How much it'll factor in, I'm sure some. You certainly want your better players there, and he's a really good player, as we know. And I'm not sure. Adoga, to me, did not look great in the preseason. So it remains to be seen, how he goes in and fills in there. And the Giants are an interesting team in the sense that Wink Martindale is their defensive coordinator, big blitz guy. They blitz more than any team in the NFL. They're going to come after you. But then we had 6 interceptions last year. Usually those blitz teams give up big plays and make big plays. And they had the fewest interceptions in the NFL last year, 6. Matter of fact, Giants have been playing football a long, long time, as we know. It was the fewest interceptions for them as a franchise ever. Now, unfortunately, 2 of those 6 came against Dak in one game.
Mm-hmm.
So you go to the other 16 games, they had 4 interceptions.
Babe, let's talk Tony Pollard as the lead back. Are you give me a number of touches per game you would like to see, that you think he can handle, all that stuff?
Yeah, I'm gonna go in that 15 to 17 range. It's funny because people will talk about, he can't carry it 25 times a game. Well, no one carries it 25 times a game.
Right.
Matter of fact, if he gets 15 carries a game, we'll leave the receptions out of it, and let's go on the assumption he plays all 17, which he won't. No back does anymore. He's going to be banged up in there a couple of games. We know that. You just hope you don't lose him for an extended period of time. But that's true, again, of any running back. That includes Derrick Henry. But if he rushes it 15 times a game, that's 255 over the course of the season. And last year, only 8 running backs had 250 carries or more. And so, again, the notion we got to give it to him 25 times is kind of silly. But I see that 15 to 18 touches a game, more to the 18 side, as being a little bit of a benchmark. Last year, he was just under 15 touches a game. But also the notion, everybody kind of thinks he's about a 198-pound running back. I mean, he weighs 217. I asked him yesterday, what do you weigh? So he's a little bigger than people think.
Can Deuce Vaughn be the number 2?
No, in my mind, I see Rico Dowdle as being that kind of number 2 guy. But certainly they're going to have a little package for Deuce Vaughn. But to just put Deuce Vaughn back there and have him be your, I'm going to say lead back, but obviously you just play one running back. To put him in there to spell Tony Pollard, I really don't see that happening. But we'll see. But again, they're going to have a little package for Deuce of things he can do.
Babe Laufenberg here on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby, go ahead.
Yeah, Babe, Kayvon Thibodeau, he seems to have a skill set that is troublesome for Tyron Smith. One, where you can hit speed on the outside, jump back inside. Those have been difficult rushers for Tyron recently. We already talked about you might be without Tyler Smith on that left side. Do you think the Cowboys could look at maybe they have some max protect stuff, or like you just mentioned, Rico Dowdle there, who might be their best pass protector in the backfield? Keep giving him more reps to keep him in there and help protect that left side a little bit.
Well, Mike McCarthy has, as we've heard from day one, his whole thing is pass protection now. The backs are going to be more involved before they go out into their patterns, not on every play, but they're going to be responsible for chipping and looking even inside. Usually you chip the end, right? The defensive end's coming upfield, the back goes out, throws a inside shoulder into him on his way out. And this year, even on routes coming inside, they're going to be looking for interior rushers. So that'll be the one little change that you'll see on pass protection. And so you'll see Dowdle and Tony Pollard in that regard. But to your point, Bobby, Thibodeau just ate him up in that they could not block him in the second game, the game here at AT&T. they could not block him. And obviously he was, fifth pick in the draft? Am I right there?
Yeah, fifth.
Number 5, yeah. And so, you should be good, but man, he's going to be a lot to deal with on a regular basis. And then obviously you throw in Ashawn Robinson and Dexter Lawrence and Leonard Williams in that front. They come at you with a little bit inside.
So, Babe, for us fans watching, what do you think we'll be able to notice in comparing McCarthy calling the plays to Kellen? The number one question of the offseason.
Yeah. I don't think you're going to, not you, me, I don't think we're going to notice a whole lot of difference. I don't think we're going to sit there and say, oh boy, yeah, that's a different play caller right there. I just don't see that happening. Again, we'll see what happens Sunday night, but it's not going to be a huge change in terms of the play calling itself, in my opinion. We're not going to notice. Let me just say that. We're not going to notice. Two things of interest to no one but me. Again, their guards are short and centers are short setting a little bit more. They're not on pass protection. They're kind of engaging at the line of scrimmage as opposed to kind of dropping back a little bit. And the other is the backs in protection before they go out. Not on every route, but you're going to see a lot more backs in pass protection before they get into their pass pattern.
Surprise player that you've either been noticing or hearing about that you think could have a very nice impact on the season?
Well, I wouldn't call him a surprise player, but the guy that I have really been impressed with is Brandon Cooks.
Yeah.
I mean, I look at him, and I've watched games, obviously, of him playing, but I never really looked at him, studied him, paid too much attention. But seeing him in person, even in the OTAs and the mini camps and then at camp, one of the things he's going to turn 30 here. He may have just turned 30, but in September. And you always look, okay, can they still run? And this guy can still run. And I mean, he's a great route runner. And when you look at how that number 2, I'm going to put him in the number 2 receiver spot, but could easily be a 1, but how they've improved that number 2 from where they were last year. I mean, it's a remarkable difference. I mean, it's exponentially different. To me, he is the guy that really is going to change this offense as much as anything. And then everything you hear about him, great locker room guy, all that. And you know what's funny, guys? I always saw this guy getting traded, right? And I'm like, well, what's wrong with him? What is happening here?
Right.
Why do teams keep trading him? Now, in fairness, they traded him a couple times for first-round picks. So it wasn't like they had him on the scrap heap. And then you watch him in person, and I still wonder, why do these teams keep trading this guy? I thought we'd see something where you say, oh, okay, I see what they didn't like. But there's nothing not to like about him.
It's great to have you back, and we want you to have a good trip, and we will be listening on Sunday night. Looking forward to it again every single week, Babe. Thank you.
Outstanding. Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
The great Babe Laufenberg, powered by Johnson Fitness and Wellness Home Fitness Equipment Stores. The voice of the Longhorns for number 3 versus 11. The show of Wales continues with Craig Way next.
Let's get you over to better.
our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Sanders shifts into an 8-back set, and the handoff pulling back in. Ewers fires a middle, caught. Touchdown, Texas. Adonai Mitchell, his first touchdown catch as a Texas Longhorn, and A.D. Mitchell extends the Texas lead.
The voice of the Longhorns that you heard on Texas radio is set to join us for the game of the weekend, going down Saturday at 6 o'clock. Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. On Sean, RJ, and Bobby, joined by Craig Way, voice of Texas football, here on 105.3 The Fan for Longhorns at Alabama, 6 o'clock. Good morning, Craig. Thanks for joining us.
And my pleasure as always, fellas. How you doing?
Doing pretty well.
Did they put you as far away as they're going to put the fans from the field, or are you in a normal spot?
I've been told we're in a broadcast location at about the 35-yard line, so I think we'll be in good shape for that. Apparently they've done some renovations to the stadium in recent years there in Tuscaloosa, and they've moved the entire press box across the field to the opposite side of the field, but the broadcast booths supposedly are in a good spot, so I'm looking forward to it.
Craig, how do you compare the anticipation for Saturday to last year before this game?
I think last year was a little more of a curiosity because it was going into the second year, Sarkisian, and I think folks thought that, Sark was going to have a more difficult time against Alabama. They were coming off a 5-7 season. What is it that Brent Musburger likes to say? Our friends in the desert had established Alabama, I think, as a 21-point favorite in Texas. Did everything but win that game. It was a 1-point loss. There was a controversial non-call of what could have been a safety in the end zone and a couple other things that happened that went against the Longhorns. But in the final analysis, Alabama was able to drive down and kick a game-winning field goal to win it. So, Texas goes on and has an 8-5 year, and with the amount of weapons they have coming back, it's I think, opinion of many that they would certainly at the very least contend for a spot in the Big 12 championship. So if you add all that up, then you look at it and say, well, they probably are in position to give a pretty good account of themselves against Alabama. That said, you got to go to Tuscaloosa, actually beat Alabama. So I think you have to balance all of that in and weigh all that. But I think fans are excited about the game, a chance for Texas to measure itself against one of the hallmark programs in all of college football.
Is there a still jury? The jury is still out on Quinn as the guy, or is that already put to pasture?
Well, I mean, maybe some fans might feel that way only because of knowing the talents of the young guys behind him. But in the mind of Sark and of his coaching staff, Quinn Ewers is the guy. And while it was a rather pedestrian first half for Quinn last Saturday against Rice, it was a rather pedestrian first half across the board for the Longhorns offensively. Defense played outstanding all the way through. But the offensive line, which returned virtually everybody from last year, had some fits and starts and had some long and some protections and things of that nature. A lot of that, the coaches are riding off to a season opener and, getting comfortable with things. They feel pretty confident that those things can be buttoned up, at least in terms of what the assignments are. Now, going up against the Alabama defensive front, we know, is a different story entirely with guys like Jaheim Oates and Justin Igbogbe and Tim McKeenan, those guys, and you have Dallas Turner and Chris Braswell coming off the edge. They have a veteran secondary. So all of those things make the assignment more difficult, but they think that technically in terms of what the assignment is supposed to be, the offensive line can do its job, and that can make Quinn Ewers more effective in working with his targets. He had a very good third quarter leading the 3 touchdown drives. It's just I think a lot of folks are fixating on the slower pace and some of the struggles in the red zone and not converting 3rd and short and 4th and short in the first half that Texas had last season.
You mentioned there, Craig, that they've got a veteran secondary there in Alabama, but it is a generally a new secondary in terms of they lost several starters from last year. Texas, meanwhile, is returning a group of receivers, pass catchers, really, that have been together for few years now. Xavier Worthy, Jordan Whittington, you got Sanders at tight end, and then you've got, big 5-star recruit and Jonte Cook, the true freshman. Is this going to be a game where you think Texas just basically says, you guys are going to have to prove that you can stop our passing attack and that they're really going to lean on Quinn Ewers?
Well, I'll tell you this. Sark has never been shy about taking deep shots down the field. He feels that very strongly that's important to take a few of those down the field every ball game. So with guys like A.D. Mitchell and Xavier Worthy, and then you mentioned Jonte Cook, the young man from DeSoto who has shown quite a bit, and Jordan Whittington's a veteran, obviously. Those guys, and J.T. Sanders has been proven to be a really nicely developed tight end for Texas. With those guys, they feel they can take their shots. Now, where Alabama is strong in the secondary is on the corners. You have Terry and Arnold, who started last year, and then, of course, don't we all love saying the name Kool-Aid McKinstry?
Yes, sir.
On the other corner. And Malachi Moore is a veteran. Now, they've also gotten a little bit banged up. They did against Middle Tennessee last week, and that included Moore, but they're all expected to be back. Maybe some things can happen in terms of where the safeties play down. Now, Jalen Key is a talented guy and had a pick last week. He's a grad transfer for them. He came in from UAB, but it was his first start for Bama. And then they started a freshman from Georgia and Caleb Downs. So maybe there's that. I think the key, obviously, like it is so often, is does Quinn Ewers have enough time to throw the football and to throw it without duress and all of those kinds of things because of the pass rush that the Tide defense can employ. And that's going to be one of the critical things that turns this game one way or the other.
Craig Way, voice of the Longhorns, joining us here on 105 through the Fan. We've had a little bit back and forth on this show as to what exactly Bama still is. Are they more bark than bite? Is the Saban dynasty on its downward spiral? What is your take, watching them on, if you watch them on film or anything, so far this week leading up to it?
Yeah, it's a little early to tell. My take on them is that while they do not appear offensively as dynastic as they were, just a few years ago in terms of running the football, in terms of throwing the football, and part of that's obviously the old head of the snake thing. What do you have at quarterback? I saw Jalen Milroe play a lot in high school at Katy Tompkins, and he was really good then. And for Alabama, which ran for 205 yards last week, you say, well, that's pretty effective against Middle Tennessee. Well, Milroe hit 50 of those yards. So if you're able to slow him down and keep him, then maybe it makes it all the more effective against a guy like Jace McClellan, who we all saw play in the Metroplex at Aledo on state championship teams there. And, of course, he's battled knee injuries throughout his career. Roydell Williams is another guy. But if you look at the four running backs, the numbers, I'm just saying the numbers would say it's Jags, just a guy, just a guy. That's not quite the case. They're talented, but the wealth was spread out quite a bit. And then Jermaine Burton and Malik Benson are good targets as well. Ja'Cory Brooks is a kid they're pretty excited about, and they think that, and Isaiah Bond, obviously. So they've got targets. I don't know that they're, the all-world type things that we've seen in the past from Alabama, but it's still a more than effective offense. And like so many other teams, starts with that offensive line, and that I don't think they've had a drop-off. I mean, they've been really good to go across the front, 360, 352, 305, 320 and 360. They're big, strong dudes, and they're tough to move, and that's can make a quarterback look all the better.
You just mentioned there how Jalen Milroe, he's a big time dual threat for Alabama. How important in this game is a guy like Jalen Ford going to be?
I think important. Milroe with Ford, but he's around the football. He has that instinct about him. Had another interception last week. He's the preseason Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year, and many thought he should have won the award last year. The other thing that pleasantly, I don't know if surprise is the right word, but it certainly pleased the coaching staff, is the play of his wing linebackers, David Benda and Jet Bush. These are two guys who, along with Jalen Ford, came in before Sark was ever here. They were recruited by Tom Herman, but unlike Ford, who started playing almost immediately with his talent, his skill level, and his intensity. Benda and Bush have taken a while. It's been a slower ride for them. It's been a journey for them, fighting their way up through special teams, and they finally kind of put their wares on display. We saw a little bit of it in spots last year, but this year they've looked really good in fall camp workouts and the summer workouts, and then, of course, they both played very well in the game against Rice last week. So those guys, I think, are going to be important as well for Texas.
Craig, I know he's obviously not playing, but what has been, in your take, have you seen from Arch so far, in the spring and then now into the fall?
Progress and still learning. He, for a guy to come in at midterm, and be an early enrollee in January, he made a lot of early strides, and those folks kind of got excited about it and got a chance to see him in the spring game. In watching in the summer workouts, he could show some things with his legs, but mainly with his arm, and he could throw the ball. But by the same token, like with all young quarterbacks, one of the areas where he's still learning is the comfort level of the offense, and also that ratcheted up education about what you're seeing on the opposite side of the line of scrimmage, reading the defenses. And that's where he's getting more comfortable and will continue to do so. But there's no hurry on him. Nobody is in any kind of hurry. The family's not in any kind of hurry about it. They've already made their feelings known that if it works out that he winds up redshirting this year, that's just fine with them. And Arch is, for his part, just said he just wants to do whatever the team helps the team get a little bit better. And then Malik Murphy has been really exciting to watch as well, and that's why we saw him get on the field last week against Rice. So I don't think there's any ramp-up hurry on Arch Manning. I think they know what they have, and they want to continue to get him more effective so then when his time comes, he's ready to go and not just being thrown into the fire.
Steve Sarkisian has made it no secret how much he, thinks highly of Nick Saban. It's a guy who, I know last year he said, Nick Saban saved my career. This would obviously be a huge victory going into Tuscaloosa for the Texas program in general. But how big would this be, do you think, personally for Sark and kind of completing this comeback story that he's been on?
I think it would be big, obviously. He joked about it during the week when somebody asked him about, are you aware of the record of the former, I guess, Nick Saban? He's 28-2 all time against his former assistants. The only losses are one to Kirby Smart and one to Jimbo Fisher. And asked him, are you aware of that? And he said, yeah. He goes, but, look at his record. What's his record against all other coaches who haven't been assistants? It's been really, really good through the years. So there are no illusions about what he's dealing with. He counts Nick Saban as a mentor, just as he did Pete Carroll from his time when he was with him at USC. And he said they were different coaches, as we all know. They're completely different types. But I think he feels that he has been able to draw on the positives and the wisdom of both of those guys to craft himself as a head coach somewhere in between those two. Now, he's got a long way to go, and he'll be the first to tell you to match the accomplishments of those guys. I'm talking about the inner personality and things of that nature and how he views coaching football in the day-to-day. There's no question. It'd be huge for him, obviously, but he looks at it as how big would it be for this program as he tries to really get it grown into a national contender in his third season.
Craig, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Have a fantastic call, and we'll catch up with you as the season progresses. Thank you.
You got it, fellas. Always good to visit with you.
Voice of the Texas Longhorns, Craig Way, here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto, 105.3 The Fan. What is the Micah contract going to look like after Nick Bosa got paid? And his keys for Cowboys-Giants. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com, next.
Injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Crosstalk with KMC coming up at 9:40. Zach Martin with his weekly show debut on the G-Bag Nation today at 3:30. This is Sean, RJ, and Roberto, joined every Tuesday and Thursday by Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Patrick, what do you think Micah Parsons was thinking yesterday when Nick Bosa got paid?
Cha-ching. I mean, the bottom line is it's no secret, and it's not been a secret that Micah Parsons is going to make bank. He's going to, break the bank at the kitchen sink and all these other idioms that you could use. But bottom line is now we know what the new floor is for Micah Parsons negotiations. So Micah and his agent, they get to go forward and say, hey, we know for a fact we're not making a penny less than what Nick Bosa's got, and particularly if Micah is able to go out and do what we think he'll do this year and earn NFL Defensive Player of the Year, which is what Nick Bosa is coming off of, which helped his negotiation with the San Francisco 49ers. So, cha-ching, Micah Parsons is going to set an NFL record whenever he does get paid, and the Cowboys know it. I mean, Stephen Jones and Jerry Jones, they've made no qualms about it. They're basically saying, they're on record as saying, hey, we got to have money for Micah, so they know it's coming.
34 a year for Bosa. With $122.5 million guaranteed.
That's smart.
Make your argument to Patrick. Let's see what he says.
So, without getting into the weeds, I went back and looked at other individual defensive players who basically got a bag, from Aaron Donald to Lawrence Taylor to Ray Lewis to Myles Garrett and T.J. Watt. And basically, I guess the point I'm trying to make, and it's hard to do without going really deep into it, is, they're making – those guys don't make the playoffs more than about 55% of the time. That, no matter who they were and how great they were, if their quarterback played poorly or did play well enough, they weren't going to make the postseason. So it is even worth paying an individual defensive player $35 million. That's quarterback money if they can only make the playoffs one out of every 2 years, whereas a quarterback of their status at the same level of greatness would make it 80 to 90% of the time.
That's a fair argument. But what I would say as a rebuttal to that is certain players, be it on either side of the ball, but we're talking defense right now, certain players are just different. And those guys don't fall off of trees. T.J. Watt, J.J. Watt, Joey Bosa, his younger brother Nick, who haven't gotten paid yesterday. I mean, Micah Parsons, especially when you talk about Micah Parsons, and I know that the phrase generational talent is thrown out there every year, and it rarely comes to fruition, though. But when you talk about guys like Nick Bosa, Joey Bosa, and, of course, Micah Parsons, those are the guys that you're going to pay quarterback money to, number one, because they're just different. And it's very difficult to find those guys. Can you find a 6-sack guy, 7-sack guy? Yes, you can in the draft, but that's difficult in and of itself. So, but when you're talking about somebody who's, perennially a 10-plus sack guy or capable of that, and even more so just flat out disrupts offenses, if your player is on a team, if you have that kind of player and they're on a team that isn't making the playoffs because of substandard QB play, you don't blame the defensive player for being great. You look at the front office and you look at the QB and you say, so what's going on with the offensive side of the ball? I kind of equate that to the Tony Romo days, wherein, Tony Romo more or less willed an offense that had, weapons, but the defense outside of the DeMarcus Ware years wasn't necessarily doing much to help that offense get to and deep into the playoffs. So you had the QB there, but after DeMarcus Ware left, what did you really have as far as a weekly game changer on the defensive side of the ball? So I think it goes both ways, to be honest with you, RJ. I think you got to look at him as him being Micah, Nick, Joey Bosa. You got to look at those guys, Aaron Donald, as the QB of the defense. And when you look at it that way, and then you factor in that the market is the market, because when, Lawrence Taylor got paid, when Aaron Donald got his last big payday, when J.J. Watt got his last big payday, what was the price of gas? So, the market is the market, so that factors into it as well.
How are things looking injury-wise for Sunday?
Sam Williams is still with the rehab group today. I just walked out of practice because I love speaking with you guys so much. And so he's still with the rehab group dealing with a turf toe. This is my speculation is that I don't expect Sam Williams to play on Sunday, but we'll see if he can make some strides here because today's the last real bang-em-up practice of the week. Tomorrow, players are off. Saturday, you'll have a walkthrough, so I'm interested to see what happens there. Tyler Smith, optimism grows, though he's not practicing today. Mike McCarthy went on record as saying all Tyler Smith has to do to have a chance of playing on Sunday is participate in the walkthrough on Saturday, which is something I was hoping was the plan. You rest that strained hamstring all week, let him do the walkthrough on Saturday, and Tyler Smith told Mike that he feels good. That was the quote. He feels good. He feels great. So, I mean, I think there's a chance there. Donovan Wilson, I don't know that anything's changed from yesterday to today because he's not practicing today because of the birth of his new child, the third Cowboy to welcome a newborn into his family since July. You had Tony Pollard, Kevontae Turpin, and now Donovan Wilson. But Donovan Wilson, as of yesterday, was in the rehab group. So we'll see what he looks like on Saturday during the walkthrough. So I think he will play. I'm confident he will, but we'll see.
Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com here on 105.3 The Fan.
Pat, let's operate under what's that? Let's operate under the assumption something changes. Okay, like let's say Tyler Smith is unable to go. Is it Edoga at left guard? Is it TJ Bass? Is it Brock Hoffman? How do you think they approach that left guard spot?
You want how I would approach it or how I think they will approach it?
How they will approach it, you think?
Edoga. I think that's why I know for a fact that this is the type of situation they brought Chuma Edoga in for. He's the veteran guy. He's the guy who they signed this offseason with the hopes of if there was an injury on the offensive line, maybe you could plug him in on the interior. Maybe he can give you some swing tackle duties. So that's going to be their first go-to. They'll see how things go with Edoga. But I don't think Edoga is going to be on a long leash, so to speak. I think if things are not going well, particularly in an important Week 1 division matchup, I think you'd probably then see them go to Hoffman. And then if things don't look well, maybe they'll sprinkle in TJ Bass, who's just an absolute gamer, but he's still a young guy, much like Hoffman is. So between Hoffman and Bass, I think that's the secondary plan behind, a potentially injured or an injured Tyler Smith that potentially misses the game. But it's going to be Edoga to start if Tyler Smith can't go.
Pat, give us some of your game keys against New York.
2 young cornerbacks, 2 rookie cornerbacks. Take them to school early, take them to school often, take them to school for 4 quarters. When you look at the defensive front for the New York Giants, much like the Commanders and the Eagles, the NFC and the Cowboys, the NFC East is nothing if not stacked at the defensive line. But then you look at the secondary in New York, and Deonte Banks, rookie first-rounder, Trey Hawkins, the third rookie sixth-rounder. I'm not saying these young guys are incapable. They belong in the league. That's why they're in the league. So let me be clear on that. But objectively speaking, you're asking 2 rookies to line up against CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Cooks, Michael Gallup at times, Jalen Tolbert, who looks like a different version of Jalen Tolbert, Kevontae Turpin, who should get some offensive reps with that kind of speed and quickness in the slot. You're asking a whole lot. Yes, Adoree Jackson is going to take the field. Looks like they're going to use him more as a nickel back than an outside corner. If I'm Mike McCarthy, if I'm Dak Prescott, I'm licking my chops at attacking that secondary because if you can put those 2 young guys on skates, especially considering, and no knock to any school, but Maryland and Old Dominion, which is the 2 schools they hail from, that's not an Alabama or Georgia or, an LSU or anything like that. So Sunday night, primetime football against the Cowboys. What's the mindset for these rookies? Test them. See if the stage is too big for them. And I'm willing to bet that 1 or 2 big plays, if they give up 1 or 2 big plays, then it'll start to impact them psychologically over the rest of the game. So I have those 2 young guys circled, and I'm really just firing shots every chance I get.
I assume, like most of us, that the number one intrigue in this game is the new wrinkles to the offense, the new system. What would be the second most intriguing thing that you're looking forward to see?
I think the second most intriguing thing is going to be the Cowboys versus Daniel Jones. And for the most part, Daniel Jones is 0-3 against Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn not only has the blueprint to stop Jones, but he also has the personnel to do it. But then in speaking about the personnel, I love what Gilmore said shortly after being traded and arriving in Dallas. He basically said, opponents have to throw the ball somewhere. And that's what Micah Parsons alluded to yesterday is if you try to throw it away from Diggs, you're going to get a lesson from Stephon Gilmore. Well, if you try to throw away from Gilmore, you're going to get a lesson from Trayvon Diggs. Well, if you try to throw away from both of them and aim toward the middle of the field, okay, well, Deron Bland and guess who's back, Jordan Lewis, they have a lesson waiting for you there. And then, hey, you want to go deep? Not only can the corners stay to your hip because of their speed and their football IQ and their physicality, but what about these safeties? Malik Hooker, Jaron Kearse, Donovan Wilson, if he is able to take the field like I believe he will. Daniel Jones is going to have himself a very long day, I believe, and I haven't even talked about the pass rush yet, but which is going to just give him hell all game, I believe, especially against that Giants offensive line, which is better, but still not. It doesn't match up well. But for me, I'm really interested to see for the first time what Gilmore plus Diggs looks like. And I know Daniel Jones is going to hate that every minute of it.
Patrick Walker here on The Fan. Your kicker confidence level is?
7.
Okay. Okay.
7. I almost said 6, but I'll give him 7. I'll give him 7 because he had a fairly strong preseason outside of the missed extra point against the Jacksonville Jaguars. The 59-yard miss, I mean, he had the boot to get it there, and it's 59 yards. Let's give the kid a break. He came back later in the game, and guess what? Made a 59-yarder. So shows me he has some distance there. I don't want the Cowboys to lean on that. I kind of wish he didn't show him that he could kick 59 yards because I want him to play as if he can only kick 45. But nonetheless, Brandon Aubrey, after the release of Tristan Vizcaino, he really took those extra reps and really utilized them to improve. So I'm at a 7 right now. I do reserve the right to lower or raise my rating based upon how he goes week 1, week 2, and so forth.
Last question for you here, Pat. When you look at this game, I think generally most of us feel pretty good about the matchup for Dallas. And, you talk about how they can attack the secondary, things like that. What is the one area of this game that you feel like the Giants can stress the Cowboys?
Until further notice, Saquon Barkley. They have shown they can bottle up Saquon Barkley, but if you look at the matchup they had against Barkley last season, it wasn't a full game because he left with a high ankle sprain early in the game. So I don't really have any data that suggests that, okay, well, they bottled him up that game as well. Can they bottle him up? Yes. Question is, will they? Because he looks rejuvenated. I mean, he's not had any injury issues over the course of last season for the most part. And he's motivated highly because he wants his long-term deal, preferably with the Giants is his stance. But he's going to come out there firing, and the Cowboys just really have to stop Saquon Barkley. Jonathan Hankins looks fantastic now that he's had an offseason with Dan Quinn in this defensive system and Mike McCarthy as the head coach. Mozzie Smith, he needs to come on, but nonetheless, he's not going to be asked to do starter things because Jonathan Hankins is there. So, sprinkle that in, and that's a plus. And it's just a matter of stopping Saquon Barkley. Damone Clark and LVE being able to fly sideline to sideline will definitely help. Let's see if Devin Harper is ready to take up that task. But if you stop Saquon Barkley, which is, to me, I know you can say Jalen Hyatt, Pat, they went to Tennessee, they got the speedster Jalen Hyatt. I say Trayvon Diggs. You can say, they went and got Darren Waller. I say Jaron Kearse and Donovan Wilson and Marquise Bell and Deron Bland. Like, I have personnel to negate those two playmakers that have been added. But Saquon Barkley can be a different animal. If he gets going, it's going to be a tough ride for the Cowboys because that gets Daniel Jones going because you can't pressure him like you want. Stop Saquon Barkley, and Daniel Jones will not be able to play the hero.
Excellent preview. We appreciate it, and we'll catch up with you next time. Thank you, Pat.
Yes, sir. Talk to you later.
Patrick Walker, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you, from DallasCowboys.com. Guess what Mike Bassick is wearing for tonight?
A kilt.
Crosstalk.
Not a kilt.
A Rangers crosstalk, I think, with the KMC masterpiece next on The Fan. But look.
Classic Chevrolet Labor Day savings are back in a big way. Shop their biggest holiday savings of the year on over 700 new Chevys. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. The best Chevys with the biggest holiday savings do sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Here's the 1-1. Swing and a drive. Well hit ball deep out into left field. Jankowski going back, and it is gone. Into the first row of the second deck. Jose Abreu with a grand slam, and the Astros now lead 7-1.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. No Kevin Hagelin today.
Yes, Kevin Hagelin today.
Portland radio?
No, it's not Portland radio. He made the decision to go to the soda appointment before coming to work today.
That was just a stupid question.
Well, that was a stupid decision, Kevin. And so so now he's running a little late. So you can text him. Are you texting him right now and like, haha, where are you? Or...
I'm not. I'm just used to him being late now. It used to be Mike. Now it's Kevin. He's taking them. You guys get #1 ratings, and now all of a sudden become divas.
Yeah, that is the way it happens. It'll never happen with me though. I'm always, unless my tire's flat. Like it has to be emergencies for me not to do that.
Could you change your tire in less than 14 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, good.
You were gonna say seconds. I was like, dude, I'm not Broadus's pit crew.
What's coming up on the show?
We do have John Jack Taylor joining us today at 10:20. He wrote a book on Coach Prime in May, and so wanted to have a little discussion about some of that. Oh, what's up?
I'm waiting for Bobby. I know where his mind goes.
I'm good.
We're gonna scout the Giants a little bit right out of the gate. So
I'm hungry.
If you want some very interesting baseball stuff about the Rangers, we got the guy for you today. Like Mike has some very interesting stuff. Oh, well, Mike Bassett.
Mike, I am not accusing the Astros of cheating. It felt like they somehow were cheating with the amount of hard hit balls, exit velocity, every out. Felt like a screaming line drive to the outfield.
I would agree with you if they were good pitches.
Dude, that grand slam missed the spot by a plate.
It's just they were just throwing belt the whole series. I've never, I have Oakland Athletics. When you're throwing balls belt high, 50% of the time, not on corners. Even on corners, belt high can get a little bit iffy. But there were just so many belt high cement mixing sliders.
I love how you say cement.
It was just really bad pitching. I think the scary part is most people turn the game off after 3, 4, 5 innings, right? Because it was once again an Astro butt whooping, and good for them. I'm not happy that it happened, but they showed this is what championship teams show. They're like, hey, little gnat that thinks that they can hang around and play with us. Now it's real baseball. And the Rangers are getting a lesson in September baseball. Adolis Garcia, I know he got hurt, and then you could see his frustration, obviously, punching the ground, is he's never played in meaningful September baseball. Yeah, and so you can see the pressure getting to the guys, and it's not helping out. The scary part is Jordan Montgomery threw his bullpen in the 8th, 9th inning. And so 100% of the time, I've had to do this before, and other starting pitchers have had to do this before. Why would you throw a bullpen in the 8th, 9th inning and not throw it at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock when you're supposed to throw it?
Because you had a tummy bug at that time and you couldn't do it.
No, because your starting pitcher is a 50-50 proposition for the game. So Montgomery was the emergency starter yesterday.
So if he was the emergency starter, like in a bullpen, you're throwing 40 pitches?
Right.
So he's giving you he's basically an opener?
No. You just don't want to waste those you just play catch. You just play your catch at 3 o'clock. So what happens is your pitching coach, in this case Mike Maddox, would go to you, and when you get to the ballpark at, let's say, 2 o'clock, he might have warned them before because they knew that Max was dealing with an issue. In fact, when Emily Jones interviewed Max Scherzer the day before his start, and then you play it on the pregame show. If you don't know this, pitchers don't do those interviews the day of the start. They do it the day before, it's pre-recorded, and then you show it the next day. Emily said, well, how are you feeling? Are you ready to go? And he goes, I'm okay. That means you're not okay. If anybody ever says, I'm fine or I'm okay, you know that they're not okay. They would say, I'm doing good or I feel good. There will be positive words expressed when you are feeling physically or mentally good. And so when he said that, this was before the game, Murph and I looked at each other. We're off the air and we're like, oh, that's not good. Like the day before you pitch, you're giving terms and phrases of I'm not 100% or close to. And then after the game was over, Emily Jones interviewed Max Scherzer, and he gave the Astros all the credit in the world. He said he didn't make his pitches, and they're hot, and they crushed him, and I give the Astros all the credit in the world. And he said, look, I'm dealing with something. I'm trying to make it through this. The doctors say here I'm going to be like okay, as in I could pitch today. I'm going to do my work and try to pitch the next time, but he's not healthy. And so the Rangers had to tell Jordan Montgomery either the day before Max pitched or the day of. Maddox goes to him and says, hey, I know that we usually do this. We usually do a touch and feel bullpen 2 days before you pitch. I need to save your bullets for the game. So you have to be ready in case Max is throwing in the outfield. He's warming up in the bullpen before the game, and he says, I can't go. And Max Scherzer talked about after the game, he's having really a tough time with extension and reaching out and finishing his pitches. He said he had the same thing with Minnesota, made better located pitches, and he got those guys out. So he believes he can throw with this and get people out. But it's scary when we saw Montgomery warming up. It's 100% a sign that they had to hold him back from getting his practice in at 3:00 because they were afraid they were going to have to use him at 7:00.
So Montgomery would have gone on 3 days rest.
Yes. Probably at like
of
65 to 85 pitches.
Okay,
somewhere
so
in that range.
we would have lost by more.
All right. So outside of a bullpen day, what's the difference in terms of like recovery that you have to do as a pitcher? Like you would think that if you know you're going to go on 3 days rest, you're going to do different forms of recovery.
You probably didn't know that. Like the day after Montgomery pitched, the day that he's doing more of his cardio weight workout, he probably didn't know that. Then his first bullpen session, they might have said, at this point in September, you're not having very hard bullpen sessions. You're wore out. Something's bugging everybody at this point if you've been healthy for most of the season, whether it's a bicep, a hamstring, a hip. Something's kind of bugging you right now that you're maintaining to get through the season. But I just thought last night when the 8th, 9th inning happened and I saw Jordan Montgomery throwing a bullpen, and CJ Nikowski talked about it on the broadcast too because he's a former pitcher. He knows what that means, is you had to hold him back going, he might have to start because Max isn't healthy enough to start. And I do think this from Max Scherzer. I think Max understands this, the gravity of the situation. He's like, man, they traded for me to take this team to the playoffs. They needed me to lead them to a playoff run. So he's trying his best. So I'm going to go out there, even if I'm at 50% or 60%, I'm going to go out there and do my best to try to put zeros on the board to give this team a chance because they took a chance on me. But I do think you have to wonder, he's under contract next year for you. I hate saying this. This is the life. Yeah. They don't care about us as human beings, and that's fine. They don't care about us as human beings. If Max was a free agent after this, they'd be like, hey, I don't care. Shoot it up. Go out there. If he blows out, he blows out. He's not our problem next year. But he is your best pitcher going into next season. So you do have to worry about the future of Max Scherzer next year.
What up?
Hey, buddy. I've just been hanging here listening to Mike.
You been in the hallway?
I mean, I was standing here for a few minutes.
Oh,
by the way,
I was late.
Sean, tomorrow we will not be here. The
Mike
entire
will be
show.
here.
Yeah, Mike will be here, but the rest of the show will not be here. We do during Crosstalk tomorrow. There will be a State Fair surprise, so be excited about tomorrow. It's going to be awesome. But we will be at Buffalo Wild Wings off of Lemon tomorrow. So we will be interviewing Jerry Jones live in front of humans. So this is going to be interesting.
But he won't be at the Buffalo Wild Wings,
He won't be at
right?
the Buffalo
I just
Wild
wanted to clarify.
Is this when you're going to let people on the mic and ask Jerry the questions?
Jerry, it's time to start answering questions to all
Why
the
did he
Tolos
put
out
Jimmy
here.
in? Damn it.
Sell the team, Jerry.
Come on.
So-
Do you think if fan swears before Jerry swears at one of their questions?
Would they be upset right now? This is the most optimistic Cowboy fans are all year, is before you play a game.
That's fair.
No, they would still. Well, people say they would want to say something or curse Jerry out, but then when the opportunity, and the situation presented itself, I don't know.
If it's not my show, if it's not my show, and like my other, I have to talk to this guy.
So
every
if it was
week,
on Sean
right?
and RJ, you just blow it up.
If I was just walking by one day and I saw Jerry up in the press box, I'd be like, you know what? I got some things to say to you.
right,
and
so
he'd go and give me the thumbs down, and they'd eject me out of the place.
So you two are going to be at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yes, during Crosstalk tomorrow.
Mike will be
right here with you guys.
He'll eventually be at Buffalo Wild Wings, but we're loaning him to you guys.
Yeah, he's gonna be eating State Fair food, so he might take him a few minutes.
So we're getting the State Fair delivery tomorrow.
That's what I've been told. So y'all get excited about
So you're
tomorrow.
coming here to eat the State Fair food.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, to see you guys.
Yeah.
State Fair food is a bonus.
So he's gonna be doing Mike Bassick's Crosstalk.
Oh yeah.
With State Fair food, and you guys get to the benefit of eating it too.
That should be fascinating.
Excellent. That's a nice outfit you have on today.
Well, it's time for my guy, Patrick Mahomes, to take his stage again. Can you believe he's been in the NFL? I know 2017, but not the starter. That was Alex Smith. 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22. 5 years, and his worst season ever was making it to the AFC Championship game.
That's pretty good.
impressive.
Did you buy Mahomes cards early on?
Some.
And you skyrocket?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except some of them I didn't get back. So.
Oh, I see. I see.
Whatever happened with that you can legally discuss?
Did
that person get in trouble?
I don't feel like I can say something right now.
Okay. Don't say anything.
So there's legal things going on. That's all I can say.
Okay.
Oh, I just saw this. Miller Lite is going to have a pair of Cowboys tickets along with the parking pass and terrific Cowboys merchandise as well throughout the show tomorrow while we are out and about.
And I do believe at every Buffalo Wild Wings stop we make, so every Friday the Cowboys are playing, we'll have a pair of tickets to give away.
And my daughter Lucy will be making passports because we're going to be out every Friday. Every single Friday this year, we're going to be out.
Passports? That sounds illegal.
Well,
That sound quite illegal.
Well, I mean,
very nefarious.
They're going to be football feast passports. So whenever you come hang out with us for the football feast, you can get a stamp on your passport. And if you've been to all of them, maybe we do something fun at the end of the season.
You get to take over a shift from Bobby.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Take over what for
A
Bobby?
shift.
Yeah.
Oh,
Don't forget that F.
And
Tomorrow, that other one would be tough.
Is the debut of the Mike McCarthy Show.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about the debut of Evan Carter, but we'll talk about that in Baseball Nuggets.
All right, Mike McCarthy tomorrow at 6:30. Final Rangers ticket giveaway as well. The KMC Masterpiece is next on NFL Opening Day.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Or if you want to repeat what you just said, you can, or that can remain an off-air topic.
We might be the worst franchise in sports.
What?
We are a cursed franchise.
The Cowboys?
The Rangers.
Oh.
Listen, I thought
Yeah,
I love,
I
and
get
I
it.
still love what Chris Young did.
The Rangers created Patrick Mahomes.
Because of his dad being on the...
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Oh.
He was a baby on the Rangers.
All right.
I mean, think about tonight, Patrick Mahomes, son of former Ranger Pat Mahomes.
Gets to play football.
The greatest, arguably the greatest quarterback. He is the greatest quarterback right now.
Right now.
I was going to say.
Like, think about the Rangers doing that.
I didn't think about this. Did you realize that Dak is the longest tenured quarterback in the NFL right now?
Yeah, we talked about
Why
that.
did we talk about that?
Because
When did we talk about it?
It was like sometime in the off season. Because it's
okay.
kind of depressing.
Well,
because-
we always get new listeners, Kevin. So
That's
I'm
true.
just trying to make sure we have
Oakland beat
people.
Toronto. The Rangers are only a half game back.
Okay, but how do you feel about that Oakland series now? That's a weird question.
We're gonna
I
get
never
swept.
thought I would. What?
We're gonna get swept by Oakland.
It will tell a lot. If you can't win that series at home, then that's the scary part, right?
That
then
team is a team of
Pack it
people
up.
who are not good at baseball, but they try really hard and they still lose a lot of games.
Are you insinuating that we're a team that is good at
I
baseball,
think
but we
this is
don't
a-
try hard?
This is a team right now, Kevin, that has been watching water like pour into their boat, and they're just like, we can't shovel the water out anymore. Just let it sink. That's where they are right now. Prove it to me otherwise.
No, I get it.
Because that's what I'm seeing right now.
All right, but football starts tonight. Let's go to cut number 9 and prep for the Giants and Cowboys game.
Barkley in the Wildcat, keeps it, runs left, into the end zone, touchdown Giants. Saquon Barkley from 3 yards out, his 9th rushing touchdown of the season, and the Giants cap off a gigantic 97-yard
That's a
drive.
college.
Okay, I was making
He
sure.
must be Saquon Barkley must have thought about going to Monmouth
I thought that was what I
before
heard as well.
he went to Penn State.
So Sunday night, Cowboys, Giants. You can hear it right here on 105.3 The Fan. We haven't talked a whole ton about the Giants. So my question is, what do you think they might potentially struggle with? And is there any player in the roster that you kind of fear?
Scoring points.
Because of Daniel Jones?
Yeah, I think they're going to struggle to score points, but I'm not waiting till tomorrow. I am picking the Giants to upset the Cowboys.
What?
Yeah. I think it's going to be something like 16-13, and it's because we missed an extra point and a field goal.
Oh, my God.
So I think it's going to be a very low-scoring game. I think the Cowboys are going to have trouble blocking because of injuries on the offensive line. I'm not expecting Tyler Smith to play at this point for week 1. So I think that, yes, I think the Giants are going to struggle offensively. I also think the Cowboys will struggle offensively, and it'll be a very defensive game.
That feels like a sky is falling kind of offense right there.
Yeah, but just for as long as Tyler Smith comes back the next week, I'm not saying that then they score 32 points. But I do think the strength of both of these teams is defense. And now that the Cowboys are dealing with, I do think Tyron Smith is way past his prime and at best an average offensive lineman. And now that Tyler Smith isn't going to play and you're going to be playing a below average guard in this game, I do think that you are going to struggle to protect Dak. I think you're going to struggle to run the football, which means you're going to struggle to score. I do think the Cowboys can win because I do think it'll be a close, low-scoring game.
I got a different opinion, Kevin.
Can I just throw out super quick? Tyler Smith said he's optimistic that he can play Sunday, but he has to practice on Saturday.
He has to practice on Saturday. He said he has to practice on Saturday.
If he does play, I will pick the
Sorry,
Cowboys
McCarthy.
to win.
Oh, Tyler Smith's that much of a difference maker for you. All right.
Like 20-16 or like 16-13 you lose. So like I'm picking, I think whoever gets to 20 could win. I like that's how I feel about this game going in. That there's not going to be a lot of offense.
The Giants were 14-5 against the spread last year, Mike.
Oh,
so, like,
wow.
to what you're saying is they played a lot of close games last year. And like if I would have picked them 14 times or 14 of 19 times, I would have probably not been losing betting with Bassick all year.
Unless you pick the wrong 5 in the middle.
Yeah, exactly. But that's a big factor right there, is that it will probably be a close game, and this is the Cowboys trying to like boot things up without any preseason action.
Twitch is mad at me.
Oh, really? Well, the fan text is mad at you too.
So what? I picked the Giants to win. If Tyler, so what? Like, I'm not an expert at this. Has anybody heard my predictions on the Cowboys
ever for this show?
So
but
this, I will say,
I cannot predict the Cowboys to save my life.
Okay, fair enough.
I was listening to Broadish yesterday, Kevin, talk about something that I was like, man, it's time to eat then. And he was talking about their cornerbacks. They have 2 starting rookie cornerbacks on the outside.
One of them's been pretty impressive.
Oh, that's cool and everything, but shouldn't Brandon Cooks be able to demolish that in one of those guys? That's my thing. Is Brandon Cooks is a veteran with speed. It's not like he's lost a step or anything. This is a veteran with speed. He's going up against a rookie. My sell, Kevin, is sell him over and over and over on inside slants, and then do that double move and take advantage of him. CeeDee Lamb, like I think this is one of those games where your outside wide receivers are going to have an absolute blast. Whoever's on the inside has to deal with the Dory Jackson. That's pretty tough. But, man, the outside should be an absolute blast for us.
I'm willing to wager that Trey Hawkins is the player some people are keyed in on. He's a 6th-round pick from Old Dominion, and he's made his way into the starting lineup. Now, there's 2 ways to look at that. I understand that it's time to eat, or I wonder, it's like this kid's just like, hey, I'll do whatever it takes. You guys don't even know how good I was because I was at Old Dominion, and he showed up and was able to make his way in as one of the starters. But I understand that point of view.
Just think about, Kevin, like you've been doing this radio thing for a while now,
right?
All right, and you get, let's say, some rookie kid that just won the Fan Phenom, walks in here and he wants to radio you. And
awesome.
and you would abuse that kid, right?
Man,
like
that would be awesome.
It's fine if the kid wants to show up and do his thing. And I keep saying kid because he's younger than our veteran receivers.
Sure.
Our veteran receivers should be at a point now in their careers where they are experts at their jobs. And I know they're going to try and give safety help. That's fine too. Now we have Jake Ferguson open all day. So I think that this is I'm excited about this game on Sunday. I'll be at the Old 75 hanging out with everybody that wants to come out to the Old 75 in Richardson and chill with me. Come on out and let's party all night long because I'm ready for it, dude.
I like some of the optimism that's not even about the score. It's about just ideas or broader ideas. This is the MF year from the 214. Dak begins his MVP run on Sunday. God, I want all of that to happen. All right.
I don't want Dak on an MVP run.
Don't worry.
Did you say you do not?
I don't.
Why?
I want him to be an underdog. And the problem is, Mike, with the Cowboys, they're never just underdogs. I want you got to constantly be on the rise, Kevin. And that's what I want is people to be like the Rangers. I'm hoping that they're constantly like they're on the rise after this, but man, it's tough. But I want them to be kind of right in there where it's like, is he or is he not? We don't know. This team's just really good.
Okay, look, if we peaked in the playoffs for once, that would be
fantastic. I want him to win the MVP at the end of the season. They're like, oh my gosh.
Super Bowl MVP?
December was, yes, exactly.
Okay. Now, did you see what Tiki Barber had to say?
Why?
All the time.
Okay. He said,
Eli's never winning a Super Bowl.
He said he would take Daniel Jones over Dak Prescott 100 times out of 100, which is fine. I get why he said that. Here's the part that got me, and I think most people would agree with me. I feel like most people would not agree with the idea of taking Daniel Jones over Dak. Right, like right now, you can have Daniel Jones or Dak. Who do you want?
Traditionally, I would not take Daniel Jones. Like I'm very interested to see how much he's progressed this year because last year was this is kind of the same law I give Trevor Lawrence. Last year is his first like real initiation with Daves. All right, and last year for Trevor Lawrence was his first initiation with Doug Peterson. And so you went from something that was just garbage to maybe something that has a semblance of organization. And now, what are you going to do to take that next step? What are you going to do that's going to be a massive move in the next direction? Are you just going to stay still and be like, hey, I got my $40 million. I'm good at quarterback now. Like, I'll just go around and throw the football and blame everybody else. Or are you going to go out there and say, you know what, I want to go be great at something. Here's what I added to it. But I don't know. I didn't see enough from Daniel Jones in the preseason to know that that change has been made.
You've seen one of them quite a bit, Saquon Barkley or Darren Waller, create any level of concern for you? They've done a good job at slowing down Barkley, at least last year.
Yeah, he had a big play for a touchdown, and that stunk.
Yeah. And the rest of those other 2 games, not much.
Hopeful that the defensive tackles that we've added to this, and Hankins and Mozzie, are much improved in that spot, and it can just clog up a hole where he has to run around and into one of our linebackers. With Waller,
I think I'm more concerned about him.
Okay, he is a talented tight end.
He's not hurt right now.
Yet. Okay? Like, that's all I have to say is if you've ever drafted Darren Waller in a fantasy league, Kevin, you know that at some point he will get hurt. So, like, that's just my thing is, you know, what kind of is he in better shape than he was last year? Where is he right now? So I think he's a great target, and he might have some good moments in this game.
Obviously, 2 things you'll look at defensively from this game is if they can clamp down on the tight end and shut down, or slow down the rushing game. Shut down is maybe too optimistic, but slow down the rushing game. I feel like if you get those 2 elements working, the rest of the defense is probably already doing fantastic.
This Cowboys defense wants to be abusive. Like, that's their mindset right now is we don't want you to gain an inch against us. And I'm very interested to see if they can live up to their talk, because they have talked a lot this offseason about their defense being better. And you know what? I know there's a guy out there on Twitter. His name's Andre, and he always will pull stuff up that we've said. And last year, at the end of the season, I ripped Stephen Jones apart and said, I just want you to be better at your job. You know, like if this is the case, you need to be better at your job. And he was better this offseason. He and Jerry and the group, they got Stephon Gilmore to add to the defense. They said, while Deron Bland was really good, Anthony Brown was not good enough. We're not just going to re-sign that dude. We're going to go get a legit cornerback to be opposite our other legit cornerback. So they wanted to make this defense a vaunted, terrifying defense. I hope that the talk that they talk this year, they can walk it too.
Okay, a couple of questions for you there then. Defensive line going up against John Michael Schmitz. He was the top-rated center in the draft, but still a rookie.
Yeah.
Or Adoree', which you brought up earlier, going up against CeeDee Lamb. Bigger advantage for Cowboys.
Probably like Osa against the rookie.
Okay.
I would say now they're going to try to protect the rookie there for sure in as many ways possible. But if it's Osa, Mozzie, Jonathan Hankins, if they're kind of say, hey, let's use this to our advantage.
Mozzie would be interesting because 2 higher rated rookies going up against one another.
And I don't know exactly how much how many strides Mozzie took this preseason, but that's something that I think throughout the season we're going to be monitoring. But man, I really like the Adoree' Jackson CeeDee Lamb combo. But listening to Broadus again, he thinks he's going to be in the slot a lot. So if that's going to be the case, where are you going to say that's our best matchup, or we found a matchup outside we need to take advantage of? Hey, Kevin, we saw a lot of trips in training camp. We saw a lot of trip lineups. That can be confusing to the secondary when they're making these rub routes, and we actually saw rub routes. We actually saw some pick plays happening, so that's kind of exciting too.
And from the 817, some Daniel Jones-based, not necessarily football questions. Why is Daniel Jones starting to look like Eli Manning?
Like physically?
I guess that was the
like in
point.
the face?
And then for the 817, I don't feel like this is fair to put on somebody until like maybe the end of the year. Is Doomsday Part 3? Are we on Part 3?
Yes.
Okay. That just feels
Part
like
2 happened in like 1977.
Yeah.
So we're probably due.
Yeah. That just feels like a bar that, you know what? If you run over everyone in the playoffs en route to the Super Bowl, then sure. After week 1, I probably can't imagine them doing anything that I'm like, yep, there it is. Lock it in.
What do you What do you like more? Like, what do you think was the better defense? The Doomsday 2, Ravens, Seattle, like what Bears?
I wasn't and that's tough. I wasn't old enough to have a good appreciation for the Doomsday, or at least not born. And same thing with the Bears. I thought the Ravens defense was the most incredible I'd ever seen, because when the Bears were doing their thing, I was 5. When the Ravens were doing their thing, I understood what was happening, and they were freaking credible. I'll go Ravens on that one.
That's kind of what I want them to be like, dude.
I'll be biased in
Aggressive
that
and loud.
the Bears was a 1-year wonder.
Yeah.
I mean, they were solid, but I mean, they weren't in any other Super Bowls. They weren't threatening much in the 80s. They just had this one unbelievable year and had a couple other decent years. So I think Doomsday and the Ravens' Purple People Eaters, stolen from the Vikings.
Yes, because I immediately think of the Vikings when you say that. We're the Kansas City Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, DFW media mainstay and author of the new book, Coach Prime. It's John Jock Taylor right here on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, on the line, we bring to you DFW media mainstay and author of the new book, Coach Prime, Deion Sanders, and the Making of Men. It is Jean-Jacques Taylor. Good morning, sir.
What's up, fellas?
Well, the first thing I got to know is, do you kind of wish instead of October 10th, the book had come out like today or Tuesday, because everybody is all about Deion?
Nah, man, it's all good. What's meant to be is meant to be. So, this just gives me a good warm-up act until it drops in about a month.
How long have you known Deion, like, personally?
I started covering the Cowboys in '95. That was his first year here. Okay. And so I was like a lot of people. I didn't get very much access in '95. And we didn't really start hitting it off until maybe 96 or 97. I think it was 97, really. At one point, he was leading the league in punt returns. And, one of my strengths as a journalist is figuring out people and understanding what makes people tick. Mm-hmm. And I figured out that if you ask him about – he's kind of like Corey Seager in the sense of if you ask him about himself, he'll give you some stuff. But if you ask him about other people, he's even better. And so I went up to him and said, hey, man, I want to do a piece on the guys blocking for you. And he was like, oh, okay. So we sat down and talked. And when I wrote the story, I gave it to him. And I said, hey, here's what I did. And a couple of days later, he saw me. Or whenever he saw me next, he said, hey, that was a good piece. Whenever you need me, I got you. And that's kind of how we got to be tight on the beat. And then once he retired, we just kind of stayed in touch over the years. And, I've done a couple things for him. And so, the book was a real easy fit for me.
The man changing from a player to what he is now, how much has he changed, or has he changed at all on some of his philosophies about the way he goes about things?
No, he hasn't changed at all, really. He's and that's one of the reasons we get along is I haven't changed much and he hasn't changed much over the years. The deal is and there's a few athletes like this. You got to understand there's Prime Time, who's a much different character than Deion. Mm-hmm. There's Coach Prime, who's a much different character than Deion. And here's what I'm talking about. He played baseball. If you talk to any of his baseball teammates or any of the baseball beat writers, they would describe a completely different person than football beat writers and football teammates. Because really what he is he's a pretty quiet guy who enjoys fishing and playing cards. I mean, that's kind of what he does. That's why he fits so well in the baseball clubhouse. So to answer your question, he hasn't really changed much, man. He's old school, dog. He's really not he played as a player, he was pomp and circumstance. As a coach, man, he's like Nick Saban, dog. He's about no earrings in the facility.
Do you ever believe that story about Nick Saban where one of his players passed out in the workout room and he just stepped over him and walked up to his office?
I would have a hard time believing.
Okay, just got to check. Now, I know obviously y'all have known one another for a while. Then I was curious, the 6 months you spent covering Jackson State, was there anything that you saw that was different than you anticipated or anything new that you saw?
The thing that here's the two things I take away from Deion during the time I spent at Jackson is, number one, he kind of gave me carte blanche to the facility. He said, hey, go talk to anybody you want to, do whatever you want to. I trust you. And I really only had 3 or 4 sit-downs with him in Jackson. It was the access that allowed me to really write the book and capture the essence of who he is. But one of the things he does is he's a neat freak, man. You can't wear shoes in his office. And if he sees a piece of trash anywhere, he picks it up, no matter where. I mean, he went off in the locker room at halftime of a game because the trash can was overflowing and nobody had taken the initiative to dump the trash. So it's that kind of attention to detail that strikes me. And second, man, is he really cares and loves these guys who play for him. I had talked to a couple players, and they had told me some things he did for him. And so I bumped into him, and I said, hey, man, you're doing some good stuff around here. And he said, what are you talking about? So I explained what I was saying. He said, oh, you got to come to this meeting I'm having today at 3 o'clock. And I said, what's up? He said, just come. So I went to the meeting, and what it was he had about 14 players in there who had various degrees of mental health issues.
Oh, wow.
And it was just him talking to them. And as he likes to say, we got naked in terms of bearing our souls and talking about our frailties and really being honest about what bothers us and how we can get better. And he did that every Thursday during the season, man. And when they didn't do it because of a bowl game or a holiday, the players were like, Coach, we got to have this meeting, man. It keeps me right. And a lot of people, a lot of head coaches, I don't think, spend that kind of time with their players. They might have an assistant do it, but not the head guy.
Now, I did watch Coach Prime on Amazon, and I got a little, not as much access as you got, but I got just a little insight on what it's like. And I was kind of curious what his draw for his coaching style, what he credits that to, who he credits that to the most. And I'm sure there's a lot of different people that are involved in that conversation, but it just always seemed like he was coaching them right. Like every coach I ever played for, the good ones have all the qualities that Deion and his staff seem to have.
Well, his style really comes from Dave Capel, his youth coach with Fort Myers Rebels, who was all about discipline and academics, and Ron Hoover, his high school coach, who was all about discipline to the point where he said, and Deion tells the story often, that he was a junior. They were a couple games out of the playoff or right in the playoff hunt, and he got into it. Now, he swears to this day it wasn't his fault. He said he was just in the wrong spot at the wrong time. But he got into this altercation with somebody, and coach suspended him for the last 3 games of the season. They missed the playoffs. And it was that lesson, he said, that taught him that it doesn't matter. You don't have excuses for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. You're responsible for yourself. But it was that kind of discipline that he said put him on the road to success. And then he talks about Mickey Andrews at Florida State was the hardest, toughest coach he ever had, but the one who got the most out of him. So the coaches that resonated with him most were all disciplinarians, and that's why he's a disciplinarian as a coach.
Now that Colorado,
he's Tom Coughlin, man. 5 minutes early is late.
Which, Kevin, you do not like that, but it's successful.
Let's talk about that just for a second, though. I understand the sentiment, but like my thought has always been, I'll be wherever you need me to be at the time you need me to be there, and you can depend on me. Why can't you just tell me the actual time you want me to be there?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, well, not everybody's you, Kevin. Not everybody's you.
That would work for me, but what you got to understand is at Thanksgiving break, he told everybody, be back Sunday, 2 o'clock for our meeting. If I were you, I would get back on Saturday. That way nothing could happen Sunday to make you late.
Right.
He said, this goes for the coaches too. Meeting, 2 o'clock Sunday. One guy showed up late to the meeting. His son, Shiloh. Starting safety.
Oh, my
Shiloh,
God.
you ain't playing in the SWAC championship game. And he had told them that before they left. If you're late, you're not playing in the SWAC championship game. Shiloh Sanders did not play in the SWAC championship game. He was in the building, but he wasn't in the meeting room, sitting his butt in his seat with 2 o'clock when the coach walked in.
I mean, I appreciate that level of discipline for
Especially
sure.
for your son in front of the rest of the team.
I mean, if you're any other player now, you're like, oh, crap, I better follow these rules. So with the big win by Colorado, do you have more optimism in Colorado this season or the Dallas Cowboys?
I got more optimism in the Cowboys, man.
Okay, good.
I think I love their defense. I love Dan Quinn. I think the quarterback will bounce back from a bad year now that he's got his weapons back. And I don't expect him to win the Super Bowl, but I expect him to get to the NFC Championship game.
Ooh.
How about that?
I mean, that would be incredible if they
It's
make
been
it.
28 years. It's okay.
I
That
know.
would be just fine. Yeah, I think we'd be okay with that. As kids who grew up here watching the Cowboys, I think we would be just fine with getting back to that kind of prominence.
Okay, we've had this argument then. Do you still think it would be okay if they made it to the NFC Championship game but lost to Philadelphia 42-0?
Yeah, because you would have taken a step forward. So, yeah.
I agree. I'm with you. I am with you for sure. Mike and Corey disagree.
I before we get into too much Cowboys, Kevin, I did want to ask one other question about Shedeur and Deion coaching him, and it just there is a lot of pride in coaching his son and the way he loves him and teaches him, and Shiloh as well. Shedeur made a big statement against TCU, and I know TCU fans are probably tired of hearing about it right now, but that was a huge statement. What is that pride like playing for his father? Did you get a chance to access him a little bit too?
No, me and I got a good relationship with Shador. I went up to Boulder. I was there last week, and then I was there in February. I had a great talk for about an hour with Shador. We were really just talking. And man, he's a different kind of dude. The way he plays is the way he is. Meaning, he's a very calm guy. He never gets into a panic. He's very cerebral, and that's really why he's a good quarterback. That's why, when people talk about what he is as a player, what's his future. I'm like, at the worst, he's going to be a backup quarterback in the league for like a decade or more because he can draw up whatever you want to draw up. He can execute whatever you want him to execute. Just be a matter of whether he gets an opportunity to start. But he's a good player. I really wasn't surprised by his performance, man. He was a top quarterback in the country coming out. He just wanted to play as a freshman, so he wasn't going to someplace where he had to sit. He dominated like you should dominate at an HBCU if you're that caliber of player, much like Travis Hunter. And so I really wasn't surprised at his performance in Colorado because I knew they had weapons on the outside. The only question was, would the line allow him to stand up? If the line could keep him clean, I knew he was going to put up numbers.
Do you think there's any chance Colorado as a team can be good enough that he can stay in the Heisman Trophy race?
Yeah. And here's what I'm talking about. Here's what I mean. Like, they don't have to beat USC, okay? But if him and Taylor get into a duel and the final score is USC 61, Colorado 42, and they both throw for 400 yards and 5 touchdowns, well, yeah, he'll still be in the hunt because my team is not good enough, but clearly my performance is one of the best in the country.
Yeah. All right. Now, that's something to watch, man, and that's exciting. That's something to keep an eye on. There's been a lot of talk from this Cowboys defense this year about like how much better they want to be. And I know I just saw a couple of cool stories on the Cowboys offense and them getting together and stuff. How much different is that what you're seeing with this team this year than some of the talk we've heard in the past? Is it that much different?
Well, here's what it's funny you mentioned that because I talked to a couple guys about this yesterday. And to me, the biggest difference is what you see on defense to me feels real. And here's what I mean. The Hot Boys always felt fake to me.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yes.
And I don't mind that the guys were kind of celebrating themselves and getting some nicknames and stuff. That's cool. It's happened before in sports. It's not a big deal. But I just never bought into it. This team right now, they don't have a nickname, but I buy into that defense because – and I talked to some cats yesterday. I was like, just feel like y'all just got some dogs that just kind of just want to be badass. And I was like, how is that? And the two guys I talked to for an extended period both said the same thing. They said, this is all Dan Quinn, man. I said, well, what you mean? He said, Dan Quinn lets us be us. Whatever your personality is, if you're big and loud and want to talk a lot, like J-Ron Kurtz, Dan Quinn will let you do that as long as you play. If you're a little more cerebral, a little more quiet, Dan Quinn will let you do that as long as you play. And so everybody can bring their own attitude to the defense, and then it's led by Micah Parsons and the particular ferocity in which he plays. And so I think this year the defense will be the strong point of this team. I think the offense will be cool, but I think the defense will be how this team rides and how they get down.
Talking with John Jock Taylor, author of the new book, Coach Prime, Deion Sanders and the Making of Men, comes out October 10th. I've already seen it on HarperCollins.com and at Target. So I imagine if you find it at Target, you can find it at most places.
A lot of people go to Target.
And then the last thing I was curious about, you believe in the Cowboys defense. Do you believe in the fan? Because I know there was a time when maybe you didn't love our station. Do you like our station better now?
See, that's such a loaded question because, yeah, I like it better now because I couldn't stand it before. So, yeah, I like it better now. I like the guys now. You know what happens, man, when you're being competitive, because I was doing radio at ESPN at the time before they got out the radio business. Everybody's trying to put their place in the marketplace and do the best that they can. And so I didn't have – let me see. I'm a competitive dude by nature. You can't cover the Cowboys for as long as I did without being competitive. So I'm competitive, but there's no hate in my heart, man. I listen to Sean and RJ in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
There we
From
go.
time to time. Not all the time.
Okay.
All right.
Hey,
Well,
one step at a time.
we'll convert you to a Tolo in time, man. We will get you there at some point. Hey, thanks a lot for hopping on with us today, man. Really looking forward to reading the book, man.
Hey, I appreciate it. Thanks, fellas.
There you go, Jean-Jacques Taylor. October 10th, Coach Prime, Deion Sanders in the making of men. I really think we did convince him a tiny bit. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the MVP and LVP from last night's Rangers game. Plus, we'll talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, next right here on The Fan.
By texting 64,000.
Chevrolet.com/watch party.
At Classic Chevrolet, Labor Day savings are back in a big way. Shop their biggest holiday savings of the year on over 700 new Chevys. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't wait. The best Chevys with the biggest holiday savings will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
What be shaking?
I did not.
That was the last thing I expected, Mickey. But I like it.
Always keep them on their toes.
Yeah, right. Never let them know your next move.
I feel like we've continued to be on Tyler Smith watch, but my question for you was this. How big of an impact is it? And I know it's still to be determined, but if he can't go on Sunday, how big of an impact do you think that makes?
Well, I mean, it's an impact, but I don't think, I'd be hard-pressed to say if they lose the game it was because Tyler Smith wasn't there. Now, they would play better with him in there, and judging from how he was working on the resistance cords during the early portion of practice when we were out there, I thought he was moving pretty well. It's hard to do lunges with a hamstring that will keep you out of the game on Sunday. It's also hard to do the side steps at a kind of rapid pace with the cords on if it's really, really that bad. So he doesn't practice today. Tomorrow, they don't practice. It's a walkthrough. And as Mike McCarthy said, if he's able to go during their light practice on Saturday, that he should be able to go on Sunday. So that'll be, as Mike says, the threshold he has to overcome to be able to play. Now, if he's not there, they've got a couple choices. One of my guesses would be Chuma Edoga, since he's got some experience in the league. He's a little bit bigger and, more experience than some of the young guys that haven't played in an NFL game yet. So, and he's okay. He'll take up some space. But again, if your weakest point during the entire season is one of the guard spot, and you tell me that's why you only went 11-6, then I'm telling you got other problems.
Was that your season prediction right there?
11-6. No, I was trying to pick a record that probably wouldn't be what you would hope the Cowboys would be able to do with this roster.
The Giants. I was a fan of Dave's going from Buffalo.
Gross.
I liked Dave's.
What do you think about that nickname?
Is that
Mickey?
Dabes or Babes you're talking
Dabes,
about? What do we got here?
Brian Dable.
I hate it too,
Mickey,
Dabes is better than Bowl, right?
Yeah. Well, he told everybody in the office on his first day, all the people in HR and stuff. He was like, "Look, if you see me, you can call me Coach. You can call me Brian. You can call me Dabes." And I was like, "That's the one. I'm going to go with Dabes." But I'm curious how you look at this team. Do you look at this team as a team on the rise, or a team that's still building before they start that rise, or they just kind of aren't?
I think you got to take them, Corey. I think you got to take them seriously after last year, right? I mean, they did go. What was it? 9-7-1. They did win a playoff game on the road, by the way. So yeah, I think that they improved last year. Daniel Jones improved. Maybe some of that had to do with the new coaching staff, because it sounded like there was some discord there with the judge there, by the way. So yeah, and I think they've added a few pieces that should help them out. So I think the question on them is the defense, the offensive line. Have they improved enough? Because they gave up a lot of sacks last year. Cowboys sacked Jones 8 times in 2 games. So for their offense to improve and become more consistent, then that offensive line has to play much better than it did last year.
Is there anything to be taken from that from the preseason? Because obviously the Cowboys didn't roll out an offensive line that you would expect to see in the regular season, but with some rookies and newer parts, did you see any of the Giants preseason that you felt like might be kind of representative of the offensive line?
Yeah, I don't know that I tuned into 4 quarters of Giants preseason games, I must admit.
That's fair.
But, they've got some guys coming back, although they've got a rookie starting at center for them.
Yes.
So that's always, you kind of sit there and go, okay, well, how's that going to work out for you? Is that, an improvement? Or are you just kind of plugging in and playing? John Michael Schmitz Jr.
Oh.
Can we get enough names in there?
That's a fancy name right there.
You almost miss him because the line in their depth chart, they had to use smaller print to be able to fit all that in there. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, that's kind of what happens in these first games of the year when you don't have a powder puff to play. You got to go in and adapt, and you just hope you're better or you play better, one of the two. To be able to win a division game on the road.
Do you think that if they would have been playing Arizona in the first game, that would have been the equivalent of your college football non-conference powder puff?
Would we have started any of the starters against Arizona?
Now wait a minute. Now both of their top 2 quarterbacks are from Carrollton, right?
And nobody knows who's going to start, or they won't tell anybody.
Right?
It's weird.
It is a Carrollton product, either Hebron or Creekview, right?
I think that is correct.
So that's some intrigue. Have you guys looked at their schedule?
The Cardinals?
They might win 2 games.
If you look it up real quick, we went over it last night. Was it last night we did, or maybe
Washington, New York, Dallas, Niners, Bengals, and then maybe something
that's
against the Rams.
0-5
Yes.
before they get to the Rams.
And the Rams, it might be their first win, right?
Maybe,
right? Because they've got problems too.
Yes,
I think.
they do.
Especially when the wife starts tweeting out or Instagramming or podcasting stuff about the quarterback not having good timing with the receivers.
Yeah, and not getting along with the younger players. I was like, well, there's a
You
lot
can't
of
connect
those.
to them.
Yeah.
Well, she's picked up the podcast radio stick, right?
Mm-hmm.
Say something outrageous and you get noticed. Who knew she had a podcast?
And then I guess when you're trying to connect to them, Kevin, stop calling them. Just text them or Snapchat them or something. I think that's how you connect with the younger players.
There you go. Absolutely.
And somebody just brought up, they announced that Josh Dobbs would start yesterday. False.
Oh.
There was a report that came out yesterday that said Josh Dobbs was going to start. He was asked about that, and he goes, I don't know anything about that report. So everybody is sticking with the bit for competitive advantage.
There you go. And that's kind of what happens. But, yeah, to go back to the offensive line. So, I think if you have, you got to put one guy in there, then you're okay. The problem is if you suffer another injury, right, or during the game or whatever, because we judge some of these guys that are backups in the preseason, but they're playing with 4 other backups, or maybe a bunch of guys that are not even going to make the team, right? And so you might not get a proper perspective of how the individual is playing when it's lumped into the entire group. But if you're putting one guy in there, and that's only one guy, then they can maybe cover for him. You should be able to get by, I would think. I mean, I always have to be careful saying this because sometimes I say it around Nate, but it's like it's a guard, okay? I mean, I'm not trying to minimize the position.
That sounds like you are a little bit.
Right? Well, it's like I talked to Zach Martin the other day or yesterday, and I kind of asked him, I said, so growing up, what did you want to play? Because my guess is you didn't say, I want to play guard. And he goes, well, I was a defensive lineman, and then I got moved to the offensive line, right? So, guys just end up guards. I don't think they grow up to say, I want to play guard. Most of the guys, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 guys, don't get paid as much as the other spots on the offensive line.
So every Thursday this season on G-Bag Nation, Zach Martin is going to be on at 4:30.
Yes.
One of those weeks, do you want us to have them ask, hey, Mickey doesn't think you're your position is very important.
No.
Okay.
We talked about it. We talked about it
We had
face to face, and he, he agrees. It was like, there's some, guard is a somewhat important position, right?
Man, it's like pulling teeth on that
Well,
one.
I mean, look at the draft. How many guards are drafted in the top 20?
Sure. No, I understand your point.
Right?
I do.
So that kind of gives you an idea of, what the value teams put on that position. I mean, most times you make a guard, right? And develop one. Unfortunately, these days there's not much ability to develop somebody at an early age because you don't put pads on in training camp much. You don't, you can only do it once a week during the regular season. And you certainly don't get any pad work in the off season. And so it's really hard to develop guys that end up saying, okay, you're not quick enough to play tackle. You don't handle the ball very well, so you're not a center. So, okay, go over there to guard.
Appreciate the insight, good sir. We'll catch up with you tomorrow and get that prediction.
And when I walk out of here, I'm going to duck, okay?
You probably should. I think that's a smart idea. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Baczek.
Well, they got 50 of those in 3 games. And we'll talk about the Rangers' injuries next.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We had to shift things up just a little bit, but fear not, it is time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
What a matchup last night that we were looking forward to.
And boy, did it suck.
I guess we just didn't know that Max Scherzer's... We knew that he's dealing with something because he only threw 88 pitches against Minnesota. And it's like, dude, stay in there. They have only gotten one hit. They were 1 for 19 against Max Scherzer, and he couldn't pitch anymore in that game because of his forearm tightness, forearm pain, forearm soreness. Whatever it is, we know that it has to do something with the forearm. And so he goes out and he gives his best effort he can give. He tried his best, but I don't know what percentage he's pitching at, but it's not close to 100%. So he's pitching at below 100%. And unfortunately, Houston's hot. And when he threw balls belt high that didn't have a lot of action at the end, Houston hit a home run. In fact, for the series, they hit 16 home runs. That is a record against the Rangers in a 3-game series. In fact, it blew away the record. The record was 12.
And
so it was 11 going into the night. And so they knocked it out of the park by going deep 16 times in 3 games.
And the thing that I saw that was the saddest is I get, at least that's only against the Rangers, is Nightingale's note that the Astros are the first team in MLB history to score 12 runs and hit at least 5 home runs in 3 straight games. Ever in the history of baseball.
I have a note. I did math.
Sure.
All right, Mike. The Rangers have given up 58 runs.
All right.
In the first 7 games of September.
All right.
Oh, my God.
They are on pace, Kevin, by the end of September, not including October's last game, to give up 269 runs.
Oh, my God.
That won't happen.
And...
So you think
they haven't?
I know
they haven't.
I
given
will
up.
bet my life that they won't give up that many runs in the month.
They have their worst month was 133 runs given up.
Right.
They're on pace to give up 200 at the moment, and Mike could be right to give up 200. They're giving up 9.6 runs a game in the month of September.
That won't happen.
It's gonna be. It will be if it's got to be their worst month in total runs given up.
It probably will be.
Unless
in the
they
month of
give up,
September.
unless they don't give up, like,
I mean, there's multiple things here. I think the tough thing is Evaldi's going to rehab in the major leagues. That's very tough to do. But he's going to try it, and I understand why the Rangers are trying it. So his next start, he's going to go 2 to 3 innings in Toronto. Hopefully he doesn't give up any runs. We talked about it yesterday. Do you pitch Dane Dunning after Evaldi if he's only given up 1 run or 0 runs? You might want to go to Bradford or Perez to back up. Unfortunately, Dane Dunning has had 3 rough appearances in a row. Evaldi, you don't really know what you're going to get from him. There's a reason, like I talked about, there's spring training and rehab situations is so that you're able to pitch at a high level against major league hitters. So it's going to be really tough because after Nate Evaldi makes his start Monday against Toronto, is Max Scherzer going to make his start Tuesday against Toronto? Yeah, the plan is, yes, they're going to plan on him doing it. But what was surprising if you weren't listening to Crosstalk was, and I get if you turned off the TV when the Astros started blowing out the Rangers again.
I did.
Jordan Montgomery threw his bullpen in the 8th/9th inning. And the reason he had to do that was he was the emergency starter in case Max Scherzer couldn't pitch. So that's what you do when you have a iffy situation with a starting pitcher and you don't feel like you have a long reliever that you want to start that game. So you're like, hey, for Jordan Montgomery, they told him, like, hey, let's not do our touch and feel bullpen at 3 p.m. You might have to start this game. And Jordan Montgomery's like, sure, give me the ball. If I'm sure they asked him too. They probably had a discussion. He's like, dude, if Scherzer can't go, I'll go on short rest. I'll give you what I got. I want to make the playoffs. I was excited about getting traded to the Rangers. I want to make the playoffs. I'll do whatever it takes to try to give our team the best chance to win. And luckily, in a way, Luckily, Max Scherzer was able to go through his throwing session from 6:35, 6:45 till 7 o'clock and make the start. But I'm not sure he's going to make his next start. He's got to see how the forearm feels today. He's got to see how the forearm feels when he throws a bullpen session.
Sure.
So there's still, I think, an up-in-the-air situation on what Max Scherzer can give you. And I'll repeat this. I think Max Scherzer is a bulldog. I think he wants the ball, but you have to watch out and go, okay, at this point, how much do we want to push Max Scherzer because he is part of our team next year? We want Max Scherzer to make 25 to 30 plus starts next year. And you have to really look at this forearm situation. He said with Emily Jones the day before he started, this is a new situation. It's a new injury or a new pain or a new soreness, but this is new. He said, I usually am dealing with back and I'm dealing with shoulder. And he kind of was like, I know how to deal with that. I'm almost 40 years old. I know how to deal with pain and injuries and hurt and soreness, but this is a new soreness. This is a new pain. This is a new injury that he's trying to discover. What can I do with it? How can I execute pitches with it? Can I even throw the ball with it? So that's the scary thing going forward is I just don't know what Max Scherzer can give you. And then is it smart to keep pitching him knowing that there's a whole nother season of Max Scherzer on the Texas Rangers?
Yeah.
Now, another injury when Michael Brantley went deep against Max Scherzer, Adolis Garcia tried to rob the home run. His right knee didn't feel well when he came down, either leaping up or coming down, but usually it was probably when he landed that his knee got hurt, and he was able to somewhat walk off the field, but then he needed help down the stairs. He was so mad and frustrated, and I'm going to tell you something. That didn't have to do with just that injury. That has to do with the way he's hitting and the way the team is playing. They're losing. He's not doing what he wants to do. He now knows he's hurt and going to miss some time most likely, and so as CJ Nikowski said, it's a good point. There's a Jared Kelenic. He's missing the rest of this year for Seattle and figured out finally for the first time how to hit in the major leagues. Well, what happened? He got mad and he decided to start punching stuff.
Yeah.
And Adolis got mad and he decided the ground was under attack. They might have to x-ray his hand. I mean, that's seriously, he was punching so hard and so violently that not only do you have to worry about his knee, I don't know if his hand was able to do what it was able to do without possibly getting hurt. So,
and Bochy did say he'll get at least the knee MRI today.
Right. And I don't think you need to MRI the hand. You might have to x-ray the hand. And, today's an off day. We're not going to hear anything about Adolis Garcia today. We will probably get an update on Adolis Garcia tomorrow. We will probably get a small update on Max Scherzer tomorrow. But I don't know the update we're going to get on Max Scherzer. Like, I don't know if they're going to really tell us anything until we get closer to Tuesday. Now, if you want Evan Carter in the major leagues, I think the opportunity just presented itself.
Yeah,
and I'm not saying that's good, but it did present itself.
Can I ask you a question about that? There was some ebb and flow to this, as a lot of people were psyched for Evan Carter, and then the pushback was, be psyched for Evan Carter in a minute, but it seemed like they were celebrating Adolis's injury
that's not good.
On social media.
You look, Adolis is struggling. You're down to nothing on this team. Josh Young is out of the lineup.
Yep.
Now Adolis Garcia most likely is out of the lineup for a while, because if you can barely walk, most likely it's going to take you some time to have the strength to swing a bat, to run the bases, to possibly run in the outfield. I know you can move them to DH, but right now, Mitch Garver's your second best hitter in the lineup. Seager's 1, Garver's 2. Simeon did have a very good game. Maybe he can get really hot right now, but I mean, you are lacking bats. The Rangers have lost faith right now in Ezekiel Duran.
Yeah.
Now, I'm sure Ezekiel Duran will be in. I shouldn't say I'm sure. I think Ezekiel Duran will be in the lineup Friday. They're trying to get him back on track, but right now they'd rather play Josh Smith to see if they can get Ezekiel Duran through practice back into a good spot where they feel more confident that he can hit the ball hard. But I do think today the Rangers have to strongly consider Evan Carter. Now, I'm not saying Evan Carter fixes any problems. I have no clue how the young 21-year-old will do in the major leagues, but here's the deal. He's going to be added to the 40-man in the offseason anyways. To me, it's not a big deal. Chris Young should already know the 3 or 4 people that he's going to release off the 40-man roster. Well, you just release them off the 40-man roster today or tomorrow to make room for Evan Carter. The other thing, I'm not opposed to calling up Jack Leiter at this point.
Let's go!
Oh, my goodness.
Why not? He throws the ball 99. Like, why not?
You've done everything you possibly can so far. I mean, you've gone to every piece that you possibly could.
Yeah.
Nothing's worked out. Are you concerned about losing the kid at this point, or like
I mean,
Jordan
the other thing
Lawler's
too is
coming up, right? Jordan Lawler's coming
Jordan
up.
Lawler, yes, Jordan Lawler, who was in that same draft class from Dallas Jesuit, is now going up to the Arizona Diamondbacks. The one thing that you'd want to know, and I'm sure Chris Young wants everybody to earn their way to the major leagues.
Absolutely.
When you have an organization where there's no earning your way to the major leagues, you just get to go up. You create a bad environment. And so the Rangers have created an environment in 2023 that you have to earn your way to the major leagues. We don't just give your way to the major leagues. And for a while, just being honest, the Rangers were giving away spots to the major leagues, and that's just where they were in their organization. It was a rebuilding situation. So now Jack Leiter's going to be in the major leagues, I think, in 2024. They didn't give him $7 million to not
Something
ever
like
pitch
that,
in the
yeah.
major league. So, I mean, most likely he's going to be added to the 40-man roster. So is Evan Carter in the offseason. Evan Carter is going to be on your opening day 9-man starting lineup. It'll just be interesting. I would say to Ranger fans, peak tonight. If Evan Carter's starting in AAA for the Round Rock Express, he's probably not coming to the major leagues. They've probably made their decision that they're not calling Evan Carter up in 2023. If Evan Carter is not playing tonight for Round Rock, then that means most likely he's headed to the major leagues. I'm not saying it's a 100%, but you would say, hey, don't play him. We can't get him hurting in Round Rock if he's going to be starting against the Oakland Athletics on Friday. I will say this. I think that'll bring life to a fan base that's really struggling right now.
Absolutely.
If they say Evan Carter is starting in center field or right field or left field for the Texas Rangers Friday night, I think that will bring excitement to the Ranger fan base. You don't do it just for the fans. But I do know, being at the ballpark the last 3 days, it has been very demoralizing to the fan base. I know it's demoralizing to the team, too. Believe me, they're hurting. They don't want to lose. They want to make the playoffs. Max Scherzer's fighting through an injury. Nate Eovaldi's going out there going, look, I've never done this before. I don't know if anybody's ever done it in the history of baseball. I'm not going to go rehab and go find myself again pitching-wise after almost 2 months of not pitching. I'm going to do it at a major league level. The players are doing everything possible in a way. They're not succeeding in winning, but they are
Not at all.
If you're wondering, are they trying? Yeah, they're trying, but they are demoralized. They do lack a lot of confidence. They're not executing pitches.
They're playing terrible.
Right, they're playing really bad, but they're trying. It's not that they're not trying, but at this point, I'm sure Chris Young is very frustrated.
He's got to be.
And there's a major decision to make right now on Evan Carter. And if you want to wait till 2024, I understand him waiting till 2024, but you can get a look at Evan Carter for approximately 23 games in the major leagues.
A lot of people are on the Josh Young is like, whenever that happened, that was the moment that this team lost it all. But Mike,
that seemed to be a turning moment.
What I'm
in the
starting
Rangers.
to see a lot of right now, and maybe these people were just hiding the whole time, or maybe they never believed, or maybe they're fans that were on this trajectory and now have just gone. But I'm starting to see a lot of Bochy's not a good leader. Chris Young's not the wizard we thought he was, and like all this stuff. And I'm like, man, did you not like the first part of the season, or were you just hiding?
It is what it is. I mean, I get it. I mean, people are going to be blamed when this is happening to your team that looked like was going to win 95 to 100 games. Right now, most likely, they're going to fight to play over 500, and they probably are going to have to play over 500 these last 23 games to even have a shot at making the playoffs. Because probably, getting my math right here, 12 and 11 probably won't get it done. That's playing over 500 the last 23 games, but you're probably 13 and 10 probably won't get it done. So I would say at this point, they're probably going to have to play 14 and 9 baseball in their last 23 games to really have a chance to make the playoffs?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I wanted to throw another thing out there is the Supreme Court of Texas has denied the latest appeal made by Dallas Cowboys owner Jerry Jones and his legal team in the 2020 personal injury lawsuit. You remember we talked about that, I guess, last year, maybe? And it accused him of sexual assault. So the Supreme Court strikes that down. That clears the way for the case to be heard by a jury, which I would imagine would be the last thing that Jerry Jones would want.
Yeah. I mean, and that's the
most famous people, but yeah, Jerry Jones, I can't imagine he would want that. So this stems.
Isn't it wild how the season, here we are, the 2 days before the season, the day the season starts.
Today. It just came out
the day
this
the season
morning.
starts, and then bam, that hits. Interesting.
Yeah. So we will keep track of that. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Is this guy an idiot or an American hero? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
All right, guys, if you're struggling.
and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Oklahoma City has stayed in contact here in the third quarter. Shot fake by Wood. Take it to the basket and posterizes Baisley. One got him a body.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for my buddies an idiot 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? And I wanted to ask this question.
Yeah, the Bochy people. Like, Bochy's still a good manager, guys.
Yeah, who would you like him to pick?
Yeah, I would love to know if you were the manager of the Rangers for the last month, how would you go to the bullpen and who would you put in and who would have saved all the games?
I will throw this out there. MLB Metrics pointed this out. The Houston Astros are the first team in Major League Baseball history. There's another one for you. To have 50 hits and 16 home runs in a 3-game series. So I don't know if you can put that all in the manager. Some? Sure, I would be willing to listen to that. I thought there were times when starters should have got a little bit more run when you knew the bullpen was struggling. But I'm not.
I'll tell you when I was mad at Boch. I'll tell you when I was mad. I was mad when he took Max Scherzer out after 6 innings against the Minnesota Twins. I texted you guys and go, why is Bochy taking, why is he not keeping Max in? Our bullpen is struggling. Why would you not, after 88 pitches and 1 hit, why wouldn't you keep Max Scherzer in? And then after the game was over and I wasn't happy that the Rangers lost, and then I find out, well, yeah, they took Max Scherzer out too early. And I'm like, yeah, guess what? His forearm's hurting and he had to be taken out of the game because of an injury. Well, then I can't blame Boch for that. Like, his guy got hurt on him. So I don't know. Like, I'd love to say, hey, man, he should have had Jonathan Hernandez closing in the month of August. Well, they tried Jonathan Hernandez for a game and it didn't work out. I don't know. I don't know what he's supposed to do.
I played the clip of Christian Wood to come back because he gave the quote after he was signing with Los Angeles, or we knew he was going to sign with the Lakers. Quote, I opted not to discuss with Dallas. I'm looking forward to LA and for sure motivated after what Dallas did. Like, I want to know more about this situation. My interpretation is, obviously, they didn't play him as much, and they thought he was doing a poor job on defense, and it felt like Mark Cuban might have thrown him under the bus when he's like, hey, we had people here who were selfish and blah, blah, blah. I don't know if that specifically is what he's talking about, if there's something else afoot.
Well, from the people that cover the Mavericks, like beat writers, Tim McMahon, for example, Jason Kidd never wanted Christian Wood. Nico Harrison did. So there's a little bit of an issue there, right? To pretty much start the year, your head coach wants nothing to do with the player. That's going to be tough. So that is a tough start for Christian Wood, but he wants nothing to do with the player because he'd heard from other coaches Christian Wood is uncoachable. He's just going to do what he wants when he wants to do it, and you're going to deal with that. The other problem is he has a really stupid agent, the worst agent in all of sports. And so you're going to have to deal with that too. So it's just, Christian Wood was not the reason that the Mavericks didn't make the playoffs. At times, Christian Wood was a very good basketball player. We interviewed Christian Wood. In a way, he's a good guy who's just a really dumb person. And he's just not created as a smart person. He needs a lot of help. Unfortunately, he has a really bad advisor in his agent. He doesn't have people around him to really help him understand how professional basketball works. The coach wanted nothing to do with him in Dallas. Mark Cuban doesn't really know how to help people out in those situations. So it just wasn't going to work out here. I don't know how it's going to work out in LA, but I do feel bad for Christian Wood because he's not a very smart person and he has a lot of people somewhat taking advantage of his not smartness. And he doesn't have anybody really around him that can help. And maybe when people are around him that try to help him, his dumb advisors then come in and make more stupid decisions.
From the 469, my buddy is an idiot and my buddy is me. I got Bally 3 games ago. Look what I did. I mean,
well, you get the stars. And
we made history. Not the good kind of
You get Mavericks too?
Yeah, you get Stars, Mavericks, Rangers, right?
Yeah.
On Bally's.
One of those is probably going to be really good.
Which one will will be good for half of the season?
You get to watch me do pre- and post-game shows.
You think the Mavs are going to be good in the second half of the season?
Oh, I thought you said good in the first half.
Yeah, no, good in both halves.
Oh, the Stars.
Oh, okay.
I'll take my chances with
Let's
the
go
Stars.
Stars.
All right. Corey, I'm
Hockey Mike.
intrigued The words I heard were hamster wheel ocean. What do you got for us?
Well, we should also throw in Florida man.
Always.
A foolhardy Florida marathoner
Mhm.
was busted trying to run across the Atlantic Ocean in what is effectively a giant hamster wheel. And a hurricane was coming.
Oh, that's right.
Reza Bellucci, 44, spotted last month 70 miles off the coast of Tybee Island, which is in Georgia, as Hurricane Franklin was coming in. And there was
batting gloves.
Yeah, probably so.
That's
Franklin.
all he needed.
Thank you, Mike. There was a criminal complaint about this. There's a dude. Kevin.
Who is complaining about the guy in the ocean?
Look at the contraption that he built here.
Oh, neat.
And Mike, you can see that too. The contraption that he's built. It looks like a bunch of yoga balls and some circle wiring and stuff like that. Like he made a thing that he could run.
I do yoga. There's balls in yoga?
Yeah.
Yoga balls. Or the Swiss ball.
When you're there.
It's called the Swiss ball, I believe. I don't know. Anyway, the big old bouncy balls. You used to use them in big balls.
Mm-hmm.
They showed him in the middle of his quirky contraption, or hydropod, consisting of metal drum with inflatable buoys on each side, as well as paddles powered by him, the runner. So as he was running inside this cage, it would paddle itself, and that's how he was planning on getting to the other side of the ocean. Based on the based on the condition of the vessel, which was afloat as a result of wiring and buoys.
I hope there was a boat to save him.
The U.S. Coast Guard officers determined that he was conducting a manifestly unsafe voyage.
So hold on, are they saying it's against the law because it was unsafe?
Because it was unsafe for him.
I used to think that about seatbelts.
This is why I asked Kevin about the American hero part.
Yeah.
Because shouldn't we be allowed to put our lives at risk if we want to out in the ocean when we're not hurting anybody else but ourselves?
Agreed. I feel that same way about seatbelt laws. Is if you don't want to be smart enough to wear a seatbelt, like I often did not, then you shouldn't get ticketed for that. Now, if you fly out of your car and damage someone else's car, sure, you should be held to task for that. But I'm with you. I say hero.
Mike, would you ever try to go run across the entire ocean on a water buoy?
No. In fact, I'm amazed when you see old school ships and boats like in 1942 when Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
1492, Mike.
I was just waiting for Kevin to hear that. He didn't even hear me. He's tired of hearing me.
I just picture you as Chris Farley writing Herbie Hancock. At the beginning of Tommy Boy.
Right, and it's the right answer is Herbert Hancock.
That is not.
He did not shorten his name to Herbie.
You know it though, right?
I think it's James Hancock.
I think it's John, but good enough.
Now, you might be asking, why are we going after this guy who's out there on the ocean?
Wasting our money.
Just trying to, yeah, exactly, Mike.
Okay, so he has to deal with the consequences
Yeah.
as well. So, like, you won't get a ticket or arrested or anything, but also we're not going to save you because
Yeah.
then that's taxpayer
Well,
money.
Kevin.
And Biden's like, we're here to use electricity, okay? No gas.
Politics.
I feel like it's American
Let's end
Airlines,
gas.
Delta. They were probably really upset about this. They were like, hey, that guy's trying to travel. He should be on a plane. That's probably one of the...
I wanted to see if he could do it.
Yeah.
Here's the
I
problem.
don't know why they didn't let him see if he could do it. Hey, good luck, moron.
When the U.S. Coast Guard
or genius
did approach him, he claimed to have a 12-inch knife and a bomb, sparking a 3-day standoff before he finally got off of his voyage.
Didn't he keep walking or jogging? I thought he was hamster thing in this.
Okay, I'm not on his side anymore. You can't, if your goal.
I don't know if he did have a 12-inch knife for a bomb, but
why not
he
just
claimed
leave
that he
him?
did. He was like, I got a bomb!
But still, like if your goal is I'm going to run across the ocean, which I was super intrigued by, in a hamster wheel or whatever, I get it, but you can't be like, also have a bomb and if you try to stop me.
Well, he didn't have a bomb.
I know, but you can't say that either.
And so Kevin, he was trying to do something that we would only tip our cap to back in like the early 60s or something while a man is trying to cross the ocean.
Sure.
But because he said he had a knife and a bomb, now he has federal charges for obstruction of boarding and violation of a captain of the port order. So Yeah. But then again, he was just out there doing something. He was trying to be an inventor. He was trying to be a revolutionary and trying to do something special. Kevin, you had a girlfriend once that attempted to swim across the English Channel. And
she did.
She did it.
4 times.
4 times.
I was kind of confused about.
Did anybody ever go up to her and say, hey, you can't do that because it's not safe for you?
Okay, but then she didn't go, well, you better let me or else I'm going to blow this up. Like, that's the problem.
That's valid. That is valid. That being said, is this guy an idiot?
Yes.
For attempting to go across the ocean? No.
Not that part.
But for saying he had a
Bombs and
bomb.
stuff,
Gotcha.
yes. From the 682, ooh, my buddy's an idiot for thinking Tony Pollard is better than Breece Hall. It's tough because you've never seen either one of them as the lead back for an entire season. Obviously,
you're not going to see Breece Hall do it this year either.
Obviously, he looked phenomenal before he got hurt, and I think he's a heck of a player, but I'm very interested to see how both he and Pollard come back this season. From the 214, am I the idiot ever since I predicted that we would have every Dallas professional team in the playoffs? The Mavs choked, and now the Rangers are choking. I do blame you for that then.
From the
Will we feel any different since we're idiots right now? Will we feel any different if you sweep Oakland and you're back in the playoffs starting Monday?
Absolutely, we will. Look, man.
I don't know.
Look, you.
That won't make you feel better.
What's wild here is we always try to say, like, Mike, have you had a successful life?
I'm dealing with therapy with that right now.
All right.
I'll talk about that, and Mike likes it.
Would you sit back and say, so far, just a tease, it's been a success?
I'm dealing with it
all right, Kevin.
because I don't think so.
When he was a kid, do you think that he just wanted to get like certain grades and pitch well when he was a kid? Like that's all he wanted to do?
Yeah.
And maybe pitch in the big leagues?
Grades being passing, so you could
and maybe
pitch.
make it in the
Pass
big
to play.
leagues. And then he's done that.
I think he should view his life as a success.
That would be a success from that point then. But then what happens, Kevin? Our expectations and our plans change over time. And that's where we have to measure success incrementally over time. And so at the time, right now, it feels like a massive failure. Although, if you look back at the beginning of the season, the Rangers season is an incredible success compared to what we thought it would be. So I think that it's, Mike, I think that we will be sitting there going, all right, let's see what this ride is. Especially if we feel like the guys are healthy and can make it through the rest of the year. That's just my thought, though. Somebody did say, Kevin, maybe he was doing a Batman in the Dark Knight thing and he was taking the bomb out to the middle of the ocean so it would blow up.
Look,
so they wouldn't hurt
the
anybody.
Batman movies are super cool. If your goal is I'm going to replicate what I saw in this superhero movie, you need to rethink what you're doing.
The bomb. What was he supposed to do? Let it go off in Miami?
But that's not what he said.
He started in Miami?
I don't know.
He said, he didn't go, I'm trying to throw this bomb in the ocean. He said, if you get any closer, I'm going to blow everybody up. That didn't happen with Batman. That's not what he said. He didn't get with Catgirl and Alfred and say, if any one of you MFers try to stop me, you're both going down.
Do you think in court it could hold up if he was like, I had to go to the bathroom and they misunderstood what I had to say?
I have wondered that all the time because I think that I don't know how the cop would
I had to go
prove
blow up this
Maybe he
toilet.
follows you back home. I think a cop should give you a break. If you're speeding, but it's because of intestinal purposes, and you're like, you could follow me home, I got to get there. I think they should be able to follow you home and decide to not give you a ticket.
Man, somebody else said everyone celebrated people going over the Niagara Falls in barrels back in the day. Remember that? Nobody cared then. I don't know.
I mean, but you didn't get, did you get ticketed for that? Or arrested for that?
I can't believe there are some people that made it. Some people, because I've been to Niagara Falls, it's very beautiful. But I just can't believe somebody went over that. And I think there's been a few people that have survived going over Niagara
All right, let's
Falls.
look this up and see.
That is crazy. By the way, he should probably always be on this, but Julio Urias is an idiot just in general, but also the Los Angeles Dodgers probably made the right move by going ahead and canceling his bobblehead night that was set for 2 weeks from today. Probably a good idea.
The first recorded person to survive was a woman, dude, going over Niagara Falls.
Why is that so?
I think what he's saying is he's
surprising
saying
to
if
you?
a woman can do it, then you're saying you can do
It
it.
was in 1901.
I'm just Just
Corey,
it
is that what
seemed-
you're saying?
In the following 122 years, thousands of people have been swept over the falls. Only 16 have made it, and one of them was a woman.
Why do you keep saying that?
Just pointing out how amazing it is.
That a woman did it? Or that-
Anybody, Kevin.
Okay.
Just the fact that she was a woman
Look,
was also part of it.
Those are terrible odds.
Just stating the facts.
Thousands of people have gone over and 16 survived. Why would you sign up for that
That's
unless
bad,
you had
no,
some
yeah, that's bad
weird billionaire backer who was like, I'll tell you this, I will give you $1 million to go over the falls in a bucket.
And $2 million if you're a
Or in a
woman.
barrel. No, why do you keep saying that? I don't think we want that attached to us. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, our folks
Should have
sleeping
done it with yoga balls.
on this rookie. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Nighttime on the Fan.
The show will be at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas off of Lemon, 4140 Lemon Avenue. And Miller Lite will have a pair of Cowboys tickets with a parking pass and terrific Cowboys merchandise to give away throughout the show.
I think I'm going to start, Kevin, with 50. All right. This is my goal, is I will print up.
You want 50 people?
I will have, Lucy is going to design 50 of the football feast passports. And
Feast or feast?
Football feast. Yeah, thank you. And we'll print the 50 of them up, and then we will start stamping them tomorrow.
Yep.
So if you want to be one of the actually, you know what? I'll just leave. Maybe the number's not 50. Maybe it'll be less. Maybe it'll be more. But if you want to show up and get some, if you want to show up and get that thing for tomorrow, and you want to have a stamp from every single Buffalo Wild Wings on our tour, then you got to be there tomorrow. So this is the beginning.
And I said this multiple times. We don't have anything set up with the station, but people ask, if I show up to all 17, can I get a prize? Hell yeah.
Kevin will kiss you on the mouth.
Well, maybe not that. But if it's not, don't, Mike.
Mike said,
If it's not the station, I will find a prize.
You and me will be
for
at every
sure.
one of them.
And you're not on the show if you show up for every single
I
one.
know it's football nuggets. I don't want to interrupt. It's football time. I got on my Patrick Mahomes Super Bowl gear today, man.
To
I'm ready for
inspire the
some
Cowboys?
I'm ready for some P. Mahomes.
All right, well, let's start by talking about P. Mahomes' team, I guess, as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Chiefs sauce.
Travis Kelce went through a workout this morning to test his injured knee, per Tom Pelissero. He is looking like a true game-time decision for tonight's opener against the Lions. So I haven't heard anything just yet about how that workout went or about how he's feeling after that. So we will see, but he is a game-time decision and still nothing. We saw something for Bosa. We'll talk about that in a second, but still nothing for Chris Jones. And he is already pushing back against people who are saying he's letting his teammates down by not being at the game tonight.
Wow.
Which,
do you think that's true?
I do think he is letting his teammates down, but I do understand that they say, like, in the sports business, they're like, you don't ever talk about another man's money. And I understand that as well. I definitely wouldn't voice that as a player to the media. That feels counterproductive.
I always feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, at this point in the NFL, because I'm sure you'll get to the huge defensive contract here in a second, is that if they don't work out a deal with you and you get to the first game of the season, that team isn't going to work out a deal with you. It seems like every team in the NFL now, they will push it to a certain point, but they'll make sure you're there for week one.
Yeah.
And if they push it to, we don't care, then you're probably not getting a deal.
Now, the person who did get a deal is the numbers on this are astonishing. Nick Bosa, 5-year, $170 million extension will make him the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL. And the part you really care about is the guaranteed money, $122.5 million guaranteed.
Yeah.
So yesterday was a great day for him and a great day for Micah Parsons.
We have, yes. Oh,
140.
For sure. 140?
Guaranteed?
That'll be my Micah guess.
The monster contract is what they call it, dude.
Yeah. I get it.
How many?
He deserves it.
Sure.
He's going to lead us to success.
How many more 100 millionaires do we have in the world now compared to when we started watching football?
I mean, when we started watching football, it was zero.
I mean, you just think of, I believe, 1980. I know it's a different sport. Nolan Ryan was the first ever MLB player, and MLB was making more money than football players, I believe, at the time.
Yeah.
He got $1 million a year on a contract from the Houston Astros. So, I mean, you go to, that's approximately when we were born. I was born in 77. You were born in what, 81?
Yes.
Yeah. See, I know you really well.
Yeah, you do, Mike.
We're getting to know each other a lot more.
We're besties.
So, a lot. But I don't know how far it goes.
Yeah. I'm just kind of curious and interested about that.
We're not going to make any gas anymore. Keep going.
All right, let's go. So dumb. Let's go from that to Jahmyr Gibbs. Now, Jahmyr Gibbs and the Lions will go up against the Chiefs tonight. By the way, in case you didn't know, the NFL season starts tonight, so rejoice in that. By the way, that point spread down to 4.5 in favor of the Chiefs. I'm assuming because of the Kelsey.
In a weird way, I don't know why I'm worried about the Cowboys Sunday night, and I'm worried about the Chiefs tonight on Thursday night. Maybe Sky Moore's ready to break out. Maybe. Kadarius Toney's ready to break out. But, I mean, in the playoffs, Patrick Mahomes used Travis Kelce. It felt like for 10 to 12 catches a game.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Like, it's 50-50 right now, right, on him playing?
They said it literal game time decision, it sounds
So if he doesn't play, he's going to have to complete an extra 10 to 12 balls to his receivers that he usually uses his tight end for.
Let's go back to, so what I actually wanted to talk about. So let's not go back to anything just quite yet.
152 targets last year for Travis Kelce, 110 catches.
That's amazing. So you remember in the draft, people were maybe a little surprised at how high Bijan Robinson went. But they were definitely surprised at how high in the draft Jahmyr Gibbs went. He's a 12th pick. A lot of people thought that was too high. He believes that he can put together a season of 1,000 yards rushing and 500 yards receiving. Safe to assume that across the board, all Lions personnel would be stoked with a 1,500-yard all-purpose season.
For sure, dude. From a rookie?
Yes.
For one.
Yes.
But for two, just that would replace pretty much all the offense that they let go with their running backs last year, right? Like that was, they had scoring from Jamal Williams like crazy last year. DeAndre Swift was really good for them last year. So that would be a great opportunity for them to say we made the right decision to go ahead and draft him where they did.
Now, I figured this would come up. I did not know this would be the way it came back around.
Can I ask a quick question about Detroit tonight? Yeah. Let's just say the Chiefs win by 17 points, and going into the fourth quarter, it's a 24-point game. Okay. I don't think that's going to happen. Sure. You talked about the spread. Do you think all executives in football will say, we are never putting Detroit on a premium game again? We tried to believe in the hype. We'll never do it again. It is Detroit.
Unless the Thanksgiving game shows out.
Well, the Thanksgiving they have to, right?
But I'm saying this year, unless the Thanksgiving game is spectacular, I think they'll be like, I'm done. I am just effing done.
I mean, it is pretty amazing that Detroit's on opening night football.
I mean, you're right. There is an abnormal amount of hype behind them compared to the usual.
It's not my fault. I promise it's not my fault. You said
Corey's been driving the bandwagon.
You've driven the bandwagon to me. And I've just been like, okay, I guess I'm excited for them. They scored points last year. Their defense wasn't great.
I can't wait to see this game this evening.
You'll have to wait.
You do have to wait.
Fair
we
enough.
have to finish the show first.
Fair enough.
You probably have to change a diaper.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
If the Rangers were playing tonight,
I would not watch over Thursday Night Football.
Would you watch at the same time?
I would watch football and listen to the Rangers right here in the fan. But instead, I can watch and listen to the Get Right.
Hold on. How do you think that's impossible?
You can't do two things at once.
Yes, I can.
You can have the earbuds in, but still see some. This is using two senses.
Maybe.
All right, Chandler Jones. So you remember I told you that Chandler Jones went on, I believe it was an Instagram rampage, talking about how much this team sucks. So Josh McDaniels was asked about that yesterday, and he said Chandler Jones was dealing with, quote, a personal situation and a private matter, and had no further comment. Chandler Jones had further comment.
Yeah, he definitely did.
And he said that the Raiders sent a Las Vegas crisis response team to his home because they thought he was, quote, in danger.
Okay. And he wasn't?
I mean, I don't know, because then he started sharing screenshots of text between him and McDaniels that suggest that, like, they've had an issue for quite some time. And, you know, he said, then Chandler Jones said this. This is the best part. He said he won't post anything else if the Raiders let him play in Sunday's game. So
the Raiders are like, all right, then.
I don't know about that, but this feels like an odd, like, hostage-esque situation where I was like, I'll stop releasing the information if you play me in the football game. Which is, I don't feel like we come across that a whole lot.
You think he's going to play then?
I do not.
Why?
Look, It's a tough turnaround from I sent the crisis response team to you because I think you're in danger to 3 days later. Let's play a football game.
It seems like
Not
a tough
saying it's
turnaround.
impossible.
Yeah.
Not saying impossible.
We've seen more likely things happen.
Now, somebody who will not play, Cooper Kupp, he has been ruled out against the Seahawks due to his hamstring, and I feel like that was something that we talked about last week and definitely earlier this week to get people prepared for that. And I don't think you'll be surprised, but going back to Bosa, did you see Micah Parsons said he was quote unquote super happy for Nick Bosa and that contract extension?
I did see the super happy part. I was like, I bet you are.
Yeah, I was like, for sure. I don't know if he has a relationship with Nick Bosa or not, but I understand why he would be very happy.
Do you think that then this is like even more of a motivation for him to ball out this year in an insane way?
Yes, because look, if he can be the driving force behind the defense that takes you to what's been uncharted territory for the Cowboys for a long time, you got everything. The Cowboys will give you all the money, or they'll figure out a way to get you elsewhere to get you all the money. So
we may actually see him eat a quarterback this year.
Well, good luck, Dan.
I'm starving.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Looking at the schedule, what is the make or break month for the Cowboys this season? 877-881-1053. You want to text in. Also want to hear from the Twolos and the YouTubers. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
We have your latest. Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
He never fails.
I know.
Right before we come back
I know
on
he
air.
waits until the last second to be like, let me just throw this out there and
I
see
do.
how you feel about it. Is looking at the schedule, what will be the toughest month of the season for the Cowboys? Because Sports Illustrated had put out an article, make or break months for 10 NFL teams. Cowboys weren't on there. So I was like, well, we can clearly do it ourselves. I know every NFL game is vitally important. And if you lose the game Sunday night against the Giants, it will probably feel like a catastrophe right out the gate, even though that's what Mike McCarthy always does. But do you look at the schedule and is there a particular month? Because I immediately looked at December. December host the Eagles, at Buffalo, at Miami, host the Lions. Those are 4 potential playoff teams. And in the case of 2 of them, 2 betting-wise likely playoff teams. I realize the NFL has a whole lot of turnover and things can switch around really quickly, but host Philly, at Buffalo, at Miami, host Detroit. That is a brutal 4-game stretch.
So you think that's the make or break part of it?
I think they're going to be in a position, and I understand the logic of if anyone wants to say like September. I certainly get that because it feels like if you lose to Arizona, well, you might as well just cancel the season. Or if you lose to both of the New York teams to start the season, that'll feel like a catastrophe. Just based on where I think this Cowboys team can go, and that's to do very well. I realize historically in the playoffs it doesn't continue, but I think they can do very, very well. And that's why I look at December as the make or break in terms of, did you do very well like you won 11 games or you won 12 games again and you're going to be the best wild card? Or did you do very well, you won your division?
I'm looking at, because I'm going to do what you asked me earlier regarding the Rangers' last game of the season, Kevin.
Right.
And I'm going to add October 29th to November.
Oh.
So I think that stretch from the Rams.
That's 6 games then. That's not fair.
Yeah, no, I'm taking
That's
6
not
games.
fair.
So, and let me discuss each game individually, giving Mike an opportunity to think over there.
Okay.
The Rams and the Cowboys, like I think that team's going to be miserable this year.
That's another one. If you lose, just quit.
And I'm kind of tired of losing to the Rams. So I really want to see something special out of that, hosting them for sure. But there you have the Cowboys and the Giants too at the first, that first opportunity. And I'm hoping you're coming off Cardinals, Patriots, Chargers. Mm-hmm. I'm thinking you should be 4-1 at this point. Or I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Corey. I'm laughing because multiple people have texted in and been like, "Yeah, see the meat of the
schedule." Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense.
That would be December 30th and January 7th is the meat
of the schedule.
But I'm hoping. I'm sorry. I'm hoping at that point you're 6-1. If
you beat the Rams?
No, before you get to the Rams. Am I wrong about that?
You'll only have played 6 games.
5-1 is what I meant there.
Interesting that you dropped the win and not the loss. I would have thought
well, then it's the Niners in there.
Yeah.
And so I couldn't drop. I just can't drop that. I have to see them beat the Niners and go, okay, I believe that they can do this consistently.
Quick question for both of y'all. Not to say that it's a lock or anything like that. Do you look at the games before the bye and think 5-1 is a feasible outcome?
Yes,
I do too.
Yeah, absolutely. So, but my 6-game stretch, Kevin, the meat of the schedule here is I think you have to beat the Rams. If you lose to the Panthers, you got a problem. Like you really have a problem. That should be yet another game. Matt Stafford and your rookie quarterback in Bryce Young should be Micah Parsons' feast days. A, you got a statue back there with Matt Stafford. Yep. And B, I know he can move because
he won the Super Bowl there, and they're going to make a statue.
No, they're not going to make I don't know. They might. They make statues and banners for everything there. But with the Panthers, that's a rookie quarterback who doesn't have a lot of great things around him, and I think that should be a great day. But then again, that's in that month. 3. That's make or break. You're out if you lose one.
Those are the do or die games, except for one.
If you lose them, you're out. If you win them, you won the Super Bowl.
Sure.
You're in the Super Bowl.
Not until Friday. February.
That's why I say you're
Friday.
in. You're in the Super Bowl.
From the 2-1-4, the toughest month for the Cowboys will in fact be January. But I know we're kind of having fun, but you view this as a playoff team.
I do. I think not that 10 is the floor, but as long as they stay pretty healthy, I think they're going to figure out a way to win 10 games. I do think they can win 13. I think it's really tough to put 14 wins on the board, but I think somewhere between 10 and 13 wins. I'm worried now about the start of the year because of Tyler Smith.
Yep.
And because what we saw from the backup offensive lineman at practice / the practice games is the first 2 games can be very challenging games. If you can get out of those 2 games 2-0, you do get a practice game the 3rd week of the year. So that's great. You get a free win the 3rd week of the year. So even if you were 1-1 against the New Yorks, you should be 2-1, and then you get a home game against New England, which you'll be favored.
Is that great?
Right. Yeah. You should be favored by 6 to 8 points, somewhere in there. And that at San Francisco, at Los Angeles are very tough. So I look at that being a very tough stretch. I know I'm not breaking down the months here, but I think that's a very tough stretch.
Can
And then
I
I
ask-
agree with you in December is a very tough stretch.
Okay, I want to ask you a question about something then. I tell you before the bye, you go 5-1. This might seem like a real no-brainer for a lot of folks, but I'm just curious. Would you rather that one be to the Giants or the 49ers? I realize the 49ers are not in your division, but it definitely
To the
feels
Giants.
No,
I'd rather lose to the Giants. If you're asking me if I go to San Francisco and beat San Francisco on October 8th, I think that would be a big mental hurdle for them if they had to play San Francisco again in the playoffs. If for some reason they lost at New York to start the year, I don't think that means New York's going to go on and win the division, especially if from that point you ran off 5 in a row.
I'm with you. I agree, but I can see how a lot of people will disagree. There's like a divisional game. You got to win the divisional games. I understand.
Yeah, and that's part of me that wants to say that first. But the Cowboys have recovered at least 2 years in a row now with Mike McCarthy after losing the first game of the season. So like and I know it's a divisional opponent. I think it's a must. It's like not a must win. It's a very important win to your entire season. But so far, the Cowboys have lost their season openers with Mike McCarthy and turned out pretty decent. I think Mike has a really good point of beating the Niners on the road and clearing a mental hurdle maybe for them, but the mental hurdle still is the playoffs. Like it's like the Rangers with the Yankees, right? Like the Rangers, once they finally beat the Yankees, is like, all right, we could win the whole damn thing. And so like that's where I think it's a good thing to say, okay, we measured ourselves just a little bit. So you asked the question, I'll say the Niners too, just because that's a feather in the cap.
No, because I think you're onto something. I do wonder about like the mental edge that gives you compared to where you are now. If you're like, well, at least we know we can beat them.
Yeah.
And then you find out if you can beat them on a bigger stage.
And you might even have like, let's say you beat them with points. And then you look back and you go, Mike McCarthy knows how to.
Like you really put it on their defense?
Yeah, and Mike McCarthy is like, guys, I know how to call a game. And the team starts believing that like they can be that kind of offensive juggernaut as well as their defense.
From the 806, I agree with Corey. Stack up the wins, then that'll give you some padding.
Smart decision.
For the grueling December. And Mike,
Like the Rangers.
This is... Okay, well, in this scenario, then we'll start 7-1.
Rangers don't
and
play in December,
7-10.
Mike.
True. 8-9.
Okay.
And they never will.
Philadelphia starts off with at New England, home against Minnesota, at Tampa, and home against Washington.
I think that's 4-0. That sounds like 4-0 to me.
So I think that you could argue you really need to get off to a good start because the other I do want them. I do love where the Rangers put themselves at a 40-20 record. And then it's like, dude, if you just play 500 the rest of the way, you have a great chance. You'd automatically make the playoffs. Unfortunately, that's not happening. But I do look at your main rival, Philadelphia. They do not have a tough schedule to start off.
Yeah.
So there's a good chance that they are 5-1 after 6 weeks. Because after that, they're at the Rams. We call that an automatic win for the Cowboys. That's
I
probably
think
automatic.
Tampa's going to be horrible.
Right. And then their schedule does get tougher once you get into mid-late October. So their schedule gets tougher then. So I do think it's very important the month of September, the Cowboys find themselves 3-1 or 4-0 because your rival will probably be 3-1 or 4-0.
And then, Mike, I feel like this is partially for you, but it's for all of us from the 806. Ryan Clark of ESPN picked the Cowboys to beat the Ravens in the Super Bowl, and Trevor Lawrence wins the MVP.
I'll take it.
Well, it says, how does Mike feel about that?
Especially the T-Law situation.
That makes me sad.
That's the thing you would like more.
Yeah.
Not the week that we're at Super Bowl in Las Vegas, Mike. You had predicted the Cowboys be there, so you're getting all this love.
Once again, I'm teasing at 12:45 my therapy and why it's better for me to not care about the Cowboys.
Oh, interesting.
man.
Interesting tease right there. I did not know that.
That's
I do like your chunk of the season though, Kevin, but that 2-game chunk is what I like the most. And the Lions I'm not so concerned about. Look, dude.
Because you already think they'll
It's
clinch
the
their
Lions.
division by then?
Yeah,
I got what you're saying.
We got them in 91 or 92. or
What?
whatever.
We
And so,
got
like,
hammered by them in 91.
But then what happened after that? Did they win a Super Bowl?
Nope.
So, yeah, we got our payback.
Hold on, but you can't.
But the Bills, going to the Bills in December when it's going to be an unseasonably cold winter this year, dude, do you know what that stadium could look like? It could be a paper plate.
Let me ask you something.
Lots of snow.
If
That's what I'm saying.
the United States and Britain went to war, do you think it would be automatic that we would win because we already beat them twice all those years ago? Or would you be like, let's see what's happening now?
They quit warring at that point. They were like, let's just focus on the tea and the cucumber sandwich.
They said, you guys deal with it. And then we went civil.
To the queen. You know,
Civil
that's
war.
what they said.
Yes. No, I understood.
Then the Dolphins, like you go from the snowy place in Buffalo and then you go down to Miami and play the Dolphins. I like your two show. That's what I'm looking forward to the most this
All
season
right.
is that part of the schedule.
I think another question that we have 30 seconds for. What game will Tyron Smith be out for 6 to 8 weeks?
I do not want to answer that question, Mike.
If you had to guess,
I will say
what
none.
game will he
None.
get hurt?
Just to spite you.
I'll
None.
say not the meat of the schedule.
Oh, my God.
I'm going to go
nope,
with
I don't
the third
care.
game.
No,
I'm going to go the easy at Arizona is the game
Coming
that
up
we win,
next.
but we get the major news that
It's
Tyron
National
Smith is out till the meet.
Piano Month. So it's time for the combo platter. Give us a sports opinion. And then what instrument do you play or do you wish you could play?
Okay.
877-881-1053. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial?
And Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, tomorrow we will be doing the show live at Buffalo Wild Wings off of Lemon, 4140 Lemon to be specific, Miller Lite. We'll be giving away a pair of tickets. There'll be cool Cowboys merch there as well. It's going to be a fantastic time.
Tickets for what?
The Cowboys.
Are you serious?
That's right.
They're going to be giving those away?
That's right.
Just like, hey, if you want them, how are we going to do this?
You got to show up to find out.
We're going to be there, and they're going to say, this is how we're doing this. So we'll learn on the fly, man.
Yeah,
Plus, we have the passports. Did you say the passports,
yes,
Kevin?
I did not say the passports.
Yes, this is going to be an absolute fun Friday. Mike will be there as well. And Mike said he would autograph your passport. Mike, is that only for the first of these, or will this be a whole series?
Did you guys want to see if I could eat 48 wings?
Yes.
Oh, my God. I so want to see that. Can you?
I don't know.
Do you want to?
Do I need to put some money on the table?
How are you feeling right now?
Like I could.
So I think Mike he wants to try that tomorrow, dude. I think it's something we should do. The challenge.
Man, that is interesting. Maybe I want my betting with Bassett spot to go to that.
How many wings per segment does he have to eat?
They don't. We're going to be there at 10, but do they open at 11?
They could probably fire you up something early. You'd have to eat 4 wings per segment, which doesn't feel overwhelming.
Right.
But when you get to wing 37, 38, I don't know if you will feel that way.
Yeah,
maybe you will.
You need different flavors like throughout the day.
Yeah.
You can't just go with one flavor. What flavor should he finish with?
Mild.
Mild?
That's Kevin.
That's the best.
Lemon pepper.
All right.
Mild.
It is national.
Like the least amount of flavor.
I like garlic parm.
Garlic parm.
Does that count as a real flavor?
You're big time now.
Okay.
Some jerk seasoning.
It is National Piano Month. So
Piano?
It's time piano. So it's time for the combo platter. Give us a sports opinion, and then
Your favorite piano.
What instrument do you play or wish you could play? From the 806, I want to learn to play guitar. And having seen the Rangers on Tuesday, I believe the best way to describe their play is, let's just say, expletive deleted. That's what we'll go with.
They're not happy with it right now.
I mean, who is?
I would have never thought that they would. If they got swept, I can understand. I just would have never thought it would be 3 somewhat non-competitive games. And I get it was tied after 6 in the first game, and I believe it was the 7th. They scored 5 or 6 runs and blew it open.
Yeah.
But that was the tough thing about yesterday is I just thought to myself, think about the Rangers and just how tough it is to sweep even bad teams. And I just thought, all right, the Rangers are going to have a good game. I honestly thought they were going to win. And then they hit a 2-run homer with the third batter, and I thought, oh, no. And then it just kept happening.
Whoops. Let's, from the 214, Mr. Unlimited will have an MVP type season.
Whoa.
And then Jagon, who said this, plays a 2016 Fender Stratocaster Pro Player model guitar. Lovely. Which one of y'all would like to start?
I have a question first, not about the Stratocaster, but when it comes to a coach that has to walk in and tell his quarterback, you have to stop kissing babies and stop worrying about Russell Wilson Inc. or whatever.
Yep.
Like that's a chain. That's a trend. You have to earn their trust somehow, and also get them to believe that what you have in mind for them is in their best interest. And they have to convert. They have to make that decision. And I don't know, man. Sometimes that's tough to do whenever you just show up. Like whenever he went and got Drew Brees, he brought him in and told him the story. Look, man, this city needs you. They need the New Orleans Saints. They need something. They just went through Katrina. They need something special. So that was an easy sell, but selling Russell Wilson and not be himself is weird.
Which is tough because you've talked about how he looks for neutral thoughts and everything like that. For me, that would guarantee I had a great season to the best of my ability because I'd be like, all right, let's do this. I wouldn't say anything about my businesses or be political. I would just go out there and kick ass. But I don't know if that's how he is motivated. From the 972, I had faith in the Rangers until last night, and the Stars will bring us to the next championship. Double opinion, and they are a drummer. And then from the 972, Rangers will win at most 6 games the rest of the way, and they're going to miss the playoffs. And they play mostly guitar for music projects, but also piano, drums, violin, and viola. That's impressive.
I think of viola.
It's viola.
Frank Viola.
I knew.
Sweet music.
Sweet chin
That's one of my
music.
favorite first pitchers.
Is it just because of his look?
No,
Like
well,
the hair?
1987. I'm left-handed. They're in the World Series. My dad played for the Twins.
He was the only lefty
I would get
on
to
the-
go. I believe Dick Such was their pitching coach, and so
what did you say?
Dick Such is their pitching coach, and so my dad would always get tickets to Arlington Stadium for the Twins and the Rangers, and so that was always really fun to go to. Kent Herbeck hit his 25th home run, but then the next at bat, he cracked his bat. It didn't like shatter, but it cracked. And then after the game was over, said hi to like the Twins because my dad went down and said hi, and they gave me Kent Herbeck's bat.
Wow.
So
That is
Frank
very
Sweet
cool.
Music Viola was my guy.
Was he good?
He was really good.
Yeah.
He's an all-star. I mean, he wasn't Hall of Fame worthy or anything, but if you think of, I don't know, a dude who kind of is like a 3-time all-star pitcher where you're like, yeah, man, solid pitcher. Not like a Cy Young guy, but an all-star guy.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm seeing that there. All right. All right. My sports opinion is that you should watch football games that are away games with me at the old 75.
Ooh.
Off of off
sounds like a
Central.
fact.
Yeah,
Yeah.
old 75.
Been there for years.
Yes. It's going to be, it's right there.
Off
It's-
of 75?
It's next
Yeah.
to, it is off 75.
Yeah.
It's in
Yeah.
Richardson, old 75. They have a fantastic venue to hang out and watch games. I will be there this Sunday for the Cowboys. We're going to be sitting there watching the Cowboys, hanging out, having a good time. I do believe there will also be some things to be given away. So I will let you know more about that tomorrow, Kevin. But that is my sports opinion, is that that's the best place to be on Sunday with me for Cowboys away games this year. So if you're like, I can't make it this Sunday, there are lots of away games. All right. But this Sunday is the first place to get this opportunity. I've always wanted to play drums, but my dad always said it's too loud. So he got me a guitar.
Okay.
And I was like, okay. And I didn't want to play it. My uncle was a great guitar player, and he was like, he's fantastic. He can play every guitar. I ended up playing clarinet and saxophone and everything. So I could pretty much pick up an instrument and
Were you in the
figure out-
marching band?
I was in the march. I was the guy that was wearing
Hell
I was
yeah.
wearing football gear and in the marching band at the same time.
Dang it. I wish I could go back in time.
You're going to go back in time.
And harass him?
No,
Or-
yeah, well,
Okay.
maybe. But
you know, Mike, he was probably he was bully.
I'd be like, are you practicing this? Well, maybe it sounded great. Then he could be like, yeah, I practice it a lot. Like, I can tell.
You're
See, you
really
took it
good.
in a negative context.
I did.
Negative Nancy.
Yeah, Kevin. But
Sheesh. Say no to
Carter started
drugs.
playing. Carter played the piano, so we have a piano. I learned how to play piano. Carter is now playing cello, and I want to play his cello. I want to go get that cello and start playing. But every time I grab the cello, he's like, "You're not supposed to touch that. Teacher says you can't." And I'm like, "Oh!" So and you shouldn't mark that.
You don't know that that's what I said.
Say, tell your teacher I make way more money than he or she does.
That being said, I am trying to. I am going to convert.
Not much, just enough.
I'm going to convert our little pool house shed out there into a soundproof room, and my drummer from my band is bringing the drum set to my house. We will be practicing in my place.
Wow, how much money does your wife make?
It's not.
You have a pool. You have a pool house.
Hold on just a second.
You have an ensuite, I heard, or something like a mother-in-law suite or something.
Okay.
Jeez. Everything in Plano.
And I think I'm going to ask Tolbert.
You're not on a corner anymore?
I think I'm going to ask Tolbert Garage to help me install a garage door on the thing so that it just pops up and we can have it right on the pool. We can have a little jam session.
Little sesh. You get the smoke going, so then the garage opens.
Yes. The dry ice.
Is this taking place in the 1980s?
Hopefully,
That's about when Plano established itself as an awesome community.
Okay.
Yes, dude. I think I'm
They were called the New Highland Park. Didn't work out so well, but they tried.
Yeah, the thing opens up and it goes. You know? So I get to practice drums.
You know what song that was, Mike?
Shot to the heart.
No, it was not. That was Start Me Up, I do believe.
Hopefully when
that's
he
what they
brings
played
the drum
at
set
Reunion
over,
Arena for Dallas Mavericks.
I'll be able to play the drums. So that's what I'm hoping, Kevin. I've always wanted to play the drums.
From the 2-4, need a ruling here if this counts. Cowboys will struggle offensively on Sunday, and they wish they could DJ. Does that count as playing an instrument?
Not playing an instrument, but that is a skill.
I think
I agree with that.
Like being able to scratch, kind of it would be an instrument. You're making sound with something.
But if you're just hitting buttons,
yeah.
If you're a button hitter,
you're like,
it's a skill because you can mix and match beats, songs, all that stuff. But I do think scratching would be more of, I would say, a musician.
Yeah.
Did you know that on G-Bag, one of their guys' dads was a DJ? That's why they named their kid Eric. Nothing.
So wait a second. I need to understand this. So every kid that's named Eric, their father, and I guess not mother. You're saying mothers aren't good enough to DJ. They weren't allowed back then because
first the women over Niagara Falls thing, and now this.
That was
so you're saying
don't put that on
only
me.
fathers are DJs, and then you're saying that if they call their kid Eric, then that makes them a DJ.
You know what? In the hopes of getting beyond this, I'll say yes.
So Eric Bjornson's dad.
Yeah, he was a DJ.
Was a DJ.
Yeah.
DJ Bjornson.
That actually does sound like a cool DJ name. Wouldn't you go to DJ Bjornson?
What would your DJ name be?
Eric. Eric. Oh man, their second kid was Ricky. So is it Eric Ricky?
Mike, you know, why don't you go? Give me your momentum is unstoppable at this point.
All right.
Give me the sports opinion. All you MFers laid out on me on that. Give me the sports opinion and then what instrument you do play or wish you could play.
All of my quarterbacks will dominate this week in football.
So T-Law,
Mahomes tonight, even though I am nervous about them. I do think this. Betting with Bassick starts tomorrow, which is going to be fun because Corey's just going to fake bet. Because he doesn't want to real bet.
This is new to me.
But we're going to keep a tally, but he can bet whatever he wants. He's like, I feel so sure about this. I'm betting my house. And you live in Plano, so that's at least $500,000. So you can bet your kids. Like you can lose your kids one.
I guess.
It's up to him. He can bet whatever he wants.
What is the value of that?
He can indecent proposal his wife if he wants. And
that's too far.
It's all fake.
How much is she worth?
It's up to you.
Okay.
You put a value on her.
All right.
You can be I've been losing for a couple weeks. I've just pawned my wife's ring. And then however much you think your wife's pawned ring is worth, you can bet your wife's pawned ring.
I can bet my pool house / studio.
But see, the interesting thing I think is going to develop is will Corey get up like $600 or something and be like, you know what? I should be in this thing for real. And then we jump back in. Or will he get to the end of the season and he won $13,000? And I'll be like, son of a gun.
You could have been retired.
I have lost enough money this year. I have to earn some money. So
all right. Jacksonville's favored by 5 at Indy. I don't know. I'm getting a little into betting with Bassick. I just think Indy's horrible, and I think Jacksonville's good. I get it. It's a road game. It's first
What
game.
if you hit good Anthony Richardson?
Yeah, right. For like 4 plays. Like, I'm sure he'll make 4 spectacular plays.
And then 4 where you'll be like, who is that to?
But tonight is going to be interesting because the Chiefs, I don't know why I'm feeling this way, but I am feeling for the first time in a while that they're very vulnerable.
Yeah, sure. Especially if Kelsey doesn't go, especially.
Right. And then you have Chris Jones' situation.
Yep.
You have, to me, they are putting a lot on Sky Moore to really develop this year, or for Kadarius Toney to really be the guy that was drafted by the New York Giants.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. It feels like I do feel like there's a lot of excuses built in for Patrick Mahomes right now of like, hey, what the hell are you guys doing? You have the best, and you don't seem to be. You could have got Hopkins. They're just, to me,
sure. I
don't know what, it's almost like the Chiefs and the Hunt family got satisfied that they've been in 5 championship games in a row, 3 Super Bowls, won 2 of them. And I'm like, dude, go for it. I don't know. I feel like they're cheaping out a little bit on making this super special.
There was a time when the Eagles, remember when Andy Reid was with the Eagles, and he didn't have great receivers.
Yeah.
He had a bunch of guys that you're like, huh, okay. But somehow they made it work.
Yeah.
But then they were like, now, look, man, this has never been good enough. Let's get T.O. And then they were like, wow, now we're an overpowered offense. And I think sometimes that can be the way to do it, Mike, is if you're the coach, you're like, yeah, I'll try and make it work with what you're giving me. But at some point, I'm going to need something special.
I wish I could play the piano since it is National Piano Day or month. A whole month
when Rick
for
Carlisle,
it?
When Rick Carlisle sat down,
pianos don't need a month.
In the White House and just started playing at the White House, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
And people are like, well, yeah, let him play. He's really good. If you go sit down and you go, blah, blah, blah.
What is tough is there
"Get him
has to
outta
be
here."
a piano there. Yeah. She goes, blah, blah, blah. Or he gives an Eric a joke. God. That might be your worst joke I've ever heard.
Oh, no. Eric.
Bad. Where did you find that one?
I don't remember who told it to me. Yeah, probably Corey.
Man. All right. So anyways,
funny when I did it.
there has to be a piano in sight though, but it is really cool if you know how to play well and you can just sit down and play the piano. It is tough though to show off because if you have a guitar, you can kind of like, I'm taking that to this trip. I can't take a piano on the trip.
Right.
Yeah. I will, like, do you think, have you ever been at somebody's house and they just pull their guitar out of somewhere and they start playing?
And you wonder if you should end that friendship.
Okay. All right.
No.
So then when Kevin comes over, don't play the guitar.
Nobody's there for that.
Just let him tell his jokes and everything will be all right.
Okay, well, you know what? That's fair. If I'm telling crap jokes like that, for y'all, then you can.
I'm going on Twitch right now. On a scale of 1 to 5.
I don't want to know.
5 being, that was a great joke, the Eric DJ joke, and 1 being, that was the stupidest thing I've ever heard. And 3 being, I get it. It's K&C Masterpiece. Give me a vote.
I would accept that. All right.
We're getting a lot of votes in.
Oh, I bet that's
A lot of 5s.
Oh, let's go.
Some negative 5s.
Oh, no. That is also
They actually liked your joke better than I thought.
Go.
Keep going, Kevin.
From the 682. With the Rangers losing all these games, I still have faith we can get into the postseason. Let's go! And they can play the trumpet.
Also on the Twitch, though, it does say, boo that man. They need to
that was probably from Reggie.
They need to GD K-Dog after that fail. Ash K-Dog. So they said ash him up.
Am I going to get a call after the show now?
At the Dallas Card Show, it would be amazing if you saw Kevin and you didn't call him Kevin and you just said, what's up, K-Dog?
Swaggy Booty says, I can't believe K-Dog wants to push women down Niagara Falls.
That's
was
a
weird
Corey.
thing. I did not want to push women anywhere.
No, he's just amazed it could be done.
And you said women aren't good enough to be DJs? That was part of the joke, too?
What I said.
The dad has to do it.
Interpretation. Is Alec, what do you got for us for National Piano Month?
Oh, my head hurts.
That's fair.
Let's see. My sports opinion is that Brandon Cooks is going to be the first Dallas Cowboys receiver to record a 100-yard receiving effort in a single game.
I just keep hearing people like Patrick Walker and Babe Offenberg.
In their debut?
No, I just think the first Cowboy this season.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
I thought you meant ever.
I was like,
I'm sorry. I was like, I got bad news.
Yeah, I don't think it will be CD. I don't think it will be MG. Not because they're not good enough. I just think Brandon Cooks. People might be sleeping on the speed at that age. So
I'm loving it, dude, because I think his matchup with whatever rookie is going to be an awesome matchup for him because he knows how to make them look one way and go the other. And once he's gone, he's gone.
Instrument-wise, where are we at?
I used to play keyboard. I'm not going to call it piano because I never played a traditional piano in my life, but I did play keyboard in high school a lot to pass the time. It was fun. I probably lost all of that. It's been years. One that I would love to learn how to play is guitar because my stepmom can play electric guitar, and she has this beautiful royal blue Les Paul that I'm not allowed to touch unless I know how to play. So that was my incentive. Like, if you go learn how to play, you can play.
How long ago did you get that incentive?
Probably like 6 years ago, and we are still at square one.
From the
Was your favorite beat the Zumba or whatever? You remember how they had those beats and we like
the forbidden riffs at Guitar Center and stuff. Yeah.
From the 940, Justin Jefferson will be the first 2,000-yard receiver in NFL history this year, and they want to learn how to play the harmonica. From the 512, the Cowboys will win the Super Bowl, and they played the French horn in junior high and wish they could play the banjo.
Dude,
That'd be fun. Steve Martin style.
Yeah.
My neighbor played the banjo at my first house. He's now in Miami as the women's swimming coach in Miami, and he played the banjo. Like, I had my guitar out at a party one night, Kevin, and he was like, dude, you're really good. I play the banjo, and I was like, what? And he brought the banjo. We used to play banjo and guitar together. It was awesome. I never learned how to play, but yes, the way Steve Martin plays, really cool. I like the banjo.
Would you give somebody credit if they could play the air guitar?
No.
Okay.
That's air. It makes no sound.
There's back-to-back people that said air guitar, and I guess I can't read those.
They
now.
do have air guitar championships, though, right? Like, we've seen.
True.
That's
Fun,
acting.
like Ocho or whatever.
Yeah, isn't that acting more than it is like guitaring?
Yeah. Fair enough. And then from the 214, oh no, Cooper Rush will play more than Dak this year, but this team still makes the playoffs, and they also play the harmonica. And unrelated, but people are asking, or one person asked, real question, how do you guys deal with this complete collapse by the Rangers? And they feel emotionally depressed. I don't think you're alone in that. We just trying to bring some happiness. It is very depressing.
I thought for sure this was going to be a playoff team. Just a month ago, I thought, hey, I'm just not buying Baltimore. I am still buying Houston, and I'm buying the Texas Rangers. I mean, that's how I felt like in early August. But it just has taken 1 month. I'm with the fans. Like, this is tough. This is really tough. The players are probably having a tough day too. Like, they're trying to get their mind off of this situation. If you want to know how frustrated they are, Adolis Garcia punched the ground like 5 times in a row in the second inning. I was trying to remember what inning it was, but like Michael Bradley hits a home run, Brantley, and he's smoking the ground as hard as he can because he hurt his knee. Like, and then he's maybe breaking his hand at the same time because of the frustration that they feel, because they're the ones that have the opportunity to change the fate. We can't do anything. We can only sit and hope and watch and cheer and sulk and moan and all those things. So it's tough, man. I was excited to do pre and post for that Houston series.
Kevin, somebody texted in and said every home should have a piano. I'm a teacher. And I think they mean they're a piano teacher. But I will say this, having had the piano in our house for almost 10 years now, because we got one a long time, 10 years ago for Avery to start playing. It's awesome because at any point you can just sit down and start playing, or one of your kids. It's a great way to creatively let them do stuff. But I will also say this, every kid that comes into that house cannot keep their hands off it. Just to walk by it and be like, bum!
Well,
one time and you're like, stop it.
I had a friend who tried to go get like a special piano. It had colored keys. And then he just ran into all this weirdness with this old man and everything like that. And he didn't end up getting the piano.
That's from Atlanta, Kevin.
That's a great
That was your
episode.
friend? Was that Teddy Perkins?
Man, I wish that dude.
Teddy Perkins, right?
Yes.
That's the best. Oh, God.
I wish
terrifying.
the Keith Stanfield was my friend. All right, it's time for Mike Likes It.
All right.
Oh, is this going to be a downer?
No, I don't know. You guys talked about a show that maybe 1% of our audience watches.
Everybody should watch it.
Atlanta.
This is fantastic.
Oh, Derek
show.
texted in, by the way. Do you want his?
Go ahead.
Yeah, once he shows up.
Yeah.
He said, okay.
Oh!
Yep, good.
Oh!
Yep. In your face, Derek. All right. So I have been going to therapy now for a month. So I'm a month into.
Do you go once a week?
Yes. So I'm starting to, I guess, kind of unpeel the onion a little bit. It takes some time, right? The therapist has to get to know you. You kind of, it's tough to tell your whole life story and all your issues in 45 to 50 minutes. So you get to the point where you start breaking down things a little bit. And yesterday I thought it was interesting because I think in a way sports fans are going to be able to relate to this. And if you're listening to us right now, I assume you're a sports fan, but also as a career, I chose at an early age. I mean, I was in love with the game of baseball. I was in love with sports at a very early age, like most likely more in love than anybody listening right now and more than you guys. Like I could sit there at 5 years old, watch a whole Maverick game, know the score and everything. It wasn't like hard for me to understand games and then obviously to then want to go out and just do everything to play these games. And so obviously I love baseball the most. My dad's a former Major League Baseball pitcher. If you're kind of new,
still really cool. If people
new
don't
to
know
listening, he pitched for the Rangers and the Twins, and he was the first ever Dallas-Fort Worth native to play for the Texas Rangers. And so anyways, getting into this, my career to me really sucked. I feel, it doesn't matter what people say to me, I do feel like a failure as a player. So I carry this failure with me. So I'm learning that a lot of times my anger, my getting mad at sports and everything, there's a lot of anger behind that based off of the way I was treated. Now, was I treated fairly or unfairly? That's determined really only by me. But, like there's times like I was thinking of things. Dwight Powell. Like I hate Dwight Powell as a Dallas Maverick. I think he sucks. I'm just being as honest as possible here. One of the reasons that I hate Dwight Powell as a basketball player is I think he's me as a baseball player. I think he deserves, in a way, this is bad to say, but I'm just breaking down my brain here to help you guys out. I believe Dwight Powell deserves to get treated like me, to be released and have to fight his ass off to be on a team. But somehow he found his way into the hearts of Mark Cuban and Dirk Nowitzki, that he's able to just stay on a team and they give him $11 million a year to do it. Like that, I'm jealous of him for being that bad at a sport and getting paid that much money to do it when I can see that he's not very good at it, but his heart's in it. We listened to Charlie Huff the other day. It was very nice of him to say, I asked, he's like, Mike, you had a presence, man. You could take the ball and you wanted the ball in a major league game and it looked like you belonged there. But he was one of the few that believed in me. Everybody else was like, get the F out of here.
Yeah.
I don't like the way you throw, and so I was treated like trash pretty much throughout my career and told I was somewhat of a failure. Is that
by
hey,
you get
come into the
down,
office. If you got fired right now and then you went to another place and a month later they fired you and you're God, I think I'm good at it. I almost cussed there. I was like, I think I'm good at it, but you guys keep telling me I'm a piece of crap doing it. And sometimes I would do good. This was the tough thing, is sometimes I'd go out there and throw a shutout and they'd say you're going back to the minor leagues. Sometimes it didn't even matter if I did good. I'd still go down to the minor leagues. And so it made me realize a lot of things with, I can't uncover everything today, and I'm uncovering more about myself, as we go on. I'm going to try to keep doing therapy on a weekly basis. Is I now understand why some of my friends / teammates totally disconnect from sports when they're done. There's so much hurt and so much pain that I don't think the fan can really understand. Yes, there's hurt and pain that the Cowboys lose every year and they never make it to the mountaintop, especially if you were like my age and as a child / high school, you saw them dominate the league. But I was like, this is why some of my buddies who played baseball will not watch any baseball, will not want their kids to play sports, don't really care about football or basketball that much, is because these sports in a way, hurt the majority of us so much. There are Troy Aikmans, there's Emmitt Smith, there's Michael Irvins, there's people we remember forever that made the millions, were the greats of the greats. They were all-stars. They were Michael Young has very little hurt in this game, right? I mean, I don't know Michael Young, but I'm going to put on Michael Young because I know him a little bit. I think the audience knows who he is, obviously. Michael Young succeeded as much as you could possibly succeed without making the Hall of Fame. He's like Mr. Texas Ranger. The game doesn't hurt him at all, right? I mean, yeah, he didn't win a World Series. There's things that hurt there, but like getting treated like a piece of dump throughout your career, that's how my dad got treated. He was an up and down guy, AAA majors. That's how I was treated. You know, I'd been released. I'd been, set down. So the reason I'm going to get to Cowboys here to turn this into a little bit of Cowboys fandom, the reason I've kind of quit the Cowboys is because I take this very seriously. To me, it's life and death. And I'm not saying somebody should do this, but it's suicidal when I lost. I wanted to kill myself. And you know what made me feel better about wanting to kill myself after having a bad game and not succeeding? That my other teammates wanted to kill themselves too when they didn't have a good game. Because that's how much it meant to us to perform at a high level and to be good at the sport that we had been trying to be good at or were good at for such a long time. So it irks me that Jerry doesn't really care if they win or lose. It is not life or death to him. It is a business that he is making billions upon billions of dollars. He talks about winning and losing, but I can tell. I've been through the battle. And I know what it takes to actually win and lose. And I know Jerry doesn't really care that much. This is a party for him. When he says, I don't have time to have a bad time, that irks me to no end because it tells me, dude, to him, it's just a game. Now, I'm trying to learn how it's just a game. I'm just starting that process of it's just a game. A lot of my identity is wrapped up in my baseball career. And I see people look at me and go, that's that piece of dump who couldn't pitch in the major leagues. No matter what you think of me, that's how I see it, is that I'm a failure and a piece of crap. Because I was supposed to be way better. The people that I grew up with that were like on my level or a hair better than me, Ben Grieve, Rookie of the Year. Kerry Wood, Rookie of the Year. Vernon Wells, multi-time All-Star, $200 million. And Mike Bassick. If we're looking from 1994 to 1997, pretty much the best players in this Metroplex were us. I'll add Jason Jennings in there too. He is my age too. We grew up together. Jason Jennings, Rookie of the Year, right? I mean, when you just think of the people who grew up in this area, they become, if you're great here in Dallas-Fort Worth and you're the best baseball player of your class, you usually are great in the major leagues, a really good career. I'm like the one who didn't do it. Out of all my buddies that were the best, and people would watch me, I know it's a long time ago, but Greg Williams is like, I had to go see you play in high school because you were it. When people talk about whoever it is, I know I'm sorry, I'm not drawing a blank, the 5-star guy at Duncanville who's the football player right now. Everybody has to go see him. He might be the next Micah Parsons in the NFL 5 years from now. I was that at Duncanville High School as a hitter and a pitcher. And so for me to only have 10 major league wins, a 5 ERA, for GM after GM to say, you're just not good enough for me, you do not impress me, that has hurt me tremendously, and I'm still dealing with that hurt. So a lot of times sports, I dove right into it. A lot of my buddies said, I'm getting out of this pool, and I'm not dealing with sports the rest of my life. Sometimes when we talk to former sports guys, like, I don't watch the game. I don't care. I dumped it. And I think, because to me in my brain, I'm like, how can you dump something that you loved so much? You committed your life to this. And then I'm realizing the reason they did is they have some of the hurt and some of the pain that I have through baseball, through sports, and they don't want that hurt or pain ever again. I even don't want my sons to play professional baseball because I know how much of a load of crap it can be. Now, if they were to be, nothing against Jack Leiter, I know Al, he's my buddy. If they get $7 million, Jack's kind of promised some things that aren't promised to 99% of the people who get drafted. Yeah. Jack's promised to be in the major leagues because of where he was drafted and the money they gave him. So there's certain things where like, hey, that would be great. I mean, they are going to baby you the whole way through the process to make sure you become a major leaguer, but you get $150,000. hey, good luck, man. You're just part of the pool, and we're going to treat you like a load of crap.
Yeah.
If you make it and then you really make it, we'll treat you good. But if you're Glenn Otto, if you're Mike Bassick, if you're John King, Taylor Hearn, we're going to treat you like a load of crap, and you're going to have to deal with that hurt and pain. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's professional sports. That's why when I look at Dwight Powell, I know that because I pick on him a lot. That's why I look at Dwight Powell and go, why the hell does he get this? Why does he get what he gets when he is as good as I was at baseball?
So that, like, when you talk about Dwight Powell, and a lot of us are kind of laughing along with you, and you're like that angry, and it's not a show.
Right. I mean, I want the Mavs to win, but I'm like, how can Mark Cuban, treat him like you treat all the other players that play like him?
Mm-hmm.
Why does he get the special treatment?
Yeah. Okay. Now, it's interesting, like, sometimes people will think that things done on radio are for show, and I think that's pretty much Mike explaining that's a real passion and hurt that he's feeling right there.
And I just wanted to tell you, Mike, from the 956, there's a lot like this. It took me a while to get these words out, but I want to say thank you, Mike, for sharing your thoughts and feelings. It does make you feel better to know that someone out there feels the same way. So thank you.
All right, cool. And Dwight Powell, I know I just talked a lot of crap about Dwight Powell. Dwight Powell is a great person. Dwight Powell puts in a lot of effort and energy to be where he's at. But I'm giving you my inside thoughts and feelings that it's tough to share, because the other thing too is, as a former professional athlete, there's not many of us, and sometimes you don't want to share all the hurt and pain that the sport actually brought you. Because everybody sees you as glorified, like, oh my God, you made it. You're like, you don't know the hurt and pain going inside of most of us because of the way you're treated as a professional athlete.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Man, the wildest roof in the United States and Carpe Omnia. You know what that is? Next on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where if you miss Mike Likes It, it was tremendous.
You'll never be able to hear it again.
I mean, you could just hit that radio rewind. You can catch it when we podcast it. But right now, a segment that is always tremendous. It's the C Block starring Corey Majors.
All right, Kevin, would you like sports or fun first? 877-881-1053. We'll wait.
Oh, I was going to vote sports first.
I feel like if we make the listener wait, though, Kevin,
they'll just turn it off?
No, they'll want it more.
Hmm.
They'll leave it on longer. And they'll, how long do you leave it on?
I turn it on and leave it on. But if you just had dead air,
yeah,
I would be like, oh, why did I flip over to the AM?
I don't know. Whenever you say jokes, we leave a lot of dead air, and it's hilarious to us.
I appreciate all the positive feedback we got from people.
Name one.
There's a handful. Was there way more negative feedback? That is true and fair.
It's okay.
Don't worry about that.
It's all right. All right, let's go with sports then to start things off. Mike, do you know what carpe omnia means?
Seize the day.
No. Very close, though.
Seize the opium? What was the last word?
The moment.
The moment.
I believe.
Oh, no, Kevin.
Did you lose it?
The paywall. I read it last night. I don't know how I read it last night, but I can't read it right now.
What website are you on?
Morning News. Michael Gelkin did a great story on carpe omnia, which is basically, it means seize everything, as Kevin told you moments ago. That's the Cowboys' mantra this year. And Brandon Cooks, whenever he saw this, because every year, Mike, you probably experienced that playing sports. You just told us you played sports. But every year, don't managers and teams and everything, they have like new shirts that say whatever, and you're living up to the shirt now, right? Like it's some message that they're trying to get across. Some coaches will bring in a sledgehammer and be like, we got to break through the wall, and you just got all these things. And sometimes people care. Sometimes they don't. Kevin, more likely not to care, but he'll carry the sledgehammer. I guarantee.
Fair.
If you say, hey, I need somebody to carry the sledgehammer this year, Kevin will be like, I'll take that sledgehammer. I'll do that for you. And that's what carpe omnia is seize everything. Now, it comes from I wish I could remember this, 6-something. And the dude carried 2 swords. All right. And then he was like, carpe omnia, seize everything. Basically, that's kind of what the whole defense, what they're trying to tell the defense, what they're trying to tell the offense is, don't just seize the moment. Seize every single moment you can. Don't let up. Don't let anybody breathe. Don't let anybody win at anything against you. You take everything from them. And I was always kind of curious, Tolos and everything too. Did you ever respond well to those messages whenever coaches would give those kinds of whatevers? Because I know with baseball, Mike, I ask you a lot. I'm like, what about a speech?
Yeah.
And you're like, no, it doesn't work.
I think in 162, you just can't. Like, I know they have a day off today, but I mean, literally, you're just playing every day. So there's only so many motivational speeches that you can give. Now, in football, it's all about motivational speeches because there's this adrenaline rush of one game a week. And I think in high school, you can kind of do it too, whether it's whatever sport. I know football one day a week, but in the other sports, you're usually playing Tuesday and Friday. So there's that time, there's that buildup where there's not much buildup in baseball. It's like we're on to the next day.
Yeah. And there is this, like Michael Irvin gave Colorado a speech, and it was during practice, the week before leading up to the game, I do believe. And it's the same speech Michael Irvin gives all the time.
Right.
Like, don't let the guy across from you take the food off your plate. And I do think that, whenever I've listened to his speeches, I've always been like, dude, he knows how to get you motivated. He's telling you the things that are exciting for you. Dion gave his. Did you see his speech to the guys as they came into the season?
I didn't see the Irvin one. I know people asked me about that, but I did see the Dion.
I will say Michael Irvin's speech felt too long. When I was watching it, I was like, okay, I know this message. I like it. And he probably could have cut it off. But he kept going.
I wonder because Michael Irvin, his story, you've seen all the motivation things he's done, and I'm assuming most of those Colorado young men, 18 to 22 years old, barely know who he is. Like they know him more for television than his playing days, and then they've never seen his speeches with the Cowboys or to the Cowboys as a retired player. So that was the first time they were meeting Hall of Famer Michael Irvin, and he's he's pouring his heart out to these guys about football and what it means to him and what it's going to mean to them.
Being accountable to the guys on your team and not letting the guy that you've been preparing all week, like everything you do during the week leads up to the moment where you finally get this chance to show all the guys on your team. That is the Michael Irvin speech, and I think that's what motivated him to be a great football player. Was he was thinking that through those times, and he had success from it, right? Like he got what he deemed his success out of that. So I always do the Deion one was about work. What are we here for? We're here to work, and then Warren Sapp gets up and gives his talk and everything. So I always do kind of wonder if these messages work, because if let's say.
Because probably TCU gave some good speeches too, right? LaDainian Tomlinson might have came in. I'm sure before the national championship game, TCU got some really good speeches to get ready for that championship game against Georgia, and then it was 100-0.
And then Deion's speech before the game, he's giving them we're not here to talk about them. This is all about us now. And then he does the theme music, which is always awesome. He did that throughout the whole Jackson State Coach Prime thing. Now play my theme music. And I do think that is an awesome thing, because somebody texted in a minute ago and said this show needs a theme song. And I was like, we already got one. It's Stand Up by the Nope, it's not Stranglehold. That's G-Bag, Mike. That is the wrong show, Mike. You're still on the KNC Masterpiece.
He's on that show.
He still thinks he's on G-Bag.
Absolutely. I agree with that.
Gosh.
We're just here supporting you.
Yeah.
All right,
we're letting you talk openly.
KNC Nation.
So close.
At least he didn't call us the G Bagster piece.
The G Bag.
I kind of thought that might be what was up next.
But, I think that I did see, Relentless. There were a couple other things that they had that McCarthy has had so far. What do you think of Carpe Omnium?
I like it.
Did you tat that on your chest so you know it's real?
No.
All right.
I don't know. I feel like if that phrase meant so much to you, just remember it.
Okay.
And not need that.
So when you look in the mirror, Kevin, every day you look in the mirror and it tells you.
Look,
so I guess you have to get it in reverse.
It's tough because all people are different. I don't need that just for me personally, but I bet a lot of people do.
So I do like it in this sense, is that reading the Phil Jackson books years ago, I mean, it's been a couple decades, mid-2000s when I read the Phil Jackson books. And what he was really trying to get his teams to do, and I think he did a very good job of it when you look at how many championships he's had, is the play before was the play before. We have to concentrate on this moment, this play that's going to happen now, whether it's an offensive play, whether it's a defensive play. And it's really tough because if you screw up, I'm just talking basketball here, you turn over the basketball.
Yeah.
All right, you've turned over the basketball. Luka can't do this yet, right? Luka can't live in the moment. He turns over the basketball. He quits on defense. All right, that moment's over. You've made a mistake. That's it. It's done. Now the moment is defense.
Yeah.
And he's just like, I don't want to, I'm too sad or I'm too mad about this moment that I can't move to the next moment. And so many times when you read the great coaching books that I've read, they really talk. Coach, I just recently read the Coach K book in Oxnard. And a lot of times, can you be in the moment right now? Because if he's talking about the Kentucky game, if you don't know, when Christian Laettner hit the big shot, he called a timeout after, it might have been Jamal Mashburn, but it was maybe somebody else
I think it was.
Made a big shot, and he calls timeout, and as his players are coming to the bench, he can see their faces. He can see the fear and the sadness that they've just lost a basketball game. And he said, immediately I called the timeout and I needed to show them the confidence that I had in them immediately. And as they're coming to the bench, he's saying, we're going to win this game. We're going to win this game. Then he got them together and he's like, look me in the eyes. We are going to win this game.
Yeah.
And then he draws up the play that they had done in practice to show this can work. We've done it in practice. But he had to immediately get them out of that moment. That moment was past and gone. Can I get you all to concentrate on this moment? Because if you're thinking about Jamal Mashburn's shot, the press conference, because we all do this.
Sure.
Now I have to go, crap, I'm going to have to answer all these dumb questions about losing, and I can't believe we lost. So it
feels great. Thanks
all of a
for
sudden,
asking.
you're thinking about the anxiety of the future of losing. And then you're thinking about the moment that you lost, which is already gone, but you haven't lost yet. Can you concentrate in this moment on this play? If they make a big first down on 3rd and 14, they did it. But can you live in the next moment? I saw the Texas Tech guy when he gave up the run to Wyoming.
Mm-hmm.
They had and Bill Jones pointed this out to me, their safety was on the back line when they handed the ball off. Like he couldn't believe that they were about to lose. He forgot that they were in goal line situation and he was playing the back of the goal line.
Yeah.
So when they ran into his hole, he's like, oh crap. I'm thinking about how they just scored the touchdown. I forgot I'm supposed to be closer to the line of scrimmage.
See, I think this is like tomorrow, Kevin. I want to dive in on this Jory Epstein piece on Yahoo about how Dak got together with some former Army Rangers, lieutenants and colonels, and got it's a O2X, had conversations about getting their offense kind of all on the same page so that they get some things done. So there's a lot, like I said, there's a lot of talk. Carpe omnium, right? It's talk. Yeah. But can it be something that helps you visualize what you want for success? That's where I think like when you have, here's what I'm trying to accomplish. It helps you get a goal to attain to. Now, the other thing, Kevin, was women in Minnesota are crazy. All right. Oh. Here's why.
Are they trying to go over Niagara
They're
Falls?
not trying to go over Niagara Falls, Kevin.
Just checking.
Because only 16 people have made it. They're tossing their bras and underwear off the Sky Glider onto a children's farm barn.
In where?
In Minnesota. Kemp's Little Farm Hands building is a free agricultural education exhibit for kids 3 to 10, where they become farm hands and experience the agricultural process, beginning at the farm and ending at the market. Kevin, that's where
named
everything
after the
is at.
Rain Man, Sean Kemp.
Probably so. Children and their families fire up their imaginations to help with farm chores. They meander through the field of knowledge to get an up-close look at sugar beets, wheat, a variety of corn, sunflowers, pollinator-friendly flowers, bikini bottoms, G-strings, thongs, and boy shorts, Hanes, Biggins, and a wide variety of brassieres, complete with cup sizes from
brassieres
A to at least one shocking double
That's
J.
a bra, right?
Yes.
And there is it's like this little state fair kind of thing, and there is a sky coaster thing. You know, we have one at the state fair that takes you from one side of the midway to the other. And as women are going over it, they're dropping their bras on top of this little farm. And I don't know why they're doing it. Nobody explains why they're doing it. Over the past 17 years, though, Kevin, people have released a menagerie of stuffed animals, sunglasses, cookies, paper fans, keys, change, dozens of hair ties, unwanted corn cobs, a plunger. They said, you name it, anything can be there. Even a prosthetic leg came flying out of the sky one time. And I just think that this is the wildest roof in the United States, because all these ladies, you know, we see rock concerts where they're like, gotta throw my bra on the stage.
Or my prosthetic.
Or my prosthetic leg.
Okay.
And now they're saying that it's landing on this children's farm. Little farm hands.
So I'm reading this article from bringmethenews.com because I'm clearly now obsessed with this story. And it says, after the fair is over, most things end up in lost and found and eventually get donated.
What?
Except for the bras and underwear, they get thrown away.
There's a VHS on top of it. Why would somebody drop a VHS on top of little farm hands, Kevin? This doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, I don't know. I am really interested in this story.
I don't know where it started. Like, I don't know who the first one was to do it.
And then this person said,
but these are kids.
This person said they paid $450 for the round trip just so they could throw their underwear off.
Why would you do that? Do you take like good underwear? Are you preparing for it at the start?
She said she was going to get granny panties, but instead she picked up some underwear that had been in the back of the drawer for 6 years. And I was like, why is that sitting there for 6 years? You should just chunk that in.
I have some old underwear.
That you never wear?
No, I think, well.
It's okay if it's old. She's saying like she never wore it.
Yeah, I don't think I have that old of Well, I think I have that old of underwear, but I still kind of wear it. Like I'm an Under Armour underwear guy.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's awesome, dude. What about the Stone Cold?
Yeah, those are, what are those called?
Boxer briefs?
No. They're Baker Mayfield represented them. They're at stores. I forget just the name of them.
Underwear.
I don't know. Corey won't know. He doesn't even wear. I wonder how long you could wear underwear until you felt like you were so tied up that you had to rip them off.
I wore underwear the other day. Remember?
Where at?
At the golf tournament thing we went to, and we talked to Annika Sorenstam. And
That
Vince
was
Carter.
like a couple of months ago.
Yeah, that was the last.
Yeah, that was before I was
you
like,
know what? I wore underwear to the thing that we did for My Possibilities when we emceed that event.
Well, thank God for that.
Like, do you feel like, look, this is a
'Cause
big event. I have to wear underwear?
Well, there was a hole in my suit in the crotch, and so I just felt like I had to have, a moth got to it, and it was last second. You know, I pulled the suit out and was like, oh, crap.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Where did the moth eat the hole at?
In the crotch area. Remember that picture you were talking about or
The
whatever?
questions
I wonder why the
that
moth
could
went for the
shape
crotch.
the 2023 NFL season. Next on The Fan.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in. Sean
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka.
On 2nd and goal here, he fakes, he looks, he's in trouble, but keeps it alive and finds Mitchell. Improvisation leads to a touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Questions that could shape the 2023 NFL season. Obviously, that begins officially this evening with the Chiefs and the Lions on Thursday Night Football. By the way, I wonder how many people remember about Amazon Thursday Night Football.
Oh, it's on Amazon tonight?
Do they not allow this one to be on a major channel because it's opening night?
I think this one, yes, but I'm curious how many people are like, oh, crap, I forgot about that don't have Prime or whatever.
Yeah, so get Prime is what you're saying for the season?
Yeah, I mean, if you love football, that makes a lot of sense.
What if you
right?
don't love football, but you love people who love football?
If you're going to be hosting folks, go for it.
All right.
How much do you love
What if you hotbed with somebody who loves football?
How many people will you tell everybody?
That's where you charge people to sleep in a bed next to you, and it's called hotbedding. And you don't do anything else other than lay in bed at night with that person.
Right.
So hotbedding.
It's on NBC tonight.
Yes. No, that makes sense.
Is that what you said? Or
yeah, I said that makes sense for tonight. But going forward, then
I heard it was on NBC.
Amazon, shut up. Amazon exclusive games. All right. First question I got for y'all. Can the Bills solve their red zone issues? So the Bills have had a phenomenal offense. They were second to the Chiefs in pretty much every category last year. But when it came to the red zone, they were not at the same level. They scored touchdowns on 66% of their red zone trips 2 years ago. Last year, it dropped to 60%. Now, that's still good because that's 9th highest in the league. But when I tell you the offense is second across the board, I think you're noticing a major hiccup in the Bills potentially, I guess, taking the next step.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a running back helps, right? Like that's a huge difference in saying, hey, what's the difference for us? Is it, that quarterback's going to have the ball in his hands. So we don't really have to worry about the running back that much. And I think that's where the difference for Buffalo would be, is if they can get a semblance of running game in the red zone, Kevin.
Yeah.
Then that's where I would say the biggest factor has to be is you can't be one-dimensional in that place.
For sure.
And you can be one-dimensional down the field a lot of times because there are lots of different plays that you can, but the field gets shorter.
So they're counting on 1st and goal inside the 5. I'm just looking at their roster. They're counting on Damian Harris to be the answer because he had 15 touchdowns in 2021.
Yeah.
Now, last year he only had 3 in 11 games, but I'm assuming that was their free agent pickup to say Damian Harris will be our bully on these goal line or short yardage situations to help this out.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
think that will be part
I
of
mean,
it.
do you think, now the question is, do you believe in Damian Harris to fix this issue?
I also think it's a mentality on your offensive line. Like your offensive line has to be able to do both. And I think their offensive line, Mike, has to be the one that can say, you know what, now it's time for us to go from passive when we're pass protecting to attack mode. And they have to believe that too. The running back can only do so much. The offensive line has to block it for him and have an attitude about it.
I do wonder if you could deploy James Cook in a variety of ways to help with that.
Yeah. The other thing, too, is, I know we talk about, it was amazing to me how Jalen Hurts, it just didn't matter. If there was 1 yard to get, it was an automatic first down. Josh Allen seems to be, he's longer, as in taller, but he seems to be strong enough that if you just needed to push the pile for a yard, that he's going to push the pile for a yard.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that you're always on the 1 yard line to score the touchdown.
I do also wonder too, because didn't the Eagles really approach it with they would have somebody else pushing Jalen Hurts from behind,
which is still fine.
So like
Mama's boy, I
got
think
it, got
doing
it. So if I'm the Bills, if I
Sam.
want to use Josh Allen in that way, that's another thing that I'll just add to it and say let's go get somebody else to do that too.
Do we all agree that it feels like, whether it's organic or not, it feels like the Cardinals are tanking?
Yes.
Yeah, it's
okay.
I think their trades told you. And then have you read the article that they're not going to play Kyler Murray this year at all?
Oh, really? I thought
because
they just said they would. Okay.
No. Well, there's articles out there saying because of his contract clauses that if he were to get hurt late in the year, it guarantees certain monies because then he would be on the injured list at the end of the year. Right. Sometimes players intentionally will get hurt, like kind of have, I'm really hurt, to get put on that so they know that clauses kick in a contract to make sure they get that money. So I was reading an article, maybe a little bit of homework because I could be wrong, but I swear I read an article that said it would be smart for the Cardinals not to play him if they really are tanking because if he got hurt at the end of the year, it guarantees a whole bunch of money.
Are there other teams that you think are also tanking? Do you think Tennessee, Tampa Bay?
No, not the way the Cardinals are. I think the Cardinals are going to sit out their quarterback, and they traded good players for future picks.
I don't think like the Texans would be intentionally tanking
because you can see
but there will
the
be
Texans
things
are trying to do. They're like, hey, we drafted C.J. Stroud. Hey, we got Will Anderson. Like, let's go.
We don't care if we lose, but we're going to try to see if we can win with a new quarterback and all those things. I feel like Arizona's actually going out there to lose.
Is Doug Peterson an elite head coach? I'm not saying that means you automatically have Andy Reid. And this question isn't just for Mike. Honestly, like, he won the Super Bowl. He's taken the Jaguars that were in the toilet after Urban Meyer.
No. I mean, the dude did win a Super Bowl. That puts him in a category of, obviously he did something right. He had a great season. He never could get Carson Wentz back on track. And that's not an indictment on him as much as it is Carson Wentz, but he's part of that. So the next thing is, can he do something special, even more special with Jacksonville and Trevor Lawrence within the next few years?
If they won a Super Bowl in the next 2 years.
Yes. And I'm with Corey. I think if you want to say, is he one of the 10 best head coaches in the NFL? I think he enters that category of right around 8th to 10th type of deal.
Okay.
But he does need to, I think, accomplish more to be elite status.
I will say this, based on what we saw, Kevin, of him in Philadelphia with their film sessions. Remember, he would offer them ice cream after every single film session. So, like, I would be, if I'm a player for him, I'd be like, he is elite because I get ice cream every day.
Who is the best cornerback in the NFL? Now, for a while, it had been Jalen Ramsey, but he's coming off a down year. Obviously, had an injury problem as well. Are you thinking? Clearly,
don't a lot of people say Sauce Gardner, but he's only a second-year dude, right?
I could see it. Sauce, Surtain, Diggs, Lattimore. Is there somebody that you're like, these are all viable options, or somebody you directly go to?
Can I ask you guys this? And maybe you guys are watching cornerbacks more than me. Like, Dion kind of established himself because he was he was on another level than anybody. So to kind of compare these guys, I feel like I would really need to sit down with a broadest person and be like, we have to watch footwork and we have to watch all the plays that never go their way. So we have to watch all, 50 snaps, and maybe it's less than that because there's running plays. Like, we'd have to watch every passing play, just concentrating on them to really break down. Because I don't think there's a Dion right now. Like, I don't think there's a person.
Sauce takes things personal. Like, that is a dude, Mike, that, like, watch him this year as often as you can.
I'll be watching him in week 2.
Okay, yeah, watch him as often as you can because he is the kind of cornerback that he, like, in the mindset of Dion. Dion did shut things down, but he has that mindset of, I'm not going to let it happen more than once today.
Well, to your point, I'm asking this as a question. Do you think the Cowboys in week 2 will say, whoever he's on, we're avoiding that area because of how scary he is?
I think they'll try to find matchups to get away from him.
I don't think they will, and I just hope that's not a mistake.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be like, no, we got our guy.
I really like Jair Alexander. I think that he's a fantastic. I'm interested to see another year of Tariq Woolen and see how he is. But, like, Mike, remember we talked for a while about how we might be in the golden era of receivers, the golden era of quarterbacks? We might be there with cornerbacks right now because I'm looking at the Pro Football Focus list, and, like, I'm 15 deep going, man, these are really, really talented guys.
I do think it's very tough. It's the toughest. They've made that the toughest position in the NFL because of the rule changes over the last, let's say, 2 decades.
Yeah, footwork technique, so important at that position.
Can Micah Parsons take over as the NFL's best defensive player? Now, here's what I mean by that. I don't just mean win Defensive Player of the Year, because Nick Bosa won Defensive Player of the Year, and there are definitely some people who think he's the best defensive player in the year in the league. But for years, it felt like whether he won or not, Aaron Donald was the best defensive player. Do you think Micah Parsons starting this year puts it to a place where whether he wins or not, he's the dude?
I think so. I believe in him. I believe in him enough that if the Cowboys were to ever do anything special in the next, let's say, 3 years, it's because of him.
I'm the same there. He's the reason. He does it on the field, but it's not just that. It's like as he's getting ready to take the field, everybody's like, we got that dude. We got, just like I was asking.
He can ash up some offenses.
Absolutely. When I was asking Ian Kinsler the other day about having a Josh Hamilton in your lineup, having a Corey Seager in your lineup, like it's got to feel like, dude, I know that guy's about to come up and do something big. And I think that just know if the Cowboys will do anything special, like Mike said, it's because of him.
Are the Eagles so loaded that losing starters from the Super Bowl team and both of their coordinators won't slow them down?
I still think they'll make the playoffs, but I think if they lose, they're going to talk about that.
Yeah. They're the favorite to win the NFC, don't you think?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's not by a long shot, but I think it's Philadelphia, San Francisco, Dallas in that order, and then you get to a jumble of teams. But I do think there is a separation of those three, and there's probably a tier of Philly 1, San Francisco 2, Dallas 3 going into this season.
Yeah, I see that.
We played the highlight of him. We talked about the other potential favorite in the NFC. What will Kyle Shanahan get out of Brock Purdy now that he's the guy? I know they have other options, but they've said you're the guy.
I think he's gonna get wins. And it's because Kyle Shanahan will call a game that lets his defense win, and you're going to have occasional 34-point games out of Brock Purdy. But I don't think it's going to be, oh my gosh, this dude's lighting the scoreboard up every week. I think they win football games because they have a really great defense and a quarterback who can get the job done.
Tom Brady? Because the first couple Super Bowls, that has some elements of
Let's
Tom
see how
Brady.
he recovers from the arm injury, man.
Yeah.
The other thing, too, is we saw this with Dak. What was Dak? 27 touchdowns, 4 interceptions his rookie year?
Something along
it was. And then the next year, now there were other issues, too, but the next year, there was 16 games plus a playoff game on film, and the defensive coordinator said he likes doing this. He likes play action, roll out to his right, hit the tight end. Like that. We're going to take away that play on first down. We are going to take away this. We're going to take away that. We're going to leave ourselves vulnerable, but we've never seen him go to a weakness and accomplish it. We're going to try to take away as many strengths as possible and see if he can beat us in the areas we're going to give him. And Dak really struggled to take advantage of that. I wonder with Brock Purdy, now that there is enough on him, that teams that are good, when the Cowboys play San Francisco week 5 or 6, whatever that one is, is that
5.
The Cowboys are going to have a better idea on how to make Brock go to his weaknesses. Now, if he starts kind of not killing you for 40 yards of play, but if he makes quick adjustments, Dak, it took a whole season. And then 2018, Dak made an adjustment to making him do different things. It just matters how quick he can make these adjustments.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Excellent insight, fellas. Thank you very much. Coming up next, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next, right here on The Fan.
All right, Tolos, are
big way. Shop their biggest holiday savings of the year on over 700 new Chevys. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but don't wait. The best Chevys with the biggest holiday savings will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation, and we're going to try it a little differently today. We have Gavin Dawson. We have Zach Wolchuk. We have Brian Broaddus. And was your dad a DJ by chance?
My dad?
Yeah.
My dad was.
You know your dad?
My dad was not a DJ.
Okay. I wasn't sure.
That you're aware of.
I wasn't sure maybe he was a DJ, and that's why he decided to name you Eric. That's two, Corey.
Pretty good.
That's two.
Pretty good.
Alex still doesn't like it. Broaddus wants to punch a hole in my face. But
my name is a punchline to a funny joke.
I thought you were getting confused because Bobby's dad was an actual
That is
DJ.
true.
Yeah.
Your dad is a man of faith, a man of the cloth.
Yeah,
so
he
yeah,
is.
I feel like that's pretty
Man
well
of faith?
known.
Yeah.
But I wanted to make sure we got that right. But Corey,
Pulling for the Rangers, man of faith.
Time to time.
When he dabbles.
I tried that joke earlier in the show, and Mike and Corey both just laid out for it felt like 20 minutes. I realized it was probably 4 seconds, but
It's more fun to lay out.
Dude, my guys laid out on me yesterday for what felt like an eternity.
what did you supposedly do?
I was talking about how the Eagles are reinventing the way, it's like innovation with the way they're punting on punting because their depth chart reveals no punter and then there's no holder. So they're like, bleep you to extra points, field goals, everything. We have a kicker because we're going to kick off because we have to start games, and every time we score a touchdown on you because we have fourth down tush push and we don't need punters. So they're innovating. And then my guys were just like, I guess they were so lost in the sauce. They're like Zach Galifianakis with the numbers flying through their face.
Yeah.
And I thought they all short-circuited.
Nah, we just thought it was a terrible idea.
Sorry, I got to go.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
Hey, you guys got this one.
That is impressive. He really did just leave. Zach left too.
Was
He
there,
double birded it.
was there a joke in there I missed? I thought he was really being. Are you being serious? They don't have a punter.
No, I'm being serious.
They don't on the depth chart. They
Yes,
don't.
isn't that something?
That is honestly.
That's a thing. It's Thursday of week 1. We got a game on Sunday.
They don't
My guys
have-
are like, oh, well, they're gonna.
They're playing.
They're
playing the
I'm like,
Patriots.
well, okay.
Maybe
They're playing the Patriots.
Maybe they got Danny White. Maybe Jalen Hurts is Danny White, and they're just gonna. I watched high school football last week. Most of the times they just snap it to the quarterback about 7 yards deep, and he pooch punts it.
Yeah.
Broaddus, that he got that big old contract. You think they want to put him back there to punt and have his leg up in the air?
I think they're messing with Belichick here. Belichick's the master of roster manipulation.
When he released all the quarterbacks except for Max, he's like,
he puts the wrong jersey numbers on guys. I think they're messing with the Patriots.
How hard would you think it would be, speaking of Danny White and not having a punter on your roster, to keep one extra real player on your team? How hard do you think it would be to teach your backup quarterback to punt? Like if you gave them a whole off season, could they be a 40-yard punter? Like I know that they wouldn't be good. I know punters are really good. And they probably couldn't angle things, and you'd struggle with punting inside the 10. But I'm just wondering, if you really wanted an extra offensive lineman, could you have a backup quarterback be?
We don't need you.
Capable.
I mean, Broaddus, you would know better than me, obviously.
It might be. it might be another position player at Kansas City. They got a safety that's a field goal kicker. Justin Reed. Yeah.
Justin Reed.
So could you teach him to be your punter? But with the way that field position is like so important, I think that would deter me from doing it. You know what I'm saying? I'd like to believe that field position, we get backed up. Okay, now we're only punting at 38 yards. I think we're giving up something there.
I got you.
I just want to commend you for not flipping out more often on the G-Bag Nation, because Zach and Eric are here. Dawson had to, I don't know, go for some reason.
I think he just had to take a call. I just had to go tinkle real bad.
I think he had to take it down.
Okay.
We almost had that with the airplane situation with you.
Yeah, well, it was just a 1. It wasn't a 2-inning situation, but I thought it was going to burst.
Oh, okay.
But they're both talking on the same mic. One of them talking off mic, despite the fact that there were 2 open mics. How do you get through the day?
No, it's easy. we've got a show that's quality.
Miller
This is a good show.
It's a good show. You guys have a good show too. I listen quite a bit.
Thank you very much.
But
My buddy's an idiot. He thinks our show is better than your show. Like, what a schmuck. What an idiot, dude.
But could you forgive him on Friday, please,
Yes,
for
I
thinking
will.
that way?
I will.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Do you think Dawson walked off because I didn't ask how he was today? He's like,
Dawson will do that.
He's back. He's back. We finally get the 4-1. I said
Hold
you had to go
on.
number 2.
I just want to point out, I didn't ask Dawson how he was today, and he left. When I even brought up the concept of asking him how he was, he's back.
He's back in the room.
How is he today, sir?
Terrific, Hagee. How the hell are you?
I'm good, and I apologize for that etiquette faux pas.
No, you're good.
We just had to carry out that
You had to.
over.
Yeah, a little curveball.
And I think it
Good
turned out
joke,
well.
too.
Thank you.
Mics.
It is National Piano Month.
Just sold the van to a guy named Raul.
Get out of here!
right?
He's coming in from
Get
Brownsville.
out of here! That
Yeah.
was on Facebook. I
Yeah.
saw the Scooby Doo fans pictures.
Did you get all the wood for it, or did you take it back?
No, I didn't. I didn't get to get what I was hoping, but I got what's okay.
Yeah.
Did you have your bottom line price that you're like, I can't?
I did, and I went $500 below that.
So you gave it to him for free.
Are you going to push it over to Raul's place here this afternoon?
No, he's coming in from Brownsville, and he's I guess going to pick it up Saturday morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any return policy, or is that just as soon as he gets the keys?
It's
That's your problem now?
I was clear with him. I was like, bro, it does not go fast at all. I think the motor's locked up. It's very noisy. You're going to need to put a new motor in this. Okay. So if you're coming in town, you're not driving away in it.
Yeah, the Scooby-Doo van. Yeah.
No, I get that. Lots of good memories in that van.
No, not really. There's a lot of regret.
Hey, I had a lot of good memories jumping his battery here in the car parking, the parking garage after work. Like, I had great memories.
Raul's getting a nice sled though. You put a new motor in that thing. I mean, dude, I put a lot of new parts in that deal over the last 20 months.
Okay, how old is this van?
It's a 99.
Okay,
a working engine.
It's one of the first ones ever made.
That's a Chevy V8 from the 90s. It should have gone $300. It's dead at 170.
Okay, and see, that's what I was curious about, because I still remember when you're on the night show, you talked about, hey, if there's an EMP, you need to have a car that was before. Was it 1979? So it has no electronic parts in it? I wasn't sure if this van fit the bill.
No, it wasn't immune. That was more for nostalgia. My grandpa had a van like that, and I like tooling around town in it and driving it. And I'll be a van guy once again, but it'll be with a brand new one from D&M Leasing.
Did it have a ladder in the back?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Is the EMP still a concern, or is that?
Oh yeah, it's a bigger concern than ever.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the ladder for?
To get to the roof. Put stuff up on top.
Yeah, you want a team wolf it on top of the van.
You'd have a rack up there.
Roof sex.
You know, in the 80s, you'd put a lot of stuff up there on that roof rack, like National Lampoon's Vacation. You'd go on vacation with all your luggage up there on top of a van or whatever. You know, because you had to have the inside for the bucket seats to play Uno.
Yeah, room for activities.
Of course, the back sofa rolled out into a bed. Yeah. It was cool hang out back there, man.
You have a circular table in there, a little circular.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's got the little actually it's quite heavy. It,
Yeah.
kind of screws into the ground.
Could you do that one more time?
Yeah, I hope everyone's watching on the Twitch. Did we give Carter a chance to switch the camera around? Dawson's
Just a little bit slower this time. Just slow it down a touch.
Huge pole.
Yeah.
I wonder
Cares
why
about the
everybody's
ratings. Dawson's number one, right? What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks
Hedges
for
is
asking.
laughing somewhere.
We got Giants reporter Kim Jones coming up at 3.
All right.
Formerly of the NFL Network.
Looking forward to it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. I'm hoping for at least a little bit more van talk at some point in the show. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow. Don't forget, we'll be at Buffalo Wild Wings off of Lemon if you want to come see us. And then tomorrow on the show, we'll have Jerry Jones at 10:30, Stephen Jones probably at 12:40, and Pete Incaviglia at 12:20. So roll home with us 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Sorry, that was long.
The Fan continues to Fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a great day. Dak and Ceedee have spoken this afternoon. We'll have audio from them a little bit later on. We have some quotes right here, the very latest on your Texas Rangers as well, as they try to get back in the win column still, as the nightmare continues here, guys. It's quite a scene. I'm not quite sure what to make of it, so let's break it down for you. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Brian Broaddus. You got Lucius Alexander, of course, Wolchuk and Shia Follow, and there's Carter Freeman coordinating your video. Head 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Updates on your Rangers takes from yesterday, your Rangers perspective. Can it get any worse than it was yesterday?
No.
I keep saying that,
3
though.
games.
I keep thinking it can't get worse, and then they find a way to outdo themselves. It's as bad as it gets. But football has a pulse.
Yeah, we got
I'm not
football
mad about
tonight.
that.
We
So
got
back to football. Back to football Thursday. He's wearing Bob Lilly on his cleavage.
Let's go, Bobby!
The Woolly Bully is back.
Woo! Yes! We made it to football season, baby. Thank you,
We
Texas
did it.
Rangers.
The day they got laid to rest is the same day that football and the pulse came back.
This is what's
We're
up.
good.
Man.
Perfectly timed.
Everything's all right.
Really was.
Nice little silver lining there, Broaddus.
Yep. But no, you got a series
But yeah.
against the Blue Jays coming up. You still got a chance.
There's Oakland A's, huh?
There's definitely that take that's out there on Twitter and on the text. It's like, it's fine. They've done what they've always done, which is to get you through the summer and deliver you to football season. And this year they made it more interesting than usual, so we should appreciate that. But damn it, championships are rare. It's been 12 years now since we've tasted that glory, if you don't count the Arlington Renegades. And I'm ready.
I do count the Renegades, by the way.
Okay.
I do count the Renegades.
Damn right you should.
Okay.
All right.
It is.
You got to take all your victories while you can. You know what I mean?
It's a major for American sport, so you can count it. I feel like this was a missed opportunity right now, and I can't quite escape that feeling of loss and hope. I guess I'm gullible. I think there is still a little bit of hope there. But man, it's now, what have we lost? 14 of the last 19 games.
Yeah.
It's approaching historic as far as the kinds of slumps that contenders have gone on. They only gave up a 3.5 game lead, and you can find double-digit game leads in the month of September. But as far as how crappy a team that had been leading its division wire to wire suddenly started playing, this is historic. It holds up against some of the biggest collapses over a 20-game stretch that you'll ever see by a team that was that good. So really unbelievable, though. 29 runs over 3 games. Doesn't that feel final? Doesn't that feel like a death blow and the confirmation that whatever explanation you want to put on it, it's basically a below 500 bad baseball team right now.
And the bullpen certainly has been the weak link all year long. But you look at the situation with the starting pitching now.
Yeah.
The tightness with Scherzer, is how serious is this? He didn't look good last night. He said he's been honest about it. He's fighting through some stuff. Evaldi got hurt. He comes back, doesn't look good. Not to say he's never going to look good again, but your starting pitchers that you were going to count on, let's say if your bullpen had not completely fallen apart and cost you a lead going into the postseason, I don't know how good we'd be feeling. Right? I mean, Dane Dunning, a guy that has been someone you're confident in, he's had 3 straight bad outings. So the bullpen certainly deserves blame. The offense starting to, fade off deserves blame. But your aces and your horses in that rotation, now their arms are kind of starting to fall off. And I don't know that they would have had enough juice to really be a contender if and when you make it into the postseason.
So now that's another storyline, and I think it's a very significant one. Would you shut down Scherzer? It's a new pain that he's never dealt with. The doctors are saying he can pitch, but he's not as good as he was, obviously. It's an injury that makes him bad. A bad pitcher is what you had last night because he's, in his words, he's unable to explode through the motion.
Yeah, well, he's not a rental now. There was a time some of these pitchers that you have that are, mainly a rental, and you get the opportunity to get all you can out of them and then see what happens at the end. But
you got him for next year.
He's yours next year. So now I think you have to think about him in a different way.
If he's not going to be great and there's an injury thought of next year, you can't have a roster with Scherzer and DeGrom sitting there with the old TJ situation, knock on wood.
Yeah.
That's worst case scenario right now. You kind of got to wave the white flag on this season if you didn't already at the trade deadline by not going more all in.
I think that Jared answered our question, though, yesterday in the cross that we had with him. He said, you'll know a lot about this team. And I think you know a lot about it right now, but you will know their fate in 9 days. And that was, so now we're at 8 days, an off day. But we'll see what happens with the A's, and then we'll see what happens with Toronto in those 4 games. And is it going to be for a division title? No. It's going to be looking at the wild card. But I'm going to take the approach of, with the whole thing with Scherzer, if there's the slightest bit of chance of him hurting that arm for next year, out. I can't go in. I need him at full strength next year to anchor this thing because I'm not going to have DeGrom.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm thinking about that. But I'm also, what happens with the A's this weekend, you need to find a way to win all 3. And then those 4 in Toronto, that'll tell you your fate. Because after that Toronto series, you will know. Then it turns into, okay, well, just if it's still fighting for wild card, you got to obviously keep playing. But if in fact that you go and lose 3 or 4 to Toronto, then just shut everything down. Anything that has a lingering injury that could affect how the season's going to be next year, shut that thing completely down.
I'm ready to do that as well. I don't know how you could have any sort of a forearm situation and not get so nervous in that organization that it's an immediate shutdown for a guy like that who might just have 1 year of his career left next year.
Well, what's going to get everybody back in, and I have no info on this. This is a gut feeling, but the timing just seems right. You'll get Evan Carter's debut as a Ranger tomorrow.
That's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that'll be cool.
Yeah,
I mean, the Adolis injury, and hopefully it's nothing serious, but it is just because we've been talking about it.
Yeah.
Do you want that jolt? Do you want the bat in the lineup? And
I want that jolt.
And now it just seems like it's kind of added up to where you need somebody anyway, due to Adolis' injury. Let's make it happen. The time is now.
And you got guys on the roster. I mean, heck, Hedges has got a 12-pitch arsenal. We can put guys on the mound.
Shoot, yeah.
It's not like you're that shorthanded.
No.
You got resources here.
I personally would rather see pitching come up than I would Evan Carter.
Well, and maybe a guy like Chase Lee is. You just don't have the exciting names. Like the fan base isn't going to be like, oh my gosh, yay! But they will be with an Evan Carter.
If this thing turns into like they're out of it, that it's over. Let's evaluate. I mean, and again, I'm acting like I know what I'm talking about here.
You're doing a great job at it.
I've never worked in baseball, but I mean, in football, to me, you get to the end point of a season and you're not going anywhere. I was always about how to evaluate the young players. And we saw that when they were a 60-win team during the pandemic. What were they doing? They were playing a lot of young guys. And you kind of got an idea, okay, this guy can play. This guy can't play.
Well, I got to be honest with you, Broadus. It sounds like you're putting in the call for Jack Leiter.
I'm just asking. Maybe it's not Jack Leiter.
No, you know what the name is they need? It's Nolan Ryan.
There you go.
Let's go.
He's the only guy that could make sense.
I think Nolan's got a few bullets left in that chamber.
He always does.
How do you draft? How do you develop? How do you make decisions?
I see what you're saying about.
I think CY could use a little Nolan Ryan help here.
I see what you're saying. I thought you were thinking Nolan Ryan as a pitcher.
No,
and you were thinking Nolan Ryan as an evaluator.
I mean, if you could clone him, you could clone him, I'm willing to wait.
Was confused for a moment. He was like, "What the hell did I get myself into this?"
Well, it's funny. I saw a post on Instagram of Dan Marino dressed up in a Dolphins uniform, like these old like Emmitt Smith and Jerry Rice and
threw you off a little bit.
Randy Moss are all dressing up like the uniforms they used to play in.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, man, Gavin's going that route.
Some type of commercial or something going down.
There's something there. It's like I think it's a Doritos. I think Doritos is throwing something together. Yeah.
No, I just want his brain. JD chased him off all those years ago. It was one of the worst things he ever did for the organization, and that's saying a lot because there's a long list of screw ups from JD. But I think CY probably respects the greatness of Nolan Ryan and his ability to instill some wisdom. CY is great. I think he's one of the best executives in baseball. But I just think this team could use even extra help figuring out how to build a pitching pipeline.
I'd feel more confident with 76-year-old Nolan Ryan trotting out of that bullpen and out onto the mound at the end of one of these games. Okay, right now today with a gosh darn beef link tank in his left hand, just walking out a little mustard on the side of his lip. I'd feel more confident in seeing that walk out of that bullpen to close out a game than whatever the heck they're dealing with right now.
Man, how fun of a commercial would that be? Nolan is back. And the bullpen doors swing open. He's like, oh, hell. He's sauntering out there to the mound.
I love it.
I love that.
I love it even more if it was like a $1 hot dog night where it was like, Nolan Ryan.
He's got the old apron on. He's cooking up about 35,000. Just throws that thing to the side and grabs his mitt.
Gets somebody in a headlock at some point, starts whooping them.
Just put Tim from Carthage out there.
You see him, he's got tongs, and he looks out like he hears the call to the bullpen. He just drops.
That's me.
He drops everything.
CY's in his suite like, Nolan, we need you.
Yeah. The phone rings. Nolan picks it up. Yeah.
And then he goes out there and pitches like Rivera for 3 straight outs.
One pitch. Just crushes it.
Sometimes, comedy can be the best therapy. And I don't think Nolan Ryan could do any worse than even Max Scherzer did last night. That was incredible. To put out the guys they did 2 nights in a row and have it go like that was just, you got to be kidding me. Evaldi and then Scherzer. It's just like a freaking laser show from the Astros as soon as the game starts. Okay, good news stuff. 11 of the last 20 games are against teams directly ahead of you in the wild card, so at least it's in your control.
Yeah.
It's not a situation where the Mariners and Blue Jays are playing so great that even if you play 500 baseball, you're just going to get your doors blown off. Like, if you could do 12-8 in that stretch, that's going to get you there because of the losses that you would be handing to the Blue Jays who lost yesterday. And, the Mariners bounced back finally, but they've dropped 3 of 4 themselves. You could see Evan Carter. And that's about all I got. Evan Carter. Could we see Jack Leiter? Probably not.
No,
we asked CY that
doesn't seem like it.
a couple of days ago, and he said he's on some sort of a new program that they're trying to
They're tweaking his throwing motion.
Yeah. But he's been looking good in the minors.
He has.
Like
He's
since he came through.
And Austin Hedges gave us quite the report back on him. That was fantastic.
Good scouting report.
I did see this news that just popped up, and Brian, we're going to need you to get your sources out on this. And this better not be serious, or else I'm going to start to get really, really sad and upset and depressed. Tyron Smith's been added to the injury report with an ankle. He's a limited participant in practice today, but now you're looking at Tyler and Tyron Smith, both on the injury report. That's the left side of your offensive line. What the hell is going on?
I'd like to go back to the last week, I believe, when you guys did defeat me in an argument. It was a rarity, but the truckwreck.com fan text jumped in and saying, wow, Gavin's being awful quiet here about this offensive line serving that Wolchuk and Broadus just gave him, right? Because we should be confident about how stout this offensive line is, and if you look at the numbers, it's probably going to be a top 10 offensive line.
Just the starting 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to bury your head in the sand and pretend like it's going to stay healthy, it's going to be great. We couldn't even get to week 1.
Will they get one single snap of the supposed to be starting 5 altogether?
They're all going to start on Sunday night.
Will they get
Eric?
a single snap?
All of them are going to be out there.
Tyler Smith, I think, is going to be close. I think this thing's going to Saturday with him. I really do.
Yeah, and Sam Williams is practicing today.
That's great news.
So you might actually get healthy, and an ankle's not the worst thing.
Was it practice or was he on the courts?
Sam Williams did practice the early portion.
Tyler was
moving
on the
around
courts.
pretty good.
Okay,
is what I saw from Sam Williams there from I think it was Calvin Watkins.
I like the 2-on-4.
Tyler Smith was on the court.
Saving Tyron for the playoffs.
But will we get a single snap of at what we believe to be the starting 5? Will we get one snap of it?
Yes.
No.
On Sunday Night Football for one play.
Tyron's dealing with an ankle now.
Yeah.
Going to throw everything off.
Sure.
The back, the neck, the shoulder.
I mean, my gosh,
Darn you guys! You're not going to rain on my football parade. Not today.
We're not raining on it. We're being rained on. We're looking up into the heavens saying, why are we getting rained on, football gods? We haven't even played a snap yet, and I don't even have the left side of my offensive line.
This could be nothing. It just might be, Giants. Tyron's limping a little bit.
We don't play these guys in the preseason so we can get to week 1 healthy.
Gamesmanship.
And damn it did not work.
Limping into week 1 with an offensive line that didn't play at all in the preseason. Like, that's what I'm saying, one snap. We didn't get in the preseason. We're not going to get it here. That hurts.
Loving the optimism today, fellas. You got it, 9-4-0.
Shut up, Eric.
You can thank your sports teams for the optimism. It's not like we want to be doing this to the Rangers. We're not making it up. We're not just doing a hypothesis on what might be happening to the Rangers. The Rangers are crapping the bed as they have been for the last 30 days, and they're doing it night in, night out. And now I can't even get to Sunday night before the left side of my offensive line is already banged up. The guy who's been in the league for 1 year's got a hamstring. I don't know what we're doing, but he's doing something enough to pull his hamstring right now. That's fantastic. And Tyron Smith, we knew this was going to happen, But I thought we would at least see one single snap, and now we're not going to get that moment.
We still might.
See. You still
No,
might.
it's
You still
nobody's fault.
Yeah.
Nobody's being negative. We're receiving information, and it's negative information.
You're making the assumption that he's not going to play on Sunday. That's
I'm just
being
asking
negative.
the question if we're going to see one snap of it. It's now a fair question, unfortunately, because he's turning his ankle through walkthroughs.
Well,
they practiced today.
It's a fair question.
What does that mean? They practiced today?
No, they practiced.
In
They had a real,
pads.
they had a real,
In pads,
they had a-
damn
they
it.
had a real practice today.
Okay.
Yeah,
They had a real practice.
No, they had a real
no one
practice.
has a real practice anymore. Even the real practice is not a real practice. You roll your ankle and
Oh, what
real
do you know?
practice.
You haven't lived this, damn it.
What are you saying there?
Just repeating you.
Oh, okay.
You'll have a P4 segment in a little bit, Brian.
Yeah. I'll be fine. I'm going to tell you about the Giants.
No, but seriously, can you
offense.
find out about Tyron? Because now I'm really worried.
Okay. I'll do my best.
Yeah. Man, that was quality ranting there, Chiafalo.
It was good.
The frustration,
Don't
I
bleep
think,
yourself.
is built. You know, that's what's happening right now around DFW sports. Is,
So glad football's back.
man, this
Me too.
Can you tell how happy I am right now? It's not stressful at all.
It took all of our patience and calm to deal with the Rangers' crisis and trauma of the last 20 days, which has really been 45 days. And now you add this Cowboys thing on top of it. I'm right there with you, Chief. We got to run. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. A Throwback Thursday edition of Restroom Revelations is next. Where are we going exactly?
Thanks to the Delta biohazard disaster, we call back the worst airplane poo story of all time. Next in the nation.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion with laughs.
All right, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. The G-Bag of the day coming up in 7.5 minutes. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Time now for a Throwback Thursday restroom revelation with the Chief.
469 says, y'all want us to Tolo. We've already heard the airline diarrhea story at least once on every show. If every listener did Tolo, they would have heard this, and now you're repeating it. It's the same story. It's the same story, except it's not, because this is in honor of that story.
Wasn't listening.
Wasn't listening, Lucius.
Wasn't listening.
This is about the punami heard round the world right after this.
Number 2 work for. That's right, buddy. You show that turd who's boss. Hey, just grab a hold of something, bite your lip, and give it hell. Come on. We're gonna get through this.
Now, yes, this is in honor of the Delta biohazard, which just happened this last week.
It jogged your memory.
It jogged my memory, exactly.
Yeah, or trotted your memory in this case.
Yeah, we were trotting.
This
we were sauntering through that airplane.
Now, did you guys get the detail on, did you guys figure out who this was? We don't know everything about the person of the most recent one, but we do know that it was a female.
Oh, that's sad.
Heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Absolutely heartbreaking. Walchuk runs in he was like freaking out. He's panting. I'm in the prep room. And he's like, dude, I didn't even know girls did that. And I was like, what are you talking about? He was like, the biohazard poo story? That was a chick. We had to have an entire science lesson with Walchuk before the show.
Didn't know they lost it like that.
I thought that you had control of the bowels at all times as a female.
A lot of people are claiming that the Rangers are a biohazard right now. And
claiming?
Yeah.
Oh, hell.
That actually makes more sense that it was a female. It was probably a dress.
Yeah,
that's how containment was lost.
Skirt or something like that.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing, man.
I like that. I feel sorry for him.
The news needs to chill out trying to track her down.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, let her
trying to
be.
get witnesses report. So how did you feel in that moment?
But if she'd like to come on at 2:40 during Krusty's Corner, we'd be happy to have her.
Yeah. Do you think they're tracking her like a hunter, like looking for the scat trails?
Oh my God! Come on, bro.
I imagine that there were people waiting off of that flight with cell phones and recording devices trying to get a post-game interview from her immediately. But she found a way to dodge it. So kudos to her. Now,
she opened the back door and go down the ramp. I mean the
slide down.
the back door clearly was open, and they actually couldn't close it.
Yeah.
Which was seemingly the problem there. Now, are you guys familiar with Andre and the Giant Poo, the Punami?
No.
Andre the Giant.
We did this on Nosebleeds.
Walchuk's familiar, but the headline reads, Andre the Giant took, quote, world's biggest poo on plane that left cabin, quote, puking.
Yep.
So, obviously, Andre the Giant, 7'3", he was called the 8th wonder of the world because he was just that big. Now, I was actually introduced to Andre the Giant as the character in the
Princess Bride.
Mm-hmm. That's how I was introduced to him. And then since I've discovered just how incredible he was. Now, the Punami occurred on a 747 flight from Tokyo, Japan to the United States of America. And the giant wrestler was so big, he, quote, could not fit into the toilet seat or bathroom for the entire 14-hour flight, though he needed to. One of his buddies, Brutus the Beefcake.
Brutus the Barber, yeah.
Okay.
The Barber Beefcake, yeah.
He was quoted as saying Andre would always time it so that he would take a dump before he went to the airport, before he went to the plane. Then he'd be good for a day or two.
Gotta have a plan.
His routine hit the fan on that flight back home after delays left a handful of wrestlers rushing for their seats.
Saying the bleep hit the fan?
Bringing Andre to the back of the plane, closing the curtains on the 7'3" behemoth. Brutus says the former WWF champion, quote, went to town on the toilets. The sounds were, according to a clearly horrified Brutus, quote, not human, and nor was the pungent smell that soon filtered its way through the plane.
Oh, no.
Brutus added, quote, I've never heard anything like it. The sounds that are coming out of there, the smell that started coming forward. The back of the plane had a lot of Epople, E-P-O-P-L-E. Not familiar with that word, but there were people falling out of their seats and into the aisles, gagging, puking, crying, screaming, gnashing of teeth. We were all falling on the floor, laughing ourselves sick. I couldn't breathe. He must have filled up a garbage bag full
I'm
of.
sorry, I'm gonna stop.
Because apparently he would eat 20 pounds of food per city he was in.
Yeah.
So they described it as just 20 pounds
of release.
Exactly.
Waste.
20 pounds worth.
20 pounds worth of waste. I mean, it's.
Yeah, I'd heard that like when he'd go out with the guys, he would drink like 6 dozen beers and like 2/5 of liquor to try to get as hammered as like the normal size people.
Yeah, I mean, being a huge man, I understand that, but there's no way he's good for a day or two. Like it's a daily thing, and I'm not even eating that much on soda, but it's once a morning. There's no way this guy unloads this and he's ready to rock for 2 days. Come on.
Yeah, but I don't know how the inner workings of a 7'3" individual is eating 20 pounds at a time. I don't know how his body is adjusted over the years of like, okay, we're just kind of we go 20 pounds at a time.
Yeah.
20 pounds at a time. That's what we do here.
Man.
And then that buys us 24 to 48
He's
hours.
having to buy a new toilet after every use.
Yeah, it might be an extra long intestinal tract.
Oof.
You know, it just takes a lot longer to make its way down there to the exit.
And flying back from Japan, I mean, we're talking about sashimis and probably a lot of like raw,
Which
goes
right through soy sauce. Yeah.
the soy sauce.
Yeah, that gets you every time.
Yeah. They needed
Be careful.
Broadus needs a golf towel. He probably needs a beach towel.
Yeah. Anytime I've had sushi or Chinese food,
maybe a like a comforter.
Give it an hour.
Something big.
Sleeping bag.
Yeah.
First saw Andre the Giant in WrestleMania 3 on a grainy VHS tape as Hulk Hogan body slammed him. Did irreparable damage to his back that day, but became a WWF pro wrestling legend against Andre the Giant. I couldn't believe he picked him up.
Dude, did he jump up? Did he jump up to help him a little bit? I mean, did the Andre jump a little bit?
I don't think so because I don't think it was in the script.
Oh, really?
I think the Hulkster was just feeling it.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
I mean, my gosh, dude, this is I don't know how you would handle yourself in a situation like that. Being on that plane or the one that people were just on most recently here.
Being overwhelmed.
Yeah. That is.
You just feel sorry for the lady, you know?
I don't think so. I think in the moment you feel sorry for yourself.
No, you don't. You feel sorry for the lady. That's an embarrassing situation. You know, that's something now the whole world's talking about that. You know? The whole world.
You don't think she's going to come out and put her face on camera the same way the Gomez chick who was saying that's not real.
You got to have a little bit more body control. You know, go. You got to.
She's not going to build. She's not going to build a brand off this, though, right? Like the other chick did.
Like you can work on the front. She needs to work on the back.
Yeah.
I think the front is like Kegels or something like that. She need to do whatever the back version of that is.
Beagles.
To keep it nice. Beagles. Some beagles, bro. You need to get your beagle workout in, girl.
Time now for the G bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
That man said Hulk picked him up.
Yeah, he slammed him.
It's that Decker running through his system.
No doubt.
Oh, the Hulkster is wild. I'm wild, brother. I'm good loose stuff. Eat your vitamins. Let's see what we got for you boys. Our winner and champ so far is the Rangers TV broadcast. It went viral because they had some analysis and it was sarcasm, but the Houston Asteroids fans believe it's real, so it went viral. Here we go.
I saw a note here that said Jose Altuve, just the third player in Major League history to homer in each of his first 3 at-bats in the first 3 innings of a game. Manny Machado did it in 2016, and Carl Reynolds did it in 1930.
Well, hear me out on this.
Okay.
Bouncer third base. Duran throws him out. When you're sitting there bragging about his 6 hits, I would just say, I mean, it's easy to get 6 hits when you hit them over the fence.
Yeah.
It's not like you don't give the other team a chance to even get you out. So it's not really, I mean, it's not that great.
No, I think you bring up a good point, right? Couldn't do it there.
Right. I mean, if he give the Rangers a chance, I think they could fairly well get him. I mean, even the base hit he had that he kept in the yard the other day, we threw him out at second. So I don't know. I'm not sure I'm impressed yet. 0-2.
That's great, man.
Yeah, that's cool.
I love how these announcers are able to like talk but continue to do the game.
Do the
It's
call.
such a skill.
Yeah.
To be able to like not miss a beat what's going on in the game.
And then you had the comedic relief there from Raymond. I'm looking at him in a whole nother light after that riff.
Yeah.
That was genius.
Yesterday was a church day. I hope you got your blessings there. Peace to the gods and earths, I, self, Lord, and Master, all that good stuff. This isn't one, but I'm going to play it anyway. I want the confidence of this harmonica player in church. Just a little quick clip.
I said they would try. I said they would roll.
Ouchie.
Just didn't fit. It's just it was like, hey, look, Dad, look what I can do.
No hands.
I said they.
All right.
That's like me trying the saxophone in 5th grade.
Hold on, wait a second. No, that wasn't it. Hold on.
It was.
I'm gonna get it. I promise.
I got it. Hold on. Here we go.
It was so bad, and I was kind of a class clown. They thought I did it on purpose to make a joke. I was like,
you rolled around with it. Yeah.
Oh, I'm never playing saxophone
Sorry,
again.
man.
I even tried clarinet for a year to get ready for it.
Really?
Yeah, had to sit through that
I
embarrassment.
can play a lot of saxophones.
You're good at it.
Soprano, alto, tenor. Yeah, I play all those joints.
Hurry, honey, we got to get to Gabby's clarinet show.
Yeah.
Bring your spit bucket.
Hey, Pat McAfee show started today on ESPN.
It's on right now.
It is on in my house right now in LA's Boom Boom Room, trying to give him a little points. Just trying to give him some little clicks and views and everything, Pat. Dropped his first F-bomb on ESPN. He wasn't even trying to. He was just, flowing, talking.
Yeah.
There's a delay, like a 5 or 6 second delay, but they didn't catch it on it.
And then a little slip up here introducing AJ. You said the Union lost the Civil War, I believe. The Union is undefeated.
We're the North?
Yeah,
the Union. Hell yeah, f***ing right we did. The
Confederates.
Yeah, we won.
Duh.
Oh, I just said right there. There's the first one.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh my God. We're there.
Almost made it.
Oh.
Damn.
Didn't even notice.
I didn't either.
Didn't even pick it up.
I was so pumped about it.
Yeah.
What
did you say?
I said f***ing right.
Yeah.
You said what
Sean
Payton said. Now, by the way, next time that happens, get them all out because there's a 5-second.
Oh, yeah. Exactly.
Get ready, Dick Good.
Wow.
All right.
Yeah, a little history right there for you people. First F words on there on ESPN's Pat McAfee show.
So are we going to let these fly? Or they're going to try to dump them?
They're going to try to dump them. I think that was like the online version, so it just slid on through.
They have a little before the show goes on, they have a little thing. Hey, there's going to be some cursing in this show. If you're kids, you probably don't need to be watching this show. They give you like a little disclaimer.
Viewer discretion is advised.
Exactly. That's what he does. Yeah.
Hey, I want a sports show with mine as viewer and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Little disclaimer on it before you hear it. Hey, this is going to be real.
I've always wanted to do a show where I could curse.
Yeah, man.
Like especially like a Cowboy post game. Like a Cowboy post game. I'd love to be able just to like curse.
Yeah,
the
San
whole
Francisco
time.
I can flow a lot better if I can curse.
I think so too.
People say like cursing is
therapeutic.
Yeah, yes, therapeutic, but they say like you're ignorant or something like
Oh,
that.
I'm ignorant. I
ignorant
admit
people
on that
curse.
too, yeah.
No, that's not the case.
I just use it like an
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of something to say.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Doc. How about this one right here? We got another church little clip. I think they're doing way too much in church nowadays, really. I got to show up. It's time to lock the doors, though. God is not a side piece. He should be your main thing.
Hey, ha, 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 ha. Hey, glory. Some of y'all trying to play God like he a side hoe.
Oh. Wait,
Some
what?
of y'all trying to play God like he a side hoe.
Come on, bro. Come on.
Don't do that. He gonna wear you out playing with him. He not no side piece. God ain't no side piece.
Yeah.
He ain't no side piece.
Come on, bro.
God ain't no side piece. Stop letting people put you as a side piece.
I like that lady's church, man. That's good. She seemed kind of musical, too. Put an auto-tune on that. That could go viral.
I get the side piece part, but we ain't had to say the whole thing.
No, that
you
was
did
bad.
to make your point, girl. Like, come on, what are we doing?
Don't need the whole part.
And I hope you got your workouts in today, fellas. Anybody get your workout in? Good for you.
A couple beagles.
I've been getting my workout in. I'm about to bring sexy back.
Nice, dude.
Yeah.
Walchuk did his beagles.
I did my beagles.
What was that? What did you just
Walchuk.
bring your hand?
That's that Justin Timberlake.
Oh.
I'm bringing sexy back.
Oh.
Yeah. All right, I can't say the rest.
Okay.
Let's this little baby girl right here listening to her dad work out in a little home gym situation.
Okay.
She's motivating him and keeping him company while dad pumps some iron.
Your muscles are strong. Oh man, I see those muscles. You're great at this. Your muscles are so good. Are you breathing okay? Yep. Okay, just making sure, because you really don't seem like it.
Oh, I love it.
That's great, man.
Kid motivating dad in a workout. Whew, that's good. God's not a side hoe or side piece. Pat McAfee Show dropped his first F-bomb day one. Harmonica player in church, two-time champ Dave Raymond there throwing shade on Altuve's work. Man, it's tough. Second day in a row, I feel like any of these could win. I'm going to go with kid motivating the dad, Chief.
Dude, I am too.
2-0, Lucius.
God is not a side piece.
We'll check.
I'll go with the little girl cheering on her dad.
3-1, Brian.
Let's go with Rangers broadcast.
By a score of 3-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's Kid Motivating Dad.
Oh.
What's that?
Oh, my bad. I thought I had my numbers off. I thought Dave Raymond and those guys won again.
Oh, no, sir.
Okay.
No, sir. Got a new one. Yeah. Dave probably deserves an honorary 5-time for that handiwork, though. That's not only broadcast greatness, it's comedic genius. My bad. Hey, Remy just turned 2, though, and they're so fun with their words from that age, from like 2 to 5. It's just a nonstop comedy show.
Mm-hmm.
And she has added now when she falls down an O-bleep to her.
Oh, no.
S or
S?
S. Nice.
Yeah, Choppy's kids.
So I spent all morning coaching her more towards an oh shoot.
There you go.
And I thought I was making pretty good
You should
progress.
give her a
on it.
funny word to say. You know what I mean? Like, gosh darn it, like Deion Sanders cusses.
There you go.
Yeah,
That
so
would
it'd be real funny when she falls.
Much more wholesome.
Yeah.
Brian, where are we going next?
Yeah, we're going to take a look at this New York Giant offense and how to attack it. We'll do that next.
Coming up Friday morning.
Rangers fans, did you know that every year the Texas Rangers Baseball Foundation impacts thousands of lives across our community? From access to baseball and softball to education to emergency relief, the Rangers Foundation is there. You can join them in giving back to our communities by donating through North Texas Giving Day. It takes place on September 21st, but you don't have to wait until then. Visit NorthTexasGivingDay.org and search Texas Rangers to donate today.
Hurry into Classic Chevrolet for once-a-year Labor Day savings. Over 400 Silverados with their best offers of the year. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't miss your chance to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. Tyron Smith rolled ankle in practice today. Considered minor. Two people familiar with the situation have told Michael Gelkin. That's what Brian Broaddus is hearing as well. But the reports are out there on Cowboys Twitter, and Tyler Smith's hammy's not considered major either. Here's Broaddus in Krusty's corner.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. A little bit of I'm going to get into this Giants offense because I think there's some things that you need to know about it. But also, my son Bennett, I don't know. I don't know if I'm excited for him or not excited for him. I'm a little nervous about this. But he got a ticket to the Alabama-Texas game this weekend. So him and his buddies are driving to Tuscaloosa.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna have some questions for you on that coming up at 4:00.
Oh, you got some? Okay.
I'd be a bit nervous for the road trip.
That's
being a father and all.
Yeah,
people can't drive nowadays.
I'm very nervous about having to trek from Austin in a car to Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Something I would have. I did it one time in my life. We played. I went to the Alabama-Auburn game. We were at a bar on a Friday afternoon, and we decided to go to the Iron Bowl because if we went to the Iron Bowl and they won, if Alabama won, we were going to the Sugar Bowl. And we were sitting in a bar on a Friday afternoon. So we got to be there, right? Got to be there, right? And it's like, yeah. We ended up meeting some ladies in Tuscaloosa that they knew
promising.
They knew the guy who takes tickets at the student section.
Man, well, back when it used to be so simple.
It was.
You decide on a Friday afternoon.
I showed a Texaco card to the guy the next day at Legion Field there in Alabama, in Birmingham. I'm like, she's like, just show him anything. So I showed him like a Texaco card. He's like, go on in. So we sat in the Alabama student section for the game.
Look at that,
for the game. No, that was cool. So
you get the bump as a football player, dude. When you're a football player, you get that.
It's simple.
Even if you're just long snapping, dude.
It was simple. Simple, just like we got to be there. We got to go to the game, right?
Did you go to the Sugar Bowl that year?
We did. Alabama, it was when Brett Fullwood went one way, Bo Jackson went the other. Alabama had a goal line stand.
Wow.
In that game, in the Iron Bowl.
Whoa.
Crazy. One of the craziest endings you'll ever see in a college football game. But I am nervous about, he's like, oh, Dad, it's going to be fun. I'm like, yeah, it's going to be fun, but I just worry about the drive. I don't worry about him being at the game. I think the game is going to be Bryant-Denny Stadium is the fans there. Alabama fans are great fans.
Mm-hmm.
They really are. They win so much. They're great fans. But yeah,
the commute.
The commute. I'm worried about the commute, but he'll be all right.
You just say we can't have drivers that are drinking.
That's the thing.
Yeah. Let's not go full idiot.
Yeah,
the phones.
There's 8 of them going. There's 2 different cars of guys going. So I'm just kind of like, I'm like, all right, son, that's great. I bought the ticket for him, is what I did.
Oh.
So now I'm thinking like, okay, was that the smartest thing to do? Yeah, it's Alabama, Texas. And he's like, oh, it's going to go to the game. I'm like, yeah, Bennett, but now, Texas is now in the Southeastern Conference. There'll be plenty of Alabama, Texas games to go to, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance.
It's once in a lifetime until next year.
I think so. All right, let's get to these Giants. The way you're going to attack the New York Giants, especially the way they're going to probably attack you. They're going to go at you with 3 wide receivers in their game, and it's likely we've talked a lot about Jalen Hyatt, the rookie out of Tennessee, the very talented rookie. He's actually their 4th receiver on this when you kind of really break it down. Isaiah Hodgins, Darius Slayton, and then Paris Campbell are their 3 primary wide receivers. Paris Campbell is going to play as the slot receiver for you. They will use Hyatt. They will use him as a down-the-field threat. But I don't know how much of the 3 wide receiver package stuff that he will actually get. But you also have to be worried about Paris Campbell playing in the backfield. They'll use him like with what we see with Turpin. He might be in the backfield the same with Saquon Barkley. So you've got him, Barkley. big misdirection team trying to get you to go one way, come back the other way. So you're going to see that. But the way I think they're going to play this is they're going to play it with 4 wide receivers. I think you're going to see some Sterling Shepard as well. So like 5 guys really going at it. But the primary guys you're going to have to deal with is Hodgins, who they got from Buffalo, Slayton, who has been there. He was a 5th-round pick. And then Paris Campbell, who they got from the Colts. And then Jalen Hylett, as they drafted from Tennessee. They're a little bit of a mess at the right guard spot. They're kind of going a little bit by committee here. It's not really set in stone. Bredesen is the starter at the left side. Mark Glowinski is on the other side, but they're really struggling with that guard spot, that right guard spot. So we'll see how they've 2 or 3 different guys they've kind of tried in there. They've got a rookie center who, by the way, struggled a little bit with power. I'm talking about John Michael Smits. I love John Michael Smits coming out of Minnesota. I know Wolchuk, you did as well. But he struggles a little bit with power. It's a really, really good athlete. But in these games, he hasn't been able to stay as connected in some of these opportunities that he's got. So keep an eye on that. Can the Cowboys take advantage of what's going on inside with the Giants? And, can they, with their defensive tackles, with Hankins and then with Osa and maybe some Mozzie Smith in there. But they're going to see if you can take advantage of what is happening with the 3 inside players. If you're going to go after one of their offensive tackles, it's Evan Neal is the one you do. Andrew Thomas, when they start to talk about the better tackles in the league, Andrew Thomas, who is their left tackle, he is one of the better ones in the league. He's just developed that way. So, that's good for the Giants in that regard. But Evan Neal on the other side, I think, is where in this game. Now, I'm going to ask you guys a question here real quick. In this game, would you want Tank to be better as a rusher or playing the run?
I would go playing the run. I think the Giants are a run-heavy team with Barkley. But I think Mike is going to be lined up on Evan Neal and absolutely wreck him.
Yeah, I think that I like you say. I think that you're going to maybe get Lawrence kicked inside on some nickel stuff if they get to that package. But I think in this game you might want Lawrence to be better against the run, and maybe that's if they can win the inside, have Lawrence on the edge. I think that they're going to run opposite of where Lawrence is. So, whoever plays right in for the Cowboys, if that's Dorrance Armstrong, they're going to test that right side to see if, in fact, that they can hold up over there. Sam Williams, Dorrance Armstrong, they're going to run the ball at Diggs to see if he's going to be able to come up and make plays. I just keep an eye on that, but I think that you want these edges to be secure in this game.
Do you feel like they're going to do a lot of the 2 tight end stuff with Waller and Bellinger?
I kind of feel like it's going to be more to me. I think that they want to try and protect Daniel Jones in this football game, and I don't think they want to get into some long yards. Where they're going to run the ball against Dallas, what I've seen the last couple of times I went back and watched those games, ball on edge more. But that's a little bit of a different offensive line. So I don't know how much 12 personnel you get, because they do get a lot of 11 personnel. That's that 3 wide receiver type of a package that they do. A lot of movement, a lot of motion, a lot of waggle, a lot of boot. Yeah. They're trying to get you to go one way and take the ball back the other way, make as many simple throws as they can for Daniel Jones there. So Saquon Barkley, everybody knows about him, what he's capable of. In games against Dallas, he's had some problems with health throughout some of these games, but with opening season, he looks good to go right now. But you can, looking at this team real quick as I finish this thing up, you're gonna get a wide receiver in the backfield, I believe, at times to try and create some confusion. Take advantage of what's going on in the inside 3. Take advantage of the right tackle. Again, how you cover Darren Waller is going to be interesting too. Is that going to be Kearse doing that kind of work? We'll see. And then Saquon Barkley, you just can't let him take over this game.
Am I right in interpreting here that our big opportunity to dominate this game is on the line of scrimmage with interior pass rush?
Yeah, I
think if you can figure out how to get that.
Yeah, I think if you can fix that, like you say, it is going to be if they could. The thing that Daniel Jones is want to do is if he drops back and doesn't see it, he is going to run. So the pressure in his face right there, push the pocket, squeeze the edges right there, and kind of keep him in that pocket. Don't let him break some contain, because if he gets back and he doesn't feel good about it, he's automatically going to run.
And how good they have one good tackle, right?
Yeah, the tackle and Andrew Thomas is a
good player.
He's a good player. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Right on, man. Well, it's getting closer, and we're going to learn more about these Giants because Kim Jones, Giants reporter, she used to work NFL Network, now at Newsday WFAN, joins us coming up next. Talk more about what the Cowboys need to do to get a dub against the Giants. It's here on 105 through the Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We have the Zach Martin Show starting this afternoon. The future Hall of Famer is going to join us sometime around 3:30 or 3:40 right here on your home of the Cowboys. So excited about Zach Martin coming on here at 3:30. And he's going to be with us throughout the season, usually in the 4:30 slot, but practice ending a little early today. Did have some rough news on Tyron Smith there with a turned ankle, but it's considered minor. And Tyler Smith's hammy is considered minor as well. Sam Williams getting some work off to the side today. Those are your injury updates. As Kim Jones, Giants reporter, joins us now here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, Kim. How the heck are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
We're doing great. We're excited for Sunday night's game. And my first question for you, do you think Dak's dominance of the Giants will continue in week 1?
Yeah, I picked the Giants to win. Listen, opening night, I thought maybe they'll have a little juice, a lot of juice probably. I see it as a pretty even showing. Listen, to me, the difference maker, and this won't surprise you guys, is Micah Parsons. This pseudo new role that he is in. Maybe you guys have seen it at camp or otherwise. I certainly haven't. I'm a big fan of Micah. I'm a Penn Stater. He was just at our alma mater last week with Saquon. So there are all kinds of ties, in this series and in this matchup. But I am very curious to see Micah against a possibly suspect offensive line for the Giants on Sunday night.
Looked like Dak and Saquon had a game of beer pong about to get underway there on social. Did it come together, and who won?
They almost never tell us who wins, just so you know. But they always are playing. And in the locker room, they're always playing. Once in a while, Brian Daboll jumps in, but never when the media is there to witness it.
Daboll on the beer pong?
Well, not the beer pong. Well, maybe,
Probably.
but certainly in the locker room, not the beer pong, but maybe elsewhere. Let's put it that way.
Nice.
How do you see Darren Waller, the new shiny toy for the Giants, being utilized Sunday night?
If I go by training camp, it'll be in a lot of different ways, crossing routes over the middle. He's a huge target, as you guys know, 6'6", and looks every bit of it, catches everything. The one thing I would say in terms of an overriding theme of training camp, and even before that, but we'll start with camp, is Darren Waller caught probably in the 80 to 85% of passes, and that might even be a little low. I get that it's training camp. He's not getting hit. Teammates aren't, trying to knock the ball out or anything like that for the most part. But he and Daniel Jones had great chemistry. That, for the Giants, certainly has to continue if you talk about Sunday night, and obviously they'd love for it to continue down the road this season.
Kim, you mentioned the Giants' offensive line. Do you feel like that maybe is there more concern in Giant camp of what's going on at guard than what's going on, say, at tackle?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to tell me that last year as a rookie, Evan Neal struggled, and he did struggle against the Cowboys, but he struggled against a lot of teams last year. And you want to say, oh, that's a rookie tackle in this league. That's not easy. I get all, I would certainly understand all of that. So if that's the standpoint from which you're asking the question, yeah, that certainly might be true. They do have 2 new guards this year. They had veteran guards last season. I was surprised, frankly, when they bid adieu to both of them. And we are going to begin to see now, what that actually means for this offense, because a lot of other places, including speed at receiver, the Giants have done a very good job. But we're going to find out, I think, first quarter, second quarter, Sunday night, how these guards are able to hold up against the Cowboys.
Yeah, because with the addition of some of these guys on the outside with the speed and stuff, it seemed like the Giants were trying to make an effort to be more explosive offensively this year compared to last. Do you feel like that's something that could work? I guess a lot of it hinges on how much protection they can get.
Yeah, well, you're 100% right. Good call by you. That was definitely the goal. The Giants were last in the league last year in explosive plays, pass plays of more than 20 yards. That they had no choice but to change that. Now, I will tell you, they got a little bit fortunate, in my opinion, in terms of Jalen Hyatt in the third round. He's a speed guy from Tennessee, and whether folks were concerned about that darn route tree, which has always confounded me. You know, a guy can learn, a guy can, you know, adjust to the NFL game. And in Jalen Hyatt's case, he's really taken this training camp by storm, guys. He's incredibly fast. One of his teammates, I think it was Darius Slayton, said he thinks he's top 3 in the league. I wouldn't have any, you know, any indication that I would argue that. I mean, he is a really, really fast player. He is going to he's not going to scare defenses, but he's going to take the top off defenses to where they're going to have to plan for him. And the Giants haven't had that kind of player since they had a young Odell Beckham Jr. So that's what I'm talking about when I talk about Hyatt. Now, they did fill in with some other receivers who seemed to be very capable during camp. But to me, it's Hyatt right now who possibly could be a game breaker.
It's Kim Jones, Giants reporter. Does that change the situation for Daniel Jones? Does his new contract change his situation as far as how much he runs or how they plan to attack with him?
I don't think so. Daniel's a pretty, just kind of level guy. Sometimes it's hard to get, much of a reading on him. But you can tell that with these weapons, he feels a little better. The quarterback who didn't have much in the cupboard last year, but this year knows there's plenty to go around. If somehow Waller's out of the game or taken out of the game or just not having a good game, they have options. Last year, their receivers by the end of the season, they had 3 of them. 2 of whom are still here, and Isaiah Hodgins and Darius Slayton, and they're both, really good receivers. But they just didn't have the personnel last year. You certainly can't say that about this year's Giants.
Kim, in the secondary for the Giants, we all know about Adoree Jackson, but with Banks and then Hawkins involved, are they, how confident? And I guess it's the first game of the season, so everybody's confident. But tell us a little bit about Hawkins and because I have an understanding about Banks and when he came out of Maryland. But tell me about Hawkins a little bit, please.
Yeah, I just talked to his college coach within the last couple of days, Ricky Ronnie at Old Dominion. And, Hawkins was a guy who he came up the JUCO route. So he came up the hard way, which is how the Giants describe it, and I wouldn't dispute that. But when you talk about Hawkins, you're talking about a long receiver or a corner. He's long. He's longer than Banks. Banks, it looks more like sort of the traditional corner in a way.
Right.
Hawkins is longer and rangier. A delightful kid to talk to. You guys don't care about that. I understand that. But what he's done is come in and acclimated to the system, learned the playbook, and really forced the Giants' hand. So Adoree Jackson has now moved to the slot. He did so, with great grace. There was no, complaining. There was no belly aching. There was none of any of that. And I've talked to Adoree a bunch of times recently about the move and making it and everything else. And he just felt it was truly best for the team. And he came up, especially when he was at USC, Adoree did, with players who mentored him. And he believes in Banks and especially Hawkins that Adoree now has an opportunity to mentor them. So I'm telling you what they're saying, but also what I'm observing. That's a pretty healthy situation. I'm not going to tell you that a 6th-round pick out of Old Dominion is going to, dominate the game on Sunday night. That's not my point. But I'm not sure that he's going to be overwhelmed. And if they thought for a second he was going to be overwhelmed, he wouldn't be in this position. He has been one of the more, in all of my training camps, and there have been a bunch, he would be one of my more impressive rookies coming from where he did, with a head coach saying, I couldn't even let him play special teams and up his draft value because we needed him to play every single down as a cornerback. That's at Old Dominion. And now he comes into the Giants and earns a spot as a starter. He is one of the cooler stories I've probably covered in that sense. But that obviously, we'll all learn together how he plays under the light Sunday.
Kim, as you know, when the Giants have been at their best, their defensive line's been elite.
Yes.
And we've talked a lot about the Cowboys' offensive line this offseason. They're dealing with some injuries right now, but what stands out to you about this year's Giants D-line?
Yeah, Dexter Lawrence is still, a menace. I mean, he's just a great player. He got paid in the off season. He, he's still a great player, still doing everything he used to do, as you'd expect, and really just the anchor of that D line. Leonard Williams still there as well. But what the Giants really did, guys, Thibodeau's there, Ojulari is there as the pass rushers. But what they really did was they fixed the run defense. So they were in a spot last year where they were just getting run all over, and a Dexter Lawrence is putting in all of these snaps, and a lot of them were almost for naught, it felt like, because all you had to do was run on the Giants and you could have some success. So for the Giants to have run stoppers, Nacho from Tampa, he prefers Nacho, so we call him Nacho. They also, Ashawn Robinson, is another addition who's a run stopper and that they're very pleased with this offseason. And Ojulari, who was injured a lot of last year, including in the playoff game, he has come back, and Wink Martindale has been very pleased with him against the run this season. So run defense, they believe, has been shored up. Again, we'll start to see that about, when they face these opponents, including the Cowboys Sunday night.
Well, you get the old Jalen Smith addition by subtraction situation. That's going to help that rush defense pretty impressively. We know firsthand. We both experienced that. Less than ideal. Weather situation for Sunday night. Anything weird? Are we getting any rain?
I saw that there were some storms in the forecast, but around here this time of year, right now it's been, unusually hot. It's unusually hot today here. The Giants have had a very, very hot training camp. So I did see that there were some thunderstorms perhaps in the forecast, but, as you guys know, those could go away in 15 minutes or, we'll see what happens. But hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully that's not the case Sunday night.
The way we've seen teams mitigate the Cowboys' pass rushes with running the ball, do you think the Giants will be able to sustain something like that Sunday night?
Well, they hope so, and that's going to go back to the offensive line, which we already discussed. And it's going to, come down to Barkley maybe against Parsons in the open field at times. Those two were just together at Penn State, and now maybe we'll see them, I'm sure we're going to see them once in a while together on the field Sunday. So, yeah, I think that for the New York Giants, they have to run the ball. Saquon still has to be a big part of all of this. They've added an awful lot of weapons around him, but he is their surest bet. He is their absolute surest bet. He wants to be more involved in the pass game. We'll see if they try to integrate him a little bit more than they did a year ago in the pass game. He caught 91 balls as a rookie. He's not really approached that total since. I'm not saying he's going to approach that total this year, but he certainly would like to for that number to go up. As these running backs across the league, want to show that they're more than quote unquote just running backs, and Saquon, is really at the head of that group.
Kim, they added Isaiah Simmons from Arizona. Any idea? I know that. Is there any? Do you have a plan of how they're going to use him? It seemed like in Arizona that was the big crux of the problems there.
Yeah, and I had read, guys, right when he was traded, that he had told the new regime in Arizona he didn't want to play linebacker. Now he came to the Giants and said that was not the case. Plus, they listed him initially and still are listing him as an inside linebacker. So that's his role with the Giants. It doesn't mean he can't play in the back end of a defense. He looks as athletic as can be. That's not breaking news. He was the number 8 pick in that draft for a reason. But he's come in. He's got a smile on his face every day. It's funny when guys who are that talented but don't find their home is their home anymore, and then they find a new home. That's generally how they respond, right? They want to start fresh. They want to have a new opportunity, and I have to believe, and I know that Isaiah Simmons knows that he has a pretty good opportunity with Wink Martindale, a very aggressive play caller, a very aggressive coordinator calling the plays. And I know that Wink was absolutely thrilled with getting Simmons here. So it's been a crash course for him. I will say that. It's not like he's learned every nuance of what Wink wants him to do, but Wink would probably tell you he can rush the passer, and Wink loves doing that.
Do Giants fans agree with Tiki that Daniel Jones is better than Dak?
I don't know if Giants fans agree with Tiki on anything.
It's a great way to end it.
Yes.
Appreciate your insights, Kim. Have a great week one and enjoy the game Sunday night.
Thank you, guys.
There she goes. Kim Jones here, formerly of the NFL Network, now with Newsday, WFAN, Giants reporter, nice enough to join us and give you some insights on that football team. Okay, Zach Martin is he's approaching. He's going to be joining us sometime in the next 15 to 30 minutes. Zach Wolchuk has your NFL News of the Day coming up. Yeah?
We got an epic proposal on what to watch for in tonight's kickoff game. That's next.
Welcome back, Nation. Segment here, NFL News of the Day with Wolchuk. Brought to you by the Frankels. We're standing by for Zach Martin here. He could join us starting at 3:30. At some point in the next 20 minutes or so, he will be jumping on, though. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214-333-3333 or jump online to truckwreck.com. Segment's brought to you by Soda as well. That's state-of-the-art. Here's the Wooly Bully with that NFL News of the Day.
Football is back. We got the kickoff game tonight. The defending champion Chiefs taking on Brian Broaddus's Detroit Lions. Let's go. We get to see Jahmyr Gibbs. And Steve Spagnuolo, Chiefs defensive coordinator, has said Jahmyr Gibbs is going to command all eyeballs when he's on the field. They're like, hey, somebody else can beat us. It's not going to be Jahmyr Gibbs. Does that mean a big game for Amon-Ra St. Brown?
Yeah, I mean, if you're giving all the eyeballs, I think Amon-Ra St. Brown deserves at least 50% of the eyeballs.
At least
and
50.
At this point, probably more than that because he's a been there, done that kind of guy. He's a prove-it kind of guy. Now, I may or may not have a Thursday night football opener parlay situation that involves Amon-Ra St. Brown with an anytime touchdown. So this is actually good. Thank you, Spags. Put all the eyeballs on
I've hammered
Jahmyr.
the over. The over is the play here on this tonight.
I think the over's the play, and I think Detroit covers the 4.5.
You're rocking with Detroit. Now, big news is like what's happening with Travis Kelce. They've listed him as a game time decision, and I know their CEO was on earlier on Good Morning Football, said I wouldn't bet against him playing. From all indications and reports as of right now, they're elevating Matt Bushman, a backup tight end from the practice squad, and potentially another tight end, which indicates to me
Matt Bushman, a good hunter?
He might be a great hunter. I don't think Travis Kelce's going to play tonight. That's kind of trending in the he's not going to play direction, but certainly monitor that. Anything can change. And his brother, the New Heights podcast, which we love playing cuts from.
Yeah.
His brother Jason had his wife on the show for the first time ever. And Travis did a little bit of, couples questionnaire, and it led to them talking about how they got engaged. What did Jason do for the proposal? Great story. Social media has loved this, but here's Jason Kelce and his wife discussing how they ended up getting engaged. My wife.
I was trying to do this because I wanted to get it done before training camp and I wanted to be engaged.
We were already a week into training camp.
So there were some scheduling reasons.
Scheduling issues.
I was in the car and I was and I couldn't figure out how to inconspicuously go back into the house, because like if I went in there, I was like, hey, I got to go talk to your dad for a second. It would have been very odd of me to say that. So when we got in the car, I said, man, Kai, I'm sorry, but I got to take a
No,
right
you
now.
didn't. No, you said I have to go to the bathroom. And I was like, great, go in because we're not turning back around. Okay.
Nice.
Because at this point we were visiting my parents. We lived 30 minutes away from where they lived. Yeah. And we had already gotten the dog in the car.
Yeah.
So we were committed. We were leaving.
Yeah.
And he went inside. He was only in there for maybe 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And he came back out. And I said to him, Jason, go back in there and go to the bathroom. I know you didn't just go in there and take a shit. It usually takes you 20 minutes.
Yeah.
That was not long enough, and we are not turning around.
And then he started crying.
And then he said, this is not the most romantic way to do this. But can you get out of the truck?
But the whole shit thing was just a ploy.
Got it.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. What else can you say to that?
That's fantastic,
dude. What a great. This isn't the most romantic way to do this. I wanted to get this out of the way before training camp, even though we're already in training camp right now. And she knows, hey, it takes you 20 minutes to go to the bathroom. And I would be guilty of this as well. If I tried to pull this off with my girlfriend, she would know something's up because it takes me a minimum of 20 minutes, as you know, Eric.
Yeah, I was going to say, probably closer to a half hour for a bully bathroom situation.
I'm just Andre the Giant over here.
From start to finish. But that's pretty amazing.
Kudos to Terry Holtz. If anybody ever tells you I have to go take a you-know-what.
They're not actually.
It's anything other than you and your best friend who do like bro disgusting talk together. They're up to something else.
Yeah, no, this is a perfect this is perfect evidence for your case on
Any
that.
sort of mixed company, work event, big family event, someone says that, they're up to something nefarious.
Oh, very nefarious. How about my guy Jackson Smith and Jigba? You guys were calling him soft. He's injury prone.
Soft hand. Tough guy. His bones just didn't cooperate.
Good
that day.
clarification.
Needs more calcium.
His bones have healed extraordinarily well. He had surgery on that wrist. He is expected to suit up, start, and play week 1 against the Rams. Let's go, JSN.
Dude, that's great.
Give him hell, buddy.
I thought you were a Cowboys fan, Wolchuk.
I'm a Jackson Smith and Jigba
You just
fan.
want to be right.
That's
Yeah.
really the bottom line.
Thank you,
No,
bro.
I love
these
He
kids
wants
since
to
I
be
saw
able
him
to
play
come on.
Rockwall.
He wants to be able to come on the draft show and
Cowboys
talk about
rival.
and go. You know
Oh,
what?
Seattle.
I
We're
broke,
not scared about Geno.
I broke down that receiver list last year for you. And if you remember, I was the one that said Jackson Smith and Jigba was the best one.
No, yeah.
That's what he really wants.
He's gonna
to do.
he's
He
gonna
wants
play. He's
to
gonna lay
pat
that card down.
Yes,
every draft
immediately.
show episode.
Immediately, he is.
Look, I think Jordan Addison's looked good as well, my friend.
Okay.
But
Actually,
JSN is the way to
I
go.
think it's in his Twitter bio if you go look at it.
JSN
I
Stan.
had
Truther. He's
JSN.
saying, truther is what he is.
JSN
Truther. Yeah.
The only thing I care less about, Wolchuk, is your fantasy team, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not.
with you.
I don't even have him on my fantasy teams.
Good.
Are you serious?
That's a
I
spoiler
didn't want to
alert,
deal with
man.
the stress.
He didn't trust. He didn't trust the soft bones.
He didn't
want to
trust his
invest in that.
evaluation.
He
is
got
what did.
drafted before I could take him.
Oh, is that why?
That's what happened.
Okay.
That's not true. He did not go in the first round, old Chuck.
Oh,
you had an
yeah.
opportunity.
Wasn't going to
You
take
had
him.
an
He wasn't a
opportunity.
first round guy. Okay, not in fantasy football. How about Deuce Vaughn? Deuce Vaughn has won an award. It is called the MVP. It is the Nickelodeon Valuable Player for the preseason.
Nice. Did we play a Nickelodeon preseason game?
No, but they still want to hand out awards and they want to slime people. And Rico Dowdle got to present Deuce Vaughn with this award and the sliming. Deuce, take it away, my friend.
Congratulations to my boy Deuce Vaughn on being the Nickelodeon 2023 preseason MVP. Appreciate you. You know we have to swag you out. Yes, sir. Got the swag? Swag away. You know, I always seen people get slimed. Yeah, I am. Slime. Thank you, Nickelodeon, for voting me as the 2023 preseason MVP.
The people's champ, baby. He's already winning awards.
I love him.
It's just the start. It's just the start for Deuce Vaughn.
Sounded like a biohazard.
I thought it was the airplane scene we were working on there.
Kids love people their size.
That's
They
what I
really
was saying.
do.
Somebody,
You get down on their level.
Somebody they see eye to eye to with, you know?
jerks.
Yeah. No, they're doing a great job at Nickelodeon trying to invest in the future of football. You know, they're trying to get these kids like, hey, get off the YouTube. There's good football on Sundays. Your dang TikTok apps. They're distracting you from our game. I think it's an important initiative.
I think it is
And I
as well.
salute them. I want to thank them for helping football stay relevant.
Eric, you ready for a running back kind of ish story?
Yes.
It's one of your guys.
My guy?
You've always had a soft spot, I will say, for Cordero Patterson.
Ooh.
Because he is a converted wide receiver to running back.
Yeah, he's a jack of all trades. If you call him a running back, you're being disrespectful.
Damn right. So what did they list him on the team's official depth chart?
Athlete.
Joker.
ATH. What?
A joker.
Steve
That's
Miller?
his position.
Steve Miller, the Joker?
His position is Joker. That's it. The
Space
J,
Cowboy?
They've listed him as a J on the depth chart. It's called the Joker position for the Falcons, which appears, as we think, to be a perfect fit for Cordero Patterson. They're going to use him as a Swiss Army knife, as a
Luke's
running
about to
back,
help you
wide
here. Get
receiver, and kick
There we go.
returner.
I knew he was going to do this. People call me the Space Cowboy.
That's weed. That's weed.
Some call me the gangsta of love.
Arthur Smith saying he's not a third string anything because he's technically behind Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algier on the running backs list.
But he's more than that.
He's more than that.
He transcends the position.
He's a bleeping joker, man.
Yeah,
We're going to
he
use
is.
him in a
Well,
variety of ways.
They used this. That's what Clay Matthews played. That was his position at USC. They called him the Joker because he was kind of one of these move around chess piece guys. So this is. I wonder if. I mean, did defenses not already trademark the Joker spot? Can we have an offensive Joker and a defensive Joker here?
My favorite person to call a favorite position to call a player. I love it when they call somebody the robber.
Like if you're in the
Is that a
secondary
safety, like
safety
creep-in?
linebacker, yeah, you're a robber.
That was the rover for us, but I like the robber. better.
Robber, they kind of play in the middle of the field. You don't see
Yeah.
him. Dak didn't see him. They throw interceptions.
Almost
that
like a
kind of thing.
hybrid
Yeah.
safety linebacker.
Yeah,
kind of.
dude. We had in middle school we had dogs and bandits.
Ooh,
It was like you had a strong side, weak side, like
It
Joker,
was
Swiss
hero.
Army, you know?
There's another hero. What's another? I think Alabama's got one too. Will Anderson might have been a position that had a really.
I think you're right.
The hero or
yeah.
the
I'm on it.
badass or something
Yeah,
like
just
that.
a badass sack of weed there. Matthew Stafford
Fat ass.
has addressed his wife's podcast comment.
It was a six-finger lid.
Yeah,
Show some respect to the original pimp, Roger Emmerich.
Yeah, it was a fat ass.
He said a badass. Sack
Well,
of
I did it because we said badass because Brian said badass.
Yeah, you sound like an undercover, don't he? Looking for the weeds out here? Hey, kids. Where's that badass sack of weed at? Pat you down, bro.
All right, I'm getting a text message next 5 to 10 minutes.
5 to 10 minutes. Okay, perfect.
We should be out of meetings.
All I'm getting is
Yeah.
defensive end and outside linebacker, by the way, for Will Anderson.
Well, do
to
better
this
damn
point.
research,
So
Harris.
I'm going to continue the process.
Thank
and I'm
you.
going to trust
Star, hero, it's something. It's some big position.
Matthew Stafford addressed his wife's comments today with reporters out there with the Rams. And, his wife Kelly explained on her podcast that Matthew Stafford at 35 years old is having a difficult time connecting
Matthew hates his teammates.
with younger players. Yes. So, of course, they had to ask Stafford about this, and here was Matthew.
No, I think more probably from you guys than anything else. I was going to come out here with a newspaper under my arm and some spectacles just to kind of set the mood, but it turns out you can't even find a newspaper around here, so I couldn't do that. So I was going to try to have some fun with it, but no, it's been great. I love coming to work. I love working with these guys, and they all know that.
Do you feel connected? I mean,
I do, definitely. I definitely do. I love coming to work.
No, you don't. Yeah, you're such a liar.
Definitely do.
No, I think those guys, understand where I'm coming from. They see me come in this building every single day, and know how I go to work, know how I interact with everybody, and we didn't really think too much about it, to be honest with you.
Was there something that just kind of got lost in translation? Just because, you are an older player, and it is another job.
Thank you.
People.
No, I think so. And listen, I'm not too worried about it. Nobody in that locker room is too worried about it. I can promise you that. We've completely moved on. Not that we ever really stopped to think about it, to be honest with you. But yeah, I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah, I think when you win the Super Bowl, it gives you a "it doesn't matter" card that you can always play and a confidence in answering these questions. Like, listen, I wasn't that much older 18 months ago when we won the Super Bowl, so obviously it's not that big of a deal. But I think this is true for almost every good quarterback. Even the coolest ones, you just get so old, and the young guys are going to look at you like you're the old guy. And there's nothing you can do about that. So there is an age gap, there's a communication gap, but it's just not that big of a deal.
The final story here, NFL News of the Day.
That's love for his wife, by the way. He really he stuck up for her.
Or fear.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's love or fear.
Hey,
Yeah,
well,
whoa. You know something there?
I just can't
Do you
tell.
know something
I just can't tell by his answer. He could be alpha. He could lack scene control, and he's capitulating to whatever whim his wife has on a daily basis. A lot of guys can relate to that. Brian, don't look at me like I'm crazy.
Well, speaking of a relationship gone awry, Bill Belichick has now parted ways with his longtime girlfriend, Linda Holiday.
I need to call her up, don't I?
You should call Linda. Linda looks like she would
She's
be
a football gal, right?
Absolutely, and she gets it. But now Patriot fans are spinning this to like Bill Belichick is going on a revenge tour. The Patriots are going to dominate. We're going to be kicking ass. He's not going to be having any distractions with Linda anymore. Wasn't he winning Super Bowls with Linda as his girlfriend? I mean, I don't know how this is going to matter whatsoever, but hey, spin it into whatever.
I think
positive.
the original Mrs. Belichick had a few.
Well, I like this because they note that Patriots executives are, quote, on edge due to the splitting. And they've been going through a, quote, drawn-out back-and-forth breakup, and the executives have concerns about things she may potentially post to social media.
Wow. Okay, let's see what Zach Martin might say that we could post to social media. The future Hall of Famer, the 6-time All-Pro right guard of the Cowboys, starts the Zach Martin Show. It'll run all season long, and it's underway next right here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat with you about my
Fan.
Hurry into Classic Chevrolet for once-a-year Labor Day savings. Over 400 Silverados with their best offers of the year. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't miss your chance to upgrade for less, people. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads, yo.
Thank you, Lucius. It is time now for the Zach Martin Show. He will join us every Thursday here on your home of the Cowboys throughout the NFL season. The six-time first-team All-Pro, member of the 2010s NFL All-Decade team, and a future Hall of Famer. Zach Martin joining you now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Doing well. Thanks for having me.
Well, we're happy to get you. You know, when they asked us at training camp, we didn't know if you were going to be an option. So we're happy about that, and thanks for agreeing to do this with us all season.
Well, I know they brought it up to me in the summer before all that happened, and I was thinking the same thing. I was like, damn, I don't know if I'm going to be able to go on the show anymore.
Well, everybody is so thrilled, obviously. Was there ever a moment in your mind where you seriously thought that you wouldn't be here for week one?
I mean, I'd be lying if there wasn't a couple days where I was kind of feeling sorry for myself and not sure if it'd get done. But for the most part, in the back of my mind, I had a good feeling that I was going to be suited up for week one.
Well, a lot of new things this year as well. How different is your job with the evolving offense? How much of this impacts you?
It's a little different. I mean, people keep asking me that, and a lot of it is the same. Sure, we've added some good wrinkles and some things for up front, just communication wise. But as far as watching the game, it's going to be pretty similar in my opinion.
We got to talk with Tyron during training camp, and we asked him about playing next to you and how fun that was for Cowboy fans who've watched y'all's entire career. But listening to you talk about Terrence Steele when he went down, I know you were on that show with Brad Sham. I mean, you really lit up, it seemed like, when you were discussing Terrence Steele. How happy are you for him and his new deal that he just signed and his growth this offseason?
Yeah, man, I am pumped for Terrence. I've been a huge Terrence fan since the moment he walked into this building, and for whatever reason, he was undrafted, which is mind blowing to me. But we got him undrafted, COVID year. Guy had literally 2 weeks of training camp, and he was going with the starters right when he walked in the door. And he hasn't skipped a beat. He had his ups and downs that first year, but learned a lot. I say a lot of times I think it's almost better for some guys to get thrown into the fire a little bit just because they can learn and develop at a faster pace. So he's done that from the moment he got here. Had a bad injury last year, and I know everyone's been saying it and seeing it. It's pretty incredible the recovery that he's made. So he's I've had a blast playing next to him for the last 3 years and want to keep it going.
Hey, Zach, what makes it so good working with him, though? You guys have a great ability to, you get hip to hip, that you secure down guys. You're second level, he's second level. You guys, it's like watching the Rockettes dance.
That's what and I harp on young guys all the time. Terrence is consistent. I know exactly where he's going to be on a snap, and I think sometimes young guys come in the league and they want to, make the highlight block. They want to stand out, which is great. But in my opinion, the thing that stands out the most is if you can do the same thing over and over and over again, and that's what Terrence brings. And I think that's why we've had some success together, is because we both know where we're going to be and what we're doing.
That's the guy that Carpe Omnia's his balls off, right? Yeah. How'd you like that meeting, by the way?
It was good. We've got a theme every year, and a little bit of a different twist this year, but the meaning of it, behind it, I think is good and great for this football team.
We always talk about the 17 inches year.
Oh yeah,
is that your favorite year?
What year was that?
That was a Garrett year. Was it?
Yeah, what was that? It was the plate. Was that?
Yeah, it was the home plate story, and we all got T-shirts, and I remember wearing mine in the grocery store, and people were looking at me. I think I wore the T-shirt one time, Zach, to be honest.
Yeah, I wore it proudly out there. Yeah,
as you should, sir. As you should. Well, we actually just played audio of Jason Kelsey, and of course he's got his podcast with his brother. And he talked about the story of proposing to his wife, and he said he needed to get this in before training camp, and he just ran inside, forgot to ask the parents, said, hey, I got to go take a two-ski. Went inside, asked the parents, came back. She said, there's no way you went too. It takes at least 20 minutes to get in there. And then he said, not the most romantic way to ask, but will you marry me? Do you have a fun engagement story?
I did it me and my wife met at a lake house, so I did it up at out on the boat up at the lake that we met at. So not really any crazy story. I surprised her. I went up there, drove up there, surprised her, went on the boat. Blacked out for a second. Don't really know what I said, and then all of a sudden we were engaged.
That's fantastic. Okay, well then on the Jason Kelsey subject here, how long into a relationship does Zach Martin feel comfortable, letting the person know, like, yeah, I'm going number 2 here?
Pretty early on, I would say. So I married one of my best friend's sisters. So did that whole thing. Me and my brother-in-law were teammates in college. So I had known my wife for several years before we even started dating. So I was pretty comfortable pretty quickly.
Kudos.
Double D1 family. You got planned for the kids, I bet.
Yeah. No pressure, right?
Yeah. It's Zach Martin here with you on 105.3 The Fan. What else can you tell us about growing up in Indianapolis, right? Obviously, you had a good amount of respect for Notre Dame. Were the Pacers in there? Were you a Colts fan? How'd that whole thing
Yeah, a
come
little
together?
bit. I'm not originally, so I was born in Kansas City, lived there till I was 8.
Okay.
My dad worked for the NCAA, so we moved. When the NCAA moved from Kansas City to Indy, we moved. So I didn't grow up like a huge Notre Dame fan. I actually didn't really like Notre Dame all that much growing up because all my friends were obsessed with them. Grew up there in Indy. I'm the middle of 3 boys, so we're all 2 years apart. So I got to play high school football with both of my brothers, and then did the whole recruiting trail around the Big Ten, did all that, and then went up to South Bend and kind of fell in love with the place and was able to go there and then have my little brother come up there a couple of years later and spend that time with him. So me and my brothers are extremely close, but a pretty normal upbringing.
It's a little different to go from a Notre Dame hater once you get on campus and get an appreciation for that brand. It could change your tune pretty quick, huh?
It is, man. There's a lot going on up there. I mean, it's. I told people when I got down here, I think when anytime anyone new comes down here, they're all, don't be overwhelmed with the media, with this and that. And, that was something I was used to. Notre Dame is, pretty much the college football version of the Cowboys as far as coverage and having everyone's eye on us. So that wasn't a huge surprise to me when I got here.
Now, I know your offseason, obviously, with the holdout and stuff was a little bit unique, but did you get a chance to go with the squad with Dak and do the Navy SEAL training stuff?
No, that was Dak and the skill position groups when they went through. They did that, but they filled us in, and man, it seemed like a great experience. And we talked about maybe doing that again next year and getting some more guys involved.
Now you've been on some fishing trips with Dak, though,
right?
Oh
yeah.
Okay, so that's just kind of load up and get on a boat and everybody. I mean, is it competitive on that, or are you guys all kind of working as a team on that?
Yeah. So Travis Frederick had
miss him.
Yeah. So he had I think it's his wife's family. They've always had a timeshare down in the Keys, and so I think we did it for like 3 years straight, where we would get a weekend and go down to that same place that Trav vacationed at, and set up a couple boats and split up and have a little competition. But we had some good trips down there, going down to let's see, what key were we in? I forget, but we'd go
Isla Mirada or somewhere like that.
No, it was Marathon Key, and then
yeah.
we'd do a day or two of fishing, and then we'd shoot down to Key West and have a night out in Key West.
You still relating to your younger teammates pretty good?
Yeah, I am, man. We got it is a little different, but everyone in the locker room is pretty similar personalities, and it's not that hard to talk to everyone.
So Lucius, our producer on the show, he does LA Live every day. He asks us the question, what's a job that you think is fun but isn't? If we were to ask you that, what would you say?
A job that I think is fun but isn't. Job that isn't fun.
Man, blocking on field goal looks
Field
like.
goal.
Yeah, I mean, are you talking football? Yeah,
Yeah.
field goals is the worst.
anything.
Yeah. No, you get, especially, after a big drive, you're like, oh, woof, we just scored a touchdown. Then you line up and you have like 2 350-pounders trying to run you over and stomp on your face.
What do you think about this Giants defensive line? I mean, you guys go up against a lot inside the division, but they got some beefy men in there.
Yeah, I think very highly of really everyone D-line in our division. But, the Giants, they've got a great front four, obviously highlighted with Lawrence and Williams and Thibodeau there. But they've obviously invested a lot into that front seven. And when you turn the tape on it, it definitely shows.
And Dexter Lawrence is a bit of a trash talker. He likes to chirp a little bit from what I've seen.
Yeah, he just likes to if he like throws you around, he just like laughs in your face, and you're just kind of like, oh, what do I say to that? You know. So get you next time. But no, he's a very large man who can move extremely well. So that's gonna be a big test for us inside with those guys.
Okay, well, we got a big test for you each and every week that you're on with us here. Unless you just crush it, maybe this is a one and done situation, but we'll bring out that competitor in you. I got 7 seconds worth of sports analysis that I want to play for you. It's a bit suggestive here. I'm only going to play it for you once. You get one guess every week. We'll see how many weeks it takes Zach Martin to get this answer correctly. The question is, after you hear this sound, what sport is being analyzed here? Is this cool with you?
Yeah.
Okay, here is the sound.
I just busted right inside him, and he can't extend on me anymore, and he seems a little overwhelmed by my girth and tonnage, right?
I know that voice. Is it something college football related, isn't it?
Is that your final guess?
Yeah, college football.
College football. You would be incorrect, Zach Martin, but it was one hell of an effort, sir. And we look forward to next week.
God, I know that voice.
Yeah. Oh, it's like Lucifer.
Yeah.
Incarnation.
Rather shrill.
We'll do it again next week. Though.
All right.
I look forward to this.
Same clip or
same
different
clip?
Okay,
same clip. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Great start, Zach. We can't thank you enough for agreeing to do this all season long. We wish you nothing but the best up there in New York. We like to say give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Well, I appreciate it. Looking forward to doing this season. See you next week.
Cheers, buddy. There he goes. Zach Martin here with you on 105.3 The Fan. The Zach Martin Show is off and running, and the texters just love that. 972, Zach's an amazing guest. Looking forward to the season with him. 817, dude's a badass. Ask Zach if he's going to do a podcast like Jason Kelsey. I think he could.
Ooh,
we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Sounds like he's tight with his brothers as well, so maybe you get all three of them in the mix there.
That'd be fun.
And mix it up Martin style. Okay. A little sports hodgepodge coming up next. Where are we taking it, guys?
Brian Kelly ain't here to play school. That's next in the nation.
Okay. I want to talk about D&M leasing, though, before we do anything else.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks to Zach Martin for joining us and getting the Zach Martin show started properly. That'll be most Thursdays at 4:30. Today, 3:30. They didn't practice a little bit early. Okay, it's time now for a sports hodgepodge. Here is your hodgepodge host, Eric Chiafalo.
I like this the other day. You'll remember running back for TCU, Trey Sanders. He went down, banged up during the game versus Colorado, and Dion walked over to him, the opposing head coach walking onto the field, checking on a player. And he was asked about it. Now, this Trey Sanders was a transfer to TCU from Alabama, but apparently he wanted to go to Colorado. Dion wasn't having it, though. He says, I walked over to him because he was a kid that wanted to come here. He wanted to be a Buff. The reason I didn't take him was because he sustained some significant injuries, but I still had love for the kid because he wanted to play for us. So I went out there and I said, son, now if you don't get up, they ain't got a chance. So I want you to get your butt up and get back in this game and be dominant like you've been. That's what I told him. I wanted the kid to be dominant. His last name's Sanders, first of all, and he was the number 2 on offense. That's what the conversation was. So he's got my last name. He's wearing the number 2. He wanted to be a Colorado Buffalo, and so I went over there and showed him a little bit of love. But Dion was like too banged up for me, so he transfers from Alabama. He's clearly a stud. He was really, really good for them, even on Saturday for TCU. But Dion was like, yeah, too banged up, but he still went out there and was like, hey, dude, TCU ain't got a chance if you're not on the field right now. I kind of like that back and forth there from Dion. And there's a lot of stuff from these college coaches right now. But we have a big game going on in Tuscaloosa, Bama and Texas. Young Bennett Broadus is going to be road tripping.
He's making the trip, from Austin to Tuscaloosa.
So Broadus will
be a blast.
It'll be
nervous
a stressful weekend.
Yeah,
stressful weekend. It'll be Broadus will feel like he's watching a Rangers game all of a sudden.
Yeah,
And so that's going to be tough on him. Also, what's going to be tough, a couple of things. You remember last year when Bama went to Texas, you saw just a little bit of that crimson color up in a high corner.
Yeah, they did him dirty. They put him in the boonies.
Texas did him dirty.
That's where Bennett and them are sitting.
That's exactly right, because
they're up high.
The 5,000 available seats for UT members, basically, they're getting shoved up into the nosebleed corner as well.
They are.
That's where we like
Alabama.
to be.
Yeah, no, we do
Up
love
in
the
the
nosebleed
nosebleed
seats. No question, but that's an expensive nosebleed seat, I would imagine. Also expensive. Do you know where Bennett is going to be? Is he going to call you saying, Dad, I need that credit card for the hotel room I'm booking for the Airbnb? Hopefully he's got a place to sleep.
He has a college friend, a friend of his from high school that goes to school at Alabama that he's staying with.
Okay, beautiful.
So
he did it right then.
Yeah.
Because,
but I did send him some money for some travel expenses.
Has he gotten any offers for the ticket? Because I've seen some weird stuff online.
You sent him beer money is what you did for travel expenses.
I told him about Dreamland barbecue, though, too.
Good.
I said, if you go to Dreamland, get you some barbecue while you're there. I'll tell you what, the Alabama tailgate people, the scene, not bad. If you're a foreign, like me being an LSU guy, I had everybody's handing you food and drinks and stuff.
Hey,
they're
dude,
okay with you.
I'll take
they
that.
are okay with it because they know they're going to beat your ass.
That makes sense.
So that's why they're friendly to you.
What's your number one concern with Bennett's road trip out over there? Is it illegal passing?
It's just
substance?
Maybe a little both.
Yeah,
maybe a little both.
Car trouble / hillbillies. You never know making your way through some of those states. You have a breakdown.
I think the car.
They're gonna have good cars.
I think his
frat bros.
Yeah,
he's got an F-150. They got a Hammy.
These are Longhorn kids we're talking about.
Yeah, they're okay there. I do worry about just like the paying attention part and being focused on the trip and stuff like that. Not worrying about stopping off and grabbing a
I will
couple
say,
cases of beer.
I do prefer the idea that the person that's about to come up and buy the Scooby-Doo van off of Dawson is one of Bennett's buddies who's getting ready to make a road trip.
No, yeah.
They're actually going in the Scooby-Doo van.
If they go in the Scooby-Doo van, I might even encourage him. I think the Scooby-Doo van can actually make it.
They might as well pedal with their
It won't go fast enough for me to worry, I don't think.
They wouldn't make it to Tyler, much less Tuscaloosa.
Oh, crap.
No, but thank God he's got a homie that he can stay with.
Yeah, he's got a high school buddy that's a Alabama guy.
People have been throwing out the cost for like these hotels and stuff in the greater Tuscaloosa area for Texas weekend, and you're looking at thousands of dollars per night for not 5-star hotels, Airbnbs for upwards of $1,000, $2,000 a night.
That's when I decided there were 4 of us that went to that game, and that game was at Legion Field in Birmingham.
we couldn't stay in Birmingham. We stayed in Tuscaloosa and drove up the morning of the game.
Okay.
Is what we did.
Gotcha.
Probably a smart play.
Yeah.
I actually love this out of Brian Kelly. He's not a guy that traditionally does much in the way of truth telling, but he just laid it out there on this one. This is your guy. This is your coach, Broadus.
If he said anything other than we just got our ass handed to him, I don't really want to listen.
He says, I loved my time at Notre Dame. I have nothing but great memories, but there's priorities at Notre Dame. The architectural building needs to get built first. He goes, they ain't building the architectural building here first. We're building the athletic training facility first. Yeah. We're in the midst of a $22 million addition to our athletic training facility.
Yeah.
It's something I said we needed, and we went and immediately raised the money. So he's
I think he donated $1 million to it himself.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah. But no, that he's not wrong.
No, he's not. I love that he put it out there like that.
We've got some people that are academic winners and stuff like that. I'm super proud of those folk, but no, the athletics. I mean, our school's known more for partying and athletics than it is for academics. There's no shame in that.
No, there's no shame at all.
There's no shame.
No shame at all.
That's doing college right.
Hell no shame.
Salute to the smart kids for
That's why you got. That's why you got Vanderbilt in the conference.
So you got this
people
professor
like that,
saying, "Hey, Duke quarterback, sorry, homework was due." Brian Kelly ain't having
LSU. We're taking the day off.
Damn right.
The next day you're taking. Yeah, sure. Why?
Yeah,
if they beat Florida State in that thing, homework. No, man, it's a celebration.
Everybody,
your homework's already been done. You got 100.
Yeah.
We'll see you. We'll see you next time.
Unless
I don't semester. In which case, that's fine.
I actually agree with Coach Kelly there. He's not lying to you.
Agreed. Yeah. I loved that he actually said it that way. It was pretty great.
Yeah.
Now is Dabo Swinney. What is Dabo Swinney doing with these comments? His team lost to that Duke Blue Devil football team 28-7. He was quoted as saying, "I'm proud of what I saw on tape. We've won a lot of games around here when I watch the tape, and I'm not real happy."
Oh, no.
Sounds like an attitude and effort thing.
Oh, geez.
He goes on to say, "If we do what we did offensively for the rest of the year, we won't lose another game. It's just that simple." Dabo Swinney, ladies and gentlemen, after throwing up 7 on the Duke Blue Devils.
How many times they didn't punt? They didn't punt.
No, they racked up like 400 yards.
And the red zone trips were horrendous.
They were so bad.
That's where he needs to focus. Like just the fact that mesh point fumbles and stuff like that. That was a huge
I think
problem.
he should give Duke some credit, man.
No, Duke deserves some credit.
Duke's got not punted, but the turnover on downs.
Yeah,
they moved the football.
Yeah.
They just need to work on the execution in the red area.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, execution. You just got at the end of the day, it's about
Stephen
execution.
Jones will tell you that about execution, right?
Yeah, that's right. With the Kansas City Masterpiece tomorrow about 12:40, 12:45.
Usually a guest of ours, right? Usually. On Friday, Steve.
Well,
depending on his schedule.
Yeah.
Now, Nick Saban.
Here we are.
Nick Saban knows a thing or two about jumping on some reporter questions. Now, this I didn't think was terrible. I felt like it was a little bit funny. Not super mean, but he felt like he needed to apologize for it. So here is the initial interaction between a young lady reporter asking Nick Saban about a particular player and how he's supposed to play throughout the rest of the season. Here was Nick Saban's response.
Oh, crap.
You're asking me to speculate, and I answer a hypothetical question about how some guy's going to perform in the future. I don't really know. I mean, I love him. I think he's doing well. I know he's working hard to try to improve. He's a good competitor. He'll do everything he can to play his best. But I don't have. This is a Coke bottle. It's not a crystal ball. How do you think he'll play?
Okay, so he ends it with a question there.
Yeah.
He returns
He
serve.
does. That's what he does.
He grabs his Diet Coke or whatever, like Dawson's got. And he's like, "Hey, this is not a crystal ball."
Oh, that's a sponsor. Yeah, it's on his lectern or podium.
How do you think he's going to play?
Yeah.
Not a crystal ball.
I don't know, Coach. You see him every bleeping day. You tell me. That's why I asked you.
Apparently, Nick Saban felt bad about that, and the next time, in the next presser that the lady asked a question, he started off with an apology. I didn't pull the apology because it wasn't really worth it. It's not a groundbreaking apology. What was funny is the apology video went viral, and Lane Kiffin saw it on Twitter. And he quoted it and said, "You feeling okay, Coach? Question mark, question mark, question mark." Because Lane Kiffin is open about the berating that he and everyone takes at the hand of Nick Saban. And I don't imagine it's usually followed up with an "I'm sorry about that."
No.
So this is probably Lane Kiffin, who knows Nick Saban very well, for the first time in his life, seeing Nick Saban apologize for anything.
He's
just wondering, like, what's the what's going on here? Are you okay, coach? Is everything cool?
Just
I
like
think he's a little
Dabo.
rattled.
Yeah, he can see the vulnerability here with this Alabama program.
He can. He really can. I do have some sound on this day in history 12 years ago on September 7th, 2011. We got David Bennett. You guys remember David Bennett, Coastal Carolina? If you saw it, you'd remember it. You're about to hear
Little
it.
kitty cats.
On this day in
some dogs.
history, we found out we needed dogs at Coastal Carolina. Take it away, Coach.
12 cats live across the road. Our door's open. Screen's broke. We need to get a new screen door, but the screen's broke. So you can come in through the screen, but you can't get back out of it. I turn and look, there's a little kitty cat in our kitchen. So I said, what are you doing in here, little kitty cat? By that time, the cat turns, tries to get back out. That screen won't go that way. Cat starts going, meow, all crazy. And I told our players, we need more dogs. Bo's barking in the back. I have to go shut Bo up. Mel's like, what's going on? I said, there's a cat in the house. Cat in the house? I said, yeah, there's a cat in the house. So I told our players, I tried to let it out the front door. Meow, meow, the cat's still going crazy in there. And I told our players, you need to be more like a dog. We don't need a bunch of cats in here looking in the mirror. Do I look good? I got my extra bands on. I got my other shoes on. Be a dog. We don't need no meows. We don't need no cats. We need more dogs.
We need more dogs. Well, good news, ladies and gentlemen. I believe the Texas Rangers just got themselves a dog.
Getting a dog, baby.
What happened?
The Rangers are placing Adolis Garcia on the 10-day IL with a right patellar tendon strain. Chris Young saying the hope is that Adolis will return before the end of the season, but they don't have an exact timeline. So the move to combat that, Evan Carter has been called up from AAA, and he will be playing tomorrow for the Texas Rangers. Welcome to the show, Evan Carter.
That is exciting. That's something that can at least give you a distraction. As a fan, you need something right now. That's great. That's making you tune back in, isn't it?
Oh, for sure.
I don't think that's why they're doing it. They're doing it because he's genuinely the best, qualified guy for what they need right now.
Yeah, there's a huge need for this at this point.
He will never be going back down. He will forever now be a starter for the Texas Rangers.
A's give you an opportunity for some good at bats. For him.
Ooh, nice little tune-up. Get that confidence
I
up
like
versus
that.
the A's.
Ahead of the
I
Blue
like
Jays
that.
series.
That's a AAA team.
Is it possible Garcia's played his last game for the Rangers?
I don't think it would be Adolis. I think now Leody Taveras, the pressure is on.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, but Garcia's going to want to get paid
The
eventually.
contract, right?
Real
That's
quickly,
what you're asking,
He
right?
is.
That's right.
And that could
you're
very
right.
well happen, but Evan Carter's a true center fielder, which is Leody's position. Now you can move Leody over, certainly, and maybe Adolis ends up and goes and gets paid somewhere else. But I do think end of the year, let's say they're still in the hunt here, you got to choose. Is it Evan Carter? Is it Leody Taveras? If Evan Carter does at this level what he's done at every other level, you're not taking him out of the lineup. It would be Leody Taveras.
Yeah, I think losing 3 games by a combined 29 runs, I don't think that's a coincidence. I think things have gone so irreparably bad now for this baseball team. They need an offseason. They need new personnel to come in here and kind of cleanse it. I think the expectations and the hope of the excitement crashing back down to earth like this has really put this team in a tough spot. I said yesterday, I think I made a mistake saying they gave up or they're quitting. I don't think they're quitting. I think they've just gotten the pressure has wound them so tight that they can't play loose and free enough that it requires in order to compete this time of year. Something has robbed them of their competitive greatness. And the thing that's crazy, we'll talk more about it coming up at 4:40, is how common this is in baseball. This was, I think, what you feared when they went all in without building it successfully through the minor leagues, that they weren't going to have the real backbone that it takes to become a contender because they were trying to rush the process. And what happens if you try to rush the process and it doesn't work? So a massive offseason is coming up. But hey, for the time being, at least we got freaking Evan Carter here to come up and try to put on a show. And who knows, maybe he does hit you with a defibrillator and it snaps you out of this. You need somebody to show up and start hitting 400 for a couple of weeks and be the straw that stirs that drink.
Yeah, might have a magic bat. Yeah,
let's go. It can't
100%.
just be Simeon and Seager. Other people need to step up, and hopefully Evan Carter can do that.
Chris Young says we think he makes the Rangers better now and in the future.
Let's go.
Hell
Let's
yeah,
go.
EC.
Okay, Colorado, Nebraska, Saturday at 11 o'clock right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to have the radio call of that game for you if you need to tune in as you're out and about. this will be the spot. Wooly Bully's top 10's coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
It's National Beer Lovers Day. I've got the top 10 selling beers in the great state of Texas, plus this Deion Sanders story. That's next.
Miss any show segments? Tisk. But fear not. You can go back and listen to our bad shows, and it's easier than ever on the Odyssey app. Check it out.
If you're within 10 years of retirement, listen up, because I know you're seeing what's going on with the stock market, and you want answers. This is Sean Sharif, sitting here.
and no charge for covered repairs. Call Constellation at 888-921-MORE. Restrictions apply. PUC 10014.
Welcome back, Cheapback Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Again, thanks to Zach Martin for joining us last hour. You can go back with the Odyssey app and listen to that if you missed it. It was really good. And he's going to be joining us most Thursdays right here at this time in the 4:20, 4:30 segment. So looking forward to that all year with Cowboys Hall of Fame right guard. Segment's brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel. Free consultation. It's 214-333-3333 or online at truckwreck.com. Now here he is, Zach with an H, the Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much, General. Happy National Beer Lovers Day. Oh, yes, everyone out there can enjoy a nice cold brewski. 877-881-1053. What's your favorite Texas beer, or just in general, what's your favorite beer? I know we do love our Miller Lite and our Revolver Brewing. And by the way, you can go party with the KNC Masterpiece tomorrow at Buffalo Wild Wings along with Miller Lite right off Lemon here down the street from our radio station. That's going to be amazing. They'll be in a new Buffalo Wild Wings every single Friday during the football season. But shout out to Miller Lite for hooking that up. And, of course, Revolver, which will be making an appearance on this list because they're delicious. And we got to hang out with Revolver at Backyard in Fort Worth last Friday, and that was a blast.
Oh, such a special time hanging out with the Tolos and drinking the best beer in the Metroplex. The 817 Blonde and the Dem Berries. I'm telling you, go to your local Kroger or whatever, purple little packaging, and get you a case of the Dem Berries Revolver. And my gosh, it'll make your weekend.
It was a blast, and thank you again to all the Tolos that came out and partied with us. Before we get to that, and I'll let your text fly in. Yeah, what's up, General?
And I would just say Shiner. You know, it's easy for me, but when I was drinking, and again, what is today? Today's the 7th. I'm 2 days away from like my 7th or 8th year anniversary of quitting. 8th year anniversary of quitting. So, but when I was drinking, the craft beer scene in Texas was still maturing, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
Some would say ass, my dude. It's come around a lot since then, but I can't enjoy it, you know? So I'm going to have to take people's word for how much it has.
One Cowboy Super Bowl.
You know, one last ride.
Oh, it's coming. It's coming eventually.
Yeah. When we get that Super Bowl championship, which hopefully is soon, that's the night.
Probably more likely what will bring me back is a fatal diagnosis, you know, the way things are going.
Oh.
A fatal diagnosis is more likely than a Cowboys Super Bowl.
Yeah. The way things are going, you're not wrong, but I hope for not that and the other to happen.
Thank you. I appreciate the well wishes.
Because I appreciate you being here with us. Now,
how's that sciatic, by the way?
Yeah, what's going on with the nerve?
It was going well a couple of days ago. It's back, though. These are tricky. The sciaticas.
Yeah, bro.
So I'll get to the top 10 Texas beers in a second and keep those texts flowing.
Wouldn't have a problem
we'll read
if
them
you're
out
drinking.
for you. But Deion Sanders, who's of course been in the news for being a tremendous college football coach with Colorado and turning that program around. But there was a story that came out about him and his playing days and how he offered to buy his teammates lavish gifts if they helped him score a touchdown. This is when he was first in the league, in 1989, back with the Atlanta Falcons. And here is Deion telling the tale.
You know, the first return I had in Atlanta, I bought everyone Gucci watches, the whole team, including the coaches, the whole punt return team.
Deion Sanders told us yesterday that for every touchdown he gets on a punt return, he will give the blocking people three choices: a Gucci watch, a bunch of money, or a gold chain. Right now, he just forked up about $5,000 of that bonus money he got yesterday.
And at Dallas, it's 4 for the row. We get 4 touchdowns, we get a Rolex. They was trying to kill people like that, man.
It's great motivation.
That's fantastic, dude. Just a good old-fashioned bribery. Hey, man, if I'm fine pay dirt,
I love it.
You're going to get some of that paper.
And boy, was he fun to watch.
What would be your choice in that scenario? What's the move here?
Watch.
Yeah, I think I'd rock with the watch, too. I don't have a nice
I love
one.
watches.
Okay.
I really
you're getting
do.
the cash.
Yeah.
I was just gonna default cash.
I knew you would go with cash, but I think like I wouldn't. A watch is something I wouldn't give myself otherwise. You know, like I would never just.
And
go
it'll
make
always
that
be the watch that
holds
Deion
value.
gave
exactly.
you.
Yep.
Like it's like, okay, this is really cool. Somebody else is giving me this. I can wear it and I can feel like a badass.
Got a story.
Absolutely.
Always got a story.
Oh, yeah, the story factor. Well, if I'm going story factor, I want a gold chain. I want a gold chain from Deion.
I just don't know that I could rock.
I don't know
a
how good's a Gucci watch. Am I just buying the logo, or is that a good watch? You know, I've never heard of a Gucci watch.
With the Cowboys, the Rolex is certainly, but that's a good point. I haven't heard the Gucci watch.
In an era where he played, the Gucci watch was probably more about the status than it was actually how good the watch was. Like you say, Rolex
I got to Google it.
tag,
You say Gucci.
Yeah, you say Gucci. I think it was more about just the name than it was the actual timepiece. So how good it is.
About 21 hundo, 12 hundo, depending on which band you get, is what I'm seeing online right now.
Yeah.
So pretty nice gift.
Give me a tag or one of those watches like that.
Yeah.
All right, let's slide on into our top 10. The top 10 Texas beers
Breitling.
on National Beer Lovers Day. We got a lot of good texts coming in here. We've got Shiner Prickly Pear from the 214, 682 Silver Bullet from the 682, Yinling Shiner Revolver Blood and Honey from the 214.
Is that a Texas beer?
The Yinling's not, but Shiner Revolver Blood and Honey is.
Okay.
Texas Shiner is getting texted in. Voodoo Ranger Voodoo Ice. Yinling Brewed in Fort Worth from the 817. We got some Bud Ice being texted in. Miller Lite, Dallas Blonde. A lot of good texts rolling in here. LA, if you're going to sit down with a nice, delicious cold brew, what's your
Cold brew or Texas brew?
Texas brew. Well,
Texas
you can
brew.
give me both.
I can do anything because I have a little list, bro. I do. I like the Stella Artois. That's my favorite.
I do like Stella Artois.
Come with the glass and everything.
Yeah,
I feel
when you
sophisticated.
You pour that beer the right way, it looks
Yeah, it
beautiful
looks
in that
nice,
glass.
man.
Yep.
Coors Light, of course.
Coors Light.
Keep a classic. Fishing beer right there. Kicking it beer. There's a grapefruit beer out there at Disney. It's amazing. Grapefruit beer at Disney is amazing. And the Dallas Blonde, if I want to keep it Texas.
Dallas Blonde's delicious. Absolutely. And shout out tonight. Everyone should be Coors Lighting, right? Because it's a Pat Mahomes night.
It's a what? Why? It's a reason why? What?
Pat Mahomes.
Pat Mahomes.
Okay.
He loves that
for the
Coors
Chiefs,
Light.
yeah.
Hey, give me a
Celebrating
reason.
Opening night. Thirsty Thursday.
But whatever beer your choice. I mean, we'll get to Revolver. That's on here. Miller Lite, certainly. But we start at number 10. How about our friends over at Lakewood Brewing? Their Temptress Milk Stout comes in at number 10. And it's got an impressive 9.1% alcohol content in there.
Oof,
I'm a pack a punch.
That's stout, man.
Yeah.
More like a wine.
That's no joke.
That's I usually get, I like the fruitier, like when you just said a grapefruit situation,
bro.
that kind of fired me up.
Summertime beer.
Summertime beer.
Fresh,
for
yeah.
sure.
Give me
Yeah.
the freshness that. Summertime beer.
The-
It's 106 outside.
Yeah.
Give
Parker-
me, give me fresh beer.
Parker County. Shout out to our good folks, Parker County. We had an awesome event there last summer. And they specialize with like peaches locally in Parker County, like peaches. So they
that
made a
sounds so
peach
good.
beer
Whoa.
that rocked my socks off, man.
Jeez,
What
that
was,
sounds good. I love peaches.
Same, dude.
There's a beer shandy.
Sure you do.
That my
I do.
grandmother.
Shout out to that girl.
Leinenkugel.
There's always a thick light-skinned girl named
Yeah,
Peaches,
yeah,
by the way.
about to
Always a thick
say.
light-skinned girl named
There's
Peaches.
candies and peaches in your life.
Peaches and pumpkin.
Low cream. Yeah, no, the Leinenkugel. That stuff's delicious.
Leinenkugel summer.
That's
shandy's
very refreshing.
Really good beer.
That summer
yeah.
shandy's great.
Yeah.
But this is like a chocolate caramel malt, which gives it a complex, rich in body.
Sounds heavy.
Does sound heavy, but it sounds like it's going to get you tore up from the flow up. Number 9.
Whoa. What was that?
It's football, man. Football's
It's football.
back. It's
Football's
bringing all
back.
the excitement and the energy out of
Austin
my guy.
Beer Works, Pearl Snap, PILS.
Pilsner?
The
Pearl
Pilsner.
Snap. What's that?
I don't know what a
Is
Pearl
that
Snap is. I've
Pearl-
never had
Should I
this.
dump that?
I know what a pearl necklace
That's
is.
what I'm saying. It's
That's
a new
ZZ
move
Top.
out here.
Happy
That's a
birthday,
ZZ
honey.
Top.
These
Good
kids are
idea.
so damn creative.
I got you something special.
Pearl beer is like pretty Texas beer.
Yeah. Now this is a
San
German
Antonio.
style pilsner.
Oh.
Crisp and refreshing beer that always delivers. It's from Austin Beer Works. I have not gone to Austin Beer Works anytime I've been to Austin, but maybe that's time to take a little venture out there. Number 7.
Bennett's probably there right now.
He probably is. He's pre-gaming.
Yeah. Get
Here's
ready.
Revolver. Revolver Blood and Honey. Easy drink. With 70% Texas wheat ale crafted with locally farmed, I should say, organic honey and blood orange zest. This is delicious. The Revolver Blood and Honey, if you've never had it,
Have a drink on
highly
me.
recommend.
Oh, it's a top dog. If you're out just perusing a good social event, you see a lot of blood and honey floating around. A lot of blood and honey.
Next up, we got Real Ale Axis IPA. Now, this Texas original is brewed with Eureka, Simcoe, and Mosaic hops to give it a smooth and powerful flavor.
Can you give me the city it's brewed in, please?
I'm
sorry, I didn't mean to ask a bunch of
Origin,
questions.
sir?
I don't have the city in which it's
Definition,
brewed.
please?
Real Ale Axis IPA.
Do you use it in a
If you want to
sentence?
do some dabblings on where Real Ale Axis IPA
I could do
is
that
brewed.
myself.
No,
We
it's
could,
okay. I don't.
but
way
we
lazy.
can
We don't
get
have
it
all
for
day,
you.
Broadus.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, really.
Pearl
Cans and
Snap is a
strings.
cowboy shirt, you idiots. It's a Western shirt. And we're getting a ton
Oh,
of
yeah, I
texts
like
in.
the pearl snap shirts. Those look good.
Apologies.
Oh, yeah, that's an old school joints.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apologies. And thanks
There's
very
a
much.
company, I think it's called Rancho or something out of Austin that
Yeah.
says Pearl
That
Snap.
makes
Like your name
sense.
is Jethro Jr.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of
Clint.
sense since this is an
Yeah.
Austin beer.
Clyde.
We got Martin House True Love Raspberry Sour. And, oh, man, I'm down for a sour. I'm in on this. So Martin House is known for their eclectic variety of
Need to
brews.
drink that one watching the Rangers. Something sour.
Electric.
So this is a True Love is a kettle soured raspberry sweetened and highly refreshing summer sipper. So we might be getting out of the season now, but put that down for future reference. We got Community Beer Mosaic IPA.
We drive by that every day.
We sure do.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mavs are over there now.
Yeah,
exactly.
So this is tropical flavors and aromas of mango, papaya, and blueberry. This is an 8.6%er, by the way, so they say careful. Because it sounds like it's delicious, and this one can definitely creep up on you.
So are hurricanes.
Was that at the recommendation of our beer-loving Slovenian friend, Luca? He was like, hey, man, could we practice at a brewery?
I can't rule it out.
I mean, listen,
They're
you're in the
rolling
business.
kegs by him. He's like dribbling in between kegs.
Hey, it's a
there's
good way
no
to practice.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you're the Mavericks, you're in the business of making Luca happy. If he arrives here and says, I need to basketball where I beer, then you make that happen.
You make it happen. And if it brings the Joker here, I'm on board with that too.
Please.
We can just be cheersing together. Next up, we got 512 Brewing Pecan Porter. It's a true Austin original, one of the most in-demand porters from Texas. Its full body and malty sweetness are balanced with subtle pecan aroma.
Man, these beers sound like they've got a lot going on.
They do. These are specialty Texas beers, damn it.
Is this a beer or is this a lot going on?
Well,
Sounds like
beer is a
dessert.
lot going on if you want to make it.
That's what I'm saying.
You want to stand out. You know, I mean, this
Yeah,
is
what's
a,
wrong with the beer we got?
this is a challenge.
Yeah, exactly.
St. Arnold Lawnmower is third on the list. Lawnmower has been the gateway beer for most Texas people, according to this list. We got Live Oak Hefeweizen. And I said that right. Hefeweizen?
Hefeweizen.
It's Hefeweizen.
Yeah.
Live Oak, yeah. This is a German Hefeweizen.
Leinenhosel.
Brewed here locally.
As opposed to the other kind of
in the
Hefeweizen.
state of Texas. Well, I mean, who knows? Maybe there's
It's like telling a girl.
There's an Italian Hefeweizen out there. Number one, though.
She's a Hefeweizen.
Wait,
Hefeweizen.
what did they accuse the lawnmower of being?
St. Arnold.
That's with
Gateway beer?
That's with
To what?
lemongrass in it.
It's a gateway beer for most people. You start off with the St. Arnold Lawnmower.
There's a lot
and
going
you move on to the
There's a
Hefeweizen.
lot. Where's Miller? Where's the champagne of beers here?
Well,
By
I gave
the way,
Miller
I heard
some
High
love.
Life's been discontinued.
What?
Yes.
What?
Miller High Life has been discontinued.
What am I going to fish
Yeah.
with?
That's a real gateway beer right there.
Yellow
Yeah,
bellies.
real talk.
Seriously.
You'll probably just jump on the yellow
That's from
bellies.
intro to beer right there. Real
Yeah.
talk. It
Go
really
get
is.
some blue ribbons. You'll be fine.
That's Paps. Need a tetanus
I mean,
shot
the
to
deal we
drink one
got
of those.
drank pretty good, don't it?
Number one, though, most popular beer in the state of Texas currently is Lone Pint Yellow Rose, rated the number one Texas brewed IPA. And a smash of IPA. It's got single malt, single hop. Yellow Roses is nice to look at as it is to drink. Very appealing visually.
I'm going to be vulnerable with this next question.
You've never had one of these.
Never had one.
No, when they talk about like single and multi malts or whatever,
That's
what's
scotch
what
and
are we?
stuff, right?
Is it
I don't know.
okay? All right, good. Then I
Single
feel better.
malt like that. Yeah, that's Scotch talking.
Scotch talking, and I love Scotch, but when they start to talk, I'm
The
sure
person
people
or the
people
Scotch?
text in. Please tell us what the deal is with the single malt and the double malt stuff. and all that.
817
Yeah,
St.
okay,
Arnold is
cool.
a gateway to craft beer.
gateway
Alamo
to
beer,
craft beer.
getting some love from the 903. I'll give you some love, don't you worry.
Yeah.
I tell you what, though, I think InBev sold off. Lucius, tell me if I'm right. I think they sold off a bunch of their craft breweries.
Mm-hmm.
So keep an eye on what's going on in that world.
Oh, Peticola is getting texted in as well, of course.
Yeah.
Eight light lager, Troy Aikman's beer, getting some love on
That's
the
not a
text.
bad beer.
Not
No
bad.
shortcuts with that
I
beer.
fished in that with that beer. Not bad.
That's a beer that lacks excuses.
In Blanco, Texas, is where that IPA that you wanted to know.
Oh,
is
Blanco.
out of.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Wolchuk. His top 10 of 420 every afternoon at 420. We have the worst collapses in big league history. Let's put what we are witnessing in context. How does this compare? Coming up at 5 o'clock, we're going to go around the Dak articles. There's a great background story on how he got the Navy SEALs involved in his quest to win the Super Bowl. That's coming up at 5 o'clock. We're back with some Ranger stuff here with you in the nation.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, Mike McCarthy joins us live at 6:30. Our Rangers.
Like Burgundy wine only comes from Burgundy, France. A single malt gets flavor from the soil and the weather, while the double malts are made from multiple different places. The little combination coming in there. So different techniques there.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that insightfulness.
Good textures coming in here to
Yeah,
help us
really.
out.
No, absolutely.
A lot of people butthurt that we didn't mention their favorite beer or the beer they own, and calling us idiots for not knowing what we're talking about with the beer. I think we've let it be known we're definitely not beer snobs. We just wanted to do a segment recognizing the successful Texas beer companies.
Celebrating
we're
the holiday.
We're pretty basic beer people.
Folks are arguing with us about beer?
Well, they're mad. Yeah.
Why would you be mad? We're talking beer.
Well, they called us ignorant and said we need to get out more.
Yeah, no, I think people that are into this bougie beer life, they take it very seriously. And I am admittedly a novice. I am more of an alcohol liquor type of person than a beer person.
Shut the hell up!
Apologies.
This didn't really come to Texas. I didn't think it could happen. I did not think the beer snob could get a foothold like this. When I first moved to Texas in 2010, I'd been in like a craft beer snob hell. For the last 15 years since I came of drinking age,
right?
Because it really exploded there in the Seattle and the Oregon areas. That's where it kind of got its start, along with Colorado and stuff. And
grunge rock too.
So I had ridden that wave and realized, man, if you're drinking craft beer and hating on like good light domestic Pilsner beer, you're doing it wrong, man. All beer is good. Maybe you like yours with a little bit extra hops or a little bit this way or a little bit that way. But if you ever get to a point where you're coming after quality American products like Budweiser, Coors Light, Miller Lite, you've gone too far. Okay, so shake yourself if you're out there in the audience and you think you're doing beer the right way like that. Okay, be a cool beer bro, not a beer snob.
So, like, you guys, have you ever done that flight thing where they put like those little beers in front of you? Is that a good thing to do? I don't know.
Now I don't even know what I'm allowed to do.
I don't either.
I feel like I'm a baby and I've been put in the corner.
I'm afraid.
Most of these beers are good. Yeah, I mean I think it's
called
nice.
a flight, right?
Yeah, flight where they bring the little samples. Basically, it's a sample platter of beer.
Looks awesome.
Top 10 worst collapses in MLB history. The thing that's interesting is how common it is. I saw RJ Choppy tweet this morning. This might not even be amongst the 50th worst collapses in MLB history just because of how often they happen. But I did some research, and I do think it holds up quite well when you're talking about how crappy they've played after pretty much leading a division and at times leading the American League for several days. To lose this many games out of 20 does hold up. They've lost 4 of the last 19 now. On August 15th, the Rangers were 72-48. Think about that. That's not that long ago. Of course, in my memory, this predates the All-Star break, but it really hit the fan August 15th when we'd managed to push 24 games back over 500. Since then, 4-15. They were 3.5 games over at that point. So that's pretty significant. As we jump here online and go to the Bleacher Report, they have 10 worse, at least 10. The 2005 Cleveland Indians, 1.5 game lead in the wild card race, were 2.5 back in the AL Central after winning 9 of their previous 10. This was with 7 games to go in 2005. Indians lost 3 of the next 4 to bottom feeders, Kansas City and Tampa Bay, before playing host to the White Sox for the final weekend, and they got swept. So this is like going into taking on the A's thinking, all right, we're going to get right with this series. That does not go well. You drop 3 or 4 of those, and then the big series with a team like, Toronto or Seattle, which we have coming up, you get swept. And I got to be honest with you, I would not be surprised if that happens at this point. The 1978 Red Sox, the term Boston Massacre was used to refer to a season-changing weekend. The Yankees swept Boston at Fenway to a lead August 9th. Okay, the Rangers were 3.5 August 15th. The Angels were playing their best baseball in a decade in 1990 and 5. The team went 12-27 in their final 39 games, included winning 5 straight to end the season. That included it. So at one point, they were 7-27 in their final 39, but look at that. They snapped it right at the end. After they'd already lost everything, they finally relaxed and started playing like themselves again and won 5 straight to end the season. But it was too late. I think baseball in these situations becomes the biggest psychological prison in all of team sport. maybe only like golf meltdowns compared to this, Brian. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't. There's
Greg
no
Norman,
Yeah.
Masters with Nick Faldo. Yeah.
There's no denying right now the Rangers are in a collective psychological meltdown. And they can say what they want. They're professionals. They're tough. They have pride and all that. They're men. I'll give them all that. But humans are social creatures, and we influence each other in ways that we don't understand. And right now they're influencing everybody else to suck even worse than they ever have. Okay, the Cubs held a 9.5-game lead August 14th, entering play August 20th. Still had a 98% probability of making the postseason. This is the 1969 Cubs. They lost 14 of 20. Ended up losing the division to the Mets by 8 games. Holy cow. There was a change of 17 games in the season's final 6 weeks.
Oh, geez.
87 Blue Jays, 3.5 with 7 games to go. Blue Jays appear to be in control. They had a 1-0 lead and then 5 in a row. Then they won 4 of 5, and then they lost 6 of their last 7 on the final day of the season. Tom Glavine allowed 7 earned runs in a third of an inning to complete the collapse.
Jeez.
Sound like somebody you know recently, maybe over the next 2 nights. Aces doing historically horrible things. Even they are subject and vulnerable to that psychological collapse.
Just such a long season, man.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a big part of it. Like, it's just so, and the variance is so big, you know, because every game has such a big luck factor. Atlanta seemingly had the wild card wrapped up in August of 11. They led San Fran by 9 and St. Louis by 9.5 August 29th. As the Giants faded, the Braves led the Cardinals by 8.5 September 6th. The lead still seems safe in the season's final week when Atlanta led by 3 with 5 to go. On the final day, knowing St. Louis had won, the Braves bullpen broke down, allowing Philly to score the tying run in the 9th, and Atlanta lost in 13 innings. Unbelievable what happened that year. You know, ultimately, you kicked the whole thing away. I remember that was historic right there. The 2009 Tigers, the 2011 Boston Red Sox, and the 1964 Phillies are the 3 worst. Sorry, short on time. Can't give you the details. But the Phillies were up 6.5 with 12 games to go.
I thought that was 10.
6.5. They lost 10 in a row.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I knew it was something bad. Gene Mock.
We would never do that. 9, maybe.
Right? Okay. Around the DAC articles, great background story on how Prescott got the Navy SEALs involved in trying to win the Super Bowl this offseason. We'll go through quite a bit of that next year in the G-Bag Nation. I want to talk about Men's T Clinic, though. It's time to get back to being you, and Men's T Clinic has the answers for you. Quickly, effectively optimize your testosterone.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. General at your service, Eddie's. Here's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy Scout and NFL executive. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup has LA Live coming up at 5:40. Woolchuck and She'll follow her here as per usual, and so is Carter Freeman, coordinating your video at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. We're going to go around the Dak articles, have a couple of them here for you. And we're going to go to Jory Epstein at Yahoo, who's written another very insightful article. It's almost as if she has an inside lane to Dak and gets great information from him on these things.
She does.
The
It's
headline,
like his personal writer.
Yeah, it's just like Brian Windhorst to LeBron back in the day.
No, I mean, in all seriousness, she has a great relationship with Dak.
Yeah.
And he absolutely trusts her, and she gets things. When she writes something about the quarterback, absolutely believe everything she's saying.
Or at least believe it's from his perspective.
There you go. Better put.
The headline, Inside Cowboys Crash Course with ex-Navy SEALs, whom Dak Prescott recruited to help end the Super Bowl drought. Here's how it opens. I'll give you some stuff verbatim here, and then we'll go through some of the cool parts, but I kind of wanted to set the tone. Gathered in the basement of a 3-floor home on Georgia's Lake Oconee, 17 Dallas Cowboys players fell silent. A former Army Ranger and Lieutenant Colonel stood before them. The Silver Star and 6 Bronze Stars he had earned in combat spoke loudly, even as Brian Kitching spoke softly. His first words, February 11th, 2024. The date of this season's Super Bowl set the tone for the 3-day mental performance workshop that quarterback Dak Prescott organized in July for his teammates. This wasn't simply a handful of starters meeting up to run routes and review their plays. Yes, that happened too. This was a broader, more culturally focused clinic that no coach or team staffer influenced. Prescott emerged from the Cowboys' second straight postseason loss to the 49ers saying, I need to exhaust all resources. So it goes on to talk about the ways in which they attempted to do so and work that process. I'm a big believer in the psychological factors and how it can give you an edge. I don't know what it's worth, and the article at some point addresses that. But I think the bigger takeaway is just what Dak said there. I have to leave no stone unturned here as I attempt to figure out what could give us an edge. And he talked later about, just harvesting these 1% advantages that you could find in every possible way. And I do believe we've seen on several occasions throughout Dak's career when he sets his mind towards improving some aspect of his game, we see the results. So I love the team building aspect of this as well, as far as getting everybody on the same page.
Yeah, and this is what we always talk about with Dak, the leadership, the intangibles. And so this is him, this is just another avenue for that to sort of come out, lean into your strengths a little bit. This is what he does. So I think it's cool. I mean, it certainly can't hurt. And I'm sure they will find some serious benefits out of it. Hopefully it results in the Super Bowl. Yeah. But nonetheless, I do think it's I do think it's a cool deal, all the stuff that they were focusing on, and I think there's the team building aspect to it for sure. But some of the stuff that they were doing with the goal setting, a lot of it was like communicating and sharing what your own goals are, and now everybody sort of knows it. So there's accountability factor of, okay, this is what your goal is. So now as teammates, we're going to make sure you hold up your end of the bargain on that. And Dak already talked about how in the huddle he's already using things, I guess, at practice, and that'll translate to the field of talking about their breathing and different types of strategies they have for, I guess, stressful moments and things like that. So, I mean, I think it's a pretty cool deal. I enjoyed the story.
Yeah, how do you execute, and how is your decision making in high pressure situations? And all of that can absolutely benefit and translate to the football field.
Yeah, well, especially when you see one of the activities they were doing where it was like under big time pressure, they're in a ballroom, they divide into 2 teams. There's a concentration grid is what they called it. Posters including every number from 0 to 99 in jumbled fashion. The teams are racing which group can find every number on the poster in descending order the most quickly. And Brandon Cooks was the biggest trash talker of everybody. That was something that jumped out to me. But the other part that jumped out to me is the team that thought they had won had actually missed the number 2 in their descending count. I was like, okay, this is all right. We did need this. We are going to have to figure out how to handle stressful situations, because from 0 to 99, you thought you won and you forgot the number 2. We're starting from ground zero here.
I think this is. I think it's big. I love the part that he's bringing pressure a team like Washington or San Francisco with these badass linebackers and defensive tackles. Once you start feeling that physicality, are you still present? Or are you thinking, oh my God, this again? So when you talk about the great athletes, and one of the main things I remember from The Last Dance with Jordan was his security guy talking about what makes Jordan different. It was the ability to have that perfect focus and not be a victim of your psychology when under the biggest pressure moments. Because humans absolutely will sabotage themselves in the biggest ways. When they want it the most, something happens in our brains that prevents us from executing. So how much can you change that? Are you born with that? Can you develop that? That's, I think, what the Navy SEALs are good at executing. I mean, that's the top amount of pressure that you could be in. Like, it's a fight for your life and you're expected to be elite. But those guys are born that way. Those Navy SEAL dudes, they're born taller, stronger, faster, more confident, and smarter than everybody. That's why they get selected for that program. So, I hope this has an impact. I think having a leader like this in Dak gives you a chance to install a superior culture. And then if you have the talent, at least your culture won't get in the way of it. But I will take a toxic all-pro talent over a 100% perfect mindful doing the Navy SEAL breathing techniques 7 out of 10. I don't care how good of a leader you are or how present you can stay if you don't have that next level talent. That's ultimately what's going to win in sport. Nobody's going to start scouting for this stuff, Brian. Nobody's going to say, well, which of the college players operates under pressure the best when they're trying to solve a math quiz? It's how fast are you? How good are you at throwing balls, tracking players, things like this. But the culture stuff is cool. Dak says, I don't want to just be culture and how to build a better culture because we're good on that. It's more about how to use it. Okay, so practically he starts talking about what could we be looking at. It doesn't mean anything if guys aren't telling us what they're sacrificing or what they're trying to get better at, and if other guys aren't holding them to that. So like a brotherhood accountability element in here as well. I really like that. The SEAL dude said, if we drive more communication so people pull out more truths and feedback, then they're able to unpack it and learn from it all season long to communicate and grow. Communication and dialogue isn't a one way. Okay. Gallup says he can see it translating at training camp when rookies approach Prescott with questions. No matter what Prescott is, no matter that Prescott's an 8-year veteran, the longest tenured quarterback in the NFL and now 30 years old, quote, I know when I came in, I was nervous to ask him a question, but now they're not scared to ask him anything. They come in here now and they're good.
That Dak's going to make a hell of a governor or senator one day, right?
I think so.
Maybe future head coach.
I mean, that guy you talk about, that's what you want in a leader, right? guy that organizes people.
I think so.
Guy that tries to strive to be better and all that.
Whatever he wants to do, he's going to be great at.
Yeah, I'm kind of making a little bit of a joke, but no, I wouldn't be surprised if the guy's a governor one day. Or
there are fans that are getting annoyed with this angle.
Well, this is the thing about it is the search. There's always the search for perfection, right?
Yeah.
There's always that. How can we? And you get to a point in time where Dak's going to keep trying. He's going to keep trying, but you have to deliver.
Yes.
You got to find a way, because then people look at you and they go, man, you talk about this all the time. You talk about this, you talk about that, and it's not helping us. It's all talk.
At some point you got to do it.
Yeah. Some point. Yeah. Listen, none of us here in this room ever, Lucius is military. So he's in a totally different class than what we are here. But that you're right. Those military folks are different.
Yeah.
Athletes are different, but not like those military folks. Those folks are trained to die before they lose. That's different.
Yeah.
You can incorporate those folks in, but those folks are trained to die before they lose.
Yeah.
So, I appreciate trying to draw from that, but at some point in time, Dak Prescott and his team has got to deliver. They can't just deliver being in the wild card game or a divisional game. They got to deliver.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the fact that you're trying to draw from experience, but those folks in the military are in a totally different world than what we are.
Yeah, but I think it's similar with the approach to military, even though you're right, I didn't experience this myself, but like having to figure out a way to calm yourself down.
Your brother's military, right?
Yeah.
Completely different from you, right?
Oh, yeah, he's way different than me.
Way more
my brother.
badass.
I think I was a more badass kid, but I think the military made him more badass than me.
Yeah.
Because
that's what I'm saying.
he's been trained how to focus under fire.
Yeah.
See,
that's what I'm saying. You can maybe learn from that, but those experiences and stuff like that, those military, jeez.
Well, yeah, that's a day in, day out dedication, and this is a 3-day little
exercise,
little getaway here. But
there's a point in time where all the talk has to be delivered, all the trying, all the effort, Well,
it doesn't have to. Sometimes you fall short, and at least he will know that he exhausted all the options that he had. There's only so much you can do at some level. Maybe I'm not the biggest, strongest, fastest, whatever it is, and I ultimately fall short of my career goal of winning a Super Bowl. But at least I can look back in the lineage and say I did it every turn, everything. I maxed myself out.
I did everything I possibly could. I left no stone unturned, and maybe it'll never happen for him. And it'd be heartbreaking if it doesn't. But at some point, I agree with you. He needs to do it. But doing this, I do think, hey, he's trying things out, right?
We always talk about how Cowboy quarterbacks, fair or unfair, are measured.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Super Bowls.
Yes.
We look at Danny White different than we look at Roger Staubach. We look at Tony Romo different than we look at Troy Aikman. We've put these Super Bowl winning quarterbacks in Dallas on this level, and everybody else is. Well, he was okay.
I think he knows that. I think that's why he's willing to consider everything.
Right.
And I think he understands one of the keys in life, which is that what you don't know is very powerful. So he's out there and he's thinking, man, when I came to the NFL, there was a lot of stuff I didn't know. I've added this, I've added that. What can I add next? Okay. Speaking of what's next, Agents Take, CBS Sports, Joel Corey, why Dak Prescott is a not so obvious candidate to help resurrect the NFL's fully guaranteed contract talk. Prescott's coming off a down season, but can he still become one of the highest paid quarterbacks is the story. And Corey has some great angles in here. He says it could happen. Got to have a bounce back year. Says the most likely scenario is around 52.5, where Jackson and Herbert are. You could probably have figured that yourself. Says it's possible he's at 55 and could be fully guaranteed if he and his agent want to push it. History suggests there will not be an extension during the season, so we're probably going to be looking at picking this conversation up in February. And he mentions Jordan Love being drafted as the beginning of the end in Green Bay for Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
And kind of what that did, and could Trey Lance's presence be the beginning? It sure seems like Dak and Trey Lance are having a great time practicing together.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means You know, because it seems like Aaron Rodgers was trying to be a bro with Jordan Love or whatever. But, you know, for everything we can tell, Dak and Trey Lance are having a great time, you know, in the quarterback room and coming out to practice together. And it seems like they have maybe even a mentor-mentee type of relationship budding already. All right, when we come back, G-Bag Nation, it's time to hit the expressway. We got 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content for you. LA Live's coming up at 5:40, and we're back right here in the Nation. I want to chat about the Frankels before we do anything else, though. If you are hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, the Frankels are the folks to call, 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. You are going to absolutely love having the Frankels represent you, as they've done for victims of negligence here in North Texas for nearly 30 years. The Frankels, you know, folks, they're going to fight for your rights, get you the compensation you deserve. You know, when you suffer one of these truck wreck accidents, your car might be totaled, might need a new one. You could be missing work, and you have pain and suffering for life in some situations. If it becomes spinal, if it affects your legs, your knees, your ankles, your feet especially, it's going to be hard to get around for the rest of your life, and you deserve to be compensated for it. So it's the Frankels, and the number 214-333-3333. You'll be talking to the folks that we trust here at The Fan to help us make a full recovery when we are a victim of negligence. It's simple. Hurt, not your fault. If it's an emergency, call 911, but the next call should be to the Frankels, 214-333-3333 or truckwreck.com. Salute. shoot you. Welcome back, Nation. It's time to hit the expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. Look at this, Ranger fans. Evan Carter called up. He'll debut tomorrow against the Oakland A's. 6:30 pregame, 7:05 first pitch tomorrow night. Adolis Garcia hits the 10-day injured list. It's uncertain if he's going to be back or the extent of his injuries, but he's going to be out for at least a while. And now we get ready for Evan Carter. Still just a half game back in the division. That's your baseball news of the day, and about all I really can say at this